Welcome to Eastern Romance Tales, where every story is a journey of the heart. Let's dive into today's tale. Chapter 43. He was blocked from viewing the friend circle. That, you gifted from ages ago already. I want this year's newest model. Is it worthy of our relationship for you to do that? Hua Nian began gaining momentum to push further, refusing to let go. No, that's not right. He was unreasonably picking a fight. Chu stood beside Hua Nian Sheng, calmly watching this scene. Chung Guindan, because of sleepiness, had already fallen asleep. In this situation, Chu leisurely dropped a remark. No wonder people before kept thinking the two of them were a couple. This remark made people not dare to reply. Hua Nian Sheng did not know what Tong on the other end of the line had said. Only knew that when he hung up the phone, his mood seemed to have improved, not knowing what item he had extorted from the other side. The person in front was still very devotedly introducing the features of the car. Hua looked at her uncle, melancholically asking a question. Youngest uncle, should I accept this car? Hua Nian did not know what he was thinking. He smirked. Why not accept? You're this grown up already, but you don't even have a private car. If he has been generous enough to gift it, then you just generously accept it. How about this? Later you text him saying you really like this birthday gift. Next time tell him to gift a house as well. Hua Nian Sheng. To take it all in one go, right? Indeed, it's no wonder he's her uncle. The car dealership staff wait for Hua Nian Sheng to finish signing and then left. In the family garage there was another little friend of creamy white color, looking quite fresh and youthful. Comrade Chu Hua was still young, had a house and a car, not relying on herself, but entirely on donation money. The value of the gifts received for this birthday made Hua Nian Sheng's asset situation take a qualitative leap. It was just that receiving things from her maternal uncle and receiving things from others were still not the same. With the blood relationship clearly there, Hua Nian raising her, although not an obligation, but the affection plus bloodline made her able to feel at ease and comfortable to accept. But with other people not close, not fond, there was a slight difference. Back in her room, opening the gifts sent by others, none of them were cheap. It could be seen that they all very much wanted to win her uncle's favor through her. Hua Nian Sheng jotted down each person, roughly thinking that when it was their birthday, she would have to reciprocate. It was just that she went online to look up the car Tong gifted. After seeing clearly the estimated price, she even wanted to call and ask if he had too much money and wanted to burn some off. This car, if truly gifted out of respect for her uncle, then it should have been registered under her uncle's name. That would be right. Hua Nian Sheng looked at her phone screen, dazed for a long time, but still hadn't managed to make a single call to Tong. If she kept dragging her feet like this, her birthday would be over. This matter was also like when a tycoon on the top donate list came to give gifts. You must sincerely and wholeheartedly thank them, and incidentally so they would remember you next time. But this trick could not be used with Tong. In the eyes of rich people for whom money is just numbers like him, he would truly continue to give expensive gifts. You see, these past few years, Hua Nian Sheng had deeply felt this from her uncle. This man was increasingly generous. It could be seen that the company earned a lot of money. Hesitating for half a day, the call was still made. The phone rang for a while, then someone answered. Hello? From the other end came Tong voice. At this moment, Hua Nian Sheng was staring intently at the browser page on her phone. Tong waited a few seconds. Not hearing the other side make a sound, he spoke up again. San? The result was that precisely at this moment from the other side, a sound of extremely rhythmic background music rang out. Immediately after that, blending with the vibrant music, he heard the little girl on the other side lower her voice, wishing you prosperity and happiness tucked into your pocket. Throw all worries away. Be happy and refreshed every day. May you have endless good things, your mood like spring in all 4 seasons. All worries tossed up to the 9th heaven. Please accept my most sincere wish. Tong fell silent for a long moment, perhaps doubting what he had just heard. He not very sure, asked again, are you rapping? Hua Nian Sheng's voice sounded a little embarrassed. She said to thank you for your birthday gift. I performed a rap version blessing for you. Tong. He was even thinking about what special talents the little girl from before had ultimately learned, feeling a little muddled. But because of his silence at this moment, Hua Nian Sheng misunderstood his meaning. You're not satisfied with this performance? Little Hua continued. Then shall I change it to something else? She asked this question very seriously. On the other end, Tong Maichuan chuckled softly. Is this a reciprocal performance that everyone gets? No, Hua Nian Sheng honestly replied, your gift is more expensive. Tong Maichuan didn't know what he was thinking as he smiled and said, your little uncle gave a house, so does he also receive this kind of treatment? Hua Nian Sheng was momentarily stumped. She thought for a moment before saying, he is the angel investor for little Hua's growth project. Currently, it's still in the investment and development stage, and in the short term it hasn't reached the capital recovery period. Her description of her nemesis little uncle Hua Jinyan was truly accurate and to the point. The general meaning was that currently, only he alone had received this rap version of thanks. Hua Nian Sheng was indeed an interesting girl when she spoke. She would occasionally blurt out a few humorous remarks. A moment later, Hua Nian Sheng heard Tong Maichuan's voice ring out, does little Hua currently still lack an angel investor? Hua Nian Sheng didn't think Tong Maichuan was drunk tonight. His voice sounded very normal, very sober, even playful. She said, not for the time being. However, she remembered another question. How do you know what my little uncle gave me? That house before I went with your uncle and aunt to see it. If Tong Maichuan had gone along, it wasn't simply going to look for fun. He was the one who went along to offer opinions. Hua Nian Sheng was still very curious about how their relationship could be so close. Tong Maichuan returned to the main topic, asking Hua Nian Sheng, do you like the car? I like it. The truth was, little Hua was utterly exhausted all day, and now only wanted to sprawl out. She basically hadn't even gotten into the car to check it out. Tong Maichuan perhaps perceived this and he chuckled softly, when you're free, you can take it for a drive to see if it feels right for you. Suits, of course it suits. Just the price alone already felt very right. This made Hua Nian Sheng recall Tong Maichuan's birthday last year. She had brought along the birthday gift. Her little uncle had already prepared to attend his dinner party, but in the end, she only gave him a fleeting happy birthday. She really deserved to die. Little Hua reprimanded herself. Little Hua felt apologetic. Before ending the call, Hua Nian Sheng still received a happy birthday from Tong Maichuan. She very politely thanked him, then wished each other good night. After putting the phone down, Hua Nian Sheng looked at the screen, waiting for Tong Maichuan to hang up. It was just that she held her breath for a few seconds, but the call still hadn't disconnected. She seemed to be having a staring contest with him, staring intently at the screen, realizing the call interface was still lit up. And it was also because of this small stubbornness that Hua Nian Sheng discovered the time in the upper right corner had already passed midnight. Why aren't you hanging up? Hua Nian Sheng asked, muttering. On the other side, a soft chuckle came through. Sheng. Happy 22nd birthday. Hua Nian Sheng, thank you. Tong Maichuan said, you hang up. Alright, bye. Hua Nian Sheng found it very difficult to maintain a cold tone with a respected figure who had just gifted a present of enormous value. This time it was a real hang-up. Today Hua Nian Sheng had eaten 2 cream cakes, one during the day, one in the evening. Both were small types. One was ordered by herself, one was ordered by Chu. In the evening, while cutting the cake in the restaurant's private room, little Yuan Dan kept staring covetously. The result was the sight of 3 adults eating deliciously in front of the little boy. At this age, the baby could not eat any at all. In summary, during this period, Hua Nian Sheng no longer wanted to eat cream cake. Little Hua received many gifts in the evening. Going to sleep, she dreamed that thanks to freeloading, she achieved the beautiful prospect of becoming extremely rich. The dream was so beautiful that she couldn't bear to wake up. So at breakfast, little Hua, not yet fully awake, boldly declared at the dining table, Uncle, when will your name appear on the billionaire ranking list? I want to experience the feeling of getting rich even by doing nothing. Based on her number of shares in Vinhang Technology, if Vinhang did well in business, the more money she would be allotted, so logically there was no problem. Mr. Hua, originally hurried to work today for meetings, was consequently annoyed. The result was his niece, who rarely woke up early to have breakfast at home, acting up again. He sneered, I see you must have drunk some horse piss and become arrogant and conceited again. If you're so good at imagining, why don't you dream a little more? Or did you not sleep well? Hua Nian, if it can't be done temporarily, just say it can't be done temporarily. She also doesn't necessarily have to have an uncle who ranks in the top whatever on the world's rich list. This is not of the same nature as demanding snacks when she was little. A wish must also be considered, whether it's a genuine desire or a pipe dream. After breakfast, Hua Nian Sheng took the car keys down to the garage. As someone with a quite wealthy maternal UNC, who was willing to let her freeload, Hua Nian Sheng only now owned her first car. Naturally, she found it very new and strange. Although in her uncle's garage, apart from a few cars her uncle regarded as treasures for collection, she could touch the other cars freely, but because her driving skills were truly limited, she herself did not have much courage to take them out and mess around with them. Sitting in her own car, little Hua was still quite interested in fiddling around inside. However, she had barely gotten into the car and started playing around for long when she saw a small exquisite gift box in the back seat. She hadn't looked closely last night, only now did she see it. The logo on the box made Hua Nian Sheng feel unfamiliar. But unfamiliar did not mean ordinary. Hua Nian Sheng opened the box. Inside was a bottle of perfume. Underneath the perfume bottle was a silk scarf. The scent on the silk scarf smelled very elegant. It was a gentle fragrance with no aggressive quality. Hua Nian Sheng thought this must be the scent of the perfume bottle. Very fragrant. She searched online but couldn't find this brand. So she took photos of the packaging and the bottle body and sent them to a friend to ask. Not long after, that person replied to her that this was probably perfume specially blended by an expert. She said that the logo looked somewhat like the work of a certain foreign perfumer. That person did not have social media accounts in China. Hua Nian Sheng did not know what kind of mentality it originated from. But when she carried the box from the car upstairs, she still couldn't resist her curiosity and went on Twitter to search for the perfumer her friend had mentioned. Coincidentally, she saw a status update by that person from a few days ago. The photo posted was of a silk scarf spread flat on a clean tabletop, with a few decorative items placed on the silk scarf, the most eye-catching of course being that perfume bottle. The silk scarf and the perfume were both exactly like the one she was holding in her hand. Basically, it could be said that it was precisely the bottle she was holding. The perfumer not only posted a photo but also wrote a caption. The text seemed to be in Italian. The result when she used translation software was "Love is hard to put into words." Staring at the phone screen for a long while, Hua Nian Sheng's eyelid unexpectedly twitched. She then scrolled down to the comments section and saw the author herself say in a comment that this perfume bottle was prepared at the request of a friend. She teased that the friend intended to prepare a special gift for the girl in his heart. This was the first time in Hua Nian Sheng's life that she suspected the translation software had some problem. She believed that Tong Mokchuan's connections were wide enough to reach globally. But she felt that this perfumer probably had misunderstood. No matter what, Tong Mokchuan could not possibly give this birthday gift with the intent she spoke of. A long while later, Hua Nian Sheng exited the website, not continuing to view it. However, that entire day she couldn't manage to calm her mind. Her mind was truly disturbed. Although reason told her that the relationship between her and Tong Mokchuan was best left at its current level, Hua Nian Sheng had passed the age where she could rely on illusions to satisfy her emotions. A sober person like Tong Mokchuan, of course, also recognized the distance between them. It couldn't be, Hua Nian Sheng thought. But the perfume bottle brought up from the car, even though Hua Nian Sheng had never used it, the perfume scent lingering on the silk scarf was like dust floating in the air, in Hua Nian Sheng's room, permeating every corner, waiting to drift into her nostrils. The presence of that fragrance was not too intense, but every now and then it affirmed its existence in Hua Nian Sheng's sense of smell. She couldn't stay in this room any longer. Hua Nian Sheng, as if admitting defeat, stuffed the item into some cabinet, then went down to the living room by herself to calm down. The result was that the fragrance, like an unappeased spirit, still occasionally appeared. On her clothes, some of that scent had already clung. Clearly, the fragrance was very elegant, but its presence was not weak at all. Hua Nian Sheng was a young person with dynamic thinking. Once certain associations formed in her mind, they were very difficult to dispel. But regrettably she knew clearly that if Tong Mokchuan were someone who acted irrationally due to temporary emotions, then he would not be in his current position. In fact, he was still very young at that age. He could already sit as an equal with old veterans who had risen and fallen for decades in the business world. If one were to say Tong Mokchuan was someone engrossed in love affairs, then that would truly be a joke. Hua Nian Sheng previously didn't understand things. She felt that her fervent affection could always melt people's hearts, but reality proved that the only person one could completely control was oneself. Therefore, despite discovering that behind this custom-blended perfume bottle, there might be things worth exploring and hidden emotions, Hua Nian Sheng still chose to ignore them. However, the emotional backlash was indeed very powerful, enough to make a small girl with insufficient willpower think wildly for a very long time late into the night. May passed. The school began to call on a large number of graduating students to pack up quickly. After completing some necessary procedures, Hua Nian Sheng, along with the students about to embark on journeys across the land, together moved out of the dormitory they had lived in for several years. Because no one in the family was free that day, ultimately the person who came to move Hua Nian Sheng's luggage was the family driver. The driver was very kind, not only carrying Hua Nian Sheng's belongings down, but also helping to carry her roommate's luggage downstairs, and even helping to take them all the way to the school gate. After that, comrade little Hua fermented at home for several days, facing her phone and computer, researching for a long time, finally carrying her suitcase, slinging her luggage over her shoulder, and telling the adults in the family that she was going on a trip. Hua Qiangon's intuition told him this was definitely not an ordinary trip. So he blurted out asking Hua Nian Sheng where she intended to go. The result was the little girl said she wanted to go north. Hua Qiangon was still wondering how far north one could go from U City when heading north. It wasn't until one day Hua Qiangon scrolled through his friend's circle after work and saw his niece, who was unable to tie a chicken with her hands, and unable to carry rice on her shoulders, post a new status. Hua Nian Sheng wore a black jacket, a hat, was completely wrapped up, and stood on the peak of Mount Tai taking a selfie with the rising sun. In the photo, the little girl was barefaced, her face slightly red, but her smile was extremely radiant, conveying that she had finally conquered the mountain beneath her feet. The caption was also very domineering: Mount Tai is nothing more than this. No adult would not want to see young people full of vitality, even parents just over 30 years old were the same. Hua Qiangon felt that mountain climbing was quite a meaningful activity, and he also felt quite relieved. Under that status update, there were quite a few people who liked and commented. Some young people even wanted to make plans with Hua Nian Sheng to go together next time. So when Hua Qiangon called, hearing his niece's half-dead voice, he was unexpectedly stunned. "Uncle?" The little girl's voice sounded tired just hearing it, her voice muffled, sounding as if she was still lying in bed. Hua Qiangon fell silent. He looked at the phone screen. Indeed, it was Hua Nian Sheng. No mistake, it was his niece who climbed Mount Tai, and his own buoyant spirits were not wrong. "What's wrong with you? You sound as if you've been beaten up and are now recovering from injuries." Hua Nian. Young people who are too reckless also have to pay a price. The other day, she went hiking Mount Tai, rushing to climb to the peak before the sun rose, which resulted in her legs trembling uncontrollably when descending the mountain. Someone, determined to achieve her goal, posted a domineering status update, then threw her phone aside, completely fainting on the hotel bed. Hua Nian Sheng fundamentally did not know how long she had slept, but clearly, after a nap, her body began to show reactions. Her legs, arms, including her shoulders and back, ached unbearably, likely the consequence of too much lactic acid accumulation. Although Hua Nian Sheng was a young and healthy adult, her normal amount of exercise was at most running on a treadmill for a while throughout 4 years of university. Physical examinations were already considered her most intense physical activity. A person who sits in front of a computer desk all year round, what kind of physique could one possibly expect from her? Hiking once, it was as if it took her life. Hua Nian Sheng turned over, beginning to feel her neck hurt as well. Did her neck also exercise yesterday? Little Hua fell into despair. She felt that now she couldn't even crawl out of bed. Therefore, when Hua Jinyan called, Hua Nian Sheng had to exert herself for a very long time on the bed just to grope for her phone to answer. "So, after you finished hiking you became half paralyzed?" Hua Jinyan asked. Little Hua intended to deny it, but as soon as she opened her mouth, her leg was accidentally stretched taut the moment her muscles were pulled. She couldn't help but hiss a. Immediately after, she heard her uncle on the other end of the line cackling for half a minute, just like the goose at the village entrance honking its beak. This fragile uncle-niece relationship was truly very brittle, not worth mentioning. Hua Nian Sheng ignored the unintentional mocking laughter ringing in her ears. Finally, Hua Jinyan seemed to remember a little affection for his niece. "Can you get up and eat something now?" Hua Nian Sheng, not hungry, won't eat. She wasn't talking nonsense, she truly wasn't hungry. After her body had undergone a large amount of exercise, there was a high probability it had not yet adapted to the current situation. Now she had no appetite whatsoever. Hua Nian had also liked to occasionally invite a few friends to hike mountains, knowing what kind of reactions would follow after a hike. Initially, he called to care a little for his niece, knowing Hua Nian Sheng was now half dead. He immediately ridiculed her to his heart's content, and now, naturally, he left the little girl to continue sleeping. Hua Nian Sheng slept in the hotel until she was utterly disoriented. The full body aches made her vaguely feel as though she was no longer in the mortal world. After hanging up with her uncle, she didn't know how much longer she had slept, until she truly felt her stomach rumbling with hunger. Only then did she struggle to crawl out of bed to take care of her personal hygiene, and then called the hotel to arrange a meal. She ate as if she hadn't eaten for days, devouring her food. Not long after finishing eating, she returned to bed. Anyway, in the short term, she didn't want to move again. Lying on the bed, she pulled out her phone and began to scroll through her circle of friends. Her friend circle was indeed much livelier after more people were added. Thanks to her uncle's connections, she had befriended young masters and ladies of prominent families. They were very enthusiastic. Seeing that she had gone hiking, some invited her to hike with them, others invited her to play other games, such as bungee jumping or going on a beach vacation. Although the invitations perhaps carried a bit of other meaning, most were also yearned people inviting each other to hang out. Hua Nian Sheng deftly declined most of the invitations. Her own journey, she didn't want too many people participating. A young person's body, after lying on the bed for 2 days, very quickly became full of vitality again. Hua Nian Sheng quickly arranged everything properly to continue her next journey. On the other side, Hua Nian had originally thought that after his niece's trip to hike Mount Tai, she would lose all interest in hiking for a short period. The result was one evening, while accompanying his wife to entertain guests in a private room, he took advantage of a free moment to scroll through his circle of friends, when suddenly he saw that his niece, who had been half dead just a few days ago, had updated her status. This time it was a video. In the video, Hua Nian Sheng looked into the camera and made a funny face beside her. Several men and women successively entered the frame, appearing to be a group of young people inviting each other to hike another mountain. Behind them was an ancient-looking building glowing in the night. Hua Nian Sheng and her friends in the video were all wearing hanfu, creating beautiful but not overly elaborate or heavy styles. The little girl looked very happy. Hua Nian watched the video. After watching it once, he clicked to watch it again, suddenly bursting into laughter. Su Xiao beside him leaned down to look. "What are you laughing at? Wife, look at this guy. Whose eyes is he looking at? Doesn't it seem like he has intentions towards our little lady?" Hua Nian's tone sounded as if he had just discovered earth-shattering gossip, eager to share it. Su Xiao truly bowed her head to look seriously at the video, finally nodding. "Probably so. There are some young people who, when falling in love with someone, completely don't know how to hide their feelings. They themselves think they're hiding it very well, but in reality, anyone with eyes can see it." Hua Nian was not the kind of elder who would interfere with his niece's love life as long as the other party wasn't too bad, and it wasn't yet time to get married. He wouldn't interfere too much. The young man in the video also looked quite handsome. "What are you two watching?" Someone sat down beside them, very naturally striking up a conversation with the couple. Hua Nian didn't lift his head just by hearing the voice. He knew who it was. "Song Mai Chuan, look at this video, ha ha ha. Doesn't that kid next to Hua Nian Sheng look like he has intentions towards her?" As soon as he finished speaking, a video met Song Mai Chuan's eyes. He saw the little girl he hadn't seen in many days smiling radiantly in the video, beautiful and lively. Hua Nian said into his ear, "Look at the guy next to her. Doesn't he seem to be secretly in love with our little Hua?" Song Mai Chuan. After hearing this sentence, he then shifted his attention to others. Indeed, judging from his current gaze upon them, among these young men, the one W.O. held a favorable impression of Hua Nian Sheng was not just one, but the young man standing next to her was the most obvious in his expression, appearing much more enthusiastic and proactive. A wave of anxiety suddenly surged from the depths of his heart, although he himself, for a moment, could not clearly articulate how many aspects this apprehension ultimately stemmed from. A moment later, Tong Mai Chuan withdrew his gaze, and he asked, "Where did this video come from?" No sooner had the words left his lips than Hua Nian looked at him with a surprised gaze. Brother, how long has it been since you scrolled through your moments? Hua Nian Sheng has been posting diligently lately. She even makes a post about what she eats. Oh dear, sitting here scrolling through little Sheng's moments, are we? From the side, another frivolous voice rang out. It was Guzhua. Tong Maichuan turned his head to look at him, asking, you know too? Guzhua casually draped the vest he had just taken off over the back of a chair, raising an eyebrow. Why wouldn't I know? I'm not like you, I'm very active on moments, you know. I even comment like and invite the little girl out to play sometime. After Guzhua finished this sentence, he immediately joined Hua Nian and his wife in a discussion about comrade little Hua's romantic prospects with the opposite sex. Surely, Hua Nian Sheng, far away on her trip, would never have expected that while she was immersed in her journey at home, several adults were gossiping about her. Moreover, at this moment, others in the private room also eagerly joined in, but their way of participating was like this. I have a nephew around the same age as Chairman Hua's niece, who graduated from Columbia University and just returned to the country last year. This is his photo. Would you like to see if the young ones want to meet and get acquainted? Meanwhile, Tong Maichuan sat at a position slightly distant from them, his long slender fingers tapping a few times on his phone screen, seeing the little girl's empty moments feed. Checking if someone has deleted or blocked you is simple. Try to transfer money and see if the password input box appears. This step had no problem. Tong Maichuan finally slowly realized a truth. He had been blocked from her moments by the other party. Chapter 44. A good person card. Hua Nian Sheng, after climbing one more mountain, temporarily gave up this activity. She was too tired. Every time she finished climbing a mountain, if she didn't rest for a few days, she would be so lazy she wouldn't even want to move. Youth was a journey, and each time she set foot in an unfamiliar place, Hua Nian Sheng's nerves, which were not usually prone to sentimentality, were stirred. Afterward, she recalled her damn rebellious phase during middle and high school, even wanting to cleanse herself of it altogether. People sometimes whimsically get the urge to do crazy things. Hua Nian Sheng had long been accustomed to these emotional it's within herself. Then her uncle, with some free time, called to ask Hua Nian Sheng where she planned to go for her next stop. At that moment, Hua Nian Sheng was preparing to board a flight to the grasslands. She didn't think much of it, told him, and then took a screenshot of the flight information to send over. Hua Nian Sheng's graduation trip had begun about 3 weeks ago. Initially, she had wandered around a certain city with her roommate, but afterward, they each had their own affairs and returned early. Hua Nian Sheng also joined an all-inclusive tour midway, and later, friends from social media joined her journey. The junior who confessed his feelings on graduation photo day also messaged Hua Nian Sheng privately, saying he wanted to travel with her, but she had refused. Traveling often meant spending money to buy misery. Her body had endured enough torment, and she didn't want to expend further mental effort on rejecting others. Hua Nian Sheng didn't think much about reporting her itinerary to her youngest uncle. She was preparing to go to the grasslands to ride horses. The last time she rode a horse was around the time she had just graduated from elementary school, which was also Hua Nian Sheng's first time riding a horse. Her father took her to the equestrian club to choose a pony. Hua Nian Sheng sat on its back, her father led the small horse in front, and she, on horseback, kept surging forward, wanting her father to let go. At that time, Hua Nian Sheng's father was still a rather refined middle-aged man. Hua Nian Sheng didn't know if he counted as middle-aged, but in her memory, he had a significant advantage in appearance, to the extent that even at nearly 40, he still looked very handsome. Her mother, already dressed in riding attire, rode on the back of a reddish-brown stallion, waving to her husband and daughter. The beautiful Mrs. Hua hadn't known how to ride before. It was said that her boyfriend, her father at the time, had taught her this sport. Afterward, the person leading the pony for her was replaced by the equestrian club's instructor, while Hua Nian Sheng's parents galloped together in the distance. Hua Nian Sheng had never thought before that separation could come so suddenly. The death of her parents in a car accident remains a hard-to-heal scar in her heart to this day. Even after moving to live under the protection and care of Hua Nian, Hua Nian Sheng still found it difficult to soothe this pain. Yet she dared not reveal too much emotion, because for Hua Nian, who had just graduated from university not long ago and was busy starting his own business, she was truly a burden. Her uncle was already too busy, she shouldn't make him worry too much about her psychological state. Fortunately, her uncle's mind was not overly keen. It was just that Tong Maichuan often appeared at their house at that time he observed more carefully than Hua Nian Sheng's biological uncle, and he also expressed concern for his friend's niece T, transforming that into actions in their later interactions. Even now, Hua Nian Sheng still finds it hard to explain why she liked Tong Maichuan back then, although she now clearly realizes that it was inappropriate behavior. When self-deprecating, she called it a dark history to be forgotten, but in truth, she had never truly regretted the romantic stirring she felt at that time. That was a very precious emotion during her maiden years. Others might look down upon it, but as the person involved, she cherished that period of her youth. Looking back at her past life and being able to accept the truth of separation from her loved ones. For Hua Nian Sheng, this was also a sign that she had grown up. Hua Nian Sheng had also thought before that she would never again proactively engage in horseback riding in this life. Until now, before her eyes stretched the vast and boundless grasslands, and in the air, there seemed to be a faint scent named freedom, even though, when looking back at her more than 20 shallow years of life, she had never seemed to feel not free. The vast and boundless grasslands made people's spirits lift. Hua Nian Sheng had spent a considerable sum hiring a guide to help her arrange her grassland trip. This person served her exclusively. Originally, she had intended to book an all-inclusive tour, but after reviewing the itinerary, she found it unsuitable, so she decided to spend extra money to hire a private guide. As for accommodation, Hua Nian Sheng still chose a hotel, booking one with a slightly Russian style which was very beautiful. On the evening of check-in, she recorded a video to show off in the family's 3-person chat group. Hua Nian Sheng was tired from her travels, so she rested well for a night, planning to start playing the next day. In the group, Hua Jinyan's voice message rang out from her phone. He expressed heavy resentment, the gist being that he had to go to work during the day and come home in the evening to look after the child, so he couldn't stand seeing her live so comfortably. He also took the opportunity to ask when she would return, telling her to come intern at the company. This was clearly an attempt to snatch away her long-held protective umbrella. Hua Nian Sheng, little Hua, silently frightened, sent another photo of herself eating barbecue that evening. Hua Jinyan. It truly made him laugh out of exasperation. Although Hua Nian Sheng didn't suffer from unfamiliar bed syndrome, it was normal for her not to sleep well on the first night in a new environment. She tossed and turned until 2 in the morning before drowsily falling asleep. When her alarm clock rang, Hua Nian Sheng groggily sat up to turn it off, then looked around the strange environment for a long moment in a daze, before slowly getting up to attend to her personal hygiene. Because she was traveling alone on this trip, Hua Nian Sheng was relatively free-spirited, not paying too much attention to time. She woke up, finished breakfast, then contacted her guide, after which the person came to serve her. The guide prattled on about many things to pay attention to, and incidentally asked Hua Nian Sheng if she needed a photographer. He said that many people who come here to ride horses usually ask friends to capture their horseback riding style, but since Hua Nian Sheng was traveling alone, he asked this way. Tourist spots never lacked photographers. He said if she needed one, he could recommend a reliable person. Basically, when traveling to popular spots, one could see photographers carrying cameras everywhere, taking orders. It was just that their skill levels were uneven. Hua Nian Sheng declined. She put on her protective gear and went to choose the horse she liked. The owner of the equestrian club led a few gentle horses over for Hua Nian Sheng. To some extent, Hua Nian Sheng was now no different from a beginner. It had been a long time since she had engaged in horseback riding. Therefore, when the instructor explained how to control a horse, how to mount and other precautions, she listened extremely carefully. Comrade Little Hua had paid to hire a private instructor to serve only her, so if she didn't understand anything, she could simply ask. The sun on the prairie was exceedingly brilliant, although Hua Nian Sheng had meticulously prepared sunscreen before departure, but with the consecutive trips during this time, Hua Nian Sheng still could not avoid being slightly sunburnt. It also wasn't that she got much darker, just that her skin looked healthier. She led the horse she had carefully chosen forward, then whispered to cultivate affection with it for a while. Finally, under the guidance of the trainer, she mounted the horse. The person leading the horse in front became the trainer. Hua Nian Sheng greatly admired those who were galloping fast in the distance, It's just that with her immature technique, not being thrown off the horse yet was already very lucky. She should just obediently study for a few more days. Riding a horse on the prairie, even if just strolling slowly, could also make one's mood become very good. Hua Nian Sheng's trainer was walking ahead after finishing a phone call, suddenly turned back to look at Hua Nian Sheng, telling her that he had some business, and had contacted the equestrian school to arrange another trainer for her. Perhaps because this act of leaving her hanging made the other party feel apologetic, he assured her again and again, saying the new trainer was both young and handsome. Hua Nian Sheng had no requirements regarding the trainer's appearance, but since the person had boasted loudly like that, she also, out of courtesy, developed a bit of expectation. The sunlight was truly very dazzling. Hua Nian Sheng led her horse and stood waiting at one side. The trainer who was just leaving also didn't depart immediately. He stayed to wait with Hua Nian Sheng until he saw someone riding a horse approaching from afar. He exclaimed, "Oh!" waved towards that person, then said to Hua Nian Sheng, "Your new trainer has arrived." Hua Nian Sheng saw the person on horseback riding towards this direction from afar. The other party's horse obviously looked much mightier than hers. The other party also wore a sun protection mask. Hua Nian Sheng couldn't clearly see the face. It's just that from afar, she already felt an indescribable familiarity. But she was very clear, she had no friends on the prairie at all. The trainer next to her didn't wait for the new trainer to reach Hua Nian Sheng's side before leaving. He looked like he was genuinely in a hurry. And Hua Nian Sheng's new trainer stopped a considerable distance from her, then performed a decisive and seamless dismounting action. That action was so handsome that Hua Nian Sheng coveted it. Especially, the other party wore an all-black outfit, a black windbreaker wrapped tightly around the body. Eyes also wore sunglasses. A hat was also not missing. The dressing style was very cool, looking even more sun-conscious than Hua Nian Sheng. Even when covered so completely, Hua Nian Sheng could still see the other party's physique was very beautiful. At least at a glance, the height and proportions were already very admirable. The trainer who just left didn't lie to her. The new trainer indeed looked very handsome. Even without seeing the face, she still knew he was handsome. That person leisurely led the horse step by step, walking closer. Hua Nian Sheng was a paid diamond customer. She naturally stood waiting for the trainer to arrive. It's just that the closer the other party came, the more she felt something was not right. For a moment, she even wondered if she was being haunted. Logically speaking, throughout this period of her travels outside, she actually very rarely thought of other people. The person she missed the most must be Chung Guindan, the plump baby over 6 months old, soft to hold, even carrying the distinct sweet milk scent of an infant. Sniffing babies is easily addictive. Until she heard the person standing in front of her call her Miss Hua. Hua Nian Sheng suspected her ears had a problem. She stared fixedly at the person in front of her, momentarily speechless. This voice. But the next second the other party called her once more. Hua Nian Sheng heard the hidden smile in the voice. She was as if just waking up, instinctively wanted to pull down the person's mask, wanting to see what the other party's face ultimately looked like. The person truly didn't evade, letting her pull it down. Immediately after that, Hua Nian Sheng saw a familiar face. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Just by looking at the lower half of the face, Hua Nian Sheng knew she hadn't mistaken the person. She hadn't expected to see this face in a foreign land. Even for a moment she wondered if there was another person in this world who also bore an identical face. Tong Mai Chuan? She spoke with a doubtful voice. Hua Nian Sheng believed T. Had her reaction at that moment must have been very amusing. On the prairie, countless kilometers away from home, she had coincidentally met Tong Mai Chuan. At least, she unilaterally thought this was a chance encounter. "Why are you here?" Tong Mai Chuan's reaction was obviously much calmer. He asked back, "What, not welcome?" Huan. She didn't understand why she met Tong Mai Chuan in this place without any prior warning. But the next second Tong Mai Chuan explained to her, "Recently I wanted to go out and relax a bit. Heard my younger brother say you came here, so I came over to see if I would have the honor of spending a few days with little Hua." A single sentence from him clarified a core point. He chose this destination because of her. Hua Nian Sheng didn't want to talk about the surprise and surging emotions upon seeing him here. But at this moment, she realized another problem. "Are you my new trainer?" She truly couldn't comprehend it. She even felt a bit suspicious. The fact that Tong Mai Chuan knew how to ride a horse didn't surprise her at all. but whether he could teach others was another matter. Although it was true, as the recently departed trainer said, the new trainer was very handsome, but little Hua still very seriously wanted to prioritize her own life safety. Who would have thought? Tong Maichuan seemed to have anticipated that she would ask this question. His windbreaker was designed to hold quite a few things. Hua Nian Sheng saw him take out his phone, and he opened the photo album and show Hua Nian Sheng his equestrian trainer certificate. Hua Nian Sheng still asked that question why? This question absolutely did not only contain one problem, for example, why Tong Maichuan found her so precisely, or why he just happened to be a trainer at this equestrian school. Hua Nian Sheng had only decided on her itinerary at this stop 3 days ago. After deciding, she immediately bought tickets, contacted a guide. All procedures were done in one go. So then, when did Tong Maichuan decide his itinerary? Do you really not trust me? The voice carrying a hidden smile came from under the mask. Tong Maichuan explained, it's just a coincidence. The equestrian school you came to just happens to have a bit of my investment in this situation. Is it strange for me to be an honorary trainer here? Hua Nian Sheng. Her mood was incredibly complex. All of her previous questions were unexpectedly explained clearly by Tong Maichuan. Everything perhaps had to come down to that almighty money. Hua Nian Sheng could not have imagined that Tong Maichuan was coincidentally so good at horse riding. Whether he was proficient or not still remained to be seen. But just with his certificate, teaching a novice like Hua Nian Sheng was more than enough. Come here now, don't waste any more time. Tong Maichuan waved at her. Since the money has already been paid, today I will serve you wholeheartedly. Where did Hua Nian Sheng get the good fortune for her mare boss to come and be her coach? Furthermore, she suspected his words held another implication, but she had no evidence. She stood in place, hesitating for a moment, then still decided to let it be. Today she was a consumer. It was natural for her to enjoy the service she had paid for. After Tong Maichuan led his horse, he then led Hua Nian Sheng's horse forward a few steps, explaining something she needed to note. In the activity of horse riding, Hua Nian Sheng more or less still retained some basic knowledge from before. Some of the things he said she easily grasped. Although Xiao Hua was basically a weak-footed and soft-handed person throughout university, during every holiday, her motor cells would temporarily awaken. From a young age, she had been exposed to quite a few sports. She also knew how to ski and ice skate. It was just that she was not proficient. With Tong Maichuan watching beside her, Hua Nian Sheng quickly got back on the horse. He was like other coaches. First, he led the horse for her for a distance, then let go to let Hua Nian Sheng practice walking slowly by herself. Although Hua Nian Sheng greatly admired those who were galloping their horses in the distance, she knew it couldn't be successful in one go, so she had to patiently practice for a few more days. Before lunch, Hua Nian Sheng was already able to make the horse trot gently. It was just that when dismounting the horse, she slightly lost her balance, almost falling. Tong Maichuan was beside her and gave her a helping hand. Today, in order to thoroughly protect herself from the sun, the measures she used were no less than Tong Maichuan's. She even wore gloves, long pants and short boots, and sunscreen was not lacking on her face. In short, whatever sun protection measures Tong Maichuan had, she had them too. When Tong Maichuan helped Hua Nian Sheng, his hand went around her waist. The posture looked a bit ambiguous, but in reality it was just a touch, and then he immediately moved away. For her it was fine. She didn't pay much attention to it either. The inner thighs of Hua Nian Sheng had already started to feel numb and burning. This was a normal reaction after horse riding. When walking, Hua Nian Sheng was still fine. She didn't pay too much attention to it. Originally, she had asked the guide to arrange lunch, but now Tong Maichuan was here, and he seemed more familiar with the place. Hua Nian Sheng was still thinking whether she should invite Tong Maichuan to have lunch together. When he spoke, "Have you arranged lunch yet?" Xiao Hua was an honest person. She nodded. If Tong Maichuan had said he also had arrangements, she would have had no psychological burden in choosing to go her separate way from him. But things did not go as she wished. His next sentence was, "Would it bother you if you treated me to a meal?" Hua Nian Sheng. Why, after all? Although she couldn't figure it out, Hua Nian Sheng actually didn't reject Tong Maichuan at all. After all, he was the only person Hua Nian Sheng knew in this vast grassland. The two of them ate lunch together. Perhaps because they were no longer in a superior-subordinate relationship, and currently not in U City, the way Hua Nian Sheng and Tong Maichuan were together became much more natural. Tong Mokshuyan told Hua Nian Sheng about some of his previous experiences riding horses outdoors here. He had been exposed to horse riding activities since he was very young, then came to the grassland to ride horses for the first time after his college entrance exam, and then his passion never ceased. For 4 years of university, he came here to stay for a period of time each year. Also from that time, he became acquainted with the owner of this riding school when the other party decided to open a horse school. Tong Mokshuyan, as an overflowing enthusiast, sponsored a portion of the capital. Hua Nian Sheng very coincidentally chose this exact riding school therefore. With this coincidental encounter, she couldn't even distinguish if any other factors existed. In the afternoon, Hua Nian Sheng still persevered in continuing her practice. She was considered a person with willpower, which could be seen through the fact that she had climbed 2 mountains in 1 month and now even rushed to learn horse riding. If she didn't learn to ride horses proficiently, Hua Nian Sheng guessed she wouldn't go back or start her next journey. Tong Mokshuyan wanted to be a coach, and Hua Nian Sheng naturally did not stop him. Was just that she was still a little curious. The boss had run off to travel, so what about company matters? Tong Mokshuyan smiled and told her that a company would not be unable to operate simply because it lacked its boss. Xiao Hua had not studied knowledge related to business management, some things she didn't understand, so naturally whatever he said, that was how it was. When the afternoon horse riding session ended, Hua Nian Sheng already felt that the inside of her thighs was very uncomfortable. The painful sensation was clearer. She naturally understood what reactions horse riding would cause. Perhaps she had been chafed to the point of skin abrasion. After dinner, Hua Nian Sheng had to return to the hotel, but Tong Mokshuyan had no intention of going his separate way from her. Hua Nian Sheng asked him which hotel he booked. The name of the hotel spoken out made her slightly stunned. Then she said nothing more. It was hard to say whether it was a surprise or something she had anticipated. Tong Mokshuyan, and she had booked the same hotel. Of course, their rooms were not close to each other, not even on the same floor. Tong Mokshuyan was accustomed to the style of a wealthy young master. He booked a suite, while Hua Nian Sheng only thought she was alone. In a strange place, she didn't like the feeling of being too empty when alone. When parting ways with Tong Mokshuyan, Hua Nian Sheng still very politely said goodbye. As a result, she was called back. Sen, what room new? Are you in? Hua Nian Sheng didn't think much. She said it out. Tong Mokshuyan also took the opportunity to say his room number, telling Hua Nian Sheng that if she had anything, she could just come up and find him. Arriving back at the hotel room, Hua Nian Sheng took off her clothes to look. The inside of her thighs wasn't chafed, but a patch was reddish and her calves were bruised. She had worn a type of anti-abrasion fabric specifically for horse riding, but it seemed the pain was still there. When taking a shower, she almost simultaneously poured water and gasped. After showering while putting clothes into the washing machine, she heard the phone ring. She went to check. It was Tong Mokshuyan. Hello? Tong Mokshuyan's voice came through, brief and concise. I'm outside the door. Open it. Hua Nian Sheng. She didn't understand what Tong Mokshuyan wanted to see her for at this moment, but she still valiantly dragged her tired body to open the door. Outside the door, Tong Mokshuyan was still wearing his daytime attire, but had taken off his windbreaker at this moment. He was wearing a short-sleeved shirt. That short-sleeved shirt was just an ordinary t-shirt, worn on Tong Mokshuyan. It gave Hua Nian Sheng a strange feeling. His physique could be completely clearly seen through this outfit: broad shoulders, slender waist, and chest muscles. It wasn't that Hua Nian Sheng's mind was impure, but that she truly had eyes that knew how to discover beauty. In the afternoon, several beautiful girls approached to strike up a conversation, asking if he was a coach at the riding school, wanting to book him for lessons, but Tong Mokshuyan pointed towards Hua Nian Sheng, smiling and saying that his recent time had all been booked by her. At that time, Tong Mokshuyan's face was completely covered, but people only needed to look at his figure and listen to his voice to recognize his excellence at that time. They even wanted to ask for his contact information beforehand, saying that next time they came to the grassland to play, they would look for him to be their coach, yet Tong Mokshuyan still refused. Afterwards, the beautiful girl's gazes swept back and forth between Hua Nian Sheng and Tong Mokshuyan, finally revealing an expression of understanding before leaving. Hua Nian Sheng knew they had certainly misunderstood, but there was no need to explain this much. Even a clear explanation would be useless. After all, they were just passers-by. At this moment, Tong Mokshuyan was carrying a bag of things, standing before Hua Nian Sheng's room door. She looked over vaguely. Tong Mokchuan raised the bag higher, and he said, I have prepared some medicine for you. Hua Nian Sheng, thank you. She hadn't actually had time to react yet, until Tong Mokchuan asked, do your legs hurt? Hua Nian, how could they not hurt? Tong Mokchuan said, inside are medicines to reduce swelling, dissipate bruises and relieve pain. Later, apply the medicine yourself. There are also artificial skin patches inside. Tomorrow, if you still want to ride a horse, apply them beforehand, otherwise, you might be in more pain after tomorrow. He was so thoughtful that it left Hua Nian Sheng at a loss for words, but preparing medicine was indeed an oversight on her part. Her journey had been too rushed, and she hadn't had time to consider this. So at this moment, she received the medicine, clasping her hands together in a bowing gesture towards Tong Mokchuan. Thank you, good person, may you have a lifetime of peace. This was the first time Tong Mokchuan had been given a good person card right to his face. Chapter 45. It's you who should be reporting to the police. Hua Nian Sheng closed her room door, then slowly moved back to bed. Her sleep shorts were quite loose pulled up, they could reach all the way to her groin. Her legs, originally fair and straight, now looked truly pitiful. She hissed in pain as she emptied the contents of the bag, beginning to study their uses and instructions. It had to be admitted that Tong Mokchuan was so thoughtful that one couldn't say anything more. After applying the medicine, Hua Nian Sheng didn't pull her pant leg down. She leaned against the headboard, wanting to reorganize the landscape photos and selfies she had taken today. Little Hua was thinking about what material to use for a post on her moments, when she suddenly remembered something the moment she opened her moments. Right from her very first post about going out, she had set up privacy settings to block Tong Mokchuan from viewing her status, due to a certain shyness. Yes, it was very simple, she had only blocked him. She didn't think this was a big deal. Little Hua, even if she racked her brain, couldn't have understood that one day, he himself would be gossiping with others using her moments as a topic during a social gathering. Initially, Hua Nian Sheng had no psychological burden whatsoever. Posting on moments and then blocking a few people from seeing it was for most as simple as eating a meal usually. The chance of the other party finding out was not high. She had originally thought so, but after meeting Tong Mokchuan on the grasslands, she was no longer so sure. In little Hua's heart, a belated sense of guilt surged. She was wondering if she should post this, or if it would be better to let Tong Mokchuan see it, or continue blocking him. After much hesitation, little Hua still couldn't come up with an answer. Finally, she decisively went for it. She wouldn't post anything. Go to sleep. She had been tired all day, and now she truly needed to rest. Perhaps because she was sleeping in an unfamiliar environment, Hua Nian Sheng still had nightmares that night. But the content of the dream was completely forgotten after she woke up. It was only when the alarm clock woke her in the morning that she vaguely remembered having a nightmare last night. Quite terrifying, but she couldn't even recall what kind of nightmare it was. This forgetfulness, Hua Nian Sheng called it the Buddha self-protective mechanism. How thoughtful. However, when she turned over, feeling the pain in her legs, waist, abdomen, buttocks, and back, Hua Nian Sheng just wanted to die on the spot. When people are idle, it's easy to think of seeking death. Hua Nian Sheng sorrowfully realized that horseback riding was not only a money-burning and injury-prone activity, but it was also highly addictive. Even though she now felt half-dead lying in bed, her heart still longed to fly onto a horse's back. If this had happened during her teenage years, her parents might have already put her on an anti-addiction program. Finally, Hua Nian Sheng still decided to get out of bed and heroically proceed with her personal hygiene. The layer of sunscreen she applied today was even thicker than yesterday's. Before going to breakfast, she received a message from Tong Mokchuan, inviting her to have breakfast together. Hua Nian Sheng had accepted the fact that for the next few days, she would be practicing horseback riding with Tong Mokchuan. Seeing him ride a horse for a stretch yesterday had truly made her envious. He was too handsome. She dared not imagine the sight of herself riding a horse, pulling the reins with such charisma. How handsome and joyful she would be. Today Hua Nian Sheng wore tight jeans and a very ordinary white t-shirt, but the t-shirt was a cropped style, hugging her waistline. In any case, she would wrap herself in some protective shirt when going out, so what she wore underneath didn't really matter. It was just that when she met Tong Mokchuan in the downstairs lobby, seeing him from a distance, she noticed a girl, also a tourist, asking for his contact information. Today, Tong Mokchuan was wearing black pants and a white shirt. It wasn't the formal black trousers type, but protective pants that could be tied at the ankles, and he was also wearing short boots. His figure was very striking. The white shirt he was wearing was completely different from a work shirt. It had a red embroidered rose on the left side of the chest, a vibrant red rose, and the cuffs were embroidered with gold thread, making him look less like he was preparing to go horseback riding and more like he was going to show off. As Hua Nian Sheng walked over, she even heard him politely apologizing to someone else. Seeing her, Tong Mokchuan broke into a smile. Sheng, Hua Nian. Little Hua was an honest person. She surveyed Tong Mokchuan and then asked, "Are you going horseback riding dressed like this today?" Tong Mokchuan. "What the instructor wears isn't very important." Hua Nian Sheng heard this and felt that it seemed to make sense. She averted her gaze from his face and began discussing with him what to eat for breakfast. Because Tong Mokchuan was here, Hua Nian Sheng still told him about the places the tour guide introduced and asked for his opinion. Tong Mokchuan had no opinion. He was not one to spoil the mood. It was clear Hua Nian Sheng very much wanted to try the eateries the tour guide introduced, but she also knew well that Tong Mokchuan was very familiar with this place. He had visited as a tourist many times, and the places he introduced would certainly not have many hidden, winding corners. Therefore, Hua Nian Sheng wanted to consult Tong Mokchuan's opinion. After all, it was now considered a trip for two, and considering a travel companion's opinion was a matter of courtesy. Tong Mokchuan said, "If you want to try other places, tomorrow I will take you to taste the places I found delicious before." Hua Nian Sheng nodded. It was another day of scorching sun, and in the afternoon the sky turned overcast for about half an hour. Hua Nian Sheng felt she was about to evaporate. Finally, after the entire day, when she dismounted her horse, her legs trembled uncontrollably. Initially, she still maintained a certain decorum between a man and a woman with Tong Mokchuan, but now she was almost crippled. The moment her feet touched the ground, her knees went weak and she nearly fell, but she did not fall to the ground. Instead, she tumbled into his arms. "Are you all right?" A low male voice resounded by her ear. The voice was very close, almost pressing against her ear. Hua Nian Sheng braced her hand against Tong Mokchuan's arm, trying to stand steady. She tried to lift her leg a little, and finally, almost tearfully, said to Tong Mokchuan, "Let me catch my breath first." In response to her was a soft chuckle from Tong Mokchuan. He supported Hua Nian Sheng, letting her stand still for a moment, and then asked her, "Do you want to lean on me?" Hua Nian Sheng, "No leaning. It was just that her legs were weak, that's all." Tong Mokchuan did not force her. He was very patient. It was just that with the two of them standing so close, in the eyes of others it was an exceptionally intimate posture. Little did people know, this was merely a stubborn girl who couldn't stand steadily. Hua Nian Sheng rested for a long while, and finally felt that her legs could be used again. She moved her legs, then looked up and said to Tong Mokchuan, "Let's go." "All right." Though he said so, Tong Mokchuan was actually still very attentive to Hua Nian Sheng's condition. She had spent too much time on horseback over 2 days. Her training was quite rigorous, very spirited, just like when he first learned to ride a horse in the past. Just thinking about the scene of galloping freely across the grasslands was enough to make one's heart surge with excitement. Hua Nian Sheng returned to the hotel very tired, wanting only to shower and sleep immediately, but the tour guide mentioned there was a bonfire party in the evening and asked if she wanted to participate. She hesitated for only a few seconds, then signed up to participate. Moreover, she not only signed herself up, but also conveniently registered Tong Mokchuan as well. Afterwards, she told Tong Mokchuan that if he wanted to go, he could. After all, they were just evening entertainment activities, and whether he went or not didn't really matter. After showering, Hua Nian Sheng changed into a flowing long dress, and even put on makeup carefully, looking very beautiful. Before graduation, she was lazy about hair care, so Hua Nian Sheng's hair was now very long, a style of long, straight black hair, letting her long hair cascade freely. She appeared by the bonfire wearing a long dress in a gentle color. The firelight illuminated her face. When she didn't open her mouth, that gentle and natural beauty deeply touched people's hearts. Just one glance could make her the bright moon in the hearts of countless young men. Hua Nian Sheng did not sit directly in front of the bonfire. She arrived late, and there were only 2 adjacent seats left. In the center was the bonfire, and outside it was a large circle of rectangular long tables, where everyone was chatting with those beside them, all strangers from all over the world who did not know each other. This was a relatively novel experience. The moment Hua Nian Sheng sat down, she attracted quite a few gazes. The young men and women around her all looked at her, some striking up conversations with her, asking her where she was from. "Beautiful girl, are you traveling alone? Would you like to join us tomorrow? We are a group traveling together. Or perhaps we could exchange contact information first." Before Hua Nian Sheng could open her mouth to reply, she saw the person opposite her look up towards her back, and the next second, someone sat down to Hua Nian Sheng's left. The first thing that caught her eye was a hand, a very beautiful hand. But what attracted her attention was that on that hand, both the index and middle fingers wore dark silver rings, engraved with some indistinct symbols. This was his right hand. Hua Nian Sheng glanced over and saw that the other person's left wrist only wore a watch. Looking up, Hua Nian Sheng saw Tong wearing a floral shirt, a style of floral shirt with slightly brighter colors, 2 buttons at his chest undone, and it was rare to see him wearing a silver chain around his neck. His hairstyle also seemed carefully coiffed. She had never seen Tong so flowery before. At this moment, he truly exuded the charm of a playboy. Sitting beside him, Hua Nian Sheng could smell the perfume on him, that elegant and subtle fragrance. She wondered if it could be considered the scent of a bad boy. At any rate, she now felt he had all the makings of a bad boy. He looked very charming. For a man to appear with such a meticulously groomed appearance, Hua Nian Sheng even wondered if Tong intended to flirt with any girls tonight. She had never seen him like this before. It was a little novel, and her gaze couldn't help but fall upon him. If Hua Gon had been present, he would surely have bluntly asked Tong what sudden fit of madness possessed him to show off here. But the interaction between Hua Nian Sheng and Tong always maintained a certain boundary. Tong appearance caused everyone's gazes to converge on him. The girl's eyes lit up, and some of the questions just posed to Hua Nian Sheng were now repeated to Tong In this situation, he also conversed and laughed merrily. A long-sleeved men's white satin shirt was suddenly placed on Hua Nian Sheng's lap. Tong first leisurely answered the questions of others, and then gently said to her, "The wind is strong in the evening. Cover yourself a little, the shirt is new." The two clearly looked acquainted, and others looked at them with an added sense of understanding and regret. However, someone still opened their mouth to ask, "Are you two a couple?" Silence enveloped them. This time Hua Nian Sheng spoke before Tong denying, "No, we're not." She smiled at the one who asked, explaining that they knew each other but were not in a romantic relationship. As soon as these words were uttered, the thoughts of some people truly became more vivid. Hua Nian Sheng and Tong both possessed outstanding appearances. Having a romantic affair in a foreign land was considered a beautiful thing difficult to attain. However, currently Tong and Hua Nian Sheng sat together, with no one else able to squeeze in between them. In this atmosphere, naturally there had to be a bit of wine, a bit of grilled food, and the specialty dishes of the grassland. Hua Nian Sheng did not need to lift a finger herself. The owner had already prepared and served the food for them. Looking at the cold beer bottle on the table, Hua Nian Sheng felt a little tempted, but she knew her alcohol tolerance, knowing that if she drank too much, she would become easily disoriented. As soon as her gaze fell upon the beer bottle, Tong immediately noticed. He picked up the bottle opener, opened the beer bottle and poured Hua Nian Sheng a glass. As the liquid flowed along the rim of the glass cup, Hua Nian Sheng's gaze inadvertently fell upon his hand. Tong had very beautiful finger bones, especially since tonight he had intentionally worn jewelry on his hand, making it impossible for people to look away. Hua Nian Sheng looked at the misty condensation in the glass. Still slightly lost in thought, she looked at Tong waiting for him to speak. Tong gently said, "Just drink. If you get drunk, I will take you home." Hua Nian Sheng could not help but admit, at this moment, Tong presence truly brought her a great sense of security. Beer was not delicious to Hua Nian Sheng, but in this atmosphere, she thought drinking a few sips was a pleasant indulgence. The grilled food on the table was fragrant. She frowned as she drank a sip of beer, then bit into a piece of lamb skewer. Her eyebrows immediately relaxed. So delicious, so delicious. The alcohol content of the beer was considered quite mild for Hua Nian Sheng. She drank a few sips and didn't feel anything except for truly not liking this taste. Tong Mai-chuan also poured himself a glass of beer, but he only took one sip and did not touch it again. Hua Nian Sheng also didn't know if it was because rich young masters were normally accustomed to drinking luxury beers and wines, and thus were not used to drinking this common beer found all over the streets. A long while later, the people around began to move to other tables. In this situation, many people who had drunk a bit too much began to seek out people at neighboring tables for small talk. In the outdoor space, music was playing all familiar pop songs. Now there were even young people carrying musical instruments. Everyone sang together. Some turned on their phone flashlights to use as cheer lights. Hua Nian Sheng didn't dislike chatting with strangers, it was just that in this atmosphere, quietly listening to music would be better. Tong Mai-chuan initially only looked at his phone and replied to messages for a while. Then he looked at the little girl beside him who was continuously eating. She kept munching, occasionally taking a sip of beer. Clearly she didn't like to drink, but she still drank, and after drinking she would frown. She finished one glass and then poured herself another. After that, Hua Nian Sheng handed Tong Mai-chuan a skewer of meat. "Eat," Comrade Xiao Hua said concisely and succinctly. Tong Mai-chuan took it. Hua Nian Sheng was satisfied. Actually, she didn't drink too much. She still remembered where her limit was. It was just that alcohol loosened her tongue. With a bit of alcohol in her, she would speak a little more. For example, questions that she previously found difficult to ask, now she could directly ask. Hua Nian Sheng held Tong Mai-chuan's shirt. The evening wind was truly strong. Her long hair was blown wild just now. She couldn't help but tie it up casually. At this moment the wind was a bit cold, so she immediately put on the shirt. Tong Mai-chuan's shirt was quite loose on her, and after putting it on she felt much more comfortable. So she turned back to look at Tong Mai-chuan, her gaze direct, staring into his eyes. "Tong Mai-chuan, why did you come here to travel?" "Tong Mai-chuan." He raised his beer glass, which he hadn't drunk much of, took a sip, looking very silent. But the little girl's gaze still stared at him, without avoiding it. He roughly knew that Hua Nian Sheng's alcohol tolerance was relatively poor, but when she drank a little, she was still sober enough. It was just that she would become bolder than usual, saying whatever she wanted to say, becoming as bold as she drank, doing whatever she wanted to do. Now Hua Nian Sheng was not yet drunk. Tong Mai-chuan put the glass down, turned his head to look at her. In those eyes, her image was even reflected. He asked her back, "Why do you think I came here?" Time rewound to 2 or 3 days before Tong Mai-chuan departed. Recently, he had been meeting Hua Jinyan and his grow-up of friends quite often. Hua Jinyan was someone who had to rush home in the evening to his wife and children and warm quilt. Usually, he would not stay with these stinky men past midnight. Often by 9 in the evening, he would already say he had to go home. Tong Mai-chuan also did not like these gatherings much, but there were always some that he couldn't refuse. He arrived quite late, and after sitting down, poured himself a glass of wine, drank alone without saying a word, finished it, then poured himself more. Anyone who looked would clearly see that he was not in a good mood. Hua Jinyan felt a little puzzled. He had known Tong Mai-chuan for so long. He understood him more or less. It was just that the private room was a bit noisy. The atmosphere could be said to be incredibly lively and boisterous. Whoever wanted to play played. Whoever wanted to drink drank. Whoever wanted to sing sang. Hua Jinyan patted Tong Mai-chuan's shoulder, telling him to come outside to talk. Tong Mai-chuan, although not understanding what was happening, still followed him out, only to see Hua Jinyan go out and tell someone to find another quiet corner, then call for someone to bring wine. "What are you doing?" Tong Mai-chuan asked. Hua Jinyan opened the wine himself, poured himself a glass, then filled another glass and pushed it over to him. "What's the meaning of this?" Seeing Tong Mai-chuan's gaze on him become increasingly amiss, Hua Jinyan spoke. "Why are you looking at me? Sit down. I'm no. Going to eat you alive, am I?" Tong Mai-chuan. Just now in there it was crowded and inconvenient to talk. "I've been noticing you these past few days. You haven't been well lately." Hua Jinyan cut straight to Tong Mai-chuan's issue. "What's wrong with me?" Tong Mai-chuan found it amusing, even letting out a faint sneer in front of him. Hua Kim-gon brought his hand to his chin, staring intently at Tong Mai-chuan, and said, "This fellow, you definitely have something you're hiding from me. These past few days your face looks very world-weary. What's wrong? Are you being urged by your family to marry to the point where you no longer care to live?" Hua Kim-gon was indeed a typical embodiment of the saying, "Scratch where it itches." Tong Mai-chuan was even made to laugh by him. "What nonsense are you saying? If the urging for marriage had any effect, Tong Mokshuyan would not still be single until now. A person with absolute capability within his generation among his clan naturally had greater autonomy in important marital affairs. Tong Mokshuyan was now no longer the type of wealthy young master who would obediently listen as soon as his family cut off his cards as long as he wished. He could remain single for another 4 or 5 years, and no one could control him. Hua Kimgon, drink up, it seems your mouth holds no honest words at all. Tong Mokshuyan did not know what Hua Kimgon ultimately wanted to say. The wine had been poured full for him. He raised the glass and took 2 sips. The next second he heard his friend opposite him utter a surprising remark. Lately, do you have someone in your heart? Tong Mokshuyan fell silent. The glass of wine he had just put down was raised again. The amount of wine, originally more than half a glass, was now completely empty. Not quite, he replied. If you do, say you do. If you don't, say you don't. Hua Kimgon curled his lips into a sneer, then continued to pour wine for him. What do you mean by saying not quite? After all, their friendship of so many years was not in vain. As a university roommate and one of Hua Kimgon's first angel investors, how could he not understand Tong Mokshuyan's disposition? Some people, either a steel tree does not bloom, or once it blooms, they are determined to hold tightly onto that one blossom, come what may. Tell me, who exactly is that girl who can make you so fearful? Hua Kimgon asked directly, and conveniently mumbled a few sentences. I've never seen you pursue anyone before, but I think you must know what to do, right? Tong Mokshuyan, could it be a married woman? Seeing Tong Mokshuyan did not speak, Hua Kimgon began to guess wildly. This is truly a bit unethical, matters of destroying other people's families. Then, before he finished speaking, glancing at the face of the person opposite him, he wisely shut his mouth. But he could not remain silent for long. Hua Kimgon seemed to be horrified by his own speculation. He opened his eyes wide, and on his face, which bore 2 parts resemblance to his niece's, appeared a look of surprise. Could it be that you like men? Hua Kimgon did not care at all how shocking his words were. He said, in that case you might as well just like a married woman. Shut up. He truly could not tolerate it for another moment. Hua Kimgon was indeed truly enthusiastic, but sometimes his mouth was a bit troublesome. For example, at this moment, he carried a belly full of gossip. He took out his phone to text his wife that he would be home later tonight, and conveniently reported that he was digging into Tong Mokshuyan's private affairs, and would share it with her when he got home later. Tutu immediately replied with an emoji of sparkling expectant eyes. No wonder people say that 2 people sharing a blanket cannot be 2 opposite types. Tell me, what exactly is going on? Hua Kimgon could not stand Tong Mokshuyan's reserved demeanor. After all, I now have a beautiful wife and obedient children, and a warm blanket and soft mattress. At this point I am certainly more experienced than you, right? You refuse to consult those who came before you, but instead confine yourself to figuring things out on your own. By the time you think it through, that person will have run away. Tong Mokshuyan glanced at him, still saying nothing. Hua Kimgon thought to himself, for a steel tree to bloom was truly not an easy matter. This Tong Mokshuyan usually looked decisive and swift, perhaps in matters of love he was a timid person. It also made sense. Just tell me, Hua Kimgon continued to pour wine for him, if there's any problem, we'll solve it together. See what that person likes with your conditions. As long as you have the heart, is it possible that you still cannot pursue that person? To be fair, Hua Kimgon greatly recognized Tong Mokshuyan's excellence. Not to mention his inherent qualities. Just by looking at his face and physique alone, he already surpassed many people of the same gender. Haven't pursued yet. Tong Mokshuyan finally spoke. Hua Jinyan, you haven't even pursued her. Yet every day you put on this demeanor, waiting for her to make the first move? Does she even know you like her? Tong Maichuan remained silent again, the wine in his glass already empty. It's not suitable. Tong Maichuan's words finally became a little more expansive. He said, she's still young, she should play with people her own age. There are too many differences between us. Hua Jinyan's gaze momentarily froze upon hearing the 2 words still young. Then Tong Maichuan heard his friend opposite him ask again with a trembling voice, could it be a minor? Hua Jinyan's eyes looked as if, should Tong Maichuan dare to nod, he would call the police immediately. Tong Maichuan, I should be the one calling the police. Chapter 46. Care to come up and watch a movie? Tong Maichuan could no longer maintain his cultured young master's demeanor. He opened his mouth to scold Hua Nian, berating him for having a head that only knew how to contain useless nonsense. After being scolded, Hua Nian immediately retorted, criticizing him, "Didn't you say she was still young? I merely guessed in the younger direction, so why am I suddenly the perverse one?" Tong Maichuan, shut up. It would be strange if Hua Nian actually listened to him. If she's already an adult, then I have another question: has she entered university yet? Graduated university yet? Hua Nian, ever the gossip, had to pry to the very end. If she's graduated university, then it seems she isn't much younger than you, is she? How old? You call this a big age gap? Hua Nian surprisingly realized that the point his friend was worrying about in matters of the heart was incredibly unique. If only the girl's family background were not on par with his. If he were worried about long-term togetherness facing obstacles, that would be understandable. But merely because the other person was a few years younger than him, he felt that his sudden pursuit and being with her would be unfair to her. No wonder people say those involved are blind to reality. As someone who had experienced similar struggles, Hua Nian more or less understood Tong Maichuan's thoughts. When he was secretly in love with Chu, he too had once despaired for a time over the issue of being unmatched. Even now, Chu's family background remains a reach for President Hua. Some gaps cannot be bridged by personal effort alone. The wealth, and status that one's ancestors have built over generations should not be abandoned for the sake of any one person. Once one has fallen into love's snare, even a darling of heaven will find points of self-doubt. Hua Nian had once marveled at his own good fortune. Yet, when this matter was placed on others, he still couldn't articulate the underlying reason. But Tong Maichuan was different. Among the blind date candidates your family arranged, there are also people in that age range, aren't there? Hua Nian clicked his tongue. On a blind date, you can sit down and talk politely with them. Now that you've met someone you actually like, you're timid? What's wrong with you? If you don't care about other differences, then what else are you hesitating over? She's only a few years younger, not a decade. It wasn't as if Hua Nian had any bias or worthless filters when it came to Tong Maichuan. This man, at first glance, truly cut a respectable figure, not yet 30. A genuine diamond bachelor with an almost impeccable character, quite generous, and a rich array of hobbies. Hearing Hua Nian's words, Tong Maichuan suddenly looked up and asked him, "Do you think she and I are we a good match?" Hua Nian, how much have you even had to drink? Are you already drunk? He curled his lip. At the very least, you have to tell me whose daughter she is, right? Or is she an employee in your company? Tong Maichuan said nothing more. Hua Nian didn't know if his guess was correct. But his viewpoint remained very clear: if you like her, then you must act quickly. If you don't pursue her, will you just wait until she has a boyfriend, then bite your pillow and secretly cry at midnight? In this world, what I hate most are those who should pursue but don't, only to later feign deep affection. Song Maichuan. Su Jinyan's words were very frank, and their associative nature was also very strong. Just thinking about some possible scenarios, Song Maichuan's heart, which was already stirred, now grew even more uneasy. Su Jinyan saw him and wanted to say something more, but his phone received a message at this very moment. He opened it to read, then let out two tsk sounds. Hua Nian Sheng is now eagerly demanding to set foot on the next destination again. I'm truly envious, this girl is too idle. He was busy bowing his head, looking at his phone, replying to messages, not noticing that the gaze of his brother opposite him had changed. Su Jinyan had not yet looked up when he heard the person opposite ask a question: where does Shangsheng plan to go next? Clearly, this uncle of the little girl did not connect these two people together at all. Su Jinyan, without looking up, replied she said she wants to go to the grassland to enjoy the feeling of riding a horse at a gallop. She's never ridden a horse before. I'm waiting to see how she'll fret in a few days. When Su Jinyan spoke of his niece, he was just like a worried father, always feeling that as a girl Su Nian Sheng going out was unsafe. After all, bad people could be found anywhere. He even thought of finding a few companions for her. Regrettably, she refused. A child once grown up, naturally also becomes capable of arranging everything for herself. Having finished talking about his niece, Su Jinyan remembered the previous topic. He said, I'll only say this much. If you truly believe you are not worthy of that girl, then just rest assured and wait until the day she has a boyfriend and gets married. At that time you can sit below attending their wedding, and we brothers will sing you the song The Guest. Song Maichuan. A long while later, Su Jinyan heard the man opposite him open his mouth to ask in the past, "How did you manage to pursue Su Xiao?" On this topic, Su Jinyan indeed had the right to speak. He sipped a little wine, pouring out his heart to share his past experiences of pursuing his wife. "But I also don't know what exactly is going on between you and that girl. Su Xiao and I, after all, were university classmates, so it counts as mutual love." Su Jinyan changed his tone. "Now I also don't know what young girls like. Those experiences probably won't be applicable." In Su Jinyan's view, pursuing someone definitely required generosity. If one couldn't even bear to spend money, what hope was there of talking about love? There was a saying that sounded too absolute, but it was true: where there was money, there was love. However, one also had to consider the girl's financial capacity. Being too generous would also create a psychological burden for her. Song Maichuan listened very seriously. Upon hearing the latter part, he paused for a moment and asked, "You don't know what girls like? Isn't there one being raised in your own home?" Su Jinyan, hearing Song Maichuan mention it, suddenly realized, oh, his home indeed was raising a little girl. Su Nian Sheng, she likes many things, everything under heaven and on earth, but what she probably likes most is money. A while ago, she even asked me when I'd make it onto the list of rich people so she could have some face. A typical parental mentality. Though he spoke as if complaining, Song Maichuan could still hear a sense of pride in his words. Lowering his eyes after Su Jinyan had spoken for so long, he finally said, "But currently she probably doesn't like me." Su Jinyan looked at his very dashing brother. If it were before, he absolutely could not have connected the two words inferiority complex with Song Maichuan. Matters of male and female hormones, sometimes they truly are terrifying. Does she know you like her? You say you like her, but you can't just say it with empty words and be done with it. Exactly how much do you like her? Boss Su had now directly transformed into a relationship consultant. If only there were a second audience member present, they would surely clap loudly for him. In short, that night Su Jinyan ended up drinking even more than Song Maichuan. Both had a decent alcohol tolerance, but Song Maichuan even had to help Su Jinyan out. Su Jinyan had driven himself there, so Song Maichuan had to call a designated driver to take him home. When the escort driver arrived and saw that the car was a Rolls-Royce, he almost dared not accept the order, telling Su Jinyan that he had an old father, a frail mother, and young children, and if the car were scratched, he couldn't afford to compensate for it. Su Jinyan patted his chest, assuring him that he had full insurance, so he could rest assured. Song Maichuan. Well, as long as the person could be taken home, that was all that mattered. Afterward, Song Maichuan returned home. Others, of course, did not know how much psychological struggle he had gone through. In short, in less than 2 days, the boss of Hanchuan no longer appeared at the company. These 2 days, apart from some projects and tasks that required Song Maichuan's opinion, he basically did not touch any work. A stably operating company would not usually fall into a deadlock just because its boss took a few days off, just as the earth would not stop turning simply because someone was absent. And that was why Song Maichuan and Su Niansheng were sitting next to each other by the bonfire at this moment. Su Niansheng asked him why he was traveling here, why it was this place. Song Maichuan asked her in return, "Why do you think I came here?" A long moment after the words were spoken, Hua Nian Sheng raised her hand to pro-P her chin, leaned over staring intently at Tong Maichuan's face for a long while. Her blinking frequency not fast, even could be said to be slow. Not knowing whether her mind was thinking or not, Tong Maichuan lowered his eyes to look at her, not evading at all. "I think you are free," Hua Nian Sheng replied. After that, she shifted her gaze, looking at the people singing and dancing in the distance, truly lively. Suddenly she said, "I also want to go dance." Just as the music changed, it was a girl group song very familiar to everyone. The young people present all had very fast update speeds. That song had only been released for about a month, and many practice dance videos had already appeared online. A few young people present, hearing the intro music ring out, their DNA immediately moved, their demeanor looking like kindred spirits. After Hua Nian Sheng finished speaking, she stood up by herself, and conveniently took off the shirt draped over her and placed it on the chair. She just now was fundamentally not asking for Tong Maichuan's opinion. Naturally, she also didn't need to. She quickly ran into the impromptu dance circle, the others outside scrambling to take out their phones to record videos. Tong Maichuan was also no exception. As soon as Hua Nian Sheng stepped in, she was completely unafraid. That girl group's dance was not the powerful type of movements. At least Hua Nian Sheng's dress still floated airily with the wind. A few loose strands of hair flew before her forehead, the firelight behind shone on her hair. She was beautiful like a fallen immortal fairy descending to the mortal world. All kinds of cheers rang out around her. One song ended, the applause and cheers unending. Perhaps because tonight's atmosphere was truly too good, the owner again played a song of similar style. Perfectly coincidentally, it was within Hua Nian Sheng's dance repertoire. She did not return to her seat but continued to embrace the wind and dance. Tong Maichuan raised his phone. In his eyes was the free-spirited smile of the little girl. She danced very happily, her eyes all filled with charm. Even in this noisy environment, he could still hear praises for her beauty from the people around. A girl so youthful and beautiful could easily capture the heart of anyone with normal aesthetic appreciation. Even without other thoughts like his, people would still admire her talent. The next song was a very strong rhythmic song. Hua Nian Sheng knew how to dance to that tune, but the dress she was wearing now was not suitable. Therefore, she blossomed a radiant smile and returned to her seat. Within this short distance of returning, there was already a girl holding a phone who approached to ask for Hua Nian Sheng's contact information. Yes, it was a girl with the admiring gaze girls reserve for each other. Tong Maichuan clearly noticed, after being asked for contact information by strange girls, Hua Nian Sheng's mood was distinctly better than when she had just finished dancing. Tong Maichuan, perhaps at this moment only he was the only one she could share with, the little girl happily told him, "Those pretty girls just praised my dancing as beautiful, and also praised me as pretty." Just being praised by girls made her that happy. Tong Maichuan was infected by her emotions. He also smiled along. "Then I will also praise your dancing as beautiful. And your face is pretty. Can you smile at me once?" Hua Nian Sheng. The little girl said, "That is not the same." Tong Maichuan naturally knew. Many times the gaze of men appreciating women and the gaze of women appreciating women are different. He handed his phone over, saying, "The video I recorded for you is here, see if it's good." Tong Maichuan very consciously took on the role of photographer when he handed over the phone. Hua Nian Sheng was still momentarily stunned. She had just now run off to dance purely on a whim, never thinking of recording that moment. But after watching the video Tong Maichuan recorded, she suddenly felt, having Tong Maichuan by her side was truly good. He was a very excellent support tool. Hua Nian Sheng could not help but say to Tong Maichuan's phone, "I am truly beautiful." Tong Maichuan burst out laughing. He said, "I'll send it to you, okay?" And so after that, Hua Nian Sheng held her phone and rewatched those two video clips once again. Although the alcohol hadn't yet taken effect, it didn't affect the fact that at this moment Hua Nian Sheng's mind was not why agile. She wanted to post something on her circle of friends to spread her charm. But clearly, she had forgotten that Tong Maichuan was sitting right beside her. As she was editing the post, she suddenly heard a gentle voice ring out beside her. "This post? Are you still planning to block me from it?" The finger intending to press the post button suddenly stopped. Hua Nian Sheng fell into a brief silence. In a state of slightly sluggish mind, she was thinking how she should justify herself. Tong Maichuan also did not press her after asking this question. He maintained silence. His gaze fell upon her face, watching the little girl's expression. Hua Nian Sheng was silent for a long while. Finally, when she turned her head to look at Tong Maichuan, she slowly spoke a sentence. "You understand, right? When we post on our circle of friends, we like to block bosses, colleagues, teachers, and elders, sometimes even blocking others for many reasons." Tong Maichuan was someone who did not frequently post on his circle of friends, but that didn't mean he didn't post at all. As a boss, he had many elders and business partners added on WeChat occasionally. He would also be active on his circle of friends. He was not a boss detached from the world of young people and unaware of the human world's smoke and fire. So Hua Nian Sheng heard a voice resound very close to her. "I was blocked for what reason? Is it as an old boss or as an older person, or for some other reason?" Hua Nian. Who would go and ask this? Knowing he was blocked, couldn't he obediently pretend to be naive? Why did he have to say it out loud just to make her embarrassed? Song Maichuan was not someone with low EQ, so at this moment he was clearly doing it on purpose. Comrade Xiao Hua quietly turned off the block setting for Song Maichuan, then reposted the post to her circle of friends. finally raising her eyes to look at the man beside her, asking with her gaze, "Is this okay now?" She was even too lazy to explain. Or rather, she knew very clearly that even if she wanted to explain, she couldn't. She couldn't say that she suspected the man in front of her had some kind of intention towards her, but a dark history from before told her that people couldn't think wildly and delude themselves, to prevent the defensive barrier she had painstakingly erected from being broken, so she chose to keep her distance from the other party. The most direct way was not to make contact, but also not to let the other party know her whereabouts. It was that simple. How could Hua Nian Sheng have known that Song Mai-chuan would discover she had blocked him? Song Mai-chuan didn't make things difficult for the little girl. He chuckled softly. "I won't dwell on this with you. Go and have fun." Hua Nian Sheng confirmed once again that Song Mai-chuan had indeed been joking just now. Only then did she feel at ease leaving her seat. The grassland at night also possessed its own unique beauty. The starry sky overhead was astonishingly beautiful. Hua Nian Sheng left her seat to go chat with others. The several young girls who had just asked for her contact information pulled her along, talking about all sorts of things. It seemed they occasionally turned their heads to look towards Song Mai-chuan, probably still discussing him a little. Song Mai-chuan had no intention of socializing with others. His gaze occasionally searched for Hua Nian Sheng in the crowd. It was just that suddenly a female voice rang out in front of him. "Hello. May I ask if we can get acquainted?" A young girl approached to strike up a conversation with Song Mai-chuan, holding her phone, asking for his contact information. The attention Song Mai-chuan received on the spot was certainly not small. His appearance was too outstanding. It was almost impossible to find a man more handsome than him among those present. Appearance was the most important factor in leaving a first impression on others. No one dared to say they had never looked at appearance, unless they were blind. Song Mai-chuan's appearance had brought him no small amount of attention. It was just that facing the girl who approached, he could only respond with a very polite "excuse me." Tourists who came here were usually not the type to bother others. That girl merely gave Song Mai-chuan a regretful look before leaving. Song Mai-chuan looked towards Hua Nian Sheng, discovering that among those she was chatting with just now, there were two additional young men. Ho appeared to be university students. Tonight they also seemed to have groomed themselves meticulously. The two young men were not inferior in appearance, very attractive to girls, fashionably dressed. Their gazes occasionally fell upon Hua Nian Sheng's face while talking. Men understood men's thoughts best. It was not difficult for Song Mai-chuan to recognize their goodwill towards the little girl. It was just that even so, Song Mai-chuan had no intention of getting up and walking over. Just as he had initially thought, Hua Nian Sheng truly should interact more with people her age, but that didn't prevent some perhaps non-existent worries from arising in him at this moment. Song Mai-chuan was sure that Hua Nian Sheng had let go of her youthful affections. It was very normal for a girl to have illusions about love, but he still did not regret rejecting her back then. Hua Nian Sheng seemed to be talking to everyone very happily. She laughed continuously. A beautiful person laughing was, of course, also very beautiful. However, while she was talking to others, she suddenly looked towards Song Mai-chuan. Then, without knowing what she said to her new acquaintances, she turned back. Song Mai-chuan met her gaze. The little girl looked a bit excited. She asked Song Mai-chuan, "We are going to play a murder mystery game. Do you want to join?" It was quite something that she still remembered him, even as she was about to play games with others. Song Mai-chuan chuckled softly. "Aren't you afraid I'll go over there and spoil everyone's fun? I'm sure I'm much older than those kids." The people on that side all looked like university students. What does age have to do with it? Hua Nian Sheng didn't understand. She pulled Song Mai-chuan's hand. "Come on, let's play a six-person version." Song Mai-chuan did not refuse. He went with Hua Nian Sheng, told someone to tidy the tables. Several small tables were put together. Then everyone took out their phones to download the app, pulled together a group and formed teams. In this murder mystery game, Hua Nian Sheng and Song Mai-chuan were both not new to it, but this was the first time they played together. Hua Nian Sheng was someone with a very good mindset and logical thinking. Coincidentally, Song Mai-chuan, sitting beside her, was also the same. During the questioning phase, the two of them first took turns digging traps for the other people present. Then when it was their turn, they unleashed all kinds of questions and justifications. Clearly, in a murder mystery, typically everyone had a motive for murder and traces of their actions. Hua Nian Sheng frantically pushed suspicion onto another young man, watched him explain with all his might, and finally incited others to vote for him. The final reveal showed Hua Nian Sheng was the murderer. But among the 6 people, only 2 voted for her, and 3 voted for that young man. Hua Nian Sheng happily went to see who had voted for her after all, and the result she saw was T. Hat Song Mai Chuan and the newly acquainted beautiful girl had voted for her. She turned her head to look at Song Mai Chuan. "Why did you vote for me? I thought my logic had no problems?" Song Mai Chuan hummed in acknowledgement. "It's true there were no problems, but you had an emotional conflict with the victim. Although you were the first to leave the victim's house that night, it doesn't rule out the possibility that you returned after the last person left. You are the victim's ex-girlfriend while he has a new girlfriend, and you clearly still linger on him, so don't you have a key to his house?" That young man, who was wrongly voted as the victim's current lover, cried out in anguish at being wrong. "Brother, if you're so good at deduction, why didn't you say so just now?" Song Mai Chuan glanced at him. That energetic young man was the most proactive and enthusiastic towards Hua Nian Sheng among those present, and just now during the game he even drew the role of a love rival, so there was a lot of interaction. "Didn't you listen carefully? Someone brought it up just now." Hua Nian Sheng looked over at the girl who had voted for her. She was precisely the person Song Mai Chuan said had proposed Hua Nian Sheng as the culprit. Just now this very girl also pointed out that Hua Nian Sheng's character had an unusual relationship with the victim. The beautiful girl said, "Although you explained away all the suspicions I raised, my intuition told me it was you. Hua Nian Sheng is truly not wronged at all." Having finished playing the murder script, more than an hour had passed. Hua Nian Sheng draped Tong Mai Chuan's shirt over herself. The night wind was truly quite strong, blowing onto her skin chillingly cold. She could not help but let out a small yawn. Tong Mai Chuan asked her if she was sleepy. Hua Nian Sheng nodded. So the two stood up to bid farewell to the others. They agreed that if there was a chance these days, they could make an appointment to play again. Hua Nian Sheng even turned her head back, smiled and waved goodbye to them. Completely an optimistic and lively young girl. Tong Mai Chuan escorted her to the door of her room. He said later, "Don't play with your phone anymore, go to sleep early." Hua Nian Sheng obediently promised with her mouth, but after turning her back, she curled up on the chair and started scrolling through her moments. Her moments were full of flowery words, and after she finished reading, her mood was also extremely happy. She did not often show off her talents on her moments, so this time had surprised many people. Just as she was about to scroll for a little longer, her phone displayed a notification that Tong Mai Chuan had liked her post. Hua Nian. He came to urge her to sleep. Little Hua before sleeping still thought tomorrow she would wake up to continue horse riding. But when she woke up, she saw the sky outside was gloomy. After finishing the breakfast the hotel brought, the sky suddenly poured down with rain loudly. The horse riding plan in an instant vanished into thin air. At this moment, Hua Nian Sheng's phone vibrated once. "Tong Mai Chuan, want to come up here to watch a movie?" Chapter 47, Admiring the Scenery. Hua Nian Sheng did not expect that Tong Mai Chuan's suite would even have a cinema room. One could only say, as long as one had money, there was nothing that could not be done. She hesitated for a long while but in the end still decided to go up and watch. Now it was raining, she had no intention of going out, and staying alone in her room all day would also be very boring. It was better to go up to his room and sit for a while. Anyway, after watching the movie for 2 hours, she could take a nap, which was very good. Recently Hua Nian Sheng had participated in a series of physically demanding activities, and now suddenly stopping, her body truly needed rest. Therefore, she casually changed into a set of clothes, then left her room and went upstairs. Tong Mai Chuan quickly came out to open the door for her. When he opened the door, Hua Nian Sheng even saw his hair was dripping water, and a faint scent of shower gel lingered on him. Who knew which kind person had washed his hair and showered so early? He told her to go into the cinema room herself and choose a movie she wanted to watch. He went into the bedroom to dry his hair and only then reappeared. It was clearly indoors, but Hua Nian Sheng did not understand why she felt this man had a meticulously cared for appearance. But at a glance it was just a very ordinary outfit. The same set of clothes worn by someone else might bring a different effect. But the subtly refined look on Tong Mai Chuan, if the person here was not her but someone else, the heart in their chest would probably not be able to hold itself back. Compared to 40 years of killing fish at Darun Fa, little Hua's heart was even colder than that currently. She could develop feelings for anyone. But with Tong Mai-chuan, it was absolutely impossible. Therefore, when Tong Mai-chuan brought the items in, the little girl had already taken over the single sofa chair in the room, holding the remote control to choose a movie. He placed snacks and drinks in front of her. Have you finished choosing the movie you want to watch? Hua Nian Sheng raised her head. Do you want to watch anything? After all, this was someone else's territory, so she at least had to ask for his opinion. Tong Mai-chuan said, I haven't watched movies for a long time. You just choose according to your own preference. I can watch anything. Hua Nian Sheng scat inwardly, then used the remote control to choose a rather old movie. It was considered the movie that enlightened her youth, not because of the plot, but because the emotional struggle between the male and female leads was very captivating. She slightly wanted to watch it, but in the end she still decisively skipped this movie and chose a zombie movie that had been released not long ago. This type of movie was very suitable for people with a half-familiar, half-unfamiliar relationship like theirs to watch together. Tong Mai-chuan alone took the very large sofa chair on the other side. According to Hua Nian Sheng's observation from just now, that was actually a sofa bed with a section that could be pulled out from inside the seat. Do you like watching this type of horror movie? The movie had just begun. She heard him ask her that. Hua Nian Sheng paused. Her gaze fell upon Tong Mai-chuan's face, asking somewhat uncertainly, are you scared? If you are scared, we can change to a different movie. Tong Mai-chuan shook his head. Just watch this one. Hua Nian Sheng usually had quite a varied taste in movies. Previously, for a period, she even liked to watch movies about chainsaw killers while eating. Those movies often had sudden horror scenes, and she was almost always startled every time. But the weaker one was, the more one liked to brave the wind, and she was exactly like that. Recently, Hua Nian Sheng also watched fewer movies. She had to make the most of this holiday period to play to her heart's content, because after the semester started, whether she could continue to be leisurely and happy was another matter. Now she was wandering outside. In August she would go home to rest, and after enough lying down she would start school. Previously, she had heard her seniors say that the period from reserving one's academic status until starting postgraduate studies was the best time. If there were no other arrangements, one could sleep soundly every day until naturally waking up. Hua Nian Sheng both stuffed snacks into her mouth and intently looked at the projection screen in front. Among the drinks Tong Mai-chuan brought in, there was a pot of hot milk tea, considered a specialty here. As soon as it was opened, the rich aroma of milk tea spread all around. Hua Nian Sheng was occasionally startled by the sudden appearance of fierce-faced zombies. She trembled violently, but her eyes were wide open. If she were here alone, her courage would probably not be so great, but with Tong Mai-chuan beside her, she immediately felt much more at ease. Midway through, Hua Nian Sheng took the opportunity to glance at Tong Mai-chuan. His gaze was focused on the projection screen, and no matter how intense and exciting the scenes were, she didn't see him have any significant reaction. The distance between the two of them could be said to be very safe. Hua Nian Sheng curled up on the single sofa when she wasn't eating or drinking. She clasped her hands tightly, clearly very focused on the film. It was just that the more this film progressed, the more there were things to criticize. A bit confusing. Hua Nian Sheng's initial tense emotions suddenly relaxed. A question mark even appeared in her mind. Weren't the male and female leads a couple? They had overcome life and death together. How profound was the affection exchanged in their gazes before? So why was the male lead kissing the supporting actress now? There was a reason why some films receive low ratings. If you're making a zombie film, do it properly. Why must you add personal creativity? This kind of complicated love triangle should be put into a mainstream romance film. Placing it in an apocalyptic setting felt like a rat falling into a pot of soup. Hua Nian Sheng couldn't help but lose focus, occasionally glancing at Tong Mai-chuan, then quickly averting her gaze before he could discover she was peeking. This film wasn't even as handsome as Tong Mai-chuan. Comrade Xiao Hua sighed silently in her heart. Tong Mai-chuan was not focused on the film as Hua Nian Sheng thought. The lights in the screening room had been dimmed. The film sound was very loud. Sometimes visual and auditory senses truly influenced each other. Of course, he noticed the little girl's gaze occasionally falling upon him, but that gaze carried no emotion he could discern, unlike her previous cautious, scrutinizing look. Tong Mai-chuan could hardly deny that he now also felt tense because of someone else's gaze. It was just that despite being tense, outwardly Tong Mai-chuan showed no emotion. The film was nearing its end amidst such tense situations. Some people could still talk about love. Tong Maichuan turned his head, realizing Hua Nian Sheng had fallen asleep without him noticing. That single sofa wasn't actually small because she curled up on it, she looked even tiny. He stared for a moment, confirming she was truly fast asleep. Hua Nian Sheng drowsily woke up. It took her a moment to react after looking around. In front, a small desk lamp was on. Its light dim. She also had a blanket on her. She groped for her mobile phone next to her, opening it to check the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. She had slept through lunch. It was even almost dinner time. Hua Nian Sheng, her stomach rumbling, got up, but feeling a bit cold. She instinctively wrapped the blanket tighter around herself. Dazed for a few seconds, she stood up, carefully walked to the door and opened it. The living room lights were on. Hua Nian Sheng's vision suddenly became bright. She instinctively squinted, then looked out in the living room. Tong Maichuan had his back to her, looking at some documents on the computer, his right hand occasionally moving the mouse. He was probably busy with company work. Hearing the sound behind him, Tong Maichuan turned around. Hua Nian Sheng noticed he was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. The sharpness in his eyes suddenly disappeared a great deal, becoming gentler. Because of this, he looked even more like an intellectual rogue. She had just woken up, unexpectedly dazed by this handsomeness. In her mind, she immediately thought of several cartoon characters she admired immensely. As this image came to mind, her head felt a little chaotic. When Tong Maichuan had already spoken, "Are you awake? Are you hungry?" Hua Nian Sheng instinctively lowered her eyes, replying with an indistinct sound. He temporarily put aside his work, looked at his watch, then said to her, "You go downstairs to freshen up first, and when you're done text me and I'll take you to eat, alright?" Hua Nian Sheng nodded. Then Tong Maichuan stood up and saw her to the door. Standing at the door, Tong Maichuan's gaze fell on the little girl's head. While sleeping, she had pressed her hair down now. A small tuft of hair stood up on her forehead. He couldn't resist, reaching out to gently brush that lock of hair, making it lie flat. Hua Nian Sheng reacted slowly. "Huh?" Tong Maichuan, "Nothing." Afterwards, Hua Nian Sheng entered the elevator to return to her floor, using her room card to open the door. While washing her face in the bathroom, Hua Nian Sheng suddenly realized how foolish a thing she had done. She had fallen asleep watching a movie in a man's hotel apartment, even sleeping for several hours straight, and throughout that process she was not at all affected by the surroundings, sleeping very soundly, except that the single sofa's backrest was not comfortable at all, making her neck a little sore now. Since when had her guard against everyone been lowered to this extent? Hua Nian Sheng seriously reflected on herself. But people are iron, rice is steel. She was hungry. She couldn't reflect for long. Tong Maichuan said that he had once tried a very delicious restaurant here, and wanted to take her to try it. Hua Nian Sheng felt that she should eat properly regardless. Because it was raining when she stepped outside, the temperature was a bit low. The temperature difference between day and night here was already quite large, even though it was now late June. Hua Nian Sheng wore a black long-sleeved shirt paired with jeans. Recently, she had been practicing horseback riding. Her legs were scratched, so wearing shorts didn't look good, and moreover, it was quite cold to wear shorts now. However, even though it was cold, it couldn't stop some beautiful girls from wearing jackets over strappy dresses, and when it was time for photos, they would take off their jackets to get beautiful shots. The restaurant Tong Maichuan took Hua Nian Sheng to was very beautifully decorated, truly suitable for tourists to take photos. He said this place had been renovated 2 years ago. It wasn't as beautiful before, and casually asked if she needed to take photos. Xiao Hua resolutely refused. She was hungry, so hungry. Now there was only food in her eyes. She didn't know how adorable her eager expression while waiting for the food was. Tong Maichuan chuckled softly. Hua Nian Sheng? What was he laughing at? Luckily, they arrived quite early, and the speed of serving dishes was also fast. Hua Nian Sheng had slept enough, so she ate with great appetite, displaying an attitude of not wanting to disappoint any dish. Tong Maichuan asked her how she found the flavor. Hua Nian Sheng very honestly raised her thumb. Indeed, she ate very heartily. Tong Maichuan also didn't know when he started to like eating meals with her initially. It was in his capacity as a friend of her uncle, caring for a junior within his capabilities, but now he himself was drawn in. For years ago, upon hearing the little girl confess her feelings, he was truly very surprised. Besides the surprise, he also self-examined, wondering if he had done something to make her misunderstand. The age gap between them was an issue. For a girl who had just reached adulthood to develop affectionate feelings for him, at least half the responsibility lay with him. But now he was 28 and she had just turned 22. Tong Mokchuan believed that now they were temporarily at an age where they could consider romantic matters, but as he had said at the very beginning, with his age and experience here, no matter how balanced it might be, it would still be unfair to Hua Nian Sheng. He was more apprehensive. But what made one most restless at this moment was that Hua Nian Sheng's thread of affection seemed to no longer stir, especially when facing him. Even when facing the young men who showed interest in her last night, she could still discern their goodwill towards her through their attitudes and words. Last night on the way back, Tong Mokchuan saw the little girl flatly refuse the friend requests of two young men at that time. He found it amusing and asked why she didn't add them. Hua Nian Sheng replied with one sentence, "They aren't adding me because they want to be friends." As she spoke, she nimbly sent a chut-chut kissing sticker back to the beautiful girl who had just befriended her. Tong Mokchuan. However, that keen perception towards the opposite sex seemed to vanish when it came to him. Perhaps because of his refusal several years ago and the frank conversation between him and the little girl last time, Tong Mokchuan calculated 1,000 times but never expected that he himself would fall into the net of love. He considered himself a rational person in male-female relationships, although he admitted that hormones indeed affect the thoughts of an adult. But his act of immediately booking a flight and arranging company work after hearing about Hua Nian Sheng's travel plans, and then appearing here, was already enough to prove his lack of rationality. This meal lasted a bit long, firstly because Hua Nian Sheng was truly hungry, and secondly because they had ordered too many dishes. Hua Nian Sheng tried for a very long time, finally sighing as she looked at the pile of leftover food together with Tong Mokchuan. Tong Mokchuan stood up to pay the bill, telling her, "If you can't finish it, then don't force yourself to eat." Little Hua revealed a look of regret as she gazed at the delicious leftovers. After the daytime rain, the evening sky was slightly gloomy, with a scattering of stars. Hua Nian Sheng had checked tomorrow's weather forecast, which only stated it be overcast, not that it would rain. However, weather matters are hard to predict. Whether she could go horseback riding tomorrow would still depend on the will of heaven. Tong Mokchuan understood her passion for horseback riding, but told her, "It's taken a great effort to come here for this trip. Would you like to go see other beautiful sights?" Hua Nian Sheng glanced up at him, then opened her phone to review her travel plans. Before that, there was indeed a sightseeing itinerary, but in the past few days, she had been too absorbed in horseback riding practice and hadn't had a chance to start the second half of her plan. Anyway, little Hua had money and time. She could stay here as long as she wished. She was not in a hurry, but she still raised her head to look at him. "Is it okay for you to be away from the company for so long?" He replied very indifferently, "The company can still manage without its boss." What the heck could it manage? Just now, Hua Nian Sheng had been scrolling through Assistant Zhang's social media, and he had said he was feeling a bit down lately. Wasn't that also because the boss wasn't present? However, that post must have blocked the boss. Looking at the comments below, not only Assistant Zhang but also the other female secretaries were suffering no less. Recently, clients had continuously been unable to arrange meetings with the boss to negotiate collaborations, even suspecting that their Hang Chuan was indifferent to customers. Although it had been Ted that Director Tong had a personal schedule, and most partners could understand, endlessly explaining was not the solution. The boss hadn't even said when he would return, nor had he even announced where he was. Others didn't say anything, but when Director Hua of Yuan Hang came for an appointment, he asked them, "What's wrong with your Director Tong lately? He doesn't answer his phone, replies slowly to messages. Is he secretly doing something bad behind my back?" Hua Jinyan saw the bewildered expressions of Tong Mokchuan's secretarial team, and felt only disappointment. He had thought he could come here to gather some gossip, but who knew they were actually expecting him to reveal Tong Mokchuan's whereabouts. So Director Hua left, disappointed. But little did he know he was the one who knew the most. Tong Mokchuan had been out of touch recently, clearly having listened to him, and was now probably pursuing the little girl. Not being able to be on the front lines for gossip made Hua Jinyan feel quite regretful. On the other hand, Hua Nian Sheng was still wondering if Hang Chuan was about to go bankrupt, Or if Tong Mokchuan was about to return home to inherit a family fortune. Why did she see him acting as if he didn't care about the company's survival? Although she occasionally heard him making phone calls to others, talking about company work. But all in all, Hua Nian Sheng still didn't understand why Tong Mokchuan had suddenly gone on a trip. She racked her brains and could only come up with one thing, that boss Tong Mokchuan had finally become overwhelmed due to overwork, choosing to go out to relieve stress, even though she couldn't see any sign of stress in him. Thank heavens, the next day the weather was very good. Hua Nian Sheng put on her riding breeches, took all necessary protective measures, and enthusiastically headed to the equestrian arena. Tong Mokchuan still remembered he was her coach. Hua Nian Sheng had essentially regained her riding feel in previous training sessions. She already had a foundation from before, and had been practicing diligently lately. Today she wanted to try riding a little faster. Tong Mokchuan naturally noticed her eagerness. She had also told him last night that she wanted to try. He didn't object. The horse she rode was relatively gentle, and the two had become quite compatible with each other. The only thing was, he was still uneasy leaving Hua Nian Sheng alone, so he rode his horse behind her. After a day, Hua Nian Sheng still felt unsatisfied. In the morning the sky was still gloomy and gray. Occasionally, a breeze blew through, and the feeling of galloping to meet the wind was truly wonderful. By the afternoon there was a little sunshine, the sky turned blue, and white clouds drifted leisurely across the vast expanse, combined with the lush green pastures, beautiful as a painting. Hua Nian Sheng's mood was clearly very good, although when she dismounted, her legs went weak and she knelt down. This time Tong Mokchuan was not quick enough to catch her, and as a result she actually knelt down, formally bowing to him as he hurried towards her. Tong Mokchuan bent down to help her up, his tone seeming a little helpless. I told you not to ride for too long. Are your legs okay now? Hearing him ask that, Hua Nian Sheng suddenly realized that the inner part of her thighs felt a little hot and stinging. Even wearing professional riding breeches couldn't prevent her legs from being affected. She braced herself against Tong Mokchuan's hand to stand up, then heard him say, "Remember to apply medicine when you get back later. No more riding tomorrow." His tone was not one of negotiation. Hua Nian Sheng said nothing today. She had truly ridden to her heart's content. When she returned to the hotel, she checked and found her skin had been chafed. Of course it hurt, and by evening, she discovered 2 more bruises on her calves. Sometimes skin and flesh being too delicate was also a troublesome thing. Hua Nian Sheng sighed. Her phone suddenly vibrated. She opened it to see it was Tong Mokchuan sending her photos. She knew he had taken pictures of her during the day. He was like an excellent accompanying photographer, documenting every beautiful moment of Hua Nian Sheng. When she saw the photos, she unconsciously remembered the scene when he took photos of her at that time. He was also riding on horseback, one hand holding the reins, the other hand taking her picture. In fact, at that moment, Tong Mokchuan was no less handsome and dashing. Hua Nian Sheng felt that if someone wanted to take pictures, he was absolutely an excellent model. Unfortunately, she was just a useless little person who didn't dare hold the reins with one hand. Tong Mokchuan sent another video. In the video, Hua Nian Sheng looked truly majestic and imposing, with no sign of tension on horseback, remarkably cool. She herself felt this way too. Of course, one must seize the opportunity while young to record many moments of oneself, lest in old age, there wouldn't even be a single moment to boast about to one's children. Hua Nian Sheng very seriously thanked Tong Mokchuan. Her thanks were very sincere. He had been willing to spend time here for her. What more could she be dissatisfied with? After being strictly prevented by Tong Mokchuan from continuing to ride horses, Hua Nian Sheng was also defeated by her body aches. She felt that temporarily she really couldn't get back on a horse. Therefore, their schedule for the next day was a self-driving tour. Tong Mokchuan borrowed a car. It was said to be the car of the owner of the equestrian center, who expressed sincere welcome when a shareholder came to borrow a car. Hua Nian Sheng obediently sat in the front passenger seat, waiting for him to take her sightseeing. There were several very famous attractions here, excellent for taking pictures. Little Hua, who previously only focused on sun protection, today even spissy. Ally put on makeup. Sitting in the car, she pulled out a mirror to reapply lipstick. Her small lips pouted coquettishly. It was clear she was very much looking forward to today's trip. As for the personal tour guide hired previously, because Hua Nian Sheng hardly needed him recently, He felt apologetic, and even refunded a small portion of the fee to her. Hua Nian Sheng had not expected before that Tong Maichuan could also double as a tour guide here. They went to see the lake first. When she was little, she had also been taken on trips by her family, but at that time it was parents accompanying their children, and she always felt they didn't fully enjoy themselves. Thinking back now, perhaps the time when she and the nanny were at home was when her parents went out and had the most fun. Some places were perhaps not suitable for long-term living, but visiting occasionally was truly beautiful. Although Hua Nian Sheng had never thought of leaving her familiar life at this moment, she couldn't help but have a thought, for example, living here for a while. No sooner had the thought arisen, she denied it herself. Her remaining vacation had to be spent visiting other places. She couldn't just stop at one spot. In the afternoon, they went to see the poplar forest. However, the poplar forest was not at its most beautiful this season. The period from late September to October, when the place was ablaze with gold, was the most beautiful. But then again, each season had its own unique beauty. Today, Hua Nian Sheng was in a very good mood. On the way back, seeing Tong Maichuan walk towards the driver's seat, she suddenly felt her conscience stir and asked, "How about I drive?" Tong Maichuan heard this, raised an eyebrow. "You drive?" She vaguely felt she was being underestimated. Her expression clearly showed she wasn't entirely convinced, saying, "I've practiced driving at home already. It's just that when she practiced driving, she borrowed her uncle's car, her brand new car she couldn't bear to drive, so she took the car from her uncle's garage to practice first. She even got scolded for this. So now little Hua confidently sat in the driver's seat. Chapter 48 Report. Hua Nian Sheng was still very confident before pressing the accelerator. It's just that once she started driving, she became much more serious. This place had few people, but a new driver still felt a bit nervous. Her driving skills actually weren't a big problem, very steady, but because she rarely drove, she needed more practice. Initially, Tong Maichuan reminded her of a few things to pay attention to, but later, seeing that she was driving quite well, he stopped speaking to disturb the driver. Little Hua successfully drove back to the equestrian center. She took the opportunity to visit the horse she had been riding for the past few days. It was eating. Seeing her approach, it glanced over, not knowing if it recognized her. Hua Nian Sheng happily walked back, seeing Tong Maichuan talking the owner of the equestrian center. The owner of the equestrian center was a woman about his age. Her healthy tan skin and radiant, open facial features exuded a mature charm. Unfortunately, as people of the same age, this equestrian center owner was already the mother of a 3-year-old daughter, while CEO Tong was still single to this day. The owner's gaze fell on Hua Nian Sheng, who was walking over. Her tone carried a hint of teasing. CEO Tong is busy with 100,000 tasks, yet he manages to squeeze in a trip. Could it be merely for amusement? He looked in the direction of the other person's gaze. Within his sight was the little girl leisurely walking this way. He was momentarily silent. "Oh, it seems you haven't succeeded in pursuing her yet?" The owner of the equestrian center and shareholder Tong Maichuan had not met for a long time, but a few years ago, they were all like-minded individuals. Afterwards, everyone finished their travels, returned to their respective corners of the world, shining in their own fields, and didn't communicate much. But when she was preparing to open an equestrian center and sought investment, Tong Maichuan said he could provide the capital. Therefore, they kept in touch every year. Tong Maichuan smiled and said to the equestrian center owner, "Don't talk nonsense in front of her. She doesn't know. She doesn't know his intentions." The equestrian center owner understood it this way. But from a woman's perspective, a man like Tong Maichuan appearing by her side, being so considerate, if it were a few years ago, perhaps even she wouldn't have been able to help but misunderstand. Could it be that this little girl felt nothing at all? It seemed that everyone's ability to perceive affections was different. Hua Nian Sheng had walked closer. She had met the owner of the horse racing track when she first arrived, and they greeted each other. The owner smiled with narrowed eyes, asking Hua Nian Sheng if she had fun playing these past few days. Little Hua recalled the past few days, finally giving an affirmative answer. She had truly played very happily. Going out to play was clearly very energy-consuming, but what was wrong with someone who had just graduated university and was waiting for the start of graduate school going to release their excess energy? Now the seniors seemed to also be on holiday, but their holiday was not much different from ordinary days. The work that needed to be busy still had to be busy. Dissertations didn't wait for leave. Otherwise, having one's graduation period extended was no joke. Hua Nian Sheng often saw them complaining in the group chat. She had already sensed her own future. Quite stimulating. Tong Maichuan and Hua Nian Sheng did not chat with the owner of the horse racing track for too long. The two of them went to have dinner first. On the way back to the hotel, Hua Nian Sheng was curious about Tong Maichuan's schedule. When do you plan to go back? Assistant Jiang and the OT. Hers were crying out to the heavens because their boss wasn't there. Tong Maichuan heard that. His gaze fell upon the young girl's face. What, now you find me annoying chasing me back to work? He spoke like that. Hua Nian Sheng felt it was unreasonable. I didn't mean that, but is it really okay for you to abandon the company like that? Thinking about it, wasn't it already almost a week? After Hua Nian Sheng finished asking, the person beside her asked back, when do you plan to go back? Do you really intend to live outside permanently? This question little Hua, who had recently been viewing the Four Seas as home, truly could not answer. She thought for a moment, then told him that she also planned to fly abroad for a trip. Before, she had an exhibition she really wanted to see. Now the timing was also just right. Hua Nian Sheng wanted to go see it. Tong Maichuan finished listening and said one sentence, aren't you going home first? Home, she had to go home. The clothes Hua Nian Sheng was wearing were not suitable. She had to go back to change. You don't mean you want to go back with me, do you? She suddenly realized the problem. Is there a problem? Tong Maichuan asked back, his expression unchanged. Hua Nian Sheng suddenly stopped. She said, what if I stay here for half a month? Tong Maichuan glanced at her. I can work online for half a month. Hua Nian. He was trying to compete with her. Hua Nian Sheng even slightly suspected if Tong Maichuan had been too said lately. The way he worked was a little different from her previous thoughts. Just thinking of his poor employees, she couldn't help but secretly pity them. Hua Nian Sheng originally still wanted to say something, but right after that, her phone rang. The caller was Hua Jinyan, her maternal uncle. For some reason, before answering, she glanced at Tong Maichuan just as Tong Maichuan's gaze also fell upon her phone screen, clearly having seen the caller. He was silent. Under his gaze, she pressed to accept the call. Hello, uncle. As soon as she finished speaking, from her uncle's side echoed the babbling sound of a child. Xiao Yuandan clearly wanted to show off, even though he was still at a stage of speaking that no one could understand. A moment later, Hua Jinyan's voice finally rang out. When are you coming back? Hua Nian Sheng said truthfully, haven't thought of it yet. Hua Jinyan, you come back quickly. Every day I scroll online, I see you posting statuses. I can't bear it. He was working, while his niece was enjoying a luxurious life outside. Hua Nian Sheng, of course, did not care about her maternal uncle's life or death. She said, no. Xiao Hua spoke very firmly. She was not the type of person who, upon having her card cut, would have to slink back dejectedly. Xiao Hua was a shareholder of Yuan Heng. The dividend money from these past few years all lay within her private account. Hua Nian Sheng was a truly wealthy woman. Are your wings fully grown now, aren't they? Yue Jinyan clicked his tongue. Is it more fun outside than at home, isn't it? It truly was more fun. Hua Nian Sheng negotiated with her uncle. Then how about this? Next time I post on my moments, I'll block you. Would that be okay? She received a scoff from her maternal uncle. Could it be that you are truly a genius? Is there nothing that can trouble you? Of course. Hua Nian Sheng giggled, her smile very mischievous. Immediately after that, she heard Hua Jinyan saying on the other end of the line, all of you are now scattering everywhere. Leaving only me behind, aren't you? Hua Nian Sheng only then realized that currently at home, only her uncle was looking after the child. Her aunt had gone on a business trip abroad, and would only return in at least 3 or 4 more days. In the evening, Xiao Yuandan cried, demanding his mother, but at that time it was daytime abroad. Su Xiao was busy, and Hua Jinyan had no choice but to personally hug his son and coax him to sleep. After children start recognizing relatives, they recognize both father and mother, but little Yuandan had not seen his mother for a long time. He wailed, from whimpering to loud crying. Hua Jinyan was exhausted even when sleeping. He had to watch over his son. This child was fussy when he cried, but when deeply asleep, his plump face still carried teardrops as big as peas, making one want to kiss him again. As for you, never mind, that scoundrel Song Mokchuan also disappeared. I don't know where he ran off to. Hua Jinyan suddenly remembered this person. He has been missing for a week now. Doesn't he need the company anymore? If that's the case, just sell it cheap to me, I will definitely pay money to buy it out. Hua Nian. She looked up at Song Mokchuan, unable to hide the surprise in her eyes. Clearly, she had not thought that the schedule of Song Mokchuan's appearance here was not only unknown to his assistant or secretary, but even her uncle was unaware. Clearly at this moment her mind was a bit sluggish. Logically speaking, the next sentence she should have said to her uncle was that Song Mokchuan was right beside her. But at the very moment the words were about to escape her lips, Hua Nian Sheng suddenly felt that these words were not right. Unusually not right. She was not someone who spoke recklessly. Most of the words she spoke had to be thought through carefully. It was just that Song Mokchuan at this moment was not looking at her. He had his back turned to Hua Nian Sheng, seemingly not caring at all whether Hua Nian Sheng would reveal his whereabouts to her uncle at this moment or not. Hua Nian Sheng even slightly doubted whether Song Mokchuan had heard Hua Jinyan's words on the other end of her phone, but with such a close distance and in this rather quiet environment, Hua Nian Sheng thought that he should have been able to hear. Hua Jinyan had absolutely no idea what kind of internal struggle his niece was undergoing, nor did he know that the scoundrel he mentioned was currently standing right beside his niece. He continued to daydream at that time. You will not just be the eldest young lady of the Hua family anymore if Hangchuan Company truly let me take control. Even if you wanted to run rampant all over Du City, you wouldn't need to fear anyone. Hua Nian. It sounded like he was drawing a grand and sweet pie, but after she heard it, there was not the slightest ripple in her heart. She looked at Song Mokchuan again. He heard someone fantasizing about his company behind his back, yet did not have any reaction at all. Why aren't you saying anything? Hua Jinyan talked to himself for a while, not seeing his niece respond. Don't tell me you were scared by the pie I drew. I'm just kidding, I don't have that capability now. Hua Nian. So you also know you're drawing a pie? Hua Jinyan. Of course I do. Am I not allowed to have a little ambition? And you, having so much fun you forgot the way home. Think carefully about how many days you have left of your vacation. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted. About 60 more days. Hua Nian. The disheartened person hung up the phone. Hua Nian Sheng heard the toot sound from the phone without yet feeling anything, until she looked up again, facing the gaze of Song Mokchuan after he turned back. Why didn't you just now tell your uncle that I am here? Hua Nian Sheng heard him ask that question. She raised her eyes. Actually the spa. See around them at this moment was quite spacious, outdoors and not many people. It was just that Hua Nian Sheng suddenly felt Tong Mokchuan's gaze when he turned his head brought an indescribable sense of oppression, and his tone was also no longer as gentle as usual. She suddenly realized, her recent act of concealing his presence beside her sounded a little strange. From Tong Mokchuan's perspective, the little girl's eyelashes trembled slightly. Then she explained to him, you didn't tell them, how could I say it? Hua Nian Sheng's explanation was quite reasonable, although she also didn't know why Tong Mokchuan didn't tell anyone about his schedule, and why she had accidentally become the only one who knew his schedule. This situation, which little Hua's head temporarily couldn't comprehend, made her reveal a somewhat silly look in her eyes. Tong Mokchuan seemed to laugh. Protecting my privacy to that extent? His words sounded even gentler than what Hua Nian Sheng was familiar with, but it might also be her illusion. Hua Nian Sheng instinctively stepped back a small, indistinct step. But when she looked up at Tong Mokchuan, her eyes reflexively dared not look directly into his. Let's go quickly. Hua Nian Sheng changed the subject. She always felt that now was not the right time to continue being alone with him. The originally unplanned trip of Hua Nian Sheng and Tong Mokchuan had many overlapping moments under various deliberate or accidental coincidences. Sometimes she herself and developed the feeling that this was a couple's trip. However, Tong Mokchuan's previous promise to end the trip and return to U City with Hua Nian Sheng would probably have to be broken, as it seemed he had encountered an urgent matter that required him to return to handle. In the evening, Hua Nian Sheng had a habit of scrolling through her social circle and other social media platforms once before contentedly going to bed. Sometimes she would even play a game. That evening, as she was preparing to lie down, she heard a knock at the door from outside. At first, Hua Nian Sheng thought she had misheard, but a few seconds later, the knock sounded again. She immediately stood up, put on her slippers and walked towards the door. Who is it? Reaching the door, she heard a familiar voice from outside. It's me. Hua Nian Sheng, puzzled, opened the door, Seeing Tong Mokchuan impeccably dressed standing outside, he looked like he was about to go out. She glanced behind him, a black suitcase. "Must you leave already?" Hua Nian Sheng almost guessed it immediately. Tong Mokchuan let out a soft and lowered his head to look at her. The little girl was clearly preparing for bed, her long hair falling loosely. Wearing a plain nightgown, the fabric looked very soft. Even though she wasn't wearing makeup now, it was still undeniable that she was very beautiful. No longer the appearance Tong Mokchuan had once cared for like a younger sister. "The company has some matters, I have to go back and see to them. The flight is at midnight." Hua Nian Sheng heard that, nodded. "Then have a safe trip back." She had no objection. The two of them hadn't originally planned to travel together, so him having to leave early was no problem. But Tong Mokchuan had specially come downstairs just to say goodbye to her, which was truly courteous. A little later, she would have been in bed asleep. Tong Mokchuan still had no intention of leaving. He suddenly smiled faintly at Hua Nian Sheng. A very soft breath escaped him. He said, "Anyway, I have to go back now. Aren't you going to express a little regret? Tomorrow there won't be anyone to ride horses with you." Hua Nian Sheng originally felt nothing, but Tong Mokchuan saying so, it was true. Soon she would lose a friend who rode horses and ate meals with her. With a hint of regret, little Hua raised her eyes, her gaze carrying a slightly insincere hint of reluctance. "Can I borrow your horse for a few days?" Tong Mokchuan's horse at the equestrian club was his private horse, very cool and handsome. These past few days, Hua Nian Sheng had seen him ride it, and had coveted it more than once. No, Tong Mokchuan refused politely. "Your current technique isn't good enough." Little Hua, rejected from borrowing the horse for being too noob, felt a little regretful, finally waved obediently at the person outside the door. Then goodbye, have a safe journey. In her eyes there weren't too many emotions. Conversely, Tong Mokchuan standing opposite her had a deeper gaze, but he said nothing, only bade goodbye to the little girl and told her to take care of herself. After that, Hua Nian Sheng closed the room door. She didn't immediately return to bed but stood opposite the door, taking a deep breath. She had to admit, Tong Mokchuan's gaze just now was a little like that of a bad boy. That half-hearted, half-teasing feeling, just like those male streamers that Trin Van Tin used to be infatuated with. A long while later, she slowly returned to bed, intending to turn off the light and sleep. She did not hear, after she had left the door for a while, the gentle sound of suitcase wheels rolling on the ground. Only then echoed in the corridor. The hotel environment here was truly very good. After staying for a few days, Hua Nian Sheng even felt that doing nothing, just staying in the room, was very comfortable. Looking out from the window was a very beautiful scenery. The first thing after waking up was to pull back the curtains and look outside. Hua Nian Sheng rolled around in bed a few times before suddenly remembering. Her riding companion had already left. She took out her phone to check, discovering that Tong Mokchuan had sent her a message at past 4 in the morning, saying that he had landed. Hua Nian Sheng was slightly dazed upon seeing this message. Combining it with the fact that before heading to the airport, he had come to bid her farewell at her room door last night, and the message on her phone now, she suddenly had a range illusion. It seemed as if Tong Mokchuan was reporting his schedule. Hua Nian Sheng's newly activated brain still wasn't functioning very smoothly. Her fingers rested on the phone for a long time, but she still hadn't thought of what to reply. Finally, she sent him back a small rose. Emojis truly were a great invention in human social network communication. But what was surprising was, even though she thought it was working hours at this time, Tong Mokchuan still replied to her message very quickly, and the conversation topic had also shifted. "Tong Mokchuan, are you awake yet?" "Tong Mokchuan, there's a pretty good breakfast place. I don't have time to take you to eat, so I've already ordered takeout for you." Hua Nian Sheng hadn't thought about breakfast yet. Indeed, these past few days she had explored many delicious dishes here. But this place wasn't a small town. How could she explore everything in just a few days? Moreover, to be honest, when traveling alone yet wanting to try everything, it would truly cause some unnecessary waste. A few days ago, with Tong Mokchuan here, Hua Nian Sheng felt it was fine. Now that he was gone, eating had also become a matter that needed careful consideration. Hua Nian Sheng felt she could still stay for a few more days, so she typed away on her phone keyboard. "Could you recommend all the restaurants you've found delicious before? I'll go eat there these next few days." At the end of the sentence she added another small rose. But perhaps a single sentence from her had made Tong Mokchuan silent. After a long time with no reply from him, Hua Nian Sheng finished her personal hygiene, stretched, and then her phone rang, announcing that the takeout had arrived and would be delivered upstairs by the hotel's robot. Not long after, Hua Nian Sheng went out to open the door and retrieve the food. The takeout packaging looked quite luxurious. She placed it on the table and opened it, finding that the amount of food in most portions was not much, but there were quite a lot of containers. After thinking for a moment, she picked up her phone to take a picture and send it to Tong Mokshuyan, along with an emoji of a cartoon cat clasping its hands together, and the caption "Thank you, boss." Tong Mokshuyan still hadn't replied, so Hua Nian Sheng went into the food ordering app herself to check this restaurant. Looking at the images in the customer review section, the portions were clearly larger than what she had received, and she unconsciously fell into deep thought. But at this moment, her phone vibrated. She opened it to see, and it was a document Tong Mokshuyan had sent. She immediately opened it, and the lines of text on it were all names of restaurants. She scrolled up to review their recent chat content, suddenly realizing that Tong Mokshuyan had probably gone to organize the document right after seeing her message. He was truly considerate. Just as she was about to reply to the message, Tong Mokshuyan called. "Hello? Shang, the food from that place is all quite delicious, but if you order a lot, you won't finish it, so I asked them to reduce the portions by half." Tong Mokshuyan's voice slowly rang out. "If you still can't finish it, don't force yourself." Hua Nian Sheng looked at a table full of food. No wonder. The phrase "when you eat someone's food, your mouth softens" suddenly came to her mind. She unconsciously lowered her voice. "Thank you for breakfast. You're already busy with work right after getting back? Didn't you sleep?" Hua Nian Sheng, after all, wasn't a reclusive young lady. She naturally cared for the kind person who had treated her to a meal. If Tong Mokshuyan had gotten off the plane at past 4 in the morning, then he would have only gotten home after 5 o'clock at the earliest. Now it wasn't even 10 yet, and he was already at work. His sleeping time could be imagined. "I've already rested on the plane." In reality, after getting off the plane, Tong Mokshuyan went back to his residence to shower, and by dawn he was already out again. The glass of iced Americano on his desk was empty. Hua Nian Sheng couldn't discern Tong Mokshuyan's fatigue from his voice, but she guessed he must be very busy today. So being very understanding, she suggested ending the call. "Then I won't disturb you anymore. Work well. And remember to pay attention to your rest." Her similar words of inquiry and concern almost flowed out like a spring whenever she spoke, because at home, there were 2 patrons who specialized in giving out lucky money, and her image was that of a well-behaved and understanding girl. Her maternal uncle primarily gave lucky money through bank transfers. As for her aunt, it was mainly manifested in jewelry and clothes each quarter. Ever since Hua Kim-gon got married more than 2 years ago, Hua Nian Sheng's standard of living had skyrocketed. Tong Mokshuyan chuckled before hanging up the phone. Afterwards, there was a knock on the office door from outside. He said, "Come in." Then a middle-aged man in a suit walked in, and Tong Mokshuyan stood up when he saw him. "Father." Hua Nian Sheng later learned, while chatting on a family phone call with Hua Kim-gon, that Tong Mokshuyan's hasty return wasn't due to work at Han Shuyan, but for the Tong Group. However, when Hua Kim-gon mentioned this, he wasn't speaking specifically to his niece. He was chatting with his wife. The 2 CEOs spoke about this without needing to worry about company secrets, as it wasn't their company's business anyway. After listening, Hua Nian Sheng put it all together herself, realizing that Tong Mokshuyan had been busy with a project at the Tong Group headquarters these past few days. It could simply be understood as, the Crown Prince had returned to work for the family business. Tong Mokshuyan's identity was originally public. He had opened his own company when he was young, and although it had developed very well, compared to the family's enterprise and capital, it was still insignificant. His capabilities had long been affirmed, and sooner or later, he would have to return to take over the family company. Hua Nian Sheng heard Hua Kim-gon say that Tong Mokshuyan was busy acquiring a certain company, and that project was considered his first project after returning to the family company. Chairman Tong intended to pave the way for him. Tong Mokshuyan was nearly 30 years old. He wasn't the kind of second-generation rich who needed to work from the bottom up for training. His return was predetermined to attract everyone's attention. Hua Kim-gon also said that the project Tong Mokshuyan was recently working on truly had the right timing, favorable location, and harmonious human relations. After hearing this, Hua Nian Sheng could understand why Tong Mokshuyan had left in such a hurry. Inheriting the family business, if it were her, she would also be in a hurry. Chapter 49. What does this mean? Hua Nian Sheng's grassland trip was generally very fulfilling. Even though Tong Mokshuyan participated and then withdrew midway, for her, the impact was not great. A few days later, she went horseback riding by herself, went sightseeing, and explored famous culinary spots. Aside from spending money, all that remained was fatigue. Little Hua also felt that she was truly like a special forces soldier, and at this point she should return home to rest for a few days. Therefore, one day before departing, Hua Nian Sheng went to the racetrack to bid farewell to the horse she had ridden for several days, taking the opportunity to chat and say goodbye to Tong Mokshuyan's horse. His horse was very aloof, rarely paying attention to others. Hua Nian Sheng felt it was even less endearing than its owner. When she was about to leave, she met the proprietress of the racetrack, whose 3-year-old daughter with 2 small pigtails was playing nearby. Her cheeks slightly red, her eyes very large, like a New Year's prosperity baby in a painting. Very adorable. Having met, it was inevitable to exchange a few pleasantries, and Hua Nian Sheng also did not conceal the fact that her trip was ending. The beautiful proprietress smiled, her eyes crinkling, saying she would warmly welcome her to visit again next time. The plane ticket was bought in the evening. After Hua Nian Sheng finished breakfast, she packed her luggage, and then seeing that there was still time, she went shopping for a few items. Having gone out on a trip, she still had to buy some local specialties to take home. She had informed her family about returning home, and her uncle immediately asked if she needed to be picked up, but Hua Nian Sheng refused. She was this old now, what could happen if she went home by herself? Hua Nian Sheng put on an eye mask on the plane, but encountered turbulence, so she didn't sleep very well. Moreover, the flight continued for a while longer, and when it landed it was raining outside. It was unavoidable to get a little wet. While pushing her luggage out, Hua Nian Sheng was still thinking whether she should go straight home or eat a late-night meal first. She was hungry, but the rain outside was too heavy, and she suddenly lost all interest. Only when she took out her phone did she discover that Hua Jinyan had called and sent her messages, asking if she needed a driver to pick her up. At this hour with heavy rain, calling a car wouldn't be easy, but Hua Nian Sheng still felt it wasn't necessary. She went outside intending to call a ride-hailing car, but after standing with a crowd of people, watching the curtain of rain and sighing for a while, Hua Nian Sheng yawned. The ride-hailing app on her phone showed a queue of several dozens of people ahead. It seemed there were quite a lot of people tonight. Hua Nian Sheng could feel the flow of people at the airport. Recently, many places were utilizing the holiday to promote tourism, and many people had started traveling all over the country, especially university students on summer break and high school graduates about to finish their college entrance exams. Hua Nian Sheng turned around intending to find a place to wait, as being stuck here was not the way. The next second, she suddenly heard someone call her. Hua Nian Sheng's first reaction was that she had misheard, so she didn't pay attention, but immediately after, the voice grew closer, and someone tapped her shoulder. She turned her head, surprised and stunned after clearly seeing the person. Why are you here? Hua Nian Sheng couldn't react in time. The matter of her meeting Tong Mokshuyan at the airport, no matter how one looked at it, seemed a bit surreal. He was dressed very neatly, looking as if he had just stepped out of a negotiation table. Upon first seeing Tong Mokshuyan, Hua Nian Sheng suddenly had an illusory feeling as if they hadn't met for a long time, but in reality it had only been a few days. He said, I just dropped off a client at the airport. Heard your flight was also around this time. Wanted to see if I could meet you. Hua Nian Sheng blinked after hearing Tong Mokshuyan speak. Her university literature exam score was very good. This reading comprehension was not difficult at all. Tong Mokshuyan dropped someone off at the airport and conveniently picked her up. But her phone didn't have any messages from Tong Mokshuyan. Furthermore, how did he know she would return today? Did her uncle say? How could this person tell outsiders everything? Before Hua Nian Sheng could say anything, Tong Mokshuyan reached out, wanting to pull her suitcase. Follow me. Wait. However, Tong Mokshuyan suddenly stopped calling her. Hua Nian Sheng stopped, turned back to see him taking off his outer jacket. That vest jacket was offered to her. Your shirt is wet. Put this on to cover it. Only then did Hua Nian Sheng slowly lower her head to look. Today she was wearing a white women's shirt, with a golden violin-shaped brooch pinned to her chest. Just now she got odd and a bit of rain, and the clothes on her body naturally couldn't avoid getting wet. Her long hair was down, so she hadn't noticed that her shirt, after getting wet, was slightly thin. Now looking down, she could even vaguely see the black peeking through inside. She looked up. Tong Moxian's gaze lingered on her face. Both his actions and his eyes displayed his cultivation and gentlemanly demeanor. Hua Nian Sheng hesitated for a moment and then accepted his jacket. She was also carrying a backpack, and Tong Moxian very naturally took the backpack and placed it on the suitcase. Hua Nian Sheng put Tong Moxian's vest jacket over herself. Honestly, the jacket had just been taken off him, carrying Tong Moxian's warmth. She could even smell his faint cologne. The scent was like fresh tea after the rain, subtle yet with a very distinct presence. Hua Nian Sheng had cancelled the ride-hailing car she had booked. There were still more than 10 people ahead of her. Tong Moxian pushed the suitcase, walking ahead. The shirt on his body was probably custom-tailored to his figure. Very fitting. Hua Nian Sheng looked up and could see his so-called broad shoulders, slender waist, curved hips and long legs. Bah! Standing beside Tong Moxian's car, Hua Nian Sheng watched him place her suitcase into the back trunk, after which she very understandingly went towards the passenger seat. After getting into the car, her mind finally began to work. Uncle Tong Moxian. She turned her head and called. Tong Moxian got into the car. A little later than her at this moment he was fastening his seatbelt. Hearing her voice, he also turned his head to look at her. Who told you my flight was at this hour? Youngest maternal uncle. He probably guessed she would ask this question, and lightly chuckled. Who else do you think I could get news of you from? Why was he asking her in return? So, was it her uncle after all? Then why didn't you message me first? What if I had already called a taxi and left? Wouldn't you have waited in vain? Tong Moxian heard this sentence from her, and not knowing what he was thinking, his eyes slightly curved. He said, didn't I manage to wait for you already? Hua Nian Sheng. After that sentence she said nothing more. Tong Moxian turned on the music in the car. His car had car air freshener placed, blending with a faint coffee scent. It wasn't at all overwhelming. The car drove into the curtain of rain. The gentle music combined with the sound of rain, the movement of the windshield wipers in front, and the faint fragrance in the car, made Hua Nian Sheng feel a peaceful state of mind. But that did not prevent her from thinking a great deal. After quitting her job, the frequency of meeting Tong Moxian should have decreased, and in reality it was so, but recently, the times and places she encountered the other party were all very inappropriate. Little Hua's mind was now unsuitable for contemplating matters. Hat required reading between the lines. For example, with boys she met while traveling, if they had other intentions, she would quickly make it clear to them. Those who understood her meaning would be kept in her contacts. Those who didn't understand would be decisively deleted. It's just that the people she met all had overly obvious motives, very easy to distinguish. Getting back to her own matters, with this level of hers, she shouldn't even dream of playing mind games with anyone. Hua Nian Sheng quietly sat in the car throughout the journey, finally watching the car stop in the basement parking lot of her home. Access to the underground parking lot was connected to her phone. Hua Nian Sheng could also open it herself. It was just that when the car had entered, Tong Moxian wanted to take her upstairs, but Hua Nian Sheng hesitated. Tong Moxian, what's wrong? Hua Nian Sheng, I can go up by myself. After she said this sentence, the other party also said nothing. The sound-activated lights in the parking lot suddenly went out. The surroundings plunged into darkness. Hua Nian Sheng only heard a soft laugh like a breath coming from the darkness. After that, he said, what, afraid of being misunderstood? The sound-activated lights flashed back on again, very sensitive to sound. Hua Nian Sheng faced Tong Moxian's smiling eyes. He looked very nonchalant, conversely making Hua Nian Sheng herself seem overly cautious. She hadn't even had time to think of how to answer when she heard Tong Moxian say, don't worry, your uncle won't think much of it. Hua Nian Sheng? The problem is whether her uncle would think much of it? Not knowing what Tong Moxian was thinking, he took her luggage suitcase out from the back trunk, then went ahead by himself. It could be seen that he was truly very familiar with this place. Hua Nian Sheng had no idea 3 years ago when she was in her final year, At times when she wasn't on break, how frequently Tong Mokshuyan had appeared here. If talking about when she had met him before, it was probably at her maternal uncle's wedding. The wedding was not held during a holiday. Hua Nian Sheng had asked for leave to return and attend. At that time Tong Mokshuyan was the groomsman. Hua Nian Sheng sat alone at a table below the stage. That's right, before that she had said she wanted to have a table to herself. Her uncle and aunt at that time didn't know what to think. They had actually arranged a private table for her in an unoccupied corner. The people attending their wedding at that time included quite a few influential figures. Even the seating was very much emphasized. Hua Nian Sheng was a girl not yet 20 years old, sitting alone at a table, making even the children who walked past afterwards envious. After attending the wedding, Hua Nian Sheng returned to school. She even only looked at Tong Mokshuyan once from afar. At that time, looking at him still made a pang of bitterness surge in her chest. It wasn't until much later that she was able to let go. Hua Qiangan watched the two people come up from the parking lot. First he fell into silence. After that Tong Mokshuyan naturally greeted him and his wife, and Hua Nian Sheng also did similarly. After greeting, she immediately went upstairs. "No, why is it you who brought Hua Nian Sheng home?" Hua Qiangan finally opened his mouth. He was a little confused. Tu Chu also cast her gaze across. Tong Mokchuan met their gazes, his eyes nonchalant. "We met at the airport. It was convenient to give her a ride home. Is there a problem?" As he said this, Hua Qiangan immediately recalled Tong Mokchuan's recent busyness. "Have you signed your contracts yet?" Tong Mokchuan already signed. Clearly Mr. Tong's status, or rather, that of the young master of the Tong family, had advanced to a new height. Hua Qiangan was someone who knew better, and he eagerly invited the person to sit down. Come, my brother, please sit." The moment Tong Mokchuan sat down, he quickly enjoyed the personal service of Mr. Hua pouring water for him. That wasn't all, he even carried his beloved son and placed him onto Tong Mokchuan's lap. "Tungguan Dan?" Before the child even had time to react, his little body was already being held. He looked up with a fleeting glance, and it was unclear if such a young child could recognize people. But Tungguan Dan truly neither cried nor fussed, docilely resting in Tong Mokchuan's lap. "See how much your godson likes you." Hua was still socially flattering his good friend, not even hesitating to use his own son. Unexpectedly, the moment Tong Mokchuan heard the words godson, his expression stiffened for a fleeting second. However, this slight change in expression was perhaps only visible to little Nguyen Dan, who was gazing up at the handsome man, but the chubby child could not comprehend the shift in an adult's expression. Hua Nian Sheng came downstairs after changing her clothes, holding Tong Mokchuan's jacket in her hand. She returned the jacket to him, and he very naturally took it. Just moments ago, Hua Nian Sheng had arrived wearing Tong Mokchuan's jacket, and Hua Qiangan and Tu Chu had both seen it, but Hua Qiangan didn't think much of it, assuming it was merely borrowing a jacket. Although he wouldn't casually lend his jacket to others now, there was no problem if his niece wanted to borrow a few garments from his wardrobe. In contrast to her husband, Tu Chu had looked a little more intently. When Hua Nian Sheng escorted Tong Mokchuan down to the parking lot, she even remarked to Hua Qiangan, "Why do I keep feeling there's something strange about those two?" Hua Qiangan. Strange in what way? Hua Qiangan was usually very skilled at observing others' expressions in social settings, but his weakness was a strong bias when it came to those close to him. Tu Chu couldn't quite articulate what it was, assuming it was because she had recently gossiped too much with her husband, and now whenever she saw any girl appear beside Tong Mokchuan, she felt something was off. Hua Nian Sheng saw Tong Mokchuan off at the parking lot, then stood beside the car. "Then please drive home carefully." A very simple remark. Tong Mokchuan lowered his head and looked at her. "I know. Remember to sleep early tonight. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Hua Nian Sheng watched Tong Mokchuan's car drive out of the parking lot, then went upstairs by herself. Anyone who had experienced a long journey would be tired. Her spirit was satisfied, but her body was exhausted. She was no exception. Tonight, she truly did go to sleep earlier than usual. On the other side, by the time Tong Mokchuan returned home, it was no longer early. He casually placed his car keys and the jacket in his hand down, loosened his tie, then unbuttoned 2 buttons of his shirt, sat down on the sofa and leaned back. His face clearly showed his exhaustion, and the ceiling lights were a bit dazzling. After a long moment, he took out his phone and opened someone's chat window. He wanted to send something, but after thinking it over he found it abrupt and unsuitable. He was afraid to take a risk, yet worried about maintaining the status quo indefinitely. He had truly been very busy recently. Today he truly did need to take a client to the airport. However, taking someone to the airport was generally not something he needed to do personally. Moreover, after taking the client to the airport, he had waited for quite a long time at the exit he thought was most likely to encounter her. Sometimes people create a psychological self-suggestion for themselves. For instance, tonight, the fact that he could wait for the little girl at a large airport like Do City without any prior communication, in other words, didn't that prove they actually shared a certain destiny? The moment he saw her, the sudden burst of joy was utterly genuine. Though he had never thoroughly examined these thoughts, he knew he couldn't deceive himself. Hua Nian Sheng woke up from a nap feeling full of energy again. She went downstairs to find something to eat. During the day, the house basically only had her and a half-year-old child at home, along with the maids who cared for the baby. Hua Nian Sheng stayed at home, holding little Yuan Dan, who had woken up, to strengthen their sisterly bond. Good genes from the parents truly played a decisive role in the child's appearance. Little Yuan Dan now looked truly exquisite, as if sculpted from jade, her small chubby face making people unable to resist wanting to kiss it a few times. Hua Nian Sheng did the same. Sniffing the baby was truly too delightful. Of course, if the baby cried, it wouldn't be fun anymore. Lying around the house for a few days, waiting for her aunt and uncle to come home for dinner in the evenings, sometimes they even bought sweets back, Hua Nian Sheng always had the illusion that she too was a child of a few years old. The performance she had previously mentioned wanting to see, Hua Nian Sheng had also managed to arrange with friends to go together. Little Hua hadn't been home for many days yet was already about to go out to play again. This time it was a trip to France. She herself only knew a few broken French phrases, but among the young ladies accompanying her, there was one who had a master's degree in French, and the others also had basic foundations more or less. One friend even chartered a private plane. So Hua Nian Sheng no longer needed to rush to follow a schedule. This time she had quite a lot of fun. Hua Nian Sheng was not the youngest, but she received quite a lot of care from everyone. Of course, there might also have been a slight reason from her aunt and uncle, but little Hua still believed she also possessed personal charm. Everyone booked hotel rooms in the same place, and Hua Nian Sheng booked a small suite. However, some people also had their own homes there, so they stayed directly at their houses. She did not often travel abroad. Besides the schedule of watching that performance, she spent 2 days playing with them. And it was on these 2 days that little Hua enthusiastically and cheerfully went with them to a pool party. Having money could indeed do anything one wanted. Hua Nian Sheng found it a bit difficult to distinguish Europeans, but many of the handsome men and beautiful women present seemed indescribably familiar, like social media celebrities. Hua Nian Sheng had gone out without bringing a swimsuit, so she had to buy one there. She bought a rather modest style there, with a black skirt for the lower half. Before her eyes was a group of young men and women wearing swim trunks and bikinis, reveling boisterously in the pool. Young bodies were truly beautiful. Little Hua wore sunglasses wrapped in a towel, half lying and half sitting on a chair, with fruit juice placed on the small table beside her, and the speakers by the pool blared music very loudly. It was quite fun, only she felt a bit uncomfortable. Holding her phone in her hand, Hua Nian Sheng took a few photos, but today she had no intention of posting them on her social feed. This face of hers, whether in Asian or European aesthetics, was considered to have its own unique charm. She was not accustomed to partying at such a crowded pool, but it seemed someone had noticed her midway. A handsome, curly-haired guy sitting next to her struck up a conversation even after knowing she was Chinese. He still used not-so-fluent Chinese to communicate with her. Hua Nian Sheng, wearing sunglasses, her gaze sweeping over his physique, saw the young man was very muscular, with a radiant smile. He was very articulate although his Chinese was not proficient. It was clear he tried very hard to express his thoughts, occasionally interspersed with a few English sentences. Hua Nian Sheng and he chatted quite happily. Only through conversation did she learn that this handsome guy had studied abroad in China and had only returned after graduation. He even asked Hua Nian Sheng specifically where she was from. saying he would come find her to hang out later. In the end, Hua Nian Sheng even exchanged contact information with him. At the pool party, Hua Nian Sheng didn't even go into the water. Afterward, she drank a cocktail the alcohol content was not high, and she also didn't dare to get drunk. Except for her, the other young ladies all partied very vigorously, but there were still people who paid attention to Hua Nian Sheng. One person, still a bit unsteady on her feet, ran over to caution her to drink less alcohol. Then there was a girl younger than Hua Nian Sheng, who was studying at university in France, was 1.78 m tall, and had a French boyfriend. The girl specifically told Hua Nian Sheng that if she felt sleepy, she should just go upstairs to sleep. Hua Nian Sheng nodded. She even wondered if, before she came out, her aunt or uncle had asked them to look after her. The pool party was held right at the hotel, so Hua Nian Sheng did not encounter any danger. Indeed, some people came with wine glasses to chat with her, inviting her to dance, but she was not very interested tonight, so she skillfully declined and then took out her phone to scroll through the social feeds of the girls she was with, eventually even seeing herself in someone else's post. When going out to play, group photos were indispensable. Hua Nian Sheng saw a group photo at the hotel entrance. The friend who posted this photo was truly very thoughtful, having helped edit it for everyone. She yawned when she saw it was time, thinking she should go upstairs to sleep. So she finished the last sip of her cocktail, stood up and went inside. As she walked in, her phone vibrated, but she didn't take it out to check. As she walked past the reception desk, she lowered her head and heard a very pleasant male voice speaking French. She subconsciously raised her head for a quick glance, only seeing the back of a man at the reception desk. Even from behind, it was clear he was Asian, and an Asian with very beautiful body proportions. It was just that perhaps because she had drunk a little alcohol, Hua Nian Sheng was now a bit sleepy, and everything she saw was no longer too clear. She didn't pay attention and continued to step into the elevator. At this time there were still people in the elevator, and Hua Nian Sheng stood at the very back. At this hour, everyone knew there was a pool party downstairs, so attire like Hua Nian Sheng's was not considered strange. When the elevator stopped on her floor, only she remained. Hua Nian Sheng slowly stepped out, beginning to look for her room number. The design here was a bit dizzying. Sometimes she couldn't even distinguish left from right, and if she didn't follow directions she probably wouldn't find her way. Hua Nian Sheng didn't notice that a few seconds after she stepped out, the elevator next door also opened. She finally found her room number and was about to open the door when she heard footsteps from behind. These footsteps didn't sound like a woman's, and among the friends Hua Nian Sheng was with, 2 or 3 were on the same floor as her. She instinctively turned her head for a look, then her gaze froze. When the face that Hua Nian Sheng thought should not appear here at this moment came into view, she even thought she was dreaming, or that it was an illusion caused by alcohol. But the very fact that Song Mai Chuan appeared in an illusion was already very wrong. Hua Nian Sheng wasn't sure if her eyes were mistaken, but the person in front of her was still standing there. Even spoke up Sheng Sheng. "Am I hallucinating?" Hua Nian Sheng asked herself. Then, the person who was originally a few steps away from her took 2 more steps closer. Hua Nian Sheng instinctively wrapped the bath towel tighter around herself. She suddenly realized she wasn't dressed appropriately to be outside tonight. "Not an illusion," the person in front of her replied. "Hua Nian Sheng? If it wasn't an illusion, then she was seeing a ghost." Hua Nian Sheng felt that the time and place she had recently encountered Song Mai Chuan were both unreasonable, very unreasonable. According to human social etiquette, Hua Nian Sheng should have asked Song Mai Chuan how he appeared here. But unfortunately, at this very moment, there were voices echoing from the elevator, speaking in Chinese, the voices of a friend on the same floor as her. As many as 2 people. Hua Nian Sheng didn't know how to describe her mood at that moment. She felt guilty again. After feeling guilty, her mind also seemed to become chaotic. She swiped her card to open the room door, then forcefully pulled the man in front of her inside, and then slammed the door shut, until the sound of conversation outside the door grew closer and closer, then faded away, and finally 2 door closing sounds rang out. Hua Nian Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. Then from behind her, a soft chuckle suddenly rang out. What is the meaning of this? Chapter 50. A Kiss. It took a moment for Hua Nian Sheng to realize that Song Mai Chuan was standing behind her, only a very short distance away. coupled with the fact that he was much taller than her, and was now bending his head down, the distance between them became even closer. Most importantly, when she had entered, she hadn't even had time to turn on the lights in the room. There was only a faint light filtering in from the floor-to-ceiling window in front. The dim light only added to the intimate ambiguity of the space. The moment she turned her head, Hua Nian Sheng suddenly felt the surrounding space become cramped. Song Maichuan's question felt the same. At this distance, Hua Nian Sheng could almost clearly see his lips, excessively beautiful for a man. Moreover, they looked very soft. Just now at the party downstairs, she had seen not a few figures of handsome young men and beautiful young women now. Some images couldn't help but automatic ally play in her mind. She gently lowered her eyes, saying, "They all know you. I'm afraid explaining would be troublesome." "Why would you find explaining troublesome?" Hua Nian Sheng heard the voice resonate from above her head. "Do we have a relationship that needs to be explained?" Was what their relationship was important. What truly mattered was each person's ability to associate. Hua Nian Sheng understood clearly how much those young ladies liked to gossip. If they truly let them see something, who knew what version it would become when passed on by word of mouth. What's more, she suddenly realized a problem. She raised her eyes to meet Tong Mokshuyan's gaze. His eyes held a hint of a smile. Why are you here?" Hua Nian Sheng always felt that this coincidence, if considered a chance encounter between her and Tong Mokshuyan, couldn't be explained at all. Now she no longer liked to think wildly, but this prolonged contradiction, she still couldn't help but voice the question. Facing Hua Nian Sheng's question, Tong Mokshuyan suddenly extended his hand in front of her. In her confused gaze, he pulled the towel up on her body for her. Hua Nian Sheng lowered her head to look, just now pulling Tong Mokshuyan in. She hadn't noticed that the towel she had wrapped around her body had slipped down, revealing a lovely sight in front. Her swimsuit was said to be modest, but that was only relative. Little Hua's figure was like that when at the swimming pool downstairs she didn't feel nothing, but at this moment facing Tong Mokshuyan, her entire body felt unnatural. Her cheeks suddenly flushed hot. Hua Nian Sheng felt her skin from her face spread to below her neck, all warm. Although the room lights were not on, she also didn't dare to be sure if he could see anything, but the feeling of shame was still increasing. "My room is also on this floor." Tong Mokshuyan took out a room card, which looked clearly almost identical to the card in Hua Nian Sheng's hand. Hua Nian Sheng paused, then suddenly softly asked, "So do you know I am here?" Tong Mokshuyan said, "You look at your phone." Hua Nian Sheng heard that, bringing the phone still held in her hand up in front of her face. As soon as she unlocked it, she saw the message Tong Mokshuyan sent to her, asking if she was at this hotel. Clearly, among the young ladies accompanying Hua Nian Sheng, there were also people who had befriended him just by looking at their circle of friends. One would know where Hua Nian Sheng was now. Hua Nian Sheng opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but Tong Mokshuyan had spoken first. He softly smiled and asked, "Was the pool party fun?" She wasn't confident enough but still stubbornly replied, "It's not over yet, do you want to go down and play?" Hua Nian Sheng had just now been approached by a French beauty to chat, let alone Tong Mokshuyan. His appearance in Europe was definitely the type both men and women preferred. Tong Mokshuyan said nothing, but his gaze lingered on her face. She didn't know what he was thinking. Hua Nian Sheng finally realized that the distance and posture between them could no longer be maintained. She stirred, turning her back to face the door. She said, "Then you go back to your room, I won't bother you anymore." Having said that, she opened the door, waiting for him to step out. Tong Mokshuyan didn't rush to leave, instead asked a question, "Tomorrow, are you still planning to go out with them?" Hua Nian Sheng froze, not yet having understood what he meant. She nodded. In reality, after watching the performance, each person had their own plans. Even the return time couldn't be scheduled together, let alone going out together every day. Hua Nian Sheng also wasn't the type of person who always needed friends by her side when going out. Her schedule for tomorrow was actually to wander outside by herself. But her subconscious told her there was no need to explain too much to him. Tong Mokshuyan said nothing. He stepped out of Hua Nian Sheng's room, standing at the door and saying to her, "Good night." Hua Nian Sheng closed the door, conveniently bringing her hand to her chest and taking a deep breath. She found it hard to explain clearly what had happened recently. It was just that she didn't really want to see him. Not that she hated him, it was just that her subconscious thought they shouldn't be in a relationship of frequently meeting like this. She didn't ask him why he suddenly appeared in France after all. This matter wasn't related to her. A long while later, Hua Nian Sheng turned on the light in the room after removing her makeup and washing her face before sleeping. She scrolled through her circle of friends for a while, unexpectedly discovering that a few hours ago, Assistant Zhang had posted a photo pushing luggage, saying he was going to France for a business trip. The comments section saw a few female secretaries asking him to buy things for them. It seemed there was work to be done. Tong Mokshuyan would occasionally come to Europe for business. He belonged to the type of boss who flew all over the world year-round. It's just that, if Tong Mokshuyan was here, then what about Assistant Zhang? She pondered for a moment, finally still looking for Assistant Zhang to inquire. The result was that the message sent went for a very long time without seeing a reply. Perhaps he had already slept. Hua Nian Sheng didn't bother too much, she was also sleepy already. Until the next morning, Hua Nian Sheng discovered Assistant Zhang had replied to her message at about 3 in the morning. He said he still hadn't boarded the plane, conveniently also sending her flight information. The flight time was around 10 in the morning according to domestic time. When replying to Hua Nian Sheng's message, Assistant Zhang was probably already at the airport. Due to the time difference, at that time she was still sleeping soundly. She didn't quite understand after all, why did Tong Mokshuyan come for? St. Little Hua couldn't think of anything, so she chose to ignore this problem. Although yesterday she hadn't thought of today's schedule, after waking up, a friend asked her if she wanted to go shopping today. This was already a shopping proposition. Hua Nian Sheng thought for a moment, then made an appointment to go together. She also had the task of buying things for others. The consequence of going shopping was utter exhaustion. When people have a little money, seeing any satisfactory item, then merely swiping the card sufficed. The cuisine here actually didn't suit Hua Nian Sheng's eating habits much, but trying a few meals was no issue. When she returned to the hotel, Hua Nian Sheng was so tired she collapsed onto the bed. Having things to do, too many thoughts did not occupy her mind. Hua Nian Sheng was busy shopping and busy sightseeing here. People are also a type of scenery. There are many times one should still go out to admire handsome men and beautiful women. Hua Nian Sheng thought back on her life, full of ridiculous things, yet she had never kissed a Western lip, and so little Hua felt quite regretful. All day she kept going out and coming back, never encountering Tong Mokshuyan. On the contrary, Assistant Zhang spoke with Hua Nian Sheng about their approximate schedule for these 2 days. Tong Mokshuyan was truly very busy. It seemed his appearance here was just a coincidence. Hua Nian Sheng's return flight ticket was for the day after tomorrow. When leaving, everyone agreed to go together, but for the return, it was up to each person's arrangements. The young lady who has a private house in France intended to stay for a while. The one who chartered a private plane had returned right after watching the performance, as she also had to manage her company. And there was one girl who was urged to return because her family arranged a blind date. Hua Nian Sheng had no other plans, intending to play for one more day. The hotel she was staying at had a small, beautifully decorated bar in the basement. Hua Nian Sheng had gone with them once 2 days ago inside. They had also invited a band to sing. She liked the bassist of that band. He was very handsome. Handsome as if stepping out of a comic book, with cold white skin combined with blue eyes and blonde hair. Truly unbeatable. The number of customers who came here because of him was also not small. To admire handsome men and beautiful women, she was willing to spend money to order 2 glasses of wine and then sit there for 2 hours. Hua Nian Sheng sat alone, and the bartender in front somehow conjured a red rose to give her. It looked a bit like magic, but was truly very dreamy. She couldn't help but let out a laugh. The bartender used English to praise her, saying her smile was very beautiful, like an angel. Today she was wearing a very ordinary white dress, but perhaps it was thanks to this dress that she was praised. When the atmosphere at the venue became lively, a rich lady directly took her money onto the stage. Hua Nian Sheng stood not far, cheering and applauding with everyone. She didn't know if it was because the 2 glasses of wine she ordered were too easy to drink, but Hua Nian Sheng didn't taste much of the alcohol. The band members afterwards also came down from the stage to interact. The female lead singer and the bassist both came near her seat. The bassist kissed Hua Nian Sheng's hand, then returned to the stage. In this situation it was hard to say there wasn't a slight tremor due to heightened hormones. But Hua Nian Sheng had left when the second half started. People always have a psychology of admiration towards people or things with outstanding beauty, but admiration is still just admiration. The other day she even blurted out wanting to kiss a Western lip. Now suddenly she felt it had no meaning. After all, they were all just men. Hua Nian Sheng stepped into the elevator, pressed the floor number, and then stood leaning against the back wall. From here going up, the elevator stopped 2-3 times. Hua Nian Sheng was not in a hurry. Each time the elevator stopped, she would look up at the floor number. The feeling of alcohol beginning to paralyze the cerebellum slowly rose. She slowly stepped out of the elevator, her mind not entirely sober, but seeing the way and finding her room was not a problem. It was just that when she walked past the corner, she saw a silhouette in front of her room door. When the sound of her high heels echoed in the hallway, the other person turned to look. Seeing the face clearly, Hua Nian Sheng was stunned for a moment. She walked over, her mind still hazy. The sound of high heels treading on the floor was not loud, but at this moment it seemed very clear. She hadn't even had time to speak when she heard Tong Mokchuan say, "Why aren't you answering your phone?" Phone. Hua Nian Sheng heard that, lowered her head, and took her phone out of her bag. As soon as she unlocked it, she saw several missed calls, all from the same person, and that caller was standing in front of her. To be honest, Hua Nian Sheng certainly didn't intentionally not answer the phone. She was in the bar surrounded by music, and afterwards was also made to flutter both in eyes and heart by the bassist of the band. With the phone in her bag, it would be strange for her to hear a new call. Hua Nian Sheng revealed a hazy gaze. "Are you looking for me for something?" With her mind, which could temporarily be considered sober at this moment to think things through, she absolutely could not think of any necessary reason that would make him urgently look for her. "Did you go drinking?" Tong Mokchuan did not answer but asked back. Hua Nian Sheng heard him ask that, and a rare trace of guilt slowly rose in her heart. After all, her alcohol tolerance was very bad. But thinking back, he wasn't her uncle, so what reason was there for her to feel guilty? "Yes, I drank. What about it?" Her words didn't sound like she was sober. Tong Mokchuan vaguely discerned the appearance of the little girl drunk for the first time in front of him. The specific manifestation was being bolder, and her speech also became more casual. Hua Nian Sheng didn't wait for him to speak. She took out her room card to open the door. The first thing after opening the door was to turn on the light. Tong Mokchuan watched with wide eyes as the little girl just walked in, and didn't close the door either. He hesitated for a moment, then followed her into the room, closing the door. Conveniently, he bent down to pick up the bag Hua Nian Sheng had thrown on the floor. His gaze stopped on the red rose on the table. The handbag worth tens of thousands of yuan she threw on the ground, but a rose worth a few yuan bought on the street she placed on the table. Clearly this flower was not bought by herself. Tong Mokchuan saw the name of the bar on the ribbon wrapping the flower. Hua Nian Sheng sat on the sofa. She felt the drunkenness surge, a little dizzy. Seeing a man walking around in her suite, she didn't move at all in her haziness. It was slightly like returning to the days when Hua Nian Sheng was staying at Tong Mokchuan's house. Being under the same roof seemed to be no problem. Tong Mokchuan found mineral water in the refrigerator, opened the cap, and then gave it to Hua Nian Sheng. "Drink some water." She looked at the bottle of mineral water handed to her, slowly blinked. Suddenly she bent down and drank a mouthful of water directly from his hand. Tong Mokchuan looked at the bottle of mineral water in his hand. The mouth of the bottle was stained with a light trace of lipstick. He lowered his eyes. "Do you want to drink more?" "I am here." He heard himself sigh. After that, he heard the little girl in front of him, with red-rimmed eyes, say to him, "Consider me begging you. Please don't tease me anymore. Whether you mean to or not, please appear less in front of me. Even if this is a dream now, please don't come again." At this moment, she spoke with a slight casualness. The reality was that during this period it wasn't that she hadn't completely noticed, but he had clearly told her directly before that she would not be within his scope of choice. Hua Nian Sheng still remembered this statement until now. She always used it to caution herself. Liking Tong Mokchuan was not a difficult thing. She dared to say that now she would no longer fantasize about him, but she could not resist the continuous accidental encounters in this short period. She also didn't know if that could be called accidental encounters anymore. But from her perspective, it wasn't entirely like a coincidence. Such coincidences were too many. She didn't want to fall into the same trap. Tong Mokchuan was silent for a moment. then gently asked her, "You don't want to see me?" "I don't want to." He heard the little girl answer like that, almost blurting it out. Tong Mok Chuan lowered his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. The little girl beside him continued, "If you don't like me, then appear less in front of me." Hearing that, Tong Mok Chuan looked up and asked a question like this, "Then Sen Sen, do you still like me?" As he asked this question, the two looked at each other. Tong Mok Chuan saw surprise in those tear-filled eyes, but only a moment later the little girl, without a trace of hesitation, uttered a few words, "I don't like you." An answer not unexpected. Tong Mok Chuan did not react much. He said, "All right." Even in a state of not being fully conscious, Hua Nian Sheng instinctively felt that this Tong Mok Chuan was not real. She just touched him with her hand for a moment, and he didn't react either. Too much like a dream where her subconscious could do whatever it wanted. Therefore, when she blurted out the 3 words, "I don't like you," she felt very refreshed, while the person beside her just silently looked at her without a big reaction. From the angle Hua Nian Sheng looked up at this moment, her gaze happened to meet his lips. They looked very kissable. The first time Hua Nian Sheng had mischievous intent towards Tong Mok Chuan, she had dreamily imagined what it would feel like to kiss those lips. But the young girl only had the courage to love, not the courage to act. She didn't dare. Now she still didn't dare. But in a dream, would she still not dare? So she propped herself up from the sofa, using her knees as a fulcrum, looking down at the man beside her from above. Hua Nian Sheng had applied makeup very elaborately today, especially her eyes. Her eyes were originally cat-like, with slightly upturned corners, clear black and white. Today she had also drawn a light smoky eye, which made her look even more alluring at this moment. She wanted to lean close to Tong Mok Chuan, but her unsteady body swayed a little. Then she instinctively reached out to rest her hand on the other's shoulder. Tong Mok Chuan looked up at her. This angle was slightly looking upwards. He didn't know what she wanted to do. However, the next second she leaned down, kissing his lips precisely and quickly. A very soft sensation immediately transmitted to his lips. Tong Mok Chuan only later realized she had reached out and cupped his face, then pulled away. Astonishment appeared in his eyes. He was clearly very confused. Someone who the second before had said, "I don't like you," the next second cupped his face and kissed him. The scene just now happened too suddenly. While Tong Mok Chuan had not yet had time to react, Hua Nian Sheng still felt unsatisfied. The sensation on his lips was perhaps as good as she had imagined, making her want to try again. But when she leaned down again, the man who had originally played the role of a docile puppet in her dream turned his head away. The little girl frowned slightly, dissatisfaction clearly visible on her face. This was her dream, yet the person in the dream was not obeying? Tong Mok Chuan looked at her and spoke, "What do you mean? Didn't you say you don't like me?" The person who was originally docile in the dream suddenly became disobedient. Hua Nian Sheng was unhappy. She even had a bit of logic. "If I don't like you, am not allowed to kiss you?" Tong Mok Chuan no. He probably needed some time to digest the conceptual shock the little girl had brought him. Hua Nian Sheng pursed her lips, still wanting to recall what the taste just now was. But she did not succeed in recalling it, only feeling her lips slightly numb, and her mind also blank. She bowed her head again, wanting to demand a kiss, but was stopped by Tong Mok Chuan. She was held by him around the waist and sat down, a slender finger placed across her forehead, gently preventing her impulsive action. She could only look up to see the other's lips. Tong Mok Chuan's gaze also lingered on those slightly parted, plump red lips, stopping for a moment. "Sen Sen," he spoke, the words coming out. He didn't know if they were to educate or to persuade himself. "You are not sober, you must not kiss." At this moment all was silent. Only the chest beat like a drum. Chapter 51. What comes will come. Hua Nian Sheng woke up in a dimly lit space. She felt a slight headache, vaguely recalling that she had gone to a bar to drink last night. But she remembered clearly that before stepping out of the bar door, she was alone. There was absolutely no way she had led a strange man back to her room in a foreign place. She looked around once. There was only herself. In the bed. Everything was all right. Hua Nian Sheng closed her eyes again. She was a little sleep-deprived. It was just that during this period of closing her eyes, her brain started quite slowly. When it had started to a certain extent, she suddenly woke up completely, like a dying patient suddenly startling awake and sitting up. Her hair fell forward, she raised her hand to push it all back, then nervously looked at her phone, checking messages. Very good, nothing major had happened. She sat on the edge of the bed, questioning life for a long time, finally dragging her heavy steps out of the room. When she saw the sofa outside, her footsteps suddenly stopped again. Her biggest problem when drinking was her poor conduct and never losing her memory. As long as it was something that happened before she closed her eyes, she could slowly remember it. The scene of her resting her hand on someone's shoulder on the sofa, and then kissing down was still vividly clear. Even now recalling it, Hua Nian Sheng could still feel the ambiguity of that moment. She might as well be killed to get it over with. Hua Nian Sheng almost fled in terror. After waking up that day, she quickly packed her luggage, even going out a bit stealthily. Due to a guilty conscience, she once again blocked Tong Mokchuan's number. After a long journey, Hua Nian Sheng finally arrived back in Du City. According to the news she received from Assistant Zhang, Tong Mokchuan would have to stay in France for at least more days. She was temporarily relieved. After that, she began to eagerly plan her next trip. Perhaps it should not be called the next trip, but merely that she urgently needed another place to live to simply get by. Hua Kim-gon especially didn't understand why his niece had such abundant energy. She almost couldn't stay home for even a moment. No sooner had she arrived than she bought a plane ticket again. Moreover, this time she didn't specify where she was going, only saying she wanted to go south. Hua Kim-gon had no objection to the children in the family drifting about outside when he was Hua Nian Sheng's age. He himself also didn't go home. It was already summer vacation. If she liked to run around outside, then she should just run around. Hua Nian Sheng told almost no one about her trip this time. She also didn't like posting on her friends' circle anymore. She booked a hotel for half a month, planning to change hotels once she got bored. Roughly speaking, she didn't want to go back before school started. The environment here was very good. There was a lot of food, and many entertainment venues. Comrade Chu Hua was very satisfied. After staying for a few days, Hua Nian Sheng felt that apart from the outdoor temperature being too high, this place was very suitable for her to stay long-term. To avoid revealing her whereabouts through her uncle's card, Hua Nian Sheng even stopped using his card. She didn't tell her family where she had gone, but that didn't mean she didn't keep in touch with her family. That day, Hua Nian Sheng went out to eat, not alone. She invited a few old friends. After the university entrance exam, some classmates got into universities in very distant places after graduating. Some friends also returned to their hometowns to develop. Hua Nian Sheng would invite someone out to play every few days. Although she didn't have many close friends, she still had regular friends. When she received a call from Hua Kim-gon, Hua Nian Sheng was at a tea shop with friends. They had originally planned to meet at 10 in the morning, but because it was the weekend and everyone stayed up late by 10 o'clock, everyone implicitly understood not to disturb each other. Around 11 o'clock, Hua Nian Sheng opened her eyes and sent a probing message to the other party. Awake yet? A moment later, the other party replied that they had just woken up. After that, they got up to bathe, chose clothes, and put on makeup. By the time they met, it was almost afternoon. Moreover, there was also an additional male friend in the tea-drinking group. That person was also Hua Nian Sheng's classmate. It was just that the two of them were dating. If she hadn't invited them out to eat, Hua Nian Sheng wouldn't have known about this. She even yawned last night. She stayed up late playing games, with the thought just one more winning game and I'll go to sleep. The result was that she successfully stayed awake until 2 in the morning. When she answered her maternal uncle's call, it was still quite noisy around her, occasionally interspersed with the sound of that male friend communicating with others in Cantonese. What's wrong, uncle? Hua Kim-gon had clearly heard the sounds around her. Listen, where have you run off to, Guangdong? Hua Nian Sheng. What is it? Nothing much. Lately you haven't been posting on your friend circle, nor calling home. Am I not allowed to ask? Hua Kim-gon even let out a tsk. What are you doing? Don't tell me you have a significant other now. Hua Nian Sheng hadn't even had time to say anything when he had already made his own assessment on the other end of the line. First of all, I don't forbid you from having a boyfriend, nor do I discriminate against any region, but that place is too far from home. If you want to consider something long-term, I will only accept a live-in son-in-law. That's really thinking far ahead. Recently, Hua Nian Sheng had learned to speak Mandarin in the way the elderly aunts and uncles here did. They were very kind seeing that she was an outsider. They started speaking Mandarin that wasn't yet proficient, but her accent was clearly slightly influenced. What nonsense are you talking about, uncle? I'm just out playing. Hua Nian Sheng chatted casually with her uncle for a few sentences. Then the food was brought up and the three of them, having just woken up, ate their first meal of the day, each engrossed in eating. Tang Hu-so and Hua Nian Sheng sat next to each other, while her boyfriend, Ha Chin-lan, sat on the other side, picking food for his girlfriend. San-san, why did you think of coming here to play? Tang Hu-so asked. The other person had originally just asked casually, but Hua Nian Sheng was just then drinking water. She choked unexpectedly, coughed a few times and only then calmed down. The couple next to her even told her to take it easy. Tang Hu-so reached out and patted her back. Hua Nian Sheng waved her hand saying, it's nothing, I just wanted to travel here for a while. That's all. At least she could stay here and explore everywhere until school started. Anyway, she didn't want to go home to face Tong Mokchuan. That night, whether she had kissed him or not, the awkwardness still existed. Moreover, to be fair, was he himself blameless? Why did he run to her room in the middle of the night? Seeing her lean in for a kiss, why didn't he avoid it himself? Chu-hua comforted herself like that even if he came to settle scores with her. She could only say one thing, sorry. On the other end of the line, Hua Kim-gon had just hung up the phone and turned to Tong Mokchuan saying, I told you, that girl is getting more independent now, running all over the world. Now she doesn't even bother to tell her family where she's going. The man heard this sentence, lowered his eyes, and said nothing in his heart. It was Chung Gwyn Dan. Hua Kim-gon teased his son, also saying, look how good your godfather is to you. He even specially brought toys and clothes. As for you, Tong Mokchuan asked a question. Did San-san not say when she's coming back? She didn't say. Hua Kim-gon clicked his tongue. Now that girl is living very freely and happily. If you want her to return home with peace of mind, you'll probably have to wait until school starts. After all, his niece had grown up now, and Hua Jin-gon as her guardian could not manage her much. As long as she wasn't bullied by others or involved in anything illegal, he wouldn't interfere too much. Hua Jin-gon was not wrong. Hua Nian Sheng truly intended to wander outside until the start of the semester. Following her travel itinerary after heading south, she had stopped in numerous places. In truth, she didn't venture out every single day. Sometimes she would simply stay in her room, embracing her tablet, engrossed in the dissertations her professor had sent. No one could truly escape academic papers. During this period, she also took the chance to browse some online courses. From her earliest school days, Hua Nian Sheng had been a quintessential academic ace. Her university scores consistently ranked within the top 3. Simultaneously, she meticulously grasped the research focus of each instructor while vying for a reserved position, ultimately choosing Professor Tran. Her vacation days were so thoroughly packed that she couldn't even recall some old troubles. So much so that by the end of July, when the esteemed professor, whom she hadn't contacted in a long while, sent a message askin. If she would consider starting her lab work early in mid-August, Hua Nian Sheng was still a little dazed. She mused for a moment, realizing that she had indeed lived quite self-indulgently during this period since the professor had asked. It was undoubtedly because he hoped she would enter the laboratory sooner. Professor Tran's laboratory was highly renowned at Du University, receiving a substantial research fund annually, and most importantly, it boasted external investment from outside the school. Hua Nian Sheng replied to the professor that she could return to campus in August. She had traveled extensively across the north and south during this time, and had played almost enough. Any remaining unvisited places could simply await her next holiday. Young Xiaohua at this moment was still unaware that her current vacation would prove to be the most wonderful one she would experience in the coming 3 years. At the dawn of August, Hua Nian Sheng finally resolved to return home. The incident from a month prior had in truth almost entirely faded from her memory, but as she booked her plane ticket, it abruptly resurfaced in her mind. She spent the entire afternoon lost in thought, yet in the end still quietly booked the flight and surreptitiously made her way back. She hadn't mentioned her return to anyone else upon her arrival. The housekeeper was utterly bewildered to see her. It was only when Hua Jin-gon and his wife returned home from work that they discovered their I.C. had come back. You're back. Hua Jin-gon raised an eyebrow upon seeing his niece sprawled languidly on the sofa, munching on fruit. You must have had quite a bit of fun lately, haven't you? Hua Nian Sheng immediately sat upright, flashing a brilliant smile at him. Uncle. Auntie, you're both home. Hua Jingon and Tashao did not finish work at the same time, but someone, in his eagerness to pick up his wife, had intentionally left work early, driving a considerable distance to her company just to express his affection. Why didn't you say something beforehand? Tashao remarked, so the housekeeper could have prepared a more sumptuous dinner. Her intention was that if she had known her niece was returning, they would have thrown a celebratory welcoming feast for her, and dinner at home would have been a little more lavish. But the little girl, hearing this, simply said, "It's quite all right, Auntie, I've already told the housekeeper to add more dishes." Someone had just arrived home and already placed an order for extra dishes. Hua Jingon burst into laughter upon hearing this, then walked towards the kitchen for a quick glance. You truly don't let yourself be at a disadvantage, do you? During dinner, Hua Jingon inquired why she had returned. Hua Nian Sheng explained that she needed to prepare to go back to school, recounting how her professor had arranged for her to enter the laboratory early. Her uncle and aunt, both having entered the workforce directly after university with UT pursuing higher education, listened and quietly exchanged looks of profound sympathy towards their young niece. Though they hadn't embarked on postgraduate studies themselves, they were not without friends and younger acquaintances pursuing master's and doctoral degrees. To be frank, during the most arduous period of master's studies, everyone truly looked as though they had been confined to a camp. Why haven't you been posting on social media lately? Hua Nian Sheng suddenly heard such a question. She nearly choked on her own saliva. She deliberated her words, ultimately delivering such a nonsensical reply. I think I should live a little more modestly lately. After all, with you two working and burdened by such heavy grievances, it wouldn't be good for you to see my social media circle. Hua Jingon. A remark from which nothing remotely useful could be discerned. Since Hua Nian Sheng had returned home so discreetly, she conferred with Hua Jingon. Uncle, concerning my return home, could you please not mention it to anyone else? By this time dinner had concluded. Hua Jingon cast a sidelong glance at her Hua Nian Sheng. Precisely who are these others? She offered an incredibly earnest smile. Of course, everyone except you and Auntie. Hua Jingon never truly interfered in the affairs of the young, but at this moment he couldn't resist asking, did you quarrel with someone? Or did someone bully you? In this circle of wealthy science, many possess unpleasant dispositions, and a real conflict with anyone would be quite common. Hua Nian Sheng knew at a glance that her maternal uncle was mistaken. She said, I didn't quarrel with anyone at all. It was just that after drinking, she carelessly kissed someone, that's all. So what trouble did you cause that you cannot show your face upon returning home? Hua Nian. This topic could no longer be discussed. Finally, she made an excuse that she didn't want to go out these past few days to evade the issue. Outwardly, Hua Jinyan agreed with great enthusiasm, but whether he had inadvertently let something slip was another matter entirely. Seizing a moment of leisure, Hua Jinyan also spoke with Hua Nian Sheng about the progress of renovating her house. According to the plan, she could move in with her luggage around October this year. Speaking of the decoration, Hua Nian Sheng couldn't help but marvel at her uncle's meticulousness. The style, of course, was according to her preferences, yet the expenses were still borne by Hua Jinyan. After her travels, spending a few days at home, Hua Nian Sheng couldn't help but exclaim that being at home was still better than being out. During the period of travel before, she had actually been a little worried, sometimes wondering if Tong Maichuan would unexpectedly appear from some corner to settle accounts with her. She had blocked his contact, nor did she see him change devices to contact her. Hua Nian Sheng finally dared to boldly guess that Tong Maichuan probably wasn't intending to quibble over the matter of that night with her. Even so, she still didn't have the courage to meet him. Waiting for their next encounter, either she would just pretend as if nothing had ever happened, or she would prostrate herself before him once. According to the relationship between her uncle and Tong Maichuan, their two families would probably become intergenerational friends in the future, meaning their children would also have to know and interact with each other. Her future children might even have to receive red envelopes from Tong Maichuan solely based on this relationship. Hua Nian Sheng couldn't afford to offend him. She had to find a way to secretly remove Tong Maichuan from her blacklist. It's just that Hua Nian Sheng hadn't expected this day to arrive so quickly. On the day she packed her luggage, preparing to return to school, Hua Nian Sheng first called the family driver to inform him to pick her up in the afternoon, then continued to meander through the house as usual. After 2 months of carefree wandering, she now felt that even taking one step outside was incredibly difficult. Honestly, all she wanted to do was remain cooped up at home. But desire was one thing reality dictated. She must return to school to resume her studies. Previously, after graduation, all her belongings had been moved out of the dormitory, and many items even had to be discarded. Now returning to school, Hua Nian Sheng had no choice but to purchase some new items. The complication, too, lay in this very afternoon. While she still hadn't left the house, her uncle suddenly called, "Are you still home?" "Yes, I am." "Why?" "I just saw a new oven in the shopping mall, told someone to bring it back. It's great that you're home, please receive it for me." "Hua Nian, aren't you working? Why are you buying an oven?" "Hua Jinyan, stop prying into your boss business. What if I took a stroll through the mall? The oven at home broke, what's wrong with buying a new one?" Hua Nian Sheng truly didn't know what to say. Although an oven wasn't usually used often, the house still needed to have one. At this moment, only she was left in the house. The two maids had gone together to the market to buy food. Su Xiao recently liked to eat seafood, so the ingredients absolutely had to be chosen from the market. Another maid had gone with Su Xiao to take Xiao Yuandan to the hospital for a health checkup. Hua Nian Sheng figured since she was waiting for someone regardless, she simply settled herself in the living room, propping her feet up while playing on her phone to wait. Recently, she had been feeling a bit nostalgic for her childhood days of eating Chupa Chups lollipops, so she had bought a box to keep at home now. Conveniently, she unwrapped an orange-flavored one and put it in her mouth. Next to the staircase in the living room was also her fuchsia suitcase. Absorbed in watching short videos, Hua Nian Sheng didn't even hear the sound of a car outside. When the gate's doorbell chimed, Hua Nian Sheng was suddenly startled. She looked outside. Just now, for convenience while waiting for someone, she had opened the house door, but the outer courtyard gate was still locked. At this moment, she looked up and unexpectedly saw Tong Maichuan's face. Conversely, Tong Maichuan also saw her. The phone slipped from her hand, falling onto Hua Nian Sheng's lap with a patch sound. The confusion in her eyes was clearly visible. Her uncle said he would tell someone to deliver the item, but he never said it would be Tong Maichuan. Hua Nian Sheng looked at Tong Maichuan from afar. His gaze seemed utterly unperturbed. This gate she didn't want to open. Unfortunately, Tong Maichuan was very patient. After pressing the doorbell once, confirming that Hua Nian Sheng had seen him, he simply stood there, seemingly in a battle of wills with her to see who was more patient. The result was Hua Nian Sheng lost. In her upbringing, there was a rule: one could not refuse guests at the door, especially when she harbored a guilty conscience towards this particular guest. Hua Nian Sheng used the slowest pace she had ever managed to walk towards the door all the way. Her mind raced, but she still hadn't figured out what attitude to use to face Tong Maichuan. She bowed her head, almost shuffled to the door, opened it, then leaned to one side trying to pretend she was an invisible person. Tong Maichuan didn't speak immediately either, but clearly she could feel his gaze resting upon her. She didn't lift her head, absolutely avoiding eye contact with him. Hua Nian Sheng feared she would just prostrate herself before him right there and then. Finally, Tong Maichuan also carried the item and stepped inside. Hua Nian Sheng slowly followed behind him at a considerable distance. He was not unfamiliar with her home's kitchen. He put the oven in its place himself. Only then did he step out of the kitchen, walking towards the living room. At this moment, Hua Nian Sheng had already reached the stairs. She wanted to go upstairs. Tong Maichuan called her back. Hua Nian Sheng, the one addressed, suddenly froze. He had already sat down on the sofa, with absolutely no intention of leaving. "Come here." Hua Nian Sheng remained still, her back turned to him, her eyes already closed. Truly at this moment, she did not wish to open her mouth and speak. She didn't necessarily have to obey Tong Maichuan, but remaining like this indefinitely was also not the way. When Hua Nian Sheng turned around, she carried a slight mood of him going to die anyway, better to die sooner. She walked to the furthest position from Tong Maichuan, sat down, her gaze not daring to meet his. Clearly, she had a guilty conscience. Her palms were already drenched in sweat. "When did you return?" Tong Maichuan began, not mentioning the matter. Hua Nian Sheng couldn't answer, his tone sounding very calm. Only at this moment did Hua Nian Sheng deeply realize his emotional stability. But when he spoke, he did not go straight to the main issue instead. He first sought another entry point, looking like a patient hunter. Unconsciously, she was unsure what he intended to do. I returned on the 5th, she mumbled in reply. Song Maichuan lowered his gaze, not knowing what he was thinking, and chuckled softly. It's already been a week since you returned. His words revealed nothing of his attitude. Hua Nian Sheng did not dare to randomly change the topic if it were up to her. She would consider the matter as if it had never happened. But clearly, Song Maichuan was not her. Hua Nian Sheng felt a knife hanging over her head, at this moment waiting to see when it would fall. Song Maichuan noticed the pinkish-purple suitcase in the living room. That suitcase was clearly Hua Nian Sheng's. He asked, planning to go somewhere else for fun again? A while ago, Hua Nian Sheng had indeed almost lived like a travel blogger now. Merely seeing her suitcase, others would all think she already had her next destination. To study, Hua Nian Sheng honestly replied. Song Maichuan, when are you leaving? Later. Hearing this, Song Maichuan raised his hand to look at his wristwatch, then said to Hua Nian Sheng, then I'll take you. Hua Nian Sheng instinctively refused. No need, the driver will take me. As she looked up, her eyes met his precisely. The other party did not evade her gaze at all, looking straight at her with ease. Then the driver can drive and I'll go tea. Oh. Hua Nian Sheng fell silent. It seemed he was determined to take her. Then you can take me, she resignedly accepted her fate. Song Maichuan said nothing more, while Hua Nian Sheng lowered her head, messaging the driver to say he needn't come to pick her up anymore. She still wanted to ask why he wasn't going to work, but on second thought, he was the boss, arranging his time freely was also reasonable. Song Maichuan remained seated downstairs, waiting for her to prepare to go out. Hua Nian Sheng had always, until now, followed the life motto of die early, reincarnate early, but that life motto no longer applied. Now she wasn't so keen on dying. She quietly poured Song Maichuan a glass of water, then went upstairs to change her clothes. Just now, when Song Maichuan stepped in, Hua Nian Sheng was still wearing pajamas, lounging around the house. In the sweltering summer, she didn't go out at home. She would naturally dress as comfortably as possible. A few days prior, every day she had worn pajamas with a bare face. Each day, she repeated a routine, playing games, doting on the baby, and when the youngest brother returned, arguing with him for a few sentences. Life in general was quite leisurely. Are you ready to go? Song Maichuan asked. Little Hua nodded with resignation. Moving luggage at the start of a semester was never a simple task, and Hua Nian Sheng's luggage was not merely the suitcase seen earlier. Song Maichuan very conscientiously carried the heavy luggage first into the car's trunk, while she merely put on her backpack and pulled her suitcase, following after him. When everything had been loaded into the car, Hua Nian Sheng hesitated briefly, pondering whether she should sit in the back seat or the front. But while she was hesitating, Song Maichuan was also looking at her. That kind of gaze, clearly unspoken, yet when met, would automatically diminish half the composure of a person with a guilty conscience. Hua Nian Sheng very conscientiously opened the co-pilot's door and sat in. Throughout the drive, both remained utterly silent. Hua Nian Sheng looked straight ahead, looked out the window, looked at her phone, but did not dare to glance to the side a single time. The dormitory environment for postgraduate students at Du University was impeccable. Hua Nian Sheng chose a single room. Except for the accommodation costs being a little more expensive each year, there were no other problems. When driving into the school, Song Maichuan was even stopped at the school gate. Hua Nian Sheng had to call the professor and explain the situation to the security guard before they were allowed in. Her original intention was just for Song Maichuan to help her carry her belongings up to the dormitory, but he looked at the dormitory, then leisurely rolled up his sleeves. Hua Nian Sheng, Chapter 52. Kissing is fine, but isn't dating too ambiguous? The dormitory had been uninhabited for nearly an entire summer vacation, so its sanitary condition could be imagined. Dust clung everywhere, every spot needed cleaning, and there were many items to buy. But Hua Nian Sheng could handle these small tasks herself, so when she saw Song Maichuan about to lend a hand, she instinctively spoke up to stop him. I can do it myself, you just go do your own work. How could she possibly let him personally clean for her? After she spoke, Song Maichuan's gaze naturally fell upon her face. She didn't know what he was thinking, but the corner of his mouth curved upwards. Hua Nian Sheng. Are you chasing me away? Hua Nian. How could that be said? She was merely standing from a rather reasonable perspective, feeling that Song Mai Chuan shouldn't waste any more time with her. Between them, there were naturally still things left unsaid. Hua Nian Sheng also didn't know what Song Mai Chuan's intention ultimately was. It was just that he hadn't spoken up, so she could only assume this person intended to give her another ideological lesson. However, as soon as he spoke, he slapped a huge accusation on her, and she couldn't help but justify herself. Of course not. I'm already used to cleaning myself. This wasn't a lie. Having studied for 4 years in university, everyone understood the matter of cleaning one's own dormitory at the start of the semester. Furthermore, with Song Mai Chuan right beside her, she felt somewhat uncomfortable. Song Mai Chuan didn't know if he understood her intention or not, but in the end, he no longer intended to take action. Looking at his watch, he said, Is 2 hours enough for you to clean? Hua Nian Sheng. In 2 hours, I'll come pick you up for dinner. Hua Nian Sheng softly uttered an ah. Song Mai Chuan asked, Your school canteen probably isn't open yet, is it? It truly wasn't open yet, but ordering takeout could basically solve this problem. Hua Nian Sheng looked up, meeting Song Mai Chuan's gaze directly. He said, Then it's settled. So where are you going now? She unconsciously asked a question. To take care of some things. Song Mai Chuan didn't elaborate, but judging by him, he wasn't someone with free time. Hua Nian Sheng didn't ask further. After he left, she remained in a daze for a moment. The car parked downstairs had indeed driven away. Hua Nian Sheng, with a troubled mind, began to clean her room. As for the current time, the arrangement for the dormitory was something her professor helped her obtain through the back door. Hua Nian Sheng thought about how when the semester started, others would have to move their belongings up and down, while for her, everything would already be cleaned and in order, and she felt great about it. At this time, there were actually not many people in the school, apart from the teachers who already lived on campus and administrative logistics staff. Basically, not many people appeared on campus during the holiday. Hua Nian Sheng was busy for the entire period and finally finished making her bed. She also went downstairs to buy a bottle of water from the vending machine. Since the school hadn't officially started yet, it looked desolate like that, and Hua Nian Sheng didn't even have a strong urge to go to the supermarket. After finishing the cleaning, Hua Nian Sheng still thought about what Song Mai Chuan had said earlier. His intention seemed to be to have a frank talk with her tonight, but what exactly did he mean? Guessing other people's intentions was the hardest thing in the world. Comrade Xiao Hua had only just started brainstorming a little before quickly giving up. She decided to just let things run their course. When it was dinner time, Hua Nian Sheng indeed saw Song Mai Chuan's car parked downstairs. She didn't know how he had convinced the security guard to let him in afterward. Song Mai Chuan probably remembered being stopped a second time, so he had no intention of calling Hua Nian Sheng. At this hour, there were actually not many people in the girls' dormitory. Even the dormitory manager auntie wasn't downstairs, so there was no one to block his way. When he looked up, he coincidentally met the gaze of the person peering out from the corridor. Tong Mokshuyan waved towards Hua Nian Sheng, telling her to come downstairs. Hua Nian Sheng turned her head to look at her attire, which was very normal, very student-like. It couldn't be called rustic, but her white t-shirt had unfortunately been stained with dirt while cleaning, blackened in a small patch. She thought for a moment and in the end still opened her suitcase to take out another set of clothes to change into. After changing clothes, she slowly came downstairs. Tong Mokshuyan was leaning against the car door, waiting. When he saw her, he very naturally opened the passenger seat car door for her. His hand rested on the car roof, preventing Hua Nian Sheng from hitting her head. During the process of coming downstairs, Hua Nian Sheng had mentally prepared many times, merely simulating how she should deal with it if Tong Mokshuyan were to mention the matter of that night in France. After all, it was actually just one kiss. In adult social interactions, perhaps such a thing often occurs as a mere social gesture. Tong Mokshuyan might not frequently experience it, but Hua Nian Sheng was certain he had seen it before. Perhaps because she was preoccupied with something, Hua Nian Sheng ate this meal very distractedly. Even when Tong Mokshuyan asked her if she wanted to order dessert after the meal, she instinctively shook her head. Clearly, her appetite was not good today. Tong Mokshuyan looked at her without saying anything throughout this entire meal. Hua Nian Sheng basically didn't dare to look directly into his eyes. She didn't dare, especially when he was still on her blacklist. In this situation, she was truly at a disadvantage. Until she was sitting in Tong Mokshuyan's car driving her back to school, Hua Nian Sheng still didn't hear him mention anything, and she also wondered if he intended to let it go. So they would have with each other as before. Throughout the journey in the car, both remained silent. Tong Mokshuyan played a romantic foreign song, which Hua Nian Sheng didn't understand, but she knew it was an Italian song. Just before the car arrived near her school gate, the car suddenly stopped beside a street lamp post. There weren't many people here, although it hadn't reached the school gate yet. Passing one more road would be close. At this moment, Hua Nian Sheng didn't think much. She wanted to get out of the car. But when she pushed the car door, it wouldn't open. She turned her head to look at Tong Mokshuyan, but discovered his gaze was fixed on her face. This time, turning her head, Hua Nian Sheng unexpectedly met his eyes. Those peach blossom eyes almost looked directly at Hua Nian Sheng. His gaze seemed to solidify. Hua Nian Sheng couldn't help her eyes sparkling. She instinctively wanted to avoid the other person's gaze. It was just that the space inside the car was cramped, with no place for her to escape. Afterwards, she saw Tong Mokshuyan reach out and turn off the music in the car. Inside the car, it suddenly became quiet, and Hua Nian Sheng instinctively leaned close to the car door. "What are you hiding from?" Tong Mokshuyan spoke up, his voice in this environment becoming even deeper. "I've given you so much time already, still haven't finished mentally preparing?" Hua Nian Sheng felt this voice was more like it had come to make things difficult for her. Felt like the knife that had been hanging for so long was finally about to fall. From the moment she boarded the plane to escape, to then completely disappearing. And now no one knew what range of emotions her heart had experienced. In short, even now she still didn't want to face the person beside her. Tong Mokshuyan opened his mouth to ask, "When do you plan to unblock my number on your phone?" Hua Nian Sheng. This one question left her at a loss for how to answer. She hadn't thought of how to answer, but Tong Mokshuyan had already spoken before her. "All right then, give me your phone." Hua Nian Sheng's brain was perhaps not very clear-headed, at least not intelligent in its reaction. Her phone was originally in her hand. After hearing his words, she instinctively lit up the screen, unlocking it with her face almost in the same moment. Tong Mokshuyan took the phone from her hand. Hua Nian Sheng opened her mouth, intending to say something, but still no sound came out. She watched Tong Mokshuyan's distinct fingers swipe across her phone screen for a long while. Perhaps he had unblocked his contact information from all her blacklists. Afterwards, when he returned the phone to her, he even said calmly, "In the future, if there's anything, you can say it clearly, don't just block the number at the slightest thing." Hua Nian Sheng. She always felt this statement from Tong Mokshuyan was hinting at her. Hua Nian Sheng quietly took the phone, asking, "So, can I go now?" Tong Mokshuyan didn't answer but asked, "San, do you think the problem between us has been resolved yet?" This question made Hua Nian Sheng choke up again. The moment that needed to come would still come. "The last night in France you drank yourself drunk, do you still remember?" This was the part Hua Nian Sheng hated the most. After waking up from drunkenness, there was still someone trying to remind you. Actually, at that time she wasn't exactly drunk, just a bit dazed, thinking she was dreaming. What she did in a dream couldn't fundamentally be called misbehavior, right? But at this moment, Hua Nian Sheng couldn't say anything. She waited to see what Tong Mokshuyan's intention was. "Your alcohol tolerance is not good in the future. If you don't have trustworthy friends by your side, it's best not to touch alcohol anymore." Tong Mokshuyan said so. He unbuckled his seatbelt, slightly leaned over to look at Hua Nian Sheng, and asked, "Why don't you dare to look up at me?" Hua Nian Sheng. How to put it, growing up is indeed a subject that makes people change completely. Hua Nian Sheng 4 years ago even dared to ask Tong Mokshuyan with red eyes if there was any possibility between them if she were a bit older, while Hua Nian Sheng now, because she kissed someone after getting drunk, felt she had done something wrong. The relationship between men and women is clearly not that simple. It's not that just liking someone means there can be love, nor is it necessarily about liking. Hua Nian Sheng tried to look up, but her eyes still didn't dare to meet Tong Mokshuyan's. The range of her gaze was perhaps his chin. Looking up a little more were his lips. Under the car's lights, his lips seemed to be covered with a filter, creating a romantic feeling, making them even more beautiful. In her mind, she couldn't help but have a few images flash, and she froze. Tong Mokshuyan's voice sounded full of patience and guidance. and he continued to lower his eyes, asking the person beside him, "Do you still remember what you did?" When this question was posed, Hua Nian Sheng instinctively shook her head. She finally lifted her gaze, but her eyes sparkled, and her eyelashes unconsciously trembled a few times. After shaking her head, her eyes lowered once more. Logically speaking, Hua Nian Sheng at this moment should have appeared more composed, at least not letting herself seem guilty. But her ability to manage her emotions was no longer very effective after encountering him again today. Little Hua's social experience was insufficient, and in front of someone like Tong Mokshuyan, she would inevitably feel pressure. This invisible pressure initially did not exist, but as soon as she thought of the increasingly awkward relationship between her and Tong Mokshuyan, and the fact that they might have to continue interacting with each other for the rest of their lives, Hua Nian Sheng immediately felt as though this world truly wanted to explode. Tong Mokshuyan was indeed not a relationship that could be severed for life simply by blocking a number. Hua Nian Sheng knew that the relationship of interest between her uncle and Tong Mokshuyan was even deeper than she had imagined. However, Tong Mokshuyan at this moment was not discussing the relationship between him and Hua Kamgon, but rather the relationship between him and her. Hua Nian Sheng heard Tong Mokshuyan repeat the previous question, "Do you remember what you did to me that night?" They had only kissed once, one could even say it was merely lips touching lips, so why did he speak as if she had done something to him? Adults after getting drunk could do all sorts of inappropriate things. She had merely kissed someone once, and what's more, Tong Mokshuyan himself had presented the opportunity. That had already been a very restrained act. Hua Nian Sheng lowered her eyes and thought for a moment. Actually, everything was very clear. She was in the car now, and Tong Mokshuyan clearly wanted to settle things, so she would simply follow his lead and speak. Therefore, she finally looked up at the man beside her, her tone attempting to be calm. "I remember." To still feign memory loss after her drunken state at this point would be too artificial. After all, it wasn't the first time she had faced such a situation. She thought she could handle it. However, the very next second, just as she was about to apologize to Tong Mokshuyan, he leisurely uttered a sentence, "Then tell me, what did you do to me?" Huan. She opened her mouth, intending to say something, but the words on the tip of her tongue felt wrong. Outside, cars occasionally drove past, but where Tong Mokshuyan had parked was not on the main road, so it did not obstruct traffic. "Tong Mokshuyan, why aren't you speaking anymore?" Hua Nian Sheng was clearly lacking confidence. Wasn't it just a kiss on the lips? A kiss on the lips. Because of this, she had wandered outside for a month, not daring to return to face anyone, even blocking the number of her drunken victim. Though it sounded light when she spoke, her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. After Tong Mokshuyan heard this from her, his eyes slightly deepened. "Oh? Have you kissed many people before?" This rhetorical question left Hua Nian Sheng at a loss. She stammered out a sentence, "Not too many, just normal. Only one person." What's more, she couldn't even remember what that kiss tasted like anymore. Yet it had made her feel guilty for so long. She was truly at a disadvantage. "Then what number am I?" Tong Mokshuyan suddenly asked. Hua Nian Sheng hadn't expected him to be serious about this matter. She was stunned for a moment, then, seeing his expression, felt the atmosphere in the car becoming increasingly unsettling. "Is it that important?" Hua Nian Sheng asked. "Very important," Tong Mokshuyan answered her. He looked into Hua Nian Sheng's eyes and said, "That was my first kiss." The car suddenly became silent. Hua Nian Sheng instinctively widened her eyes. She leaned back sly. "Duh," her tone unable to conceal her surprise. "How can that be? You're already 28 years old already." In this society, there might still be a chance to find a man nearly 30 years old who still had his first kiss, but to find someone with Tong Mokshuyan's status was almost impossible. "So you have nothing to say?" Hua Nian Sheng heard Tong Mokshuyan ask her. To some extent, Hua Nian Sheng felt that the first kiss was actually not so bad. After all, she wasn't at the point of life and death, but because the person who carried out the act of kissing someone after getting drunk was her, she felt that she wasn't entirely innocent. She had nothing to say. If it shouldn't be kissed, it had already been kissed. Now whatever was said would be useless. "I'm sorry." This apology sounded particularly clear. More or less a little sincerity could be heard. But not much. "Next time I will definitely not repeat the offense." "Song Mai Chuan, there's a next time?" Huan. He was nitpicking her words. It was just that she hadn't said the next sentence yet, Song Mai Chuan continued to speak up. What I want to hear is not your apology. Hua Nian Sheng naturally understood Song Mai Chuan's dissatisfaction with her apology. After all, according to her actions at that time, that was clearly playing the rogue. She also didn't expect that at this age, he was still quite innocent. If it was said that economic compensation had to be made to him, then what on earth was she? Comrade Tai. Yu Hua at this moment self-reflected for a long time, in the end couldn't think of any good method, so she decisively dropped her head, as if giving up, saying a sentence. Then what exactly do you want, or shall I let you kiss me back? Let's call it even. After she finished speaking, the area beside her fell silent. Just now Hua Nian Sheng had spoken without much thought. She wanted to lift her head to say something more, but then saw Song Mai Chuan silently staring at her. Or more precisely, staring at her face. Hua Nian Sheng swallowed the word she intended to say. She saw Song Mai Chuan move a little closer, his voice hoarse, asking her, "Are you serious? Are you serious?" Hua Nian Sheng's mind was suddenly occupied by these words. She didn't know why. At this moment her lips and tongue were faster than her brain. She said, "Why else?" Immediately after that, the person in the driver's seat leaned over. Before Hua Nian Sheng could react, Song Mai Chuan reached out a hand, stroking down along her head. She felt his palm press against the nape of her neck, the temperature of his palm inexplicably hot. This contact for Hua Nian Sheng was unfamiliar. Her eyelashes also trembled slightly. The moment Song Mai Chuan drew close, her pupils uncontrollably dilated. It was just that Song Mai Chuan did not kiss her immediately. Hua Nian Sheng couldn't clearly say what she was thinking at that moment. She didn't know if it was relief or being left in suspense. The atmosphere in the car at this moment was truly ambiguous. Hua Nian Sheng had realized this. But even at this moment, she still didn't understand what he meant. Or in other words, her sensitive radar for opposite-sex affection was disabled in front of Song Mai Chuan. Outside, cars still occasionally drove past. The sound of cars rushing by sometimes reached their ears, but the two people in the car seemed not to care about the movements outside. The moment their eyes met, Hua Nian Sheng was unexpectedly astonished by Song Mai Chuan's eyes. His eyes were indeed very beautiful. Before she could react, the man in front of her suddenly closed his eyes. Then the hand placed behind her nape suddenly exerted force. Hua Nian Sheng was unexpectedly pulled forward a little. Immediately after that, her lips touched the other's lips. In that moment her mind went blank. Her head felt like something had exploded. She temporarily lost the ability to think. Her lips were taken, carefully sucked. Hua Nian Sheng finally realized something. She instinctively wanted to push him away, but the man beside her seemed to have anticipated it. Quickly grasped her right wrist, palm facing up, holding it, utilizing the absolute dominance and strength, and entwined his 10 fingers with Hua Nian Sheng's hand. Her other hand pressed against his chest, wanting to push him away, but that force at this moment became insignificant. Song Mai Chuan's hand gradually moved from the back of her neck to her face, kissing with great seriousness. Hua Nian Sheng at first could only utter a sound of She wanted to open her mouth to speak, but as soon as she opened her mouth it was prized open. This kiss, compared to the kiss at the French hotel, was truly equally intense. From initially resisting to later, Hua Nian Sheng's push against Song Mai Chuan gradually weakened. She could hardly articulate what her mind was thinking, or rather, she had no time to think at all. That feeling of emptiness constantly surged. She grasped Song Mai Chuan's shirt, her grip tightening. Song Mai Chuan was exploring, as if he said he lacked experience but not entirely. Hua Nian Sheng felt her breath become uneven. The force of her push against him intensified a little. He abruptly pulled away from her lips, opened his eyes and looked straight at Hua Nian Sheng, reaching out a hand to wipe away the tear that had welled up in the corner of her eye. Hua Nian Sheng gasped for breath. While still in a daze, she heard Song Mai Chuan say in a hoarse voice, "Breathe. React to me a little." The next second, he pressed his lips against hers again. Behind Hua Nian Sheng was the car door. She could hardly retreat any further. His words, "react to me a little," had completely invaded her mind. Hua Nian Sheng didn't know if she was considered to be reacting. She heard the sounds of their kissing in the dark. Song Mai Chuan kissed very passionately. She didn't hear other sounds around, but her heart rate at this moment was continuously rising. How long his kiss had lasted she truly didn't know. Waiting until Song Mai Chuan pulled away again, She vaguely felt her lips numb, so she instinctively reached out to touch her lips. Only after touching did she realize that Song Maichuan's gaze had actually always been on her face. Hua Nian Sheng's action of touching her lips suddenly stopped. For eyes met. In this situation she didn't know what she should say. Each person's hand was still tightly entwined at this moment. The feeling of touching palms was very clear. She tried to move a little, wanting to let go of his hand, but it was held tightly. Hua Nian Sheng had no idea that after the kiss, the corners of her eyes were glistening with tears. How pitiful that expression looked. Her brain was still reacting to the fact that she and Song Maichuan had kissed, and it was even twice. Moreover, it was a deep kiss and not just lips touching lips. A long while later, Hua Nian Sheng heard Song Maichuan say, "Tonight we didn't drink alcohol. Do you hate the feeling of kissing me?" he asked softly. Hua Nian Sheng took a long while to understand the meaning of this sentence. She felt that her mind tonight was no longer working well. Song Maichuan was right beside her. She raised her hand a little, which could cause his hand to also lift, their 10 fingers tightly intertwined like a pair of lovers. They had even kissed each other. This development had exceeded her imagination. After several moments of silence, she finally spoke up. "Song Maichuan, what do you mean? If the night in France was an unintended incident after she got drunk, then tonight was precisely a lapse while fully sober." Tong Mokshuyan's gaze was always on her. Only then did Hua Nian Sheng realize that, at some unknown point, his gaze directed at her had truly become more frequent. "Sheng Sheng," Tong Mokshuyan's voice resonated beside her ear, his breath a touch heavier. "I like you. Does 22-year-old Hua Nian Sheng want to consider dating 28-year-old Tong Mokshuyan?" After speaking these words, Tong Mokshuyan waited in silence for her answer. His viewpoint remained unchanged. Between him and Hua Nian Sheng, a distance still existed. He believed himself to be older than her, or that later there would be disagreements in how they viewed issues, or, most directly, that his bodily functions would age faster than hers. Regrettably, only at this moment could he truly comprehend the psychological journey of the little girl who, 4 years ago, had gathered all her courage to confess her feelings to him. This sentiment of love, not even a fraction of it was within human control. Thus, he had made his utmost effort. The rest he entrusted to Hua Nian Sheng's decision. After listening, Hua Nian Sheng paused for a moment. Her mind tonight was truly a bit muddled for some unknown reason. The messy, jumbled jokes she often saw online flooded back into her head. She spoke almost without thinking. "Kissing is fine, but isn't dating a bit too ambiguous? Tong Mokshuyan?" He seemed to be amused. Chapter 53. Little Hua falls silent. The two fell silent for a long while. Hua Nian Sheng felt the sensation on her lips seemed still vivid, her eyes sparkling, lingering on Tong Mokshuyan's lips. The distance between them was very close. A long while later, she heard Tong Mokshuyan say, "If you truly no longer harbor any feelings for me, I will not press the matter." Reaching this point, he paused briefly, then said, "But before you make your decision, I think I should still have a chance to pursue you. What do you think?" His gaze lingered on her eyes, a burning look, and she could not help but turn away. "I have to go back to school now." After an unknown length of time, Hua Nian Sheng finally retrieved her voice from her throat. She exerted a little force, wanting to withdraw her hand. Tong Mokshuyan tightened his grip first, then slowly let go. He settled back into his seat. Hua Nian Sheng felt it impossible to remain in this car any longer. She wanted to open the car door, but he suddenly fastened his seatbelt again, saying, "I'll drive you into the campus." Hua Nian Sheng wanted to say something, but she opened her mouth only for no words to emerge. So she leaned back against the seat, and Tong Mokshuyan slowly drove the car toward Du University across the way. It was unclear what the school security thought, but after they saw Tong Mokshuyan's license plate, they permitted the car to enter. She was curious and anted to ask, but at this moment, she didn't particularly want to talk to Tong Mokshuyan. Their current relationship was perhaps not suitable for conversation. Hua Nian Sheng still hadn't fully processed the words "I like you" that he had just spoken. Tong Mokshuyan was driving, but seemed to always be attentive to the emotions of the person beside him. He took the initiative to speak. "I know one of the leaders at your school." So that was it. Hua Nian Sheng understood. At this moment, she could once again profoundly feel the network of connections behind Tong Mokshuyan. How could they possibly be a suitable match? Hua Nian Sheng no longer understood what his feelings were. She was no longer the naive young girl she once was. She could now perceive the invisible distance between them, precisely as he had once tried to convey to her. Upon reaching the dormitory, Tong Mokshuyan did not take Hua Nian Sheng upstairs. This was a female dormitory, and he was a man. It was inconvenient to go up at such a late hour, even though school hadn't officially started yet, and there weren't many people staying inside. Before Hua Nian Sheng got out of the car, she seemed to have mentally prepared herself. She exited first, closed the car door, and facing the open car window said, Tong Mokshuyan, I've thought it over carefully. We truly aren't suited for each other. Please don't waste your time on me any longer. The drunken night in France, even if she had offended him in some way that night, was now considered even. She spoke very seriously, even her gaze exuded a profound earnestness. But Tong Mokshuyan simply said, Sheng, let's just try first. But what they would try he did not say. Her words to him did not seem to be a reason for him to give up. Hua Nian Sheng returned to the dormitory, sat down on a chair, then suddenly brought her hand to touch her lips. Afterward, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the mirror on the table. The person in the mirror had a flushed face, eyes sparkling with moisture, and even her lip color seemed redder. This expression was not good. It was like a girl secretly in love. She reached out to turn the mirror face down, then sat alone at the desk, lost in thought for a very long time. She didn't know how much time had passed, but Hua Nian Sheng finally realized it was already dark, so she stood up and went into the bathroom to wash up. She didn't know what Song Maichuan was thinking, nor did she know when he had started to like her, but it was clear that his actions tonight were enough to prove that her previous fantasies were not groundless. Simply because it was Song Maichuan, she had instinctively overlooked some details that were actually very obvious. On her first night back at school, Hua Nian Sheng did not sleep well, partly because it was a new dormitory and a strange bed, which she was a little unaccustomed to. The other part, and also the biggest reason, was that she tossed and turned because of the kiss with Song Maichuan in the car last night. The other party was too skilled at grasping small techniques, from tentative exploration at first, then gradually deepening. She couldn't guess if his statement about it being his first kiss was true, or if he was saying that the fundamental focus wasn't on the first kiss at all. Rather, it was that they had kissed, and Hua Nian Sheng had not resisted at all. The scene of the kiss and Song Maichuan's expression as he drew near at that moment were still vividly clear. The more Hua Nian Sheng thought about it, the less she could sleep, and so she suffered from insomnia. In any case, afterward, many chaotic images flashed through her mind, and Hua Nian Sheng didn't even know when she had drifted off to sleep. It wasn't until the alarm clock rang that she crawled out of bed with a heavy head, her entire Buddha strength seemingly drained by someone. Today, she had an appointment to meet the professor at the laboratory. Having already visited Professor Chen's laboratory last year, Hua Nian Sheng woke up, casually bought a sandwich at the supermarket for breakfast, then headed to the laboratory. At this time, there weren't many people in the laboratory. Hua Nian Sheng had arrived a little early, and the door was not yet open. She sat on a long bench in the hallway, munching on her sandwich, lost in thought. On her phone there were actually unread messages, such as a greeting from Hua Jinyan, and a good morning message from Song Maichuan. Perhaps as Song Maichuan had said, he was pursuing Hua Nian Sheng. It wasn't that Hua Nian Sheng had never been pursued by others. She had seen this kind of solicitous attention countless times before, and had also seen many greetings similar to Song Maichuan's. She believed he was the same. Hua Nian Sheng was not in a hurry to reply, mainly because after last night, she didn't know how to face Song Maichuan. This situation was perhaps even more tense than after the drunken night in France. She didn't understand why this person had become her pursuer. Recalling from last year to this year, Hua Nian Sheng felt she hadn't done anything at all, so how exactly had Song Maichuan come to like her? Having finished every bite of her sandwich, Hua Nian Sheng walked 2 steps to throw away the trash, only to see the elevator door open, and Professor Chen along with a young man step out from inside. Xiao Hua is here already. Professor Chen was very easy to recognize. He smiled and greeted her. As for the black-haired young man behind him, Hua Nian Sheng squinted and looked for a long time before she reluctantly recognized him. It was Senior Mu Shijia, whose blue hair had left a deep impression on her last year. After dyeing his hair black again, he even looked like an indescribably well-behaved student. Hua Nian Sheng found it difficult to associate him with the person who constantly spouted nonsense in the group chat. Little junior sister, you've come to the laboratory so early? Mu Shijia also greeted Ned broadly, and as soon as he opened his mouth, it was the familiar flavor, truly a young person full of endurance. Hua Nian Sheng politely greeted the professor and her senior brother. Professor Chun led her inside and gave her another tour of the laboratory, finally telling her classes haven't started yet these few days, so you can just follow your senior brother Mu and do some odd jobs in the laboratory first. Let him teach you a few things. And so, Hua Nian Sheng was like a small package of luggage handed over to Mu Shijia. Professor Chun probably had personal matters, so after giving his instructions, he handed the new student over to Mu Shijia. From that moment on, Hua Nian Sheng followed him like a small tail. Mu Shijia especially emphasized to her some of the most expensive equipment in the laboratory, warning her to guard them carefully, things worth several million yuan. Just hearing it made her feel respectful. Hua Nian Sheng was still not quite used to Mu Shijia's current appearance. She remembered that last year, browsing his moments, she had still seen him with shimmering metallic hair. Mu Shijia seemed to notice Hua Nian Sheng's gaze. He patted his head and chuckled sheepishly. Isn't graduation approaching? This year, I intend to make old Chan see me a little more favorably. I'm also looking forward to him fighting a verbal battle for me during my thesis defense next year. Hua Nian Sheng. Clearly, the legendary stories about thesis defenses that circulated annually near graduation were not groundless. Among them, the most classic example was the postgraduate supervisor verbally battling to defend their favorite student. Hua Nian Sheng, being someone whose classes had not officially started yet, decided to learn from her senior brother's experience. Some small tips for graduation, she might not use them, but she definitely had to know them. Oh right, Mu Shijia chatted with her for a few sentences. Why did you come to school so early? Wasn't summer vacation fun at home? From Mu Shijia's perspective, he found this junior sister named Hua Nian Sheng a bit hard to understand. Simply put, he had never seen anyone so foolish, told to come to the laboratory to do odd jobs. And she actually came. Hua Nian Sheng's eyes were clear. Senior brother Mu, I've indulged in too much leisure. I want to return to school to pursue my studies. Mu Shijia suddenly remembered that her moments had been filled with travel photos from all over the place throughout the recent vacation. Senior brother Mu, why are you here too? Oh, bringing this up, Mu Shijia's spirits plummeted again, his eyes seemingly losing their light. The project I'm working on is related to my graduation thesis topic. How could I not be here? Hua Nian. Her gaze revealed a look of sympathy, not knowing if it was sympathy for him or for herself. 2 years later, this senior apprentice brother Mu had a very open personality, and his conversations often surprised others. For example, when he was engrossed in typing code, he would suddenly lament his varied and difficult fate. Pursuing postgraduate studies can indeed make people transcend class. I have successfully transcended from the working class to a slave. Hua Nian. How could it not be humorous? Hua Nian Sheng was a newcomer to the lab. The tasks assigned to her were basically not important work, and this period was mainly for learning. Simply put, her recent duty was to follow Mu Shijia to do miscellaneous tasks. Mu Shijia was clearly very caring towards this junior apprentice sister. Although he seemed a bit frivolous, Hua Nian Sheng had to admit that her senior apprentice brother could pursue postgraduate studies thanks to his own strength. When it was time to work, he looked very serious every minute and every second, showing her what was called a second personality. When free and with nothing to do, Hua Nian Sheng would read specialized books or follow along with coding. For their field, wanting to completely escape code was almost impossible. It had been 2 days, and she still hadn't replied to Song Maichuan's message. It wasn't that she deliberately didn't reply, it was just that she didn't know how to perceive the relationship between her and him. Two people who clearly had no relationship had kissed, and he wanted her to respond. So if there was something ambiguous between them, what would be the next step of this ambiguity? Would they date? How far would dating go? If they broke up later, wouldn't meeting again be even more awkward than now? Hua Nian Sheng, after all, no longer held the notion of one life, one love, one pair of people. Even the most deeply in love couples could break up. This was very normal. She viewed it very openly. But the problem here was, a rabbit does not eat grass near its burrow. Song Maichuan was equivalent to the patch of grass near her burrow. Hua Nian Sheng felt she couldn't nibble on this patch of grass. The consequence of not replying to messages for 2 days was that the person called directly. Hua Nian Sheng waited until the ringing was almost over before answering, and after connecting, she did not speak immediately. Sheng Sheng. Song Maichuan's voice rang out. Hearing this voice again, Hua Nian Sheng instinctively raised her hand to rub her ear. Do you have something to say? She tried to keep her tone sounding calm. Song Maichuan's side was silent for a moment. Then she heard him say nothing. I just want to know how you are now. I'm a little worried about you. Hua Nian. Initially, she thought Song Maichuan would ask her why she hadn't replied to his messages, but he said he was worried about her. This communication technique was truly mastered by him absolutely. She replied, I'm fine, very well. That's good then. But in the very next second, Hua Nian Sheng heard him ask, have I caused you psychological pressure? She immediately fell silent. To say it was psychological pressure, in reality there was nothing. She wasn't made of glass, she wasn't that fragile. Hua Nian Sheng said nothing, and Song Maichuan immediately continued to ask Sheng Sheng, do you hate me? In reality, she didn't hate him. Hua Nian Sheng's attitude towards someone she hated would certainly not be as it was now for someone she truly hated. She would even be reluctant to speak a single word. Song Maichuan didn't hear a reply, but he gently said, if you don't hate me, then can you try to like me? Hua Nian Sheng didn't know how to reply. The question he had just posed was very direct. She could only say right now, I don't want to think about this matter. This could only be considered a generic formulaic answer. Neither a refusal nor an agreement. Hua Nian Sheng naturally recognized her hesitation. But she was also lenient with herself. Tong Mokchuan was, after all, the first person she liked in the literal sense for her. He was no different from her very first love. She had poured all her purest and most beautiful adolescent feelings into him. This led to the fact that even to this day, Tong Mokchuan still carried a certain filter in her eyes. This answer from Hua Nian Sheng was not entirely a rejection to Tong Mokchuan. He asked, can you tell me the reason? What other reason could there be for this matter? Did she have to have a reason for not wanting contact with men? But before she could answer, Tong Mokchuan said, is it because you're busy with studies, or do you feel that my age is now too old for you? It has nothing to do with your age. Hua Nian Sheng almost blurted out. When she heard Tong Mokchuan utter the 3 words older age, her heart also twinged a little. He wasn't suddenly 6 or 7 years her senior today. When she was 18, she didn't see this age gap as a problem, so at 22 it was the same. Hua Nian Sheng suddenly realized she was like she had a sickness. She couldn't bear to see Tong Mokchuan show self-pity in front of her. But when she saw him display an attitude of bowing and submission, she felt satisfied, a psychological satisfaction. For example, that evening Tong Mokchuan had used a gentle tone to ask her, does 22-year-old Hua Nian Sheng want to consider dating 28-year-old Tong Mokchuan? Tong Mokchuan seemed to let out a light chuckle. So, are you willing to meet me for a moment now? Hua Nian Sheng. Before she could ask what he meant, she heard him continue over the phone, I am downstairs at your dormitory. Hua Nian. She walked out to the corridor and looked down, seeing a modest black car parked on the empty lot in front, with a man leaning against the hood of the car, making a phone call. He seemed to sense something, and at that very moment he looked up, his gaze meeting Hua Nian Sheng's on the upper floor. Hua Nian Sheng was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say. Tong Mokchuan also merely looked up at her, not opening his mouth to speak right away. After a long while, Hua Nian Sheng gripped her phone tighter. She said, what if I don't come down? Tong Mokchuan's voice came through, it's fine, I've already seen you. Hua Nian Sheng didn't know if Tong Mokchuan's words could be considered cunning. He was truly skilled at turning a retreat into an advance. In front of such a man, she suddenly felt her own moral cultivation was truly insufficient. She thought for a moment, and in the end still took her phone and went downstairs. There were indeed some matters that needed to be clarified. It was just that when she stood in front of Tong Mokchuan, she still couldn't help but feel a little awkward. Tong Mokchuan's attire was no different from when he went to work, all trousers and a shirt. His tie was almost a different style every day. But not entirely. His shirts looked similar at first glance, but in fact each had its own unique design. One could see the difference just by looking. Today he wore a black shirt, sleeves rolled up to his elbows. His wristwatch had been replaced with a different one. Today he wore a silver watch. Hua Nian Sheng only discovered upon getting closer that Tong Mokchuan seemed to have changed his hairstyle. His front bangs hung down quite a lot, making him look somewhat younger, and altogether more youthful. If he changed into a different set of clothes, perhaps walking on campus would not seem out of place. Tong Mokchuan saw Hua Nian Sheng instinctively stand straight. He smiled at her. How have you been these past what days? Have you gotten used to it? He asked if she had gotten used to the laboratory yet. Hua Nian Sheng hummed once, then looked up at him, saying later, please don't so readily drive into the school, it's not good. Normally, the school campus was not a place where outsiders could freely enter, especially people who were already working like Tong Mokchuan driving an expensive car in. If seen by others who knew what kind of words would be spoken, Hua Nian Sheng could imagine, if school had already started, how many people would secretly watch her come downstairs to meet Tong Mokchuan. All right, Tong Mokchuan nodded. Wait until your school starts, I won't drive in anymore. Hua Nian. Was that what she meant? What she meant was it would be best if he didn't enter at all. Tong Mokchuan looked at the little girl's expression for a moment, then suddenly smiled. All right then, from now on if I want to come, I will definitely inform you beforehand. I will only come if you agree. This sentence didn't sound quite right either, but Hua Nian Sheng was temporarily speechless. All right, you have met me, now can you go? She ordered the guest away. After she finished speaking, the person in front was silent for a long time. Not answering, she looked forward. Suddenly saw Tong Mokchuan take out a small box from his pocket. He said, for you. Hua Nian Sheng did not take it. She even slightly cautiously stepped back a little to the side. No need. The man in front, yearned. Gee, that, chuckled softly. Why, afraid I'll give you a valuable gift? Hua Nian Sheng's viewpoint was also very straightforward. She now had no intention of thinking about romantic relationships. Gifts given with that purpose all could not be accepted. Whatever you give, I cannot accept, Hua Nian Sheng said. This time Tong Mokchuan did not give her a chance to refuse. He took one step forward, directly tucked the small box into her palm. It's truly not anything valuable, you take it and I will leave immediately. The latter half of the sentence truly captured Hua Nian Sheng's current state of mind. She was momentarily stunned. After that, a small box was added to her hand. It lay neatly in her palm. The size was truly not big at all. She was about to push it back. Heard Tong Mokchuan say to her, in the next few days I have to go on a business trip. This time I have to fly to South America. The next few days I will not bother you anymore. Tong Mokchuan was inherently very busy. This could be clearly seen right from when Hua Nian Sheng interned at Hanchuan. It's just that at that time his busyness largely manifested through approving documents and incessant commercial communications. If he did go on business trips, it was only within the domestic sphere. Only recently it seems that there have been additional flights abroad. Hua Nian Sheng guessed it might be related to him taking over the family business. But regardless, this matter actually had nothing to do with her. On the contrary, when Tong Mokchuan talked about his schedule with her as if reporting, the feeling was different. Hua Nian Sheng let out an "Oh, then I wish you a safe journey." Tong Mokchuan, hearing that, chuckled softly. Is it just this sentence? Hua Nian Sheng looked at him puzzledly, her eyes as if asking what else. He asked again, are you not going to say then come back soon? Hua Nian Sheng still could not put the small box back in her hand. Tong Mokchuan said his flight was at 12 o'clock tonight. She looked at the clock, decided not to talk fruitlessly with him anymore. Telling him to quickly leave was the main point. When Tong Mokchuan was about to leave, he stared at Hua Nian Sheng for a long time, not knowing what he was thinking, until she truly couldn't bear it and raised her head to look at him. He then spoke before leaving, can you give me a hug? Hua Nian. She honestly took a big step back. Not kidding. Tong Mokchuan burst out laughing. He said this week, don't ignore my messages anymore. His tone sounded soft, but his voice was mysteriously charming. Hua Nian Sheng stood still in place, watching Tong Mokchuan get into the car, then watching the car he drove away. When the car was completely out of sight, she withdrew her gaze, lowering her head to look at the box in her hand. It wasn't until Hua Nian Sheng returned to the dormitory that she opened it to see. Inside was a pair of cat paw-shaped earrings. She had pierced ears. It was just that normally she wore very small earrings so others wouldn't know unless they looked closely. These earrings were indeed not expensive. Even when Hua Nian Sheng opened them and recognized the brand, that price was not a valuable item for both Tong Mokchuan and her. It was just that he made the effort to come here for a trip and even specifically brought a small gift. It seemed that what he said about wanting to pursue her might be serious. At the weekend, Hua Nian Sheng returned home. And after the meal, she heard her uncle and aunt talking. The name Tong Mokshuyan appearing in their house was not rare, so mentioning it at this moment was not strange either. The original topic was to Chu suddenly saying, "Husband, what about that matter you said about Tong Mokshuyan pursuing a girl?" Hua Nian Sheng was drinking juice at that time. Upon hearing this sentence, she was unexpectedly choked, coughing a few times. Hua Kimgon handed her a tissue. "Tu Tang, why are you so careless drinking water? Be a little careful." Hua Nian Sheng. Afterward, he turned back to talk to his wife, regardless of whether his niece heard anything or not. "I already asked him, that guy is as if someone poured glue into his mouth, not a single word was uttered." Speaking of this, Hua Kimgon felt he had quite the right to speak, but he definitely hasn't succeeded in pursuing her yet. "How do you know?" Chu asked. Hua Kimgon held his wife's small, pretty hand, saying assertively if there were an why progress he definitely wouldn't display that kind of demeanor. It seems that girl really doesn't like his type of person, perhaps preferring someone younger. Hua quietly hugged her glass of juice back to her room. Chapter 54 Kissing Partner. After this business trip, Tong Mokshuyan indeed still contacted Hua Nian Sheng every day. It was just that the time zone there and in the country differed by about 12 hours. Usually when it was daytime for her, it was already nighttime there. But clearly, his time had been adjusted according to her time. Hua Nian Sheng also no longer simply viewed and didn't reply. Indeed, in the adult world, not everything could be solved by ignoring people. Moreover, Tong Mokshuyan would not give her that opportunity. Every evening he would call Hua Nian Sheng. The content of their conversations was endless. With each call, she would hear him recount the things he saw and heard over there. Hua Nian Sheng had never been to South America, and if asked about desiring to go, she naturally very much desired it. She was inherently not an overly introverted person, which could be seen through her almost wandering everywhere throughout the summer holiday. Tong Mokshuyan's voice and descriptive manner were like a magical charm, easily arousing the yearning of others. Hua Nian Sheng vaguely realized this was his subtle tactic. Tong Mokshuyan also asked about Hua Nian Sheng's life at school. Actually, there was nothing special, almost no first-year student. In the laboratory didn't cause trouble. Initially, she found it very difficult to accept the fact that someone like her, who had always sailed smoothly through to graduate school, made all sorts of small mistakes in the laboratory. She was accustomed to being excellent in all aspects. Even if she was normally lazy, she absolutely would not allow herself to be inferior at any step. It was just that Muk Haijia, her supervisor in the laboratory, said that even the most genius person needed time to adapt when facing a new field, let alone most of them were just ordinary people. Nevertheless, Hua Nian Sheng was somewhat discouraged. When Tong Mokshuyan asked, she thought that he had just shared so many daily stories with her, so she also felt it inconvenient to remain silent, thus she told a few simple things. But Tong Mokshuyan seemed to have heard her emotions just through a few brief words. He smiled and said to her, "Guess how much money I lost the first time I started a business?" Hua Nian Sheng was stunned. Wasn't it Han Shuyan? Han Shuyan's success was something everyone clearly saw. Of course not. Tong Mokshuyan gently removed the halo that outsiders had attached to him. "The first time I started a business I was quite arrogant, took the money my family gave me and threw it into that, eventually losing over 10 million. Hua Nian Sheng. This was something she had heard for the first time. At that time my father even told me to just live off the family's dividends from the and on. Being an idle rich kid was also good, better than me doing it a few times and then dragging the whole family into bankruptcy along with it." Tong Mokshuyan said, "Han Shuyan is actually the result of my third attempt, so you see, as long as there is success no one will actually care how you were at the very beginning." Hua Nian Sheng could not help but admit, Tong Mokshuyan was very good at comforting others. After listening, she indeed felt much better. After all, compared to the tens of millions he lost when he was young and impulsive, her matter was truly nothing. Tens of millions, that was an amount of money that countless families would work their entire lives and still not earn. Tong Mokshuyan told her that his career indeed relied heavily on his family. If it weren't for his background, perhaps in the future he would also have a similar career, but certainly not at such a young age. "Sen, Tong Mokshuyan said softly, "wanting to become more excellent than now is certainly something that requires patience. You are already a very capable person. Be patient with yourself." Hua Nian Sheng hung up the phone, then pulled the blanket over herself to calm down a little. What was even more attractive than Tong Mokshuyan's appearance was his personality. She didn't know how to describe this state. But indeed after talking to him, her mood had greatly improved. As the school opening day drew near, the number of people moving about on campus gradually increased. Every semester, there would always be some who returned to school a little earlier. The departments within the school also gradually resumed operations, and Hua Nian Sheng's graduate student dormitory also welcomed more occupants. She gradually grew accustomed to the laboratory's rhythm. Mu Shijia spared no words in praising her abilities, saying she was far more reliable than that dog Hua. Dog Hua was another direct senior brother of Hua Nian Sheng, named Hua Cheng, currently in his third year of graduate studies. Hua Nian Sheng's impression of this senior brother remained fixed on his black-rimmed glasses and plaid shirt, making him look very much like a computer science student, practically the antithesis of Mu Shijia. However, unlike Mu Shijia, Hua Cheng was still on holiday. Word had it that his family was urgently arranging for him to go on blind dates. Mu Shijia recounted this tale like a piece of laboratory gossip to Hua Nian Sheng for 2 full days, proclaiming that senior brother Hua's blind date experience was so utterly bizarre, one would scarcely dare to believe it. Had she heard it from anyone else, Hua Nian Sheng would surely have suspected it was merely a tall tale. For it was rare indeed for a family to arrange a blind date without even clarifying the gender of the other party, ultimately leading to 2 men arriving at the rendezvous point, staring blankly at each other. Hua Nian Sheng and Mu Shijia chuckled heartily in the laboratory for a long time over this incident. Hua Nian Sheng was not excessively busy, it was simply that there were many subjects she needed to master, so she often chose to put in extra hours on her own. 2 days before the official start of school, Song Maichuan had returned from his business trip. Before his return, he had even specifically sent a photo of his flight information to Hua Nian Sheng. Subsequently, she received a call from Su Jinyan, who mentioned that Gujua's birthday was drawing near, and he had extended an invitation to their entire family, even including little Yuan Dan. Su Jinyan inquired if she wished to attend. For Hua Nian Sheng's birthday this year, Gujua had specifically sent a gift and also a message wishing her a happy birthday. Considering both sentiment and propriety, she truly ought to attend. It was simply that, besides herself, Gujua's other friends would also be present. Hua Nian Sheng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement. "All right," Su Jinyan said, "then on that day you come home and we'll travel to the house together." Gujua was a person who greatly enjoyed a lively atmosphere. Although his birthday fell on the very last day of August, this individual had already begun celebrating himself a few days prior. There was no need for Su Jinyan to relay the message. Merely observing the incessant posts on Gujua's social media feed was enough to grasp the extent of his hedonistic lifestyle. The extravagant air of a pampered young master was thoroughly embodied by him. It was simply clear that Su Jinyan and Song Maichuan both maintained a good relationship with him. Song Maichuan's connection was understandable, as they belonged to the same social circle and were likely close friends since childhood. As for Su Jinyan, he had perhaps come to know them through Song Maichuan, but now it seemed the relationship between Su Jinyan and Gujua was also exceedingly good. It was the afternoon of the last day of August. That day was not a weekend, yet school had not officially begun, leaving Hua Nian Sheng with relatively free time. After she informed Mu Shijia, who was then still diligently working in the laboratory, her senior brother granted her leave. She had no idea how Gujua's birthday party would be organized. Upon returning home, she was somewhat taken aback when she saw her uncle and aunt's attire. This couple, one donned a tailcoat, the other a resplendent mermaid gown. This attire instantly reminded Hua Nian Sheng of the toasting outfits from their wedding that day. They seemed to have changed several such outfits, one of which was quite similar to this style. "This is?" Hua Nian Sheng inquired, a hint of bewilderment in her voice. Su Jinyan casually picked up a silver mask, idly toying with it in his hand. "I don't know if that fellow Gujua is unwell or what, but he insisted on hosting a masquerade ball. See, doesn't your uncle look handsome wearing this?" Next, Hua Nian Sheng watched him place it on his face. It was, in fact, merely a half mask, covering from his eyes to the bridge of his nose. She was a good-natured child and said, "Uncle, even with a mask on I'd still recognize you." Su Jinyan replied, "Who wouldn't know you'd recognize me? This thing barely covers any of the face recognition, is entirely normal. It's just that today Gujua is the protagonist, he's the one who holds the most sway." If he insists on hosting a ball, then everyone simply cooperates a little. Hua Nian Sheng rarely heard such a coaxing, childlike tone from her uncle. This evening was not suitable for bringing children, so little Yuan Dan had no choice but to stay home tonight. The little boy was still unaware of this, so upon seeing his parents and older sister splendidly dressed, he grinned widely. Though tiny, he already possessed a keen aesthetic taste. It wasn't until the adults departed without him that he burst into a fit of tears, his cries echoing throughout the villa. They were used to it. He would only cry for a few minutes. After children learned to recognize people, every morning before their parents left, they would let out a wail. Initially, the trainee parents Su Jinyan and Su Xiao felt immense heartache. It wasn't until they later reviewed the surveillance camera footage that they discovered, usually within a few minutes of their departure, the child would have stopped crying, either busy feeding or simply playing with his fingers. One could only conclude that the child, too, had learned how to why act with his parents. It had been a long time since Hua Nian Sheng had dressed so splendidly. The last time she had adorned herself so meticulously was when attending a show in France, where she was surrounded by beauties, some of whom had even hired entire styling teams. She naturally could not let her beautiful friends down, so she had also applied her makeup with great care. Tonight she wore a long two-strap purple gown. The upper bodice was embellished with custom pearlescent sequins, the waist featured a small, hollowed-out petal design, and the skirt hem reached her ankles, yet it was daringly slit from the thigh. Her long, straight, fair legs appeared and disappeared with each graceful step. Hua Nian Sheng was also handed a silver mask. Upon closer inspection, each mask indeed possessed subtle differences. The mask she received was intricately carved with a small rose. The venue for the ball was Guzhua's villa, a sprawling estate of at least 1,000 square meters, perhaps even more, boasting a garden, a vast lawn, and even a swimming pool. The host was certainly not stingy in hiring staff. Hua Nian Sheng observed numerous servers on site, their faces also adorned with similar masks. The guests were all sumptuously dressed. Even though it was a masquerade ball, everyone could still recognize their friends. However, with the added mystery of the masks, a quick glance through the mingling crowd indeed left one feeling a touch uncertain. Hua Nian Sheng primarily relied on their attire to recognize her uncle and aunt. Identifying someone through such distinctive attire was quite convenient. She followed them inside to extend her birthday wishes to the host of the party. Guzhua sat upon a sofa in the first-floor living room, clad in a wine-red vest. Combined with the mask on his face, his slightly pale skin and plump red lips created a striking contrast. In his hand, he held a glass of red wine, making him look somewhat akin to a vampire. Witnessing this, almost anyone could discern whose domain this truly was. Guzhua was ostentatiously handsome, and he was certainly not lacking in female companionship. At this moment a girl, an unfamiliar face, sat beside him. Hua Nian Sheng almost immediately spotted another man seated on a single sofa. His attire today was clearly quite thoughtful. Although still a black and white ensemble, his shirt featured a gold chain draped across his chest, adorned with a red rose brooch that perfectly complemented the golden chain. Furthermore, his shirt was not worn entirely neatly, perhaps befitting a relatively relaxed occasion. He had unbuttoned 2 buttons, subtly revealing his collarbone. Even with half his face obscured, Hua Nian Sheng could still easily recognize him. He had indeed arrived quite early. Su Jinyan, on behalf of himself and his wife, presented their gift to Guzhua, while Hua Nian Sheng also offered the present she had chosen herself. "Brother Gu, happy birthday to you." It was simply that. Guzhua was being a touch too theatrical. He paid no mind to the expensive gift presented by Su Jinyan and his wife. On the contrary, the moment he spotted the small box from Hua Nian Sheng, he displayed an overwhelming excitement. "So, Sheng even specially chose a gift for me?" Guzhua was clearly intending to tease the young woman. He then asked, "Do you mind if I open it now?" Hua Nian Sheng shook her head. Guzhua heard that and immediately opened it. Inside the box was a pair of cufflinks studded with gemstones on a vintage-inspired celestial theme, a gift Hua Nian Sheng found both price and style suitable for. If it were someone else using them, it might be a bit ostentatious, but his style was precisely like that. Sure enough, Guzhua immediately expressed that he liked them very much, and put them on. Wearing the cufflinks Hua Nian Sheng gave him, He truly looked much more fitting. Hua Nian by the side, clicked his tongue. This gift of yours is truly too much to his liking. That boy only likes these flashy things. Hua Nian Sheng. She smiled at Guzhua, saying as long as Brother Gu likes it, that's fine. Just as she finished speaking this sentence, her gaze inadvertently swept over, meeting the eyes of the man on another sofa. Perhaps because the mask on his face had concealed too much, others completely failed to notice Song Maichuan's gaze. Only Hua Nian Sheng, being privy to it, felt that gaze as if it were about to materialize. She also didn't know why she was so sensitive to his gaze. Her eyes flickered, she pretended not to see anything, and retracted her gaze. After wishing the protagonist a happy birthday, Hua Nian Sheng's task for tonight was basically complete. All around were people close to her uncle, and occasionally there were a few company owners bringing wine, smiling, and inviting Guzhua to drink. Guzhua's mood tonight seemed very good. Whoever came to invite him for a drink, he would drain his glass. Hua Nian Sheng didn't want to stay here any longer. She looked around for a moment, then said a word to her aunt and left. Little Hua went to find her favorite corner. Guzhua's villa was grand both inside and out. Hua Nian Sheng walked half a circle, and took a glass of fruit juice from a server's tray. She learned from experience and specifically asked if it contained alcohol. Guzhua didn't know how many people he had invited, nor how many people those he invited had brought with them. In short, the scene was very crowded. Almost everyone was playing very enthusiastically. Hua Nian Sheng also recognized a few friends, but at this moment, she truly didn't want to socialize. It was just that there were too many people here. Every 2 steps she took, someone would approach and invite her to dance. After all, tonight was a birthday party combined with a masquerade ball. Although the main hall was noisy, there was still a professional band playing music, and all the young people were swaying to the rhythm. In Hua Nian Sheng's eyes, this wasn't necessarily a ball, it might even be a fiery dance floor. Hua Nian Sheng refused the dance invitation. The man standing in front of her probably didn't expect Hua Nian Sheng to be so disrespectful. She wore a mask, and those unfamiliar wouldn't recognize her. The other party seemed unwilling to give up, and struck up a conversation with her for a few more sentences, perhaps wanting to inquire about her identity. Hua Nian Sheng still refused, and only then did the other person, with a dejected expression, walk away. In such circumstances, making a scene would benefit no one. Hua Nian Sheng finally managed to find a corner to stand for a while before she could even breathe a sigh of relief. She saw a couple, perhaps slightly drunk, embracing and kissing each other. Did they take her for an invisible person? Although the light here was a bit dim, Hua Nian Sheng didn't believe an adult like herself could be invisible. Just then her phone unexpectedly vibrated once. Hua Nian Sheng opened it to see, and as soon as she saw the message content, her eyelids twitched. The sender of the message was Song Maichuan. The message content was also very brief. Go upstairs to the 2nd floor, turn left. Hua Nian Sheng instinctively looked up, but from her angle, she couldn't see the full view of the 2nd floor. Naturally, not knowing exactly where Song Maichuan was, there were 2 staircases going upstairs facing each other. She hesitated for a moment, but LL decided to go up from the nearest staircase. Although it wasn't that there were no people upstairs, it was still better than standing still. At least no one was kissing a few steps away from her. When Hua Nian Sheng went upstairs, halfway up she looked down, and finally understood why some people like to lean on the 2nd floor railing and look down. Truly, the panoramic view was very clear. In the glittering lights, men and women were chatting and laughing joyfully. Many people were dancing on the central dance floor. Those with partners directly took hands onto the floor, while those without found one right there. The great liveliness here also had a big reason. The masks on faces, acquaintances might perhaps recognize each other, but most people were actually still strangers. Wearing a mask on one's face, communication seemed to become simpler as well. Hua Nian Sheng turned back to continue upstairs. Although she wasn't sure if this staircase was the one Song Maichuan mentioned, she still turned left as instructed. There was no particular reason, it was just that the other side connected to the living room, which was crowded. There was a group of people playing board games, some drinking and others cheering. After turning left, she discovered that this side was basically all room. She walked a few steps, but then worried about bumping into someone around the corner. So her footsteps became lighter. Her high heels stepped on the carpet, making no sound, until she reached the first room at the corner. Hua Nian Sheng was just about to pass by, not noticing that the door was merely ajar as she passed. The door opened. A strong hand reached out from behind the door and pulled her back. She couldn't stand firm, instinctively falling backward, landing in someone's embrace. Before she could even utter a sound, the door closed in front of her, and a hand covered her mouth. Hua Nian Sheng almost instinctively reached her hand back, but it was blocked. The person behind her chuckled softly. "It's me." A familiar voice. Hua Nian Sheng turned her head to look, and Song Maichuan's distinguished face thus clearly appeared before her. She couldn't help but say, "Are you sick?" Hua Nian Sheng was turned around by him, but she couldn't stand steady. Swaying a little, Song Maichuan instinctively supported her waist. His palm touched the cutout design at the waist of her dress. Hua Nian Sheng was suddenly seared by the warmth of his palm. She looked up, seeing Song Maichuan's peach blossom eyes still held a smile. "Song Maichuan, what do you mean? Who would silently pull someone else into a room like that?" Today, Hua Nian Sheng was wearing 7 or 8 centimeter high heels. The height difference between her and Song Maichuan was no longer too great. Tong Maichuan didn't know what he was thinking. His hand placed on her waist didn't let go immediately. He lowered his head to look at the beautiful girl in front of him. "I want to ask you, why does Guzhua have a birthday gift prepared by your own hands?" Nian Sheng, because today is his birthday. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly fell silent. Last year's events flooded her mind on Tong Maichuan's birthday. She had brought a birthday gift prepared by her uncle, not a gift she had prepared herself. At that time, she didn't even know whose birthday it was. Of course, even if she had known, she might not have prepared one. Tong Maichuan pushed Nian Sheng behind the door. The distance between them was very close, very close. Nian Sheng suddenly realized his reaction now was like he was jealous. She looked up and saw his expression was actually nothing special. But the moment their eyes met, Nian Sheng couldn't help but shift her gaze away. His voice came from above her head. "Why are you avoiding my gaze? Feeling guilty?" What was she guilty about? What did she have to be guilty about? Seeing the person in front of him say nothing, Tong Maichuan changed the topic. He gently asked, "After not seeing each other for a few days, did you miss me?" "No." This sentence almost blurted out. Nian Sheng could not give him an affirmative answer. Not even a little bit. Tong Maichuan repeated the question. "Suning." She said nothing while he said, "I really miss you." After confessing his feelings, Tong Maichuan's words were clearly more straightforward than before. His gaze lingered on Nian Sheng's face. In his eyes was her reflection. A moment later he very sincerely praised her. "You are very beautiful tonight." Nian Sheng couldn't bear this atmosphere. She raised her hand to push him and said, "Move away. What if someone comes?" Her original intention was that she was afraid others would misunderstand. But after saying it, she felt her words seemed to have a different implication. Just as she was about to clarify, Tong Maichuan suddenly leaned in, reached his hand behind her, and decisively locked the room door. "Nian Sheng?" Tong Maichuan whispered to her, "No one will come in." For a moment, she suddenly had the illusion that this was his territory. She suppressed it again and again, but in the end she couldn't help but say, "This isn't your house." "Then well, just speak softly." Tong Maichuan tried to suppress his laughter as he spoke. "Suning." She wanted to push Tong Maichuan away. "Move away." Tong Maichuan lowered his head, meeting Nian Sheng's gaze. Tonight she had clearly made up meticulously. Her eyes, already lively, with added eye makeup, looked even more beautiful to the point where people couldn't take their eyes off them. "Do you want a hug?" He suddenly spoke. "It's been a long time since we met. I truly miss you very much." After speaking, his gaze still lingered, waiting for her reaction. Nian Sheng heard that and was stunned for a moment, only then realizing what Tong Maichuan had just said. What kind of relationship did they have that they would hug? Her expression was truly adorable. Tong Maichuan couldn't help but lower his head, wanting to kiss her. Just before their lips touched, he glanced at Hua Nian Sheng's expression. She seemed to instinctively close her eyes. Hua Nian Sheng heard him chuckle softly, the kiss not landing. She suddenly realized and opened her eyes, just about to feel annoyed by her instinctive reaction, when Tong Maichuan suddenly leaned in close, pressing her against the door, his lips meeting hers, gently kissing. Hua Nian Sheng instinctively wanted to push him away, but at this exact moment, footsteps and voices sounded from outside, and she couldn't help but tense up. In that instant, her mind also went blank. She wanted to remind Tong Maichuan to pay attention to outside. Tong Mokshuyan did indeed pull away from her lips for a moment, but the next second he raised a hand, placing his index finger on his own lips, making a shush gesture. Before she could react, he had already lowered his head to kiss her once more. Perhaps it was under this light. The face of the person before her was truly too captivating. Hua Nian Sheng did not resist much. At this moment she felt she was perhaps a person who succumbed to beauty. The footsteps outside gradually faded. Hua Nian Sheng's throat couldn't help but emit a sound. Her body slightly softened. Tong Mokshuyan seemed to sense it, reaching out to embrace her. After that they finally separated. Hua Nian Sheng gasped for breath. She couldn't stand steadily, leaning against Tong Mokshuyan. Tong Mokshuyan calm. Ly lowered his head to look at her again, even chuckling as he said, "Still haven't learned how to breathe?" Hua Nian Sheng. She said nothing at this moment. Playing dead was the best strategy. But undeniably, their current posture was very intimate, and furthermore, they had just performed an even more intimate act. Whatever else, Tong Mokshuyan kissed very well. A long while later, Hua Nian Sheng finally steadied herself by gripping Tong Mokshuyan's arm, and as she looked up, she met Tong Mokshuyan's gaze. Her eyes instinctively evaded, looking down, and before her was his wide-open shirt collar and his pale, slender collarbones. She heard Tong Mokshuyan ask, "Sen, tell me, what kind of relationship do we have now?" Hua Nian Sheng usually shouldn't watch those silly memes online, which led to her thinking seriously for a few seconds now, only able to tentatively look up at Tong Mokshuyan and say, "Friend. Kiss, perhaps?" Chapter 55 The Bad Guy. Tong Mokshuyan probably took a moment to truly understand which kiss Hua Nian Sheng was referring to. "Are you using me as a kissing tool?" Hua Nian Sheng felt that his way of speaking seemed a bit petty. He was the one who initiated, so how could it become her fault? "How could I?" Hua Nian Sheng retorted. But Tong Mokshuyan's next sentence exposed her thoughts. "Don't play that game of not committing, not refusing, not taking responsibility with me." Hua Nian Sheng. "Then what else is interesting?" Hua Nian Sheng said nothing more as he thought she had refused, but Tong Mokshuyan didn't seem to consider it anything. Just then Tong Mokshuyan suddenly raised a hand. He removed the mask from Hua Nian Sheng's face, then effortlessly removed his own, placing both masks on the shelf next to the door. Now they truly faced each other, unlike when they kissed while still wearing masks that obscured nearly all their eyes. "Why aren't you saying anything?" He looked straight into her eyes, asking. Hua Nian Sheng's gaze wavered slightly. She answered off topic, saying, "I'm tired, I want to go out." Normally she didn't often wear high heels. Tonight, wanting to look beautiful, she wore stilettos, the heels so slender they could almost stab someone to death. Tong Mokshuyan chuckled softly. He reached out and took Hua Nian Sheng's hand. Pulling her inside this room wasn't actually very large, but it had all the basic necessities: a bed, a table and chairs, and even a bathroom. Just like a hotel. He told her to sit on the bed, saying, "This is the guest room Ko Chuok left for me. You can rest here. No one will come to bother you." Hearing this, Hua Nian Sheng no longer put on airs. She sat on the bed, bending down to look at her ankles. The shoes she wore tonight were new, bought simply because she found them beautiful, not caring if there was a suitable occasion to wear them or not. Only tonight, wearing them, did she realize they were a beautiful instrument of torture. The designer probably only focused on appearance, not caring at all about the life or death of the consumer. Only when she looked down did she see that her ankles were slightly chafed, and even the unchafed areas were reddened. Hua Nian Sheng secretly felt sorry for herself. She didn't notice that the moment she lowered her head, the neckline of her dress also dipped. A hint of her charming cleavage was revealed. Tong Mokshuyan was a man. He wasn't blind. While Hua Nian Sheng was still busy feeling sorry for herself, the man before her suddenly squatted down, one knee touching the ground. The moment Tong Mokshuyan's hand touched her ankle, Hua Nian Sheng hadn't yet reacted. She was stunned. Tong Mokshuyan had already removed her shoes for her. He placed her foot on his thigh, her foot resting on his thigh over a layer of fabric. The man before her wore trousers and a white shirt, while Hua Nian Sheng's long dress had a slit at the thigh, a large portion of the fabric hanging down, revealing her straight, pale legs. Hua Nian Sheng looked at this scene, finding it very difficult to describe what random images had flashed through her mind at that moment. Tong Mokshuyan at this exact moment looked up, directly meeting her gaze. Their eyes met, and finally Hua Nian Sheng was the first to look away. Then she felt her dress being gently pulled. She looked down again. realizing that Tong Mok Shuyan was pulling up the fabric of her dress to cover her legs. "Next time don't choose shoes just because they're beautiful," he said softly. Having said that, he stood up, her foot placed on a mat he had readily picked up. Hua Nian Sheng was still quite unconvinced. She mumbled in a low voice, "When Tong Mai Chuan turned away when I bought them, how was I to know they would rub my feet sore?" Little Hua had worn several pairs of high heels, but none had ever caused her pain or fatigue. Only this pair was truly a torture tonight. She hadn't even walked a few steps, and it had already chafed her foot. Tong Mai Chuan, at the bedside table on the other side, was searching for something. A moment later he came over holding something. Hua Nian Sheng looked closely. It was a band-aid. She thought to herself, Guzhua had prepared the guest room so thoughtfully. There were even band-aids in the room. Tong Mai Chuan knelt down on one knee again, carefully applying the band-aid for Hua Nian Sheng. When his palm rested on her ankle, clearly the temperature of his palm was higher. She tried to hold back from retreating, but the next second, he pulled her foot forward. "Don't fidget." Hua Nian, who knew who was truly the one messing around now. After the band-aid was applied, Hua Nian Sheng sat on the bed listlessly playing with her phone. Tong Mai Chuan received a call. He didn't go outside to answer it, standing in front of the window to talk on the phone with someone else. It sounded like an international call. He communicated entirely in English, among which were some professional terms she recognized. His English pronunciation was excel, and Hua Nian Sheng recalled that previously in France, he also had no obstacles in communication, proving that this person possessed supreme language ability. Tong Mai Chuan ended the call and turned around, seeing the little girl looking at him. He raised an eyebrow, walking towards her. "What are you looking at?" Hua Nian Sheng showed no sign of embarrassment at being caught peeking. She was quite defensive. "What if I am looking?" He walked to her side, this time sitting down on the chair opposite her, acting very magnanimous. "How do you want to look? Where do you want to look?" Hua Nian. Their conversation was out of sync. Even half a sentence felt superfluous. She lowered her head again to play with her phone. The phone was indeed very interesting. For example, a new app game she had been obsessed with lately, which helped train hand speed. People who type on keyboards like them absolutely could not lose in terms of hand speed. Tong Mai Chuan also didn't bother her. Today was not the weekend, clearly. He also had to make time to attend Guzhua's birthday ball. His phone seemed to have many messages awaiting replies sometimes. If typing wasn't clear, he would send a voice message directly. The two individuals, a lone man and a lone woman, remained silently in the same space. Hua Nian Sheng's active mind didn't rest for a moment. After clearing another game level, Hua Nian Sheng suddenly thought of something. She said, "Tong Mai Chuan, don't you think we're very much like someth ing right now?" Tong Mai Chuan didn't lift his head, but clearly, her words had registered. He asked, "Like what?" Hua Nian Sheng, "Like a pair of scoundrels, a rogue man and a dissolute woman, transacting money but not yet getting down to business." Now it was precisely the awkward stage where things hadn't yet begun, but because they were not acquainted, they could only awkwardly lower their heads and play with their phones. Tong Mai Chuan lifted his head. He was silent, his expression as if trying to understand her train of thought. A moment later, Hua Nian Sheng heard him ask, "Get down to what business? Are you the one paying?" Did he absolutely have to ask in such detail? This time, it was Hua Nian Sheng's turn to be silent. She opened her beautiful eyes wide but couldn't utter a word. Tong Mai Chuan also didn't demand her to answer. He said, "Stop stuffing those useless things into your head." Hua Nian. She was about to timidly respond with a sound, when she heard the man in front of her very calmly add a sentence, "I don't need money." This time, Hua Nian Sheng truly wanted to play dead. All in all, apart from sharing a room with Tong Mai Chuan, in this room with no need to go out and constantly pay attention to interacting with others, Hua Nian Sheng still felt at ease. Tired from playing games, she leaned against the headboard, closing her eyes to rest her spirit. Only Tong Mai Chuan was truly busy. Instead of saying he came to attend his friend's birthday ball, it would be better to say he merely changed his workplace. Hua Nian Sheng did not know that while she had been up here for a while, the atmosphere downstairs had already reached its climax. Men and women were dancing on the dance floor, people were playing games on the lawn outside, and there were even people playing esports upstairs. She felt that their just staying in the room forever was not a good idea. So, she spoke up tentatively to Tong Mai Chuan, "It seems not quite right for us to just stay in the room forever, does it?" "What's not right?" he asked. Hua Nian Sheng asked. Isn't anyone looking for you? In the group chat she participated in, everyone was looking for dance partners. Some had probably seen her uncle and aunt, and also mentioned her name in the group, asking if she had arrived yet. Hua Nian Sheng hadn't even had time to reply when someone else said they had already seen her. How on earth were their eyes so keen? Hearing her say that, Tong Maichuan reluctantly glanced at his phone, checking the group messages or private messages asking where he had died in some forgotten corner. Among those looking for him, there was even Hua Jinyan. But he seemed to have only inquired at this moment. He was probably holding his wife and dancing, having not sent a message for a long time. Do you want to go downstairs and dance? Tong Maichuan suddenly asked. Hua Nian Sheng let out a soft ah, not quite understanding his meaning. But Tong Maichuan's gaze was aura. Audie fixed on her feet asking, can you still wear your high heels? Hua Nian Sheng lowered her head to look at her feet. All the heavily chafed spots had already been covered with band-aids. Yes, walking around was not a problem. Tong Maichuan said. Then let's go downstairs and enjoy ourselves. Hua Nian Sheng. She saw Tong Maichuan stand up. He said, shall we go? Hua Nian Sheng was silent for a moment, then lifted her foot to put on her shoes. As she stood up, Tong Maichuan gallantly extended his hand to support her. But just as they were about to go out the door, she suddenly stopped, looking up at him. What if people misunderstand us going out together? As soon as she finished speaking, Tong Maichuan seemed to smile again, a hint of emotion flashing in his peach blossom eyes. What misunderstanding? Between them, what was there to misunderstand? Would a kissing relationship count as a misunderstanding? In any case, she still didn't move. A moment later, Tong Maichuan seemed helpless as he said, then you go down first. I'll wait a moment. Oh. Hua Nian Sheng was satisfied. As she was about to leave, Tong Maichuan again reached out and pulled her wrist. She turned her head back, not understanding, then saw him point to his own lips and say to her, reapply your lipstick. The kiss just now smudged it. The kiss just now smudged it. These words echoed in her head for a few seconds. Hua Nian Sheng suddenly felt a flush of heat rising from her neck. She held her bag and walked to the mirror, seeing that her lipstick had indeed smudged out. Little Hua conveniently took a tissue to wipe off the lipstick on her lips, then took the lipstick from her bag and carefully reapplied it. Fortunately, the lipstick she carried tonight was the same color. Otherwise, if someone noticed her changing lipstick color midway, it would be very embarrassing. Hua Nian Sheng didn't forget to touch up her makeup as well. Throughout this process, Tong Maichuan stood beside her, bowing his head to look at her, though it was unclear what he was looking at. After reapplying her lipstick, little Hua put her mask back on in front of the mirror. Then she opened the door, first cautiously peeking out to see if anyone was on either side, and only then stepped out. From behind, the man's soft chuckle was heard. Hua Nian Sheng ignored it. She closed the door, immediately changed her posture, and gracefully walked downstairs. Downstairs on the first floor was indeed very lively. She hadn't been on the second floor for too long, but downstairs even the lighting had changed. Many men and women were dancing while some stood by watching. Hua Nian Sheng's movement walking downstairs was not significant, but in reality, descending from upstairs was very easy to attract everyone's gaze. When she reached the first floor, she noticed quite a few eyes fixed on her. Hua Nian Sheng chose to ignore them. She didn't have anyone specific she had to greet at this party, and Gooch was so-called masquerade ball, at least its original purpose, included allowing everyone to enjoy themselves together without being constrained by their status. Hua Nian Sheng stepped into the crowd, only she didn't know how captivating the moment she descended from upstairs had been. At the party there were indeed many beautiful girls, but wearing masks, people didn't just look at faces. It had to be that specific moment, that gaze which coincidentally fell upon her, and the alluring value brought by the specific time and place was always added. She was completely unaware that she had become the topic of others' conversation. Guchua had just returned to his seat from the dance floor. Beside him were female friends and some wealthy young masters. The group of second-generation rich playing around him was clearly not the original group. They sat opposite Guchua and happened to see a girl descending from upstairs. Someone jokingly said, "Brother Gu, you just hugged a girl on your left, and now you're secretly hiding another one upstairs, aren't you?" Guchua? He instinctively looked behind him, following their gaze. Tonight was Guchua's party, and he didn't know how many rounds of drinks he had been offered, but his alcohol tolerance was already good, so at this moment he wasn't very drunk. The lights weren't too bright to clearly see people, even the colors of clothes were slightly distorted. He had to look carefully for a moment before turning his head back and kicking the leg of the person who had just made the crude joke. Guchua's attitude was clearly not joking. The others reined in their smiles. Brother Gu, whose young lady is that? For you to protect her so fiercely? Where would it be my turn to protect her? Guchua glanced at them. Say rubbish again, and if Hua Jinyan comes looking for trouble with you later, don't blame me. Hua Jinyan. Their first thought was of Su Xiao. After all, this couple was quite well known in their circle, each more capable than the next. But thinking back, they had met her before. Her figure wasn't like that, and the feeling wasn't the same. Someone finally reacted. Could that be Chairman Hua's granddaughter? Guchua did not deny it. Although the others didn't make excessive jokes anymore, the topic of Hua Nian Sheng had still not stopped. This girl truly cannot be provoked, someone still said with a hint of fear. Not only are the couple Hua Jinyan and Su Xiao protective of her, but brother Tong has a good relationship with their family. Previously, Tong Yihong made a few jokes and was scolded severely. That was a story from last year. Brother Tong, in their words, was, of course, Tong Maichuan. Now it seemed not only was Tong Maichuan protective, but Guchua also didn't allow others to say much. And who could blame them, when her uncle and aunt were so incredibly capable? However, there was still someone who couldn't resist making a couple of teasing remarks. But Brother Gu, you and Hua Jinyan also have a good relationship. Isn't your family rushing you to get married recently? Haven't you considered becoming even closer to the Hua family? Hearing this, Guchua chuckled softly. His mood today was truly excellent. He wasn't angry even with such teasing. He just looked at the person who had just spoken. Do you dare say this in front of Hua Jinyan? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Guchua continued himself, saying, do you believe Hua Jinyan would deal with you first before turning to deal with me? They naturally believed it. As for this Hua Jinyan, saying he was young and inexperienced and just got lucky wouldn't be wrong, but saying he had no talent whatsoever would be a joke. In this era, everyone knew how crucial technology was. The scale of Hua Jinyan's company, by appearance, hadn't reached a certain level yet, but the chips developed internally had an irreplaceable quality. Future development was only a matter of time. Furthermore, this person also had a business mind. No one dared to underestimate him. Self-made tycoons like him were simply incomparable to people like them, who were brought up by their families. Not being able to compare was one thing, but in the past, they were also frequently compared to Hua Jinyan by elders who had interacted with him. From childhood to adulthood, having Tong Maichuan as a role model to learn from was already annoying enough, and now this person had even set up another shining example for himself. Truly, made them feel utterly beyond help. Hua Nian Sheng in their circle was actually like a small independent flower amidst the world. Normally, she did not like to attend any parties at all, and could not be persuaded to go out. The only exception was when she respected the young ladies from prominent families, and she only socialized with girls. Usually, when asked what she was doing, her answer was coding, reading theses, recording data. It wasn't that no one wanted to establish kinship with Hua Kimnan, although it might be opposed. If the young girl truly loved someone, how could her uncle forcefully separate them? Unfortunately, this Hua Nian Sheng only tasted salt and nothing else. Now was clearly a good opportunity. Whether people recognized Hua Nian Sheng's identity or not, they all felt a little restless. Even without a clear view of her entire face, Hua Nian Sheng's beauty was very evident. The dress she wore was actually a high-fashion product from a certain brand previously. A piece from the same collection had been worn by a female celebrity. It was quite a beautiful dress. Hua Nian Sheng descended the stairs to observe the lively scene. It had to be said that the guests at the party were quite open, with couples on the dance floor standing out prominently. She had not been standing long when a man in a white suit approached her, very politely inviting Hua Nian Sheng to dance. The newcomer looked very young, half a head taller than Hua Nian Sheng even when she wore high heels, and who appeared slightly thin. Hua Nian Sheng offered an apologetic smile, politely declining. But she hadn't expected that this was just the beginning. She didn't know what was wrong with the men in this area, as several more approached to invite her to dance. On Gujua's side, fewer people remained, especially a few who considered their appearance to be quite good, bravely stepping forward to strike up a conversation. Hua Nian Sheng also didn't know when she had become a tempting prize. Her uncle had not informed her about this point in time. After continuously declining several men, she began to suspect she was standing in the wrong spot. Before she could even change her position, another person came to invite her to dance. Hua Nian Sheng initially instinctively wanted to refuse, but she raised her eyes to glance at the person, finding him somewhat familiar, very difficult to describe, with a feeling as if she had met the other party somewhere before. "Do we know each other?" Hua Nian Sheng finally asked. The other party smiled and replied, "Miss Hua, I know you, but you might not necessarily know me." This voice sounded increasingly familiar. A thought suddenly flashed in Hua Nian Sheng's mind, and she said with uncertainty, "Van Tu?" As soon as she spoke this sentence, it was the person in front of her who was surprised, but a moment later he smiled. "You know me?" "Van Tu." Hua Nian Sheng's feelings towards this person were relatively complex. Previously in her dorm room, Trin Van Tin had been a great admirer of a small, unknown musical group in the domestic entertainment industry, occasionally enthusiastically recommending them to those around her. Hua Nian Sheng also found the lead singer of that group to have a very beautiful voice. For a period, her headphones were filled entirely with songs by that lead singer. But later, she heard that the group had disbanded, other members developed their own careers, while the lead singer announced his withdrawal from the entertainment industry. During that period, Hua Nian Sheng even felt a little regretful. After all, at that time, there was only one such famous person in the group, and the result was that he said he was retiring, and he truly retired. Nearly 3 years had passed, and Hua Nian Sheng had not expected to meet the other party again, nor had she expected it to be on such an occasion. The man in front of her introduced himself. "Hello, my real name is Luke Tu. Van Tu was my former stage name. Van is my mother's surname." Hua Nian Sheng was stunned for a moment before reacting, and also introduced herself to him. She had one thing she was very curious about. After all, he was an idol she had briefly admired. She really wanted to know the reason he withdrew from the entertainment industry. It was just that after she asked, his reaction was very calm. "Nothing special," Luke Tu said. "My family didn't allow me to be in the entertainment industry. They sent me abroad to study." Hua Nian Sheng remembered that when Van Tu withdrew, he only cited personal reasons. At that time, fans on Weibo cried tragically, and some even speculated he had some incurable disease. She hadn't expected the truth to be that a wealthy young master, who bravely ventured into the entertainment industry, was forbidden by his family. Hua Nian Sheng and he were, after all, literally meeting for the first time, so she didn't find it convenient to ask too many questions. Luke Tu asked if he could invite her for a dance. Hua Nian Sheng fell silent, then asked, "Why is everyone coming to invite me to dance?" She had just asked this question to others, but the answers she received were nothing more than that they found her beautiful and wanted to get to know her. Luke Tu paused upon hearing this, seemingly contemplating whether to tell her the truth. Only a moment later, he replied to her in a gentle tone, "Because everyone wants to become your uncle's nephew-in-law." What a group of opportunistic men. It was just that the words had been spoken so clearly. Hua Nian Sheng looked at the little idol whom she had briefly admired before her eyes, and her gaze was no longer quite right. "What about you then?" He calmly nodded. "Me too." Hua Nian Sheng felt something shatter in her heart. She didn't know if it was a few filters that had expired. She still wanted to say something more. When he said so, "Would you agree to dance a dance with me?" Hua Nian Sheng's mood was very complicated. He was truly very honest, so that she couldn't bear to refuse. Moreover, after this person who knew there might be another. As she was still hesitating whether to agree or not, another familiar voice suddenly rang in her ear. "Excuse me. This is my dance partner." Hua Nian Sheng looked up and saw Song Mai Chuan had appeared behind her at some point. He naturally extended his hand to Hua Nian Sheng. As for Lu Xiao, the moment he saw him, he was stunned. Even though Song Mai Chuan was wearing a mask, he was still very easy to recognize. "Mr. Song?" Lu Xiao was stunned. By this time, Hua Nian Sheng's hand was already placed on Song Mai Chuan's hand. She offered an apologetic smile to Lu Xiao. Song Mai Chuan led Hua Nian Sheng onto the dance floor. Their hands naturally clasped together. Song Mai Chuan's other hand rested on her waist. The dance floor had just changed music. It was relatively soft jazz. The first to speak was Hua Nian Sheng. "I'm telling you up front, if I step on your foot in a moment, don't blame me." The last time she danced this kind of dance was at her junior high school year-end party. Song Mai-chuan chuckled upon hearing this. He said, "All right, feel free to step on me." Hua Nian Sheng. Is something wrong with you? Standing so close to Song Mai-chuan amidst the crowd, Hua Nian Sheng always felt self-conscious, even though no one knew that their current relationship was more or less somewhat ambiguous. Perhaps for this reason, her gaze never met Song Mai-chuan's throughout the entire dance. Her movements were flawless since childhood. Her parents had focused on cultivating her interests. Hua Nian Sheng had learned quite a lot of things. Their close proximity, coupled with the music, outsiders naturally could not hear their conversation. Song Mai-chuan asked her, "Do you still want to stay here later?" Hua Nian Sheng, why? Song Mai-chuan seemed to lean in closer. Hua Nian Sheng heard his voice echo in her ear, "Tell your brother you're leaving first. Shall I take you out to have some fun?" As he said this sentence, combined with the overhead lights, he looked exactly like a bad boy specializing in seducing young girls. His entire being from inside out exuded that roguish charm. Chapter 56 Outplayed. Hua Nian Sheng had to admit, the person facing her at this moment, under the lights, looked especially alluring. Song Mai-chuan's appearance was indeed exceptionally fine. She had realized this a long time ago, but tonight, it still made her feel a little unsettled. She was very well aware that their relationship was dangerous. When the music ended, Song Mai-chuan held her hand as they left the dance floor, then released it. It was Hua Nian Sheng who let go first, because she was not accustomed to such public displays under so many gazes. Song Mai-chuan said nothing, yielding to the pressure of her hand and letting go. He only bent slightly and whispered a sentence into her ear, "I'll go down to the underground parking lot to wait for you first. Do you still remember my car? It's the one you've driven before." Hua Nian Sheng. She stood still for a long time. No one else came forward to invite her to dance anymore, not even Lu Xiao from earlier. Song Mai-chuan's recent appearance had helped Hua Nian Sheng out of a bind. Even if the two of them had no relationship whatsoever, those unfamiliar with them would also have to consider. After all, just like what others had said to Gu Zhuo, having an additional in-law relationship with the Hua family was a good thing. Gu Zhuo could do it, so why couldn't Song Mai-chuan? However, these hypothetical speculations only existed among those who were not intimately acquainted. People like Hua Jinyan and Gu Zhuo at that time didn't give it much thought. Upon arriving at the underground parking lot, Hua Nian Sheng still couldn't shake off the absurd feeling that she and Song Mai-chuan were having a clandestine rendezvous. In the vast space, the sound of her heels echoed very clearly. Hua Nian Sheng didn't know where Song Mai-chuan's car was, but very quickly, a car in the lot lit up. Gu Zhuo's parking lot had many cars, many of which looked like collector's items, similar to those in Hua Jinyan's garage. Hua Nian Sheng was not a car collector, but she understood their hobby of collecting. It was just that Gu Zhuo's garage looked obsessively tidy. They were arranged according to the size and color of the cars. Even Song Mai-chuan's unfamiliar car had to conform. Hua Nian Sheng walked over, hesitated for a moment, then got into the passenger seat. Most of the guest cars tonight were parked outside, so when her family arrived, she could see rows of luxury cars parked close together. Even the worst car was priced over $1 million, not to mention the more expensive ones. Gu Zhuo even arranged for valets, fearing that the young masters and ladies wouldn't know how to park upon arrival. After buckling her seatbelt, Hua Nian Sheng also didn't utter a word. Song Mai-chuan beside her had taken off the mask on his face. His eyes and eyebrows were revealed. Hua Nian Sheng could see them with just a glance. She paused, then also raised her hand to take off the mask on her own face. When the car left this area, Hua Nian Sheng suddenly remembered something. "Did you drink alcohol?" On an occasion like tonight, she hadn't seen anyone who didn't drink. With a status like Song Mai-chuan, someone would surely invite him to drink. At Gu Zhuo's party, the most abundant thing was alcohol. After Hua Nian Sheng spoke, the man beside her chuckled softly. "Why? Afraid he'll drive while drunk?" Hua Nian Sheng was silent for a moment. "I think if we encounter a traffic inspection team, the news about Boss Hang Chuan driving while drunk will definitely top the search trends." Tong Moxian looked straight ahead, not answering her question immediately. After driving for a while, they encountered a red light, and the car stopped. Hua Nian Sheng saw the man beside her turn his head to look at her. "If you don't believe me, you can taste it yourself, see if I've had alcohol or not." It took Hua Nian Sheng a while to understand what he was saying. The expression on her face was a little complex, and only much later did she indignantly say to Tong Moxian, "We are not in a relationship where we can joke around like this." "Then what kind of relationship do we have?" Tong Moxian asked her back, "Kissing friends?" Hua Nian Sheng. The joke she had just unleashed now turned back to strike her like a boomerang. Oh, her mouth that often joked inappropriately. Hua Nian Sheng was silent. At this moment the green light also turned on. Tong Moxian turned his head back, concentrating on driving. Inside the car it became quiet. Tong Moxian turned on the music. Most of the songs he listened to were foreign music. Occasionally there would be a few classic Cantonese songs that even Hua Nian Sheng, who didn't know Cantonese, could hum a few lines. She didn't ask Tong Moxian which way he intended to drive, as in any case, he wouldn't go so far as to take her to some obscure corner. On the way, Tong Moxian received a call from Guzhua. He put it on speakerphone. "Tong Moxian, you left without saying a word?" His voice sounded a little drunk. It was unclear how much he had drunk. "Today is my birthday, what are you busy with? You snuck off before 12 o'clock? Hua Nian Sheng at this moment wisely remained silent like a chicken holding grain in its beak. Tong Moxian's reaction was quite calm. He said, "Oh Guzhua, I have some private matters so I left early. Didn't I text you just now?" Normally, at such a crowded party, Guzhua wouldn't know if someone left early. However, the relationship between Tong Moxian and him was indeed not something anyone could compare to. Despite being drunk, Guzhua still keenly noticed that the time Tong Moxian had appeared before him tonight was pitifully short. "What kind of work could you be busy with? Are those employees under you just taking salaries without working?" It seemed he only thought Tong Moxian was simply busy with company matters. Tong Moxian said, "Private matter." Driving now, hanging up. As soon as he finished speaking, he hung up, not caring what the other person was thinking. Hua Nian Sheng. But not long after, her phone also rang. It was her uncle calling. She subtly glanced at Tong Moxian, then answered the phone. "Uncle." Hua Jinyan on the other end of the line said, "Hua Nian Sheng, why did you go back? How did you get back?" Her uncle's voice sounded very drunk. "I felt a little sleepy so I took a taxi home," she softly replied. Fortunately, Hua Jinyan only called to check in. He said, "Your aunt and I will probably be back a little late. If you're tired, just go home and rest, no need to worry about us." Hua Jinyan and his wife were always together like shadow and form. Aside from having a child at home, they basically had no curfew. This meant whether they came home or not and at what time depended entirely on their mood. After hanging up the phone, Hua Nian Sheng suddenly heard the man driving beside her say languidly, "When did I become a taxi driver? Hua Nian. Otherwise, what else do you want to be?" Song Mai Chuan heard that and chuckled softly, being so secretive. "Are you afraid your little brother will break my legs?" Hua Nian Sheng said nothing more. The road grew increasingly unfamiliar as they drove on. She gazed at the night view outside the window without a word, then resolutely closed her eyes to rest. When the car finally stopped, she only then opened her eyes again. Before she could even react, Song Mai Chuan had already leaned over, intending to unbuckle her seatbelt. "I'll do it myself." Hua Nian Sheng hadn't finished speaking. He had already unbuckled it. Before getting out of the car, Hua Nian Sheng had already recognized where they were. Before her eyes was the vast, expansive night sea. Du City truly had a bay, and normally there were quite a few people coming and going on the beach. Even late at night like now, groups of 3 to 5 people could be seen. The sound of waves lapping the shore occasionally murmured, very pleasant to the ear. Tonight's moon was very big and round. The night sky and the sea merged into one, creating a profound blue beauty that brought an unusual serenity to one's heart. Although Hua Nian Sheng had lived in Du City for several years, and had visited here a few times, she had never tried visiting late at night. Compared to daytime, the night sea view was entirely different. Hua Nian Sheng stepped out of the car, and the sounds outside became even clearer. Some people were live streaming, singing with their phones and guitars. There were also families simply coming to enjoy the night view, and no small number of couples and friends. Song Mai Chuan walked around to the trunk. When he returned, in his hand was a pair of sneakers, their style clearly indicating they were women's shoes, and also new socks. Hua Nian Sheng fell silent for a moment. "What's the meaning of this?" He bent down to look at her and said softly, "Change your shoes." Could I possibly let you walk around here in high heels? On the sand, not only do shoes easily get sand on them, but Hua Nian Sheng's slender high heels even chafed her feet when walking on flat ground, let alone walking on this terrain. After walking a short distance, her feet would be ruined by the time she got home. Song Maichuan was indeed very considerate. It was just that his actions, no matter how she looked at them, seemed to have been prepared beforehand. Hua Nian Sheng, when did you buy these shoes? Although the lighting wasn't very good, the sneakers in his hand had a round, plump panda embroidered on the upper, like some brand collaboration edition, which, upon its release, had been fiercely sought after and was currently out of stock. When she first saw these shoes, she had also been momentarily tempted, but she couldn't compete with the masses and was too lazy to find a purchasing channel just for one pair of shoes. If she couldn't get this pair, she'd find another. She wasn't bothered. Who would have thought Song Maichuan would take them out now? I saw they were cute before and they were your size, so I bought them. Is there a problem? Song Maichuan said that, and Hua Nian Sheng then remembered that recently he seemed to have been continuously flying all over the world. The supply of this shoe brand overseas was probably much more abundant, and many people had managed to buy them by finding overseas personal shoppers. You haven't changed your shoes yet. Are you waiting for me to put them on for you? He asked again. Hua Nian. He even made a move as if to bend down. She hastily stopped him. I can do it myself. After changing shoes, Hua Nian Sheng felt her entire body much lighter. She casually placed those beautiful torture devices on the front passenger seat. Song Maichuan brought a girl to the seaside for a late-night stroll, naturally with the intention of a date. It was just that this man was very patient in his approach. The walking distance between the two of them was not too close. He walked half a step slower than Hua Nian Sheng, only watching her from behind. This scene made Hua Nian Sheng suddenly recall the time when she was interning at Hangchuan during the time she went on business trips with him outside. She usually walked a little behind him. Unexpectedly, in just a few short months, the distance between them had been reversed like this. No matter how she thought about it, it felt a bit unbelievable. Hua Nian Sheng walked ahead. The evening sea breeze was very alluring. Her hair and skirt were swept by the wind. Occasionally, her long hair would float to Song Maichuan's neck, but she herself was completely unaware. The scenery here was truly beautiful. A group of people hanging out together even brought atmospheric lights. They gathered in a circle to play games. In this atmosphere, Hua Nian Sheng didn't want to talk much. The man beside her was also silent. The sea breeze carried the breath of the ocean as it blew. Hua Nian Sheng felt this scene was quite romantic, a poetic kind of romance, especially as she had just left a noisy party. It was just that currently she was wearing a camisole dress, and the sea breeze carried a chill as it blew. She unconsciously touched her arm. Her arm was clearly colder than the temperature of her palm. Just then, suddenly a suit jacket was draped over her shoulders from behind. Hua Nian Sheng froze and turned her head to look at Song Maichuan. He only said one sentence, "It's windy tonight, wear it." By this time, she suddenly understood why he had deliberately taken the vest from the car and draped it over his arm instead of putting it on. Hua Nian Sheng quietly pulled her jacket tighter. The night view at this bay was truly beautiful. Hua Nian Sheng unconsciously thought about her relationship with Song Maichuan. Her mind not very clear, but rather very muddled. She was immersed in her own thoughts, not noticing that she was about to step into the water ahead. Song Maichuan reached out and pulled her back. Hua Nian Sheng, completely unprepared, simply stepped back, her back leaning against his chest. "Why do you keep walking without looking at the road? What are you thinking about?" he asked. Hua Nian Sheng looked up, meeting Song Maichuan's eyes. His peach blossom eyes under this light became even deeper and more captivating. She quickly shifted her gaze away, softly replying, "Nothing." But Song Maichuan did not let go of her hand. Instead, he took the chance to hold her hand. Hua Nian Sheng paused, hearing his voice echo in her ear, "Let me lead you by the hand. It's okay even if you're distracted." She wanted to say something, but the words died on her lips. Just as the two of them stopped, a girl carrying a camera suddenly walked over. The girl looked very young, looking at Song Maichuan and Hua Nian Sheng with a shy expression. "Sorry, just now when taking photos I unintentionally included both of you. I think the photos turned out very beautiful, so I wanted to ask if you two would like to have the photos. If you feel uncomfortable I can delete them." Hua Nian Sheng instinctively intended to say no need, But Song Mai-chuan spoke first, asking the girl, "May I see them first?" And so, afterward, Hua Nian Sheng saw Song Mai-chuan holding the girl's camera and looking at the photos. There were indeed a few photos that captured the two of them. Moreover, looking at those photos, if the first two were accidental, then the next 2 or 3 seemed to have been taken for them intentionally. The photo was taken at just the right moment. Capturing the moment, Song Mai-chuan draped his vest over Hua Nian Sheng. Coupled with the fact that the clothes they were wearing were quite formal at first glance, it seemed as if they had deliberately come here to take romantic couple photos. The young photographer's expression looked as if she was successfully shipping them. Hua Nian. Song Mai-chuan was asking the girl for the photos, while she stood beside him, waiting. Ordinarily, he did not seem like someone who enjoyed documenting life in such a way, if not for her knowing he was skilled at photography. After Song Mai-chuan thanked the girl and walked to Hua Nian Sheng's side, he asked, "Do you want to see the photos? They captured you beautifully." Hua Nian Sheng heard his voice carrying a hint of laughter. He was clearly very happy. After all, earlier she had also heard that photographer girl, before leaving, specifically say to Song Mai-chuan, "Wishing you 100 years of happiness." She didn't know if a remark like that was something to be happy about. Bear in mind, their current relationship at best was merely ambiguous, completely unrelated to love. So what if they kissed? Young people nowadays still hug and kiss their friends, don't they? Hua Nian Sheng did not look at the photos. Song Mai-chuan didn't seem to mind. He naturally took her hand, but she pulled away. "What's wrong?" By this time, Hua Nian Sheng was probably more awake thanks to the sea breeze. She said, "Nothing, I don't want to hold hands." Actually, what she meant was, why hold hands? Song Mai-chuan didn't know if he understood that meaning. He chuckled softly. "All right." The seascape was very beautiful. If not for the evening light not being very good, Hua Nian Sheng could have picked up a few pretty seashells on the beach. When walking, she often looked down at the path, but unfortunately the light was too dim. She truly couldn't see anything clearly. The two of them took a stroll once along the seashore. Hua Nian Sheng felt her mood was quite good, but when she thought of the person beside her, her feelings became complicated. Song Mai-chuan asked, "It's getting late, do you want to go back?" Some people strolling nearby had also left. Only live-streaming singers and those engrossed in playing games and taking photos remained. Perhaps some of them were waiting all night to watch the sunrise the next morning. Hua Nian Sheng nodded. She was a little sleepy now. Before getting into the car, she still wistfully glanced back behind her. This sea night scene brought the most healing feeling along with the occasional sound of ocean waves. It was as if listening to the sound of the waves made one's heart also become calmer. Song Mai-chuan said, "Next time if there's a chance we can come again." His words contained the phrase "we," clearly implying something, but Hua Nian Sheng paused, then instinctively ignored this remark. She got into the car he drove. The road back was not short. Tong Mok-chuan turned on relaxing music in the car. Hua Nian Sheng's eyelids were heavy. First she closed her eyes to rest. Then, without knowing when, she truly fell asleep. Tong Mok-chuan drove very steadily, almost without any bumps. Hua Nian Sheng even felt her sleep was very sound. She did not know how long she had slept. When she woke up, before her eyes was already the gate of the residential area. Tong Mok-chuan had not driven the car. Inside, his jacket was draped over her. He was not in the car. Hua Nian Sheng looked out. Tong Mok-chuan was standing outside making a phone call. Under the streetlight, a layer of soft light seemed to cover his body. He was originally turned away from Hua Nian Sheng. The shirt he wore fit as if custom-made, making his body proportions look very well balanced. Hua Nian Sheng was still a little dazed, instinctively squinting her eyes. While talking on the phone, Tong Mok-chuan glanced behind him, saw she was awake, then quickly ended the call with a few words and turned back. The car door opened and he stepped inside. "Awake already?" Hua Nian Sheng took out her phone to check. It was already very late. Not knowing when the car had arrived, she asked, "How long has it been since we arrived? Why didn't you wake me up?" Tong Mok-chuan softly said, "Not long at all. I just got out of the car to make a call for a moment. Now we'll take you home." Immediately after, the car started again. When he drove in, no security guard blocked them. He seemed to have become a familiar face in this area. Before that, Hua Kamgon had already spoken to the security team of this complex, and moreover, with Hua Nian Sheng in the car at that moment, no one would block their way in. The car quickly stopped in front of the villa. When Hua Nian Sheng unbuckled her seatbelt, intending to get out of the car, Tong Mokchuan called her back. He reached his hand to the back seat, took a bag and gave it to her, saying, "A gift for you after the business trip a few days ago. See if you like it." Hua Nian Sheng was startled for a moment before she reacted, but by then the bag had already been placed on her lap. It was a gift bag, inside which was a black box of the same kind, its material looking very high class. She almost blurted out a question, "Why are you giving me a gift?" Her question made the man in the driver's seat laugh. "Sen, you ask a man who is pursuing you why he is giving you a gift. You tell me why?" Hua Nian Sheng. A sleepy person indeed easily does foolish things. Look at the question she had just asked. After a moment of silence, she finally opened the box. That box was not small. When she opened it, she saw a set of jewelry consisting of pearls and emeralds. Just looking at the color of the pearls and the jewelry, and of the emeralds, Hua Nian Sheng already knew approximately how much this set of jewelry was worth. She merely glanced over it, then closed the box, after which she returned the entire box to Tong Mokchuan. She shook her head and said, "I won't accept it." "Tong Mokchuan, don't you like it?" The problem was not whether she liked it or not. The education Hua Nian Sheng received did not include accepting such expensive gifts. She was afraid that the value of this set might even be more than the house her uncle had given her. Hua Nian Sheng was naturally someone who liked jewelry, but she could not be so lavish. That combination of pearls and emeralds, she was afraid that if she looked at it one more time, her heart would be swayed. "Don't like it," she answered resolutely. But Tong Mokchuan had more experience in reading people than she did. How could he not discern whether she liked it or not? He had no intention of taking back what he had given. He looked into the eyes of the person beside him, patiently saying to her, "Sen, you should not always refuse the kindness of others. If a man pursuing you doesn't even want to spend a minimum amount on you, then he should not be within your range of choice. You shouldn't consider receiving gifts from a suitor as a psychological burden." Tong Mokchuan told her, "I voluntarily gave it because I feel that you would certainly look very beautiful wearing it." Hua Nian Sheng was silent. At this moment, she realized a clear truth. In matters of love, she was absolutely no match for Tong Mokchuan. Last night had been too fun. Ko Chuok also didn't know what time he had gone to sleep. He only remembered that afterward, around 2 in the morning, Hua Kiam-gon and his wife finally couldn't stand it anymore, and called a driver to pick them up to go home. After that, some other people also left one by one. Beside him there was no one else, not even a female companion. Last night he had drunk so much he was almost unconscious. How could he have had the mind to think of other things? Ko Chuok woke up, bathed, put on a bathrobe and sat on the sofa on the second floor. His head was still slightly aching. The second floor living room had clearly been cleaned. Even the sofa covers had been replaced with new ones. The maids were still cleaning the living rooms. As he was sitting, a maid came out from the living room in a hidden corner, carrying a trash can in her hand. Inside there wasn't much trash, just a few tissues. Ko Chuok indifferently glanced over, just in time to see red stains on 2 of those tissues. That kind of red stain was not unfamiliar to him. It was lipstick marks. Ko Chuok felt something was not right, so he asked the maid, "This trash here, from which room was it cleaned out?" The maid, puzzled, replied, "It's the first room on the left." That room, it was precisely the room he specially reserved for Tong Mokchuan. Usually no one else entered. Ko Chuok lowered her eyes, letting out a humph. "Among the girls who aim here last night, was anyone Tong Mokchuyan's little girlfriend?" Chapter 57 Unattained. After that night, Hua Nian Sheng realized a problem. If the relationship between her and Tong Mokchuyan continued, it would not benefit her at all. Tong Mokchuyan understood too well how to grasp others' psychology. She was completely no match for him. Since she was no match, she should limit her interactions. An unbalanced relationship was destined to cause one person to continuously suffer internal erosion. However, Hua Nian Sheng didn't even have time to think much about this problem. She had officially enrolled. When she returned to school and saw the younger students overflowing with vitality, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. The eyes of the freshmen looked especially clear. Compared to those who had been at school for 2 or 3 years, the state of their gaze was entirely different. The main task of first-year master's students was still to attend classes. It had been a long time since Hua Nian Sheng had sat in a classroom. It was just that the classroom now looked more like a meeting room. Her classmates seemed unfamiliar, and their number was also not large, only about a dozen or so people. The atmosphere of the class was generally the same. A few people proactively requested her contact information. Hua Nian Sheng lived in a single room and had no roommate, so most of the time she still went around alone. It wasn't until she arrived at the laboratory to run errands that she learned the professor had also accepted another student this year. That was a male student named Truong Van Phi. Professor Tran told this story, still laughing happily, saying that at the time he wanted to find Hua Nian Sheng a companion, which was why he considered accepting another student. As a result, after the master's entrance exam scores were announced, he had selected a person with a rather impressive profile from the self-recommendation letters in his email inbox. The final interview round, after all, was just an interview. Their major only required solid specialized knowledge, and if they passed the preliminary round, it was highly probable that the interview round would not pose any major issues. Professor Tran's initial intention was to accept another student, and if female, even better, as two girls would get along well. As a result, when he reviewed their application, he forgot to check the gender. The problem here was Truong Van Phi had long hair. This confusion, of course, could not only be blamed on Professor Tran. It wasn't until he heard his voice in the final interview that he realized it was a male student. Truong Van Phi had a clean and fair appearance, about 1.78 meters tall, and 1.80 meters with shoes on. He had an earring on his left ear, wore a skull necklace around his neck, his index finger also sported a silver ring, and his dressing style was mainly cool and trendy. It was just that this outfit did not appear in the interview. At that time it was said he wore black pants, a white shirt, and the earring was a transparent stud. One wouldn't notice it without looking closely. At first glance, he seemed like a rather obedient male student. Professor Tran was also careless, thinking, a male student is a male student as long as his specialized knowledge is good, it's fine. As a result, when he came to enroll, his fashion style made Professor Tran feel as if he had contracted rheumatism. In his eyes, this was perhaps Mukhaijia version 2.0. Hua Nian Sheng comfortably accepted this new teammate. Truong Van Phi was a male student with a rather lively personality, and his hobbies also matched his appearance very well. It was said that normally he really liked playing games, skateboarding, hip-hop dancing, and could even rap at any time, clearly a very individualistic person. Hua Nian Sheng had a hunch that he and Mukhaijia would certainly have a lot in common. Professor Tran's after-class arrangement was very consistent: go to the laboratory to run errands. Indeed, Mukhaijia's first reaction upon seeing this junior brother was, this kid of old man Tran surely wasn't accepted for me, was he? It looks like I'm about to strike it rich. Hua Nian Sheng. So she was still the only female student in the department. Truong Van Phi's reaction when he learned that he was very likely accepted by Professor Tran because his name sounded like a girl's was he was stunned for a moment, then reached back to scratch the back of his neck. His eyes lit up. Really? Hua Nian Sheng. Mukhaijia? He happily said, my dad had a fortune teller choose this name for me when I was little. Before, my family also complained it sounded a bit like a girl's name, but the fortune teller said this name suited me, so they ultimately still used it as my birth name. Now it seems that's truly the case. Hua Nian Sheng. Mukhaijia. What a unique perspective. Hua Nian Sheng and her departmental friends got along very harmoniously. Although her current cohort still maintained a male-heavy, female-light ratio, a third-year junior who had a good relationship with her had discreetly asked her about the direct doctoral program application process at Du University. When first enrolling, everyone also experienced a period of unfamiliarity. Graduate school and university are, after all, two different concepts. Although still on this campus, the feeling it brought was entirely different. Hua Nian Sheng spent more time in the laboratory. Even when not doing anything, just viewing the public project documents left behind by senior students brought her great benefits. Professor Tran had absolute leniency towards first-year master's students. The only ones who were frequently scolded were a few senior brothers in their third-year master's and second-year doctoral studies. Hua Nian Sheng and Truong Van Phi sat nearby, listening to them being reprimanded, occasionally secretly exchanged glances, and then together suppressed their Otter. If there was any small incident to mention, it would have to be one day when Hua Nian Sheng was walking along, and a first-year junior asked her for contact information. According to her assessment, This junior who asked for her contact was certainly the most outstanding in appearance within his cohort. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had such great courage as to ask for a senior sister's WeChat right after meeting her. Clearly, he didn't think he would be rejected. It seemed he was quite popular among the new students. Hua Nian Sheng really liked fresh faces, but she didn't like people who approached too bluntly. She refused. The kid even followed her for a few steps, grinned, saying he had coincidentally seen her for several days now, and saw it as fate between them. Sister, let's become friends. What's wrong with making friends? If it's really not possible, then just let me lie quietly in your friend list. That's fine too. What's the point of being friends then? Hua Nian Sheng simply smiled and asked, have you come of age yet? He replied proudly, I just celebrated my 18th birthday last month. Hua Nian Sheng began to speak nonsensically. Next month, I will register my marriage with my fiancé. Junior? Hua Nian Sheng suddenly remembered that in the handbag she carried with her, there was a dazzling diamond ring. That ring had caught her eye during a weekend shopping trip. It wasn't expensive. She'd bought it just for fun. Little did she expect that now it would have a place to display its purpose. When he saw her wear the ring on her middle finger, the junior cerebellum felt like it shriveled. Not every student in this school was from a rich family. Even if their family didn't lack money, not everyone could buy whatever they wanted immediately. How could he know that some people simply liked to buy jewelry for fun? The diamond ring on Hua Nian Sheng's hand was not small at all. Saying it was an engagement ring wouldn't be wrong either. Just like that, she had successfully eliminated a problem. Romantic relationships between men and women are truly very easy to make people fall into a state of self-inflicted emotional toll. Recently, it wasn't that Hua Nian Sheng didn't reply to Song Mokshuyan's messages. It's just that if Song Mokshuyan were more observant, he would realize that recently she not only didn't actively seek him out, but also didn't even bother sending him emojis anymore. A girl accustomed to using all sorts of emojis, yet didn't send stickers when chatting, that was truly a serious problem. During this time, perhaps Song Mokshuyan was also relatively busy. In the evening, he wanted to call Hua Nian Sheng, but looking at the clock, he saw it was already too late. Of course, with his understanding of her, she might not necessarily be asleep, but calling so late would very likely cause him to lose points. Song Mokshuyan naturally also realized the problem. Ever since Gu Chuok's birthday night, Hua Nian Sheng had become indifferent towards him again. Initially, he even suspected whether the gift he gave didn't suit her taste. But clearly, before giving it, he had consulted a few girls he knew, and all affirmed that almost no woman could refuse such a set of jewelry. So where did the problem lie? Song Mokshuyan even suspected whether he had been too presumptuous, making her think he was a frivolous person. In short, he couldn't ask her out every time he asked. He only received the answer that she was busy attending class, going to the library or the laboratory, and on weekends she said she wanted to sleep. It could be said that Song Mokshuyan was encountering a difficult situation. He couldn't always go to her school to find her without prior notice. That would be very impolite. After being refused a meeting by Hua Nian Sheng again, it had been a long time since Song Mokshuyan had appeared at a social gathering unrelated to work. That was a gathering organized by Gu Chuok on a whim. At that time, he happened to be near the gathering location. The driver only took a few minutes to drive there. He stepped into the private room, saw Gu Chuok sprawled out like a big boss, one hand holding his phone, not knowing who he was texting. To his surprise, Song Mokshuyan was the earliest to arrive. Oh look, the busiest person is also the earliest to arrive. Gu Chuok raised an eyebrow, looking quite provocative lately. Wanting to meet with General Director Song without discussing work is really difficult, isn't it? Song Mak. Shuyan walked over, kicked his leg that was blocking the way. Move aside. Gu Chuok reluctantly shifted a little, then stared at his face and clicked his tongue twice. Song Mokshuyan. Gu Chuok just kept staring at him without saying anything. Finally, when Song Mokshuyan was about to ask if his friend's mind had problems lately, Gu Chuok finally spoke. Song Mokshuyan, we brothers now see that you're becoming harder to judge by your outward appearance. Speak like a normal person. Song Mokshuyan couldn't be bothered with him. From childhood to adulthood, Gu Chuok had always been an unreliable person. Perhaps because he had an older brother many years his senior who was raised quite strictly, the family had relaxed in educating this second son, but had accidentally relaxed too much, which led to the story of him once participating in a car race that almost cost him his life. Song Mokshuyan lowered his head to look at his phone, when he suddenly heard Gu Chuok's sarcastic remark in his ear before. I really didn't realize you had intentions toward Hua Camnon's niece. You hid it so well, didn't you? Hearing that, Song Mokshuyan paused. Then his phone screen turned off. He turned his head to look at Gu Chuok with a calm expression. Without saying a word, just staring at him like that. Only a few seconds later, Gu Chuok raised both hands in surrender. All right, stop looking at me like that. After all, I haven't breathed a word to anyone. Do you think there's only one RA in the living room on the second floor of my villa, so nothing would happen? After he finished speaking, he still couldn't help but click his tongue once. The bedroom hallway indeed doesn't have cameras, but I could still see everyone who went up to the second floor that night. Normally, Gu Chuok certainly wasn't idle enough to watch surveillance camera footage. It was just that morning, after waking up and seeing the maid cleaning Song Mokshuyan's living room and picking up several tissue scraps with lipstick on them, he recalled that the previous night Song Mokshuyan had only interacted with one girl, and a little suspicious in his heart, he then replayed the camera footage. He didn't see much either. Only that the girl went upstairs first, heading towards the living room. A while later, she and Song Mokshuyan descended one after another, the time interval quite long. But Gu Chuok wasn't stupid. It would be strange if he didn't realize the problem. After hearing him finish speaking, Song Mokshuyan was silent for a moment. He had tried to hold it in, but couldn't, and finally uttered a scathing remark, scolding his friend why suddenly watch surveillance footage? Are you crazy? However, in his words there was no denial at all. Gu Chuok happily accepted the scolding, saying Hua Camnon will also be here later. Just thinking that you might become his grandson-in-law later makes me want to laugh, ha 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 ha. It's just that after this sentence Song Mokshuyan didn't reply. And his expression also wasn't happy, but it wasn't the kind of displeasure born of disagreement. Gu Chuok looked at him, puzzled. What's wrong? Song Mokshuyan. Only a long while later, Gu Chuok finally heard his best friend from childhood to adulthood, who had always been outstanding and now whose psychus revoluta had finally bloomed, speak. Haven't managed to pursue her yet. As soon as this sentence was uttered, even Gu Chuok was stunned. Afterwards, his own loud laughter echoed in the private room. Gu Chuok laughed until he couldn't breathe while laughing. He patted Song Mokshuyan's shoulder. Sheng is really something, ha 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 ha. I always thought that for you, pursuing women was as easy as turning over a hand. I didn't expect you'd stumble into failure here, ha 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 ha. Indeed, it was not strange that he laughed so loudly. Song Mokshuyan was considered one of the most excellent, most outstanding people in this circle. He was always the top choice whenever a family considered a family alliance marriage. The Gu family had even once idly thought and regretted that Song Mokshuyan's parents didn't have another daughter, to give their family a chance to discuss a family alliance marriage. That's right, Gu Chuok's parents wanted to marry off this youngest son to be a strategic groom. Ko Chuok had never thought Tong Mokshuyan would be unable to win over women, as he was now. After all, normally, as long as he sat there, the gazes drawn to him would be more than all others. A golden bachelor like him, who wouldn't want to get to know him? Not to mention women. In the past, some even suspected Tong Mokshuyan wasn't straight, and there were even men who came to flirt with him. Finally, Ko Chuok had laughed enough under Tong Mokshuyan's increasingly cold gaze. He said, "What's the matter? Tell me and I'll analyze it for you." Honestly speaking, Ko Chuok now still wanted to ask Hua Nian Sheng what her reason was for rejecting Tong Mokshuyan. He thought, once he found out, he would probably laugh at Tong Mokshuyan for another half a year. Tong Mokshuyan pondered for a long while, then asked, "What gifts did you usually give your girlfriends before?" Actually, not every woman Ko Chuok had been with was a girlfriend. But that was his private matter, and he was too lazy to inquire. Handbags, clothes, jewelry, and I also gave perfumes and cosmetics. Ko Chuok tried to recall if they were even more expensive. I'd give houses, cars, and even offer credit cards. Tong Mokshuyan realized that he had already given more than half of the things Ko Chuok had just mentioned. He no longer bothered with Ko Chuok, perhaps having seen from the depths of his heart that this person was completely unreliable. This friend's advice was even less constructive than Hua Camgon's experience. At least Hua Camgon was her maternal uncle, and could still help Tong Mokshuyan dig out some of his niece's preferences. Ko Chuok naturally also saw that he was dissatisfied with Hai's answer. His attitude seemed to be one of not being convinced by Tong Mokshuyan. "What, do you find the things I gave too superficial?" Tong Mokshuyan did not deny it, humming a sound. He could think of those things himself. Hearing this, Ko Chuok was even more unconvinced than tell me, what should one give? Could it be handmade gifts? Folding paper stars or stuffed animals? Trying to put himself in a woman's shoes receiving such a gift, he only felt unlucky. It's not middle school or high school anymore. If you don't put in effort, you must at least spend money. Ko Chuok didn't think he was a good person, but he was willing to give some valuable things anyway. However, he quickly thought a little more openly, Shang probably doesn't lack the things you give. After all, she's a young lady of a prominent family. It's normal for her not to like you. You two have known each other for so long. Didn't she used to see you as an elder? Tong Mak Shuyan. These words were like an arrow piercing his heart. The only difference was it wasn't whether Hua Nian Sheng considered him an elder or not, but that he himself had considered himself an elder before, and now he was slapping himself in the face. Ko Chuok still wanted to say something more. But outside, the cheerful laughter and chatter of many people suddenly rang out. A few rich young masters and young ladies, bringing their girlfriends, almost rushed in. He was forced to stop this topic. Opportunities to tease Tong Mak Shuyan W. are not always available today. He considered his quota met. Next time he would talk about it later. Lately, Hua Nian Sheng's school life had been relatively rich. Although the change in status from undergraduate student to postgraduate student initially made her a little bewildered, she quickly adjusted. Mainly, the atmosphere among her departmental peers was quite good when busy. She didn't even have the mental capacity to remember other things. Until mid-September, Professor Tran informed them that the laboratory's investor would be coming for an inspection, and planned to arrange one of them to be the presenter before the investor. Logically speaking, this matter, no matter what, wouldn't fall to a first-year master's student to be in charge. Mu Haijia and Hoke Thua were about to graduate this year. Besides being busy with their theses and projects, they should also look for internship opportunities. The company of that patron was one of the best options for them. Professor Tran had indeed arranged for Mu Haijia to be the presenter. Previously, when they formed teams for competitions, he always took on the role of presenter, and his speaking ability was quite fluent. Hoke Thua was better at technical research but could also clearly present his ideas. However, on occasions like this, it was still best to choose the best person. Mu Haijia would be the main presenter if there were any shortcomings. Hoke Thua would supplement them. Initially, according to this arrangement, Hua Nian Sheng had no connection whatsoever. When the professor made the arrangements, she and Truong Van Phi were busy researching their own models. When Professor Tran suddenly called out their names, Little Hua, you once interned at Han Shuyan. You and Little Truong should also come along that day to observe. It's good to meet talented people. Hua Nian. To be honest, previously, when she knew people from Han Shuyan would come to inspect the laboratory, her heart had not stirred at all. According to grapevine rumors from her departmental peers, among those coming, Chu Tui Bok, their senior, might very well be present, which was considered family. Furthermore, if the professor hadn't spoken, Hua Nian Sheng and Truong Van Phi certainly wouldn't have appeared to cause more trouble. At this moment, after hearing the arrangement, Hua Nian Sheng did not realize that the corners of her lips had stiffened for a moment. Yes, Professor. Truong Van Phi, standing beside her, responded boldly. Hua Nian. Well, all right. Although it was an inspection, the person coming might not necessarily be Tong Mak Shuyan. Hua Nian Sheng knew his work lately had been quite busy. Although WeChat messages had been exchanged back and forth, she felt that had achieved her purpose. The frequency of their conversations was decreasing. Would he even have the time to visit her school to tour the laboratory? After this matter was arranged, Hua Nian Sheng also wasn't overly concerned. After all, the ones who needed to perform well were her two senior male students. Hung Chuan's people arranged to come on Saturday. Perhaps they couldn't arrange time on weekdays. On that day, Professor Chen also wore much more formal attire. According to Mu Shijia, this matter was related to the funding that the patron would provide them in the coming year, so receiving them with the best appearance was a matter of course. They not only needed to respect the other party, but also had to express a reverent attitude from the bottom of their hearts. Hua Nian Sheng also had to take out the outfit she once wore when going on stage to give a speech as a student representative, even tying her hair into a dynamic bun. While looking in the mirror, for a moment she felt like a member of a cheerleading squad. A white shirt, a short black skirt. She had seen others wear this before. However, Regarding personal aesthetics, Hua Nian Sheng preferred cheerleading outfits with more vibrant colors. On that day, Hua Nian Sheng realized that not only the people in their laboratory regarded this matter highly, but even the school's leadership was very concerned. Afterwards, hearing from the senior male students, what the school leadership was concerned about was whether that company would come to their school to recruit during the autumn recruitment season, and for what positions. While waiting for the people below the laboratory building, she still heard Mu Shijia complaining about last night how he stayed up until several o'clock memorizing the draft, and in the morning he even had to use concealer to hide his dark circles, and asked Hua Nian Sheng to help check if his face had any powder marks. She observed carefully, finally raising her thumb to signal okay to reassure her senior male student. Hua Nian Sheng and Zhang Wanfei, as first-year master's students, both stood at the back. After all, the two of them only came to make up the numbers. No one assigned them any tasks, they only needed to be dressed neatly. What's worth mentioning is that Zhang Wanfei wore again the suit he wore on his master's admission interview day. Also in black and white tones, standing next to Hua Nian Sheng, they looked quite well matched. This was Song Maichuan's feeling when he stepped out of the car and saw Hua Nian Sheng whispering with the long-haired male student in the back row. The male student next to her was taller than her when listening to her speak. He even had to attentively lean his ear closer, and she also subconsciously raised her head slightly. The two young people standing next to each other looked very eye-catching. The school's leadership and Professor Chen stepped forward to welcome Song Maichuan, along with other high-ranking executives from Hengchuan. Hua Nian Sheng, of course, also saw him. She heard Zhang Wanfei next to her exclaim in surprise, "Hengchuan's boss is so handsome? How are other men supposed to live?" The content of the conversation among the school leadership professors and Hengchuan's high-ranking executives was not something students like them could interject into. Hua Nian Sheng sat in the meeting room for half a session, not daring to play with her phone. Towards the final part, Professor Chen had Mu Shijia lead Hengchuan's high-ranking executives to tour their laboratory. Mu Shijia was not timid at all. He calmly stepped forward to welcome Song Maichuan and the others. Hua Nian Sheng and Zhang Wanfei also followed. Senior brother Mu's eloquence was no joke. He not only had a very firm grasp of professional knowledge but could also speak fluently. Combining it with a few culturally infused remarks, Hua Nian Sheng saw that Hengchuan's high-ranking executives all nodded with satisfaction. She stood at the back, unable to clearly see Song Maichuan's expression. Midway through the presentation, Song Maichuan said a few sentences. As soon as he opened his mouth, people could clearly feel the difference. Zhang Wanfei whispered beside her, "No wonder he's so young and already a boss. Just 2 sentences are enough to know his caliber." Hua Nian Sheng silently nodded. It was indeed so. This friendly exchange between the enterprise and the university almost ended perfectly. Seeing the professors and school leadership giving their final social greetings, Hua Nian Sheng also prepared to leave. Zhang Wanfei, however, very honestly praised Song Maichuan. He had probably taken the opportunity to look up his resume on Baidu Final. LY exclaiming a sincere sentiment, "My life's ideal is to become him as he is now." Huaning, that's quite an ambition. After Song Maichuan got into his car, Hua Nian Sheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. The result was that in the next second, her phone vibrated. Looking at the caller ID, it was Song Maichuan. She unconsciously looked up at Song Maichuan's car. He had gotten into the car, but the car had not yet started moving. He was inside the car, but his gaze was probably looking towards her. Hua Nian Sheng hesitated for a moment, then still answered the phone. From the other end of the line, a sentence rang out, "Can I wait for you at the school gate?" Chapter 58, talking about our problems. Hua Nian Sheng initially instinctively wanted to find a reason to say she was busy, but Song Maichuan's car just stayed parked there, not leaving. If she came up with any reason, she was afraid he would truly argue with her, which would not be good at all. She did not speak immediately, but vaguely felt that his gaze was probably penetrating through the car window to observe her. "Is something wrong?" Song Maichuan's voice came from the other end of the line. "I've already asked your advisor, they haven't arranged any tasks for you today." Huaning. She began to feel fortunate that she hadn't used laboratory work as an excuse from the start. A moment later, Hua Nian Sheng finally spoke. "You drive to another spot first." The school leaders hadn't all left yet. If Song Mai Chuan's car remained parked here for long, they would surely notice. Tong Mok Chuan clearly had no intention of making things difficult for her. Not long after, the car started. The phone in Su Nian-san's hand still hadn't hung up. Zhang Wenfei beside her curiously asked a question. San, who are you talking to on the phone? Her attention was initially entirely focused on Tong Mok Chuan's car, not paying attention to the person beside her. When she heard Zhang Wenfei's voice, she was slightly startled and reflexively replied, "No one, just friends." After these words, the call with Tong Mok Chuan was suddenly cut off without warning. The two words "just friends" flashed through Tong Mok Chuan's mind, but in the end, everything returned to calm. Tong Mok Chuan's car waited at the school gate for a few minutes before seeing the little girl arrive late. She was still wearing that outfit, holding an umbrella, standing and looking around at the school gate, very quickly identifying her target and walking towards Tong Mok Chuan. The sunlight now was still quite intense. Every student at Du University held an umbrella. When Su Nian-san opened the car door and stepped in, Tong Mok Chuan was talking on the phone with someone else. She quietly sat down beside him. The driver in front had picked up the person, and with the boss having no other instructions, he immediately drove away. Su Nian-san had originally intended to ask Tong Mok Chuan what was going on, but as she got into the car, she saw he was busy, and the driver was too understanding, just driving straight away. Little Su remained silent. About 10 minutes later, this phone call of Tong Mok Chuan finally ended. After hanging up, CEO Tong finally had time to look at the person beside him. Actually, just now in the meeting room, their gazes had met a few times, but each time Su Nian-san immediately looked away, probably because she was also aware that she had a guilty conscience. Tong Mok Chuan spoke nonchalantly about the upcoming schedule. "Let's go eat something first." Su Nian-san heard this arrangement without any surprise. She even slightly wondered if Tong Mok Chuan was truly afraid she would starve, just like raising a pet and fearing it would go hungry. "How's your studies lately? Have you gotten used to it?" he asked again. Su Nian-san's mind was completely not focused on the conversation. She lowered her eyes and replied, "Very good." Actually, he had once asked her a similar question on WeChat, and her answer was almost the same. This almost the same was the problem. Tong Mok Chuan was also a seasoned person. He didn't believe someone living on campus, when talking about school life, could only say very good. No interest in sharing at all. This did not align with his view of their relationship. He thought, at least on the evening they walked on the beach that day, the girl beside him had at least felt a stir for him. Su Nian-san's silence lasted until they arrived at the restaurant. Tong Mok Chuan seemed to have reserved a private room. The eyes of the server when leading them in seemed a bit strange. After all, his attire today looked like a successful man in society, while Su Nian-san's way of dressing carried a more youthful vibe. No matter how one looked, it was clear she was a university student. But considering their appearance, both were young male and female, yet their expressions were not overly intimate. This was precisely the strange point worth being curious about. Su Nian-san had just stood for quite a while, because her senior brother was talking incessantly, and as a first-year graduate student, she naturally had to maintain a serious attitude towards studying. Now she was truly both hungry and tired. Tong Mok Chuan already knew her tastes well. The dishes he ordered perfectly avoided everything she abstained from eating. Comrade Little Su ate her meal in silence. Occasionally Tong Mok Chuan stared at her. His gaze was not hidden at all. Su Nian-san could naturally perceive it. But before that increasingly intense gaze, she lowered her head even further. Until Tong Mok Chuan sighed softly. "San, eat your meal properly. Why are you bowing your head?" Nian-san. She hadn't even had time to think of what to say when his next words already arrived. "Are you afraid I'll eat you?" At this moment, Su Nian-san finally realized her actions were indeed a bit unnatural. She raised her head and looked at Tong Mok Chuan, her eyes still holding a hint of the bewilderment of a little schoolgirl, which suddenly made Tong Mok Chuan feel a pang of guilt. Su Nian-san did not wait for Tong Mok Chuan's next words, so she continued to lower her head and eat her meal. In front of Tong Mok Chuan, she had probably passed the time when she had to be mindful of her eating manners. After all, they had eaten countless meals together, and Tong Mok Chuan knew precisely how much Su Nian-san could eat. Evidently, the little girl had been eating quite well recently with great appetite. It seemed that at school, she didn't have too many concerns about him. Tong Mok Chuan would not bring up topics that would make Su Nian-san uncomfortable while eating, and she also wouldn't ask him why he brought her here to eat. In the spacious private room, there were only the two of them. This dining table was large enough for over 10 people. Now only Hua Nian Sheng and Tong Mokchuan were seated, and they weren't even sitting close to each other. From the moment Hua Nian Sheng stepped in, she had anticipated the situation, quickly placing her handbag in the position between her and Tong Mokchuan. Of course, Tong Mokchuan had noticed this detail, but he also said nothing. According to Hua Nian Sheng's understanding of Tong Mokchuan, he had a habit of cutting straight to the chase at the last minute. Every previous silence was like a preparation for the final step. Throughout the meal she could pondering how she could return before he spoke to her. In the middle, Tong Mokchuan went out for a trip. Hua Nian Sheng guessed perhaps he went out to pay. She ate and drank her fill, stood up and walked a few steps. In the private room there was also a sofa, a tea table, and on the tea table several kinds of candies were already laid out. Hua Nian Sheng casually took one piece, unwrapped it and put it into her mouth. She did not look closely at the packaging, but saw that it had a picture of a lemon printed on it, thinking it was lemon-flavored. But when the candy entered her mouth, a bone-chillingly cold sensation immediately rushed up to her head. Who would make lemon mint candy? And it was an extra strong version too. Hua Nian Sheng squinted her eyes, wanting to spit the candy out, but felt it was not good. After a long while, she also got used to this feeling, which was both uncomfortable and stimulating. When Tong Mokchuan returned, Hua Nian Sheng was sitting on the sofa playing with her phone, but as soon as she saw him, she immediately sat up straight, as if he were a terrifying monster. Tong Mokchuan. Hua Nian Sheng heard him ask, ready to go? Go, go, go. She stood up, looking as if she wanted to teleport home immediately. Tong Mokchuan naturally took in all her reactions, and from an angle she did not notice, his gaze seemed to deepen a little. A moment later, Hua Nian Sheng followed behind Tong Mokchuan. Unfortunately, just as they stepped out of the private room, he was called back by a business partner. That person looked to be about 40 years old, clearly very fond of Tong Mokchuan, and with a bit of alcohol in him. He pulled Tong Mokchuan aside, chattering endlessly. But he quickly also noticed Hua Nian Sheng walking behind him. Typically, when a man and a woman are alone together, even if there is nothing between them, people cannot help but wonder. Moreover, Hua Nian Sheng was very beautiful. She was the type of person whom most men and women liked. That person must have misunderstood something, and asked a question. Who is this lady? Tong Mokchuan's gaze rested on the small girl who was absent-mindedly distracted. Facing the partner with an unknown mood, he calmly replied, friend. Saying so was not wrong. After all, Hua Nian Sheng also introduced him to others that way. Hua Nian Sheng did not think much of it. She even felt comforted by Tong Mokchuan's introduction, because outside, she truly did not want to be too involved with him. But Tong Mokchuan saying so did not mean that others believed it. The other person revealed a perplexing smile. Then I will not bother the two of you anymore. Hua Nian Sheng did not pay attention to these things. A moment ago, she had already felt a slight discomfort in her lower abdomen, and now that discomfort intensified. In her mind, she secretly recalled the timing of her period last month, and thought that it was probably not time yet. But her menstruation was originally irregular, so she could not be certain. After greeting the partner, Tong Mokchuan continued to lead Hua Nian Sheng outside. As they were about to get into the car, he suddenly said, sit in the passenger seat. Only then did Hua Nian Sheng realize there was no driver. Where's the driver? She asked. Tong Mokchuan's expression was not unusual. He said, he's off work. Is there a problem? Suning. She had never seen this situation, where the boss was still using the car but the driver had rushed off work first. However, they had only gone for a meal, and no one had drunk alcohol. Hua Nian Sheng also did not care who drove. It was just that when there was no driver in the car, and only she and Tong Mokchuan, the atmosphere would be a bit awkward. Of course, this awkwardness originated solely from her. The car drove for a while, and Hua Nian Sheng instinctively hugged her lower abdomen. The feeling at this moment was not fake. Her complexion paled a little, and her forehead broke out in a slight cold sweat. What's wrong? Tong Mokchuan was driving, but in reality, his attention was always somewhat diverted to the person beside him. Tong Mokchuan, Hua Nian Sheng spoke a little weakly. If I dirty your car, will you be angry? She had completely not anticipated her strawberry period to come nearly a week early like this when going out today, so she also did not bring backup sanitary pads. Tong Maichuan stopped the car at a red light, turned to look at her. The small girl's complexion had almost completely changed from when they left the restaurant until now. Hua Nian Sheng said distressfully, I got my period. Moreover, the feeling of this menstrual period was very intense. Tong Maichuan was not someone completely devoid of physiological knowledge. He looked at his watch, then at the traffic situation, and asked, how about coming to my place first? Hua Nian Sheng. Before she could react, he had already explained, I have a house nearby, it's just a few minutes away. Let's go there first, then I'll go buy things for you. Hua Nian Sheng was silent for a moment, but she felt her condition was not good, so she could only agree for now. To be honest, she felt a bit embarrassed. Tong Maichuan said nothing, driving and turning at the upcoming bend. Not long after, they arrived at a residential complex. As the car drove straight in, Hua Nian Sheng then realized this was a villa area. She wasn't overly curious about the properties under Tong Maichuan's name. He was so rich, buying a house anywhere was a very normal thing. The layout of this villa area was somewhat similar to Hua Kamgan's. The car stopped in front of one of the yards. Tong Maichuan got out of the car, walked around to the other side, and looked at Hua Nian Sheng. When she got out, she still looked back, wanting to check if she had dirted the seat. Tong Maichuan pulled her wrist, softly saying, it's all right, no need to look. I'll take you inside first. Clearly, this was not where Tong Maichuan usually stayed. After entering the house, he led her to a room on the first floor. Do you want to shower? Tong Maichuan asked her. Hua Nian Sheng paused. If she were at school, she would definitely shower, but here she had no clothes of her own, and moreover it was inconvenient. Therefore, she instinctively shook her head. No need. Tong Maichuan looked at her for 2 seconds, then still went into the dressing room to find a set of clothes for Hua Nian Sheng. Finally, she realized, this is your room? Realizing this, Hua Nian Sheng began to feel uncomfortable standing in this space. Tong Maichuan seemed not to notice that. He said, I rarely stay here, only this room is tidily arranged, and inside there's shower gel and everything. He used a very gentle tone to explain that he didn't intentionally bring her to his room. It was evident this place was so new it didn't look like anyone had ever stayed there. Hua Nian Sheng knew Tong Maichuan wasn't lying, but she still couldn't help feeling uncomfortable, especially as the feeling of lower abdominal pain became increasingly pronounced, plus the fact that she had been standing for quite a while today. Her body was sweating, and she felt her whole body was indescribably sticky. Tong Maichuan pushed the clothes and Hua Nian Sheng into the bathroom, then turned on the light for her. Wait here for a moment, I'll be right back. After that, he stepped out of the room, very politely closing the door for her. The large room suddenly became quiet. For Hua Nian Sheng, this was naturally a strange place, but the warm flow dripping down made her even feel as if she was about to hemorrhage. She originally didn't intend to shower, but taking off her dress and looking, it was truly impossible to wear it again. Taking out her phone, she messaged Tong Maichuan, telling him the brand of sanitary pads she usually used, and asked him to buy disposable underwear. A long while later, Tong Maichuan finally replied, perhaps he was busy driving. Hua Nian Sheng truly couldn't bear it anymore, so she had no choice but to shower. Not long after, when her ears only heard the trickling sound of water, she heard someone knocking on the door outside. Turning off the shower, Hua Nian Sheng looked towards the door, vaguely seeing a silhouette behind the door. She asked tentatively, Tong Maichuan? The person behind the door replied, it's me. Open the door a little. Hua Nian Sheng paused after preparing herself mentally a little. She still slowly stepped forward. In his house, there were no suitable slippers for her, and she hadn't noticed this detail earlier. Now she was walking barefoot on the floor. With a click, Hua Nian Sheng opened the door and extended her hand out. What she extended out was only a water-soaked arm, but in reality, normally wearing short-sleeved shirts and tank tops, more skin would be exposed than that. Perhaps because she was acutely aware of the current state of the person in the bathroom, Hua Nian Sheng felt this extended arm was even more embarrassing than any tank top she had ever worn. Tong Maichuan placed a bag into her hand, their hands inevitably touching. Hua Nian Sheng paused for a moment, then as if fleeing pulled the bag in. The bag was not very small. When she pulled her hand back, she was forced to open the bathroom door a little wider, then very quickly she closed the door. It was difficult to describe her feeling of awkwardness and embarrassment at this moment. After finishing her shower, Hua Nian Sheng stepped out wearing Tong Mokshuyan's clothes. Earlier, he had given her a black shirt and a pair of trousers, but the shirt could clearly be worn as a dress on her. Of course she couldn't, just because the shirt was large enough, not wear trousers. She was an adult. Wearing a man's clothes in his house was already crossing a boundary. If she wore the shirt as a dress, it really couldn't be considered innocent, even though in reality their relationship was already like that. Hua Nian Sheng wore Tong Mokshuyan's pants, a pair of men's shorts, so naturally they didn't fit her either. The waist was quite wide. At this moment, a detachable button from the dress she wore today came into play. That dress was also a bit loose when she bought it, and afterwards, being too lazy to return it, she had bought a small tool to adjust the waist. The clothes on her body seemed to carry the scent of perfume Tong Mokchuan often used. Hua Nian Sheng, airing them, felt a certain ineffable vagueness. She rolled up her dirty clothes, intending to take them later. Before leaving the bathroom, Hua Nian Sheng still had to mentally prepare herself. But when she stepped out, seeing that Tong Mokchuan was not in the room, she breathed a sigh of relief. She had lingered in the bathroom for a very long time now. She poked her head out to look from inside the room. There was a slight sound outside. Hua Nian Sheng cast a glance. That spot must be the kitchen. Tong Mokchuan was doing something inside. Thinking so, she immediately walked barefoot over there. She didn't know how often Tong Mokchuan's villa was usually cleaned. The floor was gleaming clean. Just now, after bathing, she also took the opportunity to remove her makeup using Tong Mokchuan's facial cleanser. To remove makeup was certainly not entirely clean, but it didn't affect the fact that Hua Nian Sheng's face at this moment looked very fair. Her lips also a little pale. Tong Mokchuan turned to look, seeing the small girl wearing his clothes leaning against the kitchen door. Beneath the black shirt were straight legs and fair feet. Of course, he knew she was also wearing a pair of his shorts beneath the shirt, but those shorts were also black, although their length covered Hua Nian Sheng's knees. Looking at her in his clothes, Tong Mokchuan perhaps understood why men like to see their lovers wear their clothes so much. The feeling was indeed very different. The son standing at the door asked what he was doing. Tong Mokchuan reached out and turned off the stove. In the air, there was a faint scent of brown sugar water. He softly said, "I heard that drinking brown sugar water when you're having your period can make you feel more comfortable, so I'm boiling some for you to see." This was almost the first time Hua Nian Sheng had seen Tong Mokchuan busy in the kitchen. Actually, before, she had realized that he didn't like kitchen work. Household chores were also handled by his maid single-handedly. Tong Mokchuan was truly someone who would rather spend money than suffer hardship himself. Brown sugar water was, of course, not difficult to boil. Hua Nian Sheng became flustered. She said, "You don't need to boil this." When the pain was truly too much, only ibuprofen could save her life. Tong Mokchuan didn't know if he heard that remark. He poured the brown sugar water into a cup. Just as he was about to carry it out, he saw Hua Nian Sheng walking barefoot. He slightly frowned. He stepped towards her and very politely asked her, "Shall I carry you over there first?" Hua Nian Sheng. Immediately after, her whole body was lifted up. Her body losing control, she instinctively wrapped her arms around whatever could hold her, which was his neck. For a moment, Hua Nian Sheng truly wanted to scold him for being crazy, but could not open her mouth to scold him. Tong Mokchuan set her down on the sofa. The reason he didn't put her at the dining table was probably because he felt sitting on a dining chair would not be comfortable. The scent on Hua Nian Sheng's body also wafted into Tong Mokchuan's nose. He had also used that shower gel, the same kind as in the large apartment he usually stayed in. This was equivalent to her also carrying his scent. Thinking of this, his breath suddenly deepened, but his movements were still gentle enough with her. "Don't walk barefoot on the floor." He said so. Then from a drawer he took out a pair of disposable slippers for Hua Nian Sheng. So why didn't he take them out just now? She could have completely walked over by herself. Unfortunately, Tong Mokchuan had no intention of explaining this matter. He returned to the kitchen to carry out the hot cup of brown sugar water, and took a bottle of mineral water for himself from the refrigerator. Hua Nian Sheng noticed that there seemed to be a bag of medicine on the coffee table. She looked inside. It contained painkillers. Tong Mokchuan also noticed her gaze. He calmly said, "I bought this for you too if the pain is too unbearable. Then take the medicine." Hua Nian. She truly wanted to bury her face in her arm. According to her previous logic, she didn't even know what she was doing anymore. Considering his thoughtfulness, Tong Mokchuan had truly surpassed countless people. Just now, she had only texted him to buy daytime sanitary pads of a certain brand, but in that bag there were even enough nighttime sanitary pads. The living room here was much larger than Tong Mokchuan's other residence, and if they didn't talk it was even quieter. The brown sugar water was still hot, but Hua Nian Sheng was restless, unable to sit still. Tong Mokchuan sat right beside her today. He was perhaps a little tired, leaning back against the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. This scene was probably not unfamiliar to Hua Nian Sheng. She had seen him after work when she was still living at Tong Mokchuan's house. In his own private space he was also more relaxed. Only when he closed his eyes did she dare to fully look at his face. This face of Tong Mokchuan truly made people unable to help but be captivated even if they looked twice. Hua Nian Sheng quietly retracted her gaze. For a long while Hua Nian Sheng lifted the brown sugar water and took a sip. The ginger taste was quite strong. She couldn't help but frown. The warm liquid flowed down her throat, entered her stomach, then her lower abdomen more or less. It still helped her feel a little more comfortable. It could alleviate the discomfort, though insignificantly. She slowly drank the brown sugar water, occasionally glancing to the side. Tong Mokchuan's presence was too strong. Hua Nian Sheng found it difficult to completely ignore him. Actually, it was no longer early now. Although Hua Nian Sheng's dormitory had no curfew, she also didn't want to go back too late. After finishing the brown sugar water, she intended to go into the kitchen and wash the cup while she was at it. But just as she stood up, her hand hanging loosely by her side was precisely grasped. "Where are you going?" Hua Nian Sheng turned her head back, wanting to pull her hand free. She said, "Go wash the cups. Put them down, I'll wash them later." She still wanted to step past, but the hand that was held was suddenly pulled back with a little force, forcing her to sit down. The cup in her hand was taken away and placed back on the tea table. Song Maichuan said, "Let's talk a bit about our problem." Chapter 59. Do you want to date me? When Song Maichuan said that sentence, Hua Nian Sheng's entire body felt as if it had been electrocuted. She wanted to run away, but her hand was held by him, unable to escape. She instinctively wanted to avoid this issue. In reality, Hua Nian Sheng had been avoiding for quite a long time. It was just that now he had personally come before her, wanting to speak frankly. "We have nothing to talk about," Hua Nian Sheng replied. Song Maichuan curled his lips. His tone at this moment was still gentle. He asked, "So why, after our last meeting, did you start to become cold towards me? Am I a fish in your pond, always being hooked by you then released like that?" Hua Nian Sheng felt he was talking nonsense. When did she ever hook him? "I didn't." Song Maichuan looked her up and down once, finally drawing a conclusion. "Your entire body, from head to toe, only your mouth is the most stubborn, isn't it?" Hua Nian Sheng was silent. Also no longer struggled with her hand, just letting him hold it. Just holding hands a little, she wouldn't lose any skin. Song Maichuan stood straight up. His gaze became serious. He looked at the face of the person beside him, wanting to look into her eyes, but Hua Nian Sheng kept avoiding, not knowing what she was thinking. "Do you like me?" he suddenly asked. This question immediately made Hua Nian Sheng stunned. To like or not was actually a concept difficult to express concretely. She dared to affirm that her gaze would unconsciously be attracted by Song Maichuan, because he was truly too outstanding. Anyone would eventually like a man like him. But from deep within her subconscious, she resisted this relationship. Therefore, she would also instinctively resist developing an intimate relationship with him. This conflicting feeling frequently enveloped Hua Nian Sheng, making her feel uncomfortable. She thought that staying away from Song Maichuan was the best choice, but he insisted on arguing with her about these trivial romantic matters right now. Hua Nian Sheng almost blurted out, "I don't like you." After this sentence was spoken, Song Maichuan's gaze clearly also deepened, but he had no intention of ending the conversation like that. "If you don't like me, then why did you kiss me?" he continued to ask. Hua Nian, this blow she couldn't bear. "That was because I initiated." She raised her head. Just as she met Song Maichuan's gaze, immediately froze. Song Maichuan seemed to scoff. "I initiated it? You enjoyed it quite a lot too, didn't you? Now you say these words, do you truly regard me as a tool for kissing?" Being given such a huge label by him, Hua Nian Sheng fell into silence. This matter between a man and a woman, how could it be clearly distinguished? For people to be drunk in a bar and kiss each other is normal. So why, when it came to her turn, was it as if she had humiliated a young innocent man? Seeing her silent, Tong Mokshuyan continued to ask, do you want to date me? Oh wait. Before you ask the next question, shouldn't you reflect on the previous question again? She had already said no, so why did the next question jump to dating? At this point, Hua Nian Sheng truly suspected Tong Mokshuyan had drunk fake alcohol, even though she had seen with her own eyes tonight that he hadn't drunk a single drop. Right now, I'm not thinking about dating, she said. So when you do think about it, will it still be my turn, San? When Tong Mokshuyan looked at people with that gaze, he was truly captivating, leaving Hua Nian Sheng flustered, not knowing what to say. When faced with those eyes, her mouth seemed disobedient, and her mind also lost its cleverness. Adding to that, it was her period, her whole body was truly uncomfortable. Hua Nian Sheng increasingly wanted to find a dark corner and sit there, becoming a contented mushroom. Tong Mokshuyan also noticed her complexion was not good. What's wrong, still hurting? Hua Nian Sheng wanted to say she was fine, but her expression truly couldn't be controlled. Tong Mokshuyan sighed. He let go and stood up. I'll go pour you a glass of hot water. The hot water was quickly brought. Tong Mokshuyan peeled open a new box of painkillers for her. At this moment, Hua Nian Sheng also had nothing left to pretend with. If it hurt, she had to take medicine. Of course, even after drinking it, it couldn't take effect immediately. Finally, she stood up, then squatted down in front of the sofa, her legs drawn close and hugged to her body, her back leaning against the sofa, very much like the meme hugging myself. JPG. Tong Mokshuyan watched her suddenly change posture. The topic they had just been discussing could no longer continue. They simply wasted time like that. Hua Nian Sheng squatted until her legs were almost numb, guessing that the painkillers had also begun to take effect. She supported herself on the sofa and stood up. Her legs were stiff and numb, her face wrinkled, and the moment she stood firm felt like an electric shock. Her legs went soft, and she fell onto the sofa. Such a fall wouldn't hurt her, but Tong Mokshuyan's attention was already on her. Seeing this, his actions were faster than his thoughts. He instinctively reached out and hugged her, pulling her into his arms, letting her sit on his lap. Hua Nian Sheng was silent. She fidgeted, wanting to stand up, at least to get off Tong Mokshuyan's lap. Her waist was held by an arm she couldn't move. She currently had no strength nor any mood, so she said to Tong Mokshuyan, can you please let go first? Tong Mokshuyan looked at her, asking, do you need me to buy you a hand warmer? No need. She already had one in her dorm. Does it hurt this much every month? He asked again. Of course he knew about menstrual pain, but as a man he always found it hard to truly empathize. Previously, he had seen his female office staff struggle for several days a month, looking like salted fish beaten by life until they had no will to survive. Hua Nian Sheng had nothing to say on this topic. Tong Mokshuyan was not a female compatriot with whom she could share empathy. Tong Mokshuyan finally let go. Hua Nian Sheng got off his lap and sat to one side. She was much better now, but she also didn't want to stay here long. Every moment spent with Tong Mokshuyan, she could perceive the conflict between her words and her heart. Her 18-year-old maidenly affections were now actively seeking him out, but she couldn't say yes to him without thinking, like she would have back then. Perhaps because she was on her period, Hua Nian Sheng felt her emotions were a little sensitive, somewhat wistful and melancholic. Or perhaps it was evening, which tended to make people feel more mournful. She said to Tong Mokshuyan, I have to go back to school. Tong Mokshuyan looked her up and down once, finally asking, are you really going back dressed like this? Hua Nian Sheng. The shirt she was wearing was clearly a man's shirt, although at this time there were still some who liked oversized styles. The shirt she was wearing was truly too loose. It wasn't that it wasn't beautiful, it just wasn't very suitable. However, there were no better options now. Hua Nian Sheng said, I'll wash this shirt clean and return it to you. It's not about the shirt, Tong Mokshuyan whispered, negotiating with her, just stay here tonight, tomorrow I'll take you back to school. Okay? Hua Nian. She stood up, saying, if you are tired, I'll just take a taxi home. There was no way Tong Mokshuyan could let her take a taxi home. He watched Hua Nian Sheng go back into the room to tidy her dirty clothes, and he himself picked up the car keys. However, just as Hua Nian Sheng walked to the door, intending to open it, a sudden flash of light appeared outside, followed by the rumbling sound of thunder, indicating an impending downpour. She paused, turned to look at Tong Mokshuyan, and said to him, maybe you shouldn't drive me anymore. If it rains heavily later, driving won't be safe. Hearing that, Tong Mokchuan quirked his lips. He placed his hand over Hua Nian Sheng's, which was poised to open the door, and then amidst her surprised cry, he swept her into his arms. Hua Nian Sheng found herself seated on a cabinet by the door, her legs perfectly clamped around Tong Mokchuan's waist, bringing them eye to eye. Hua Nian Sheng heard him say, look, it's about to pour. Does even heaven wish for you to stay? Yue Nian Sheng's legs dangled, and before her eyes were Tong Mokchuan's alluring peach blossom eyes. The distance between them was truly intimate, they could distinctly feel each other's breath. Instinctively, she wanted to avert her gaze, but then, his hand gently cupped her face, not allowing her to turn her head away at will. She could clearly feel the warmth of Tong Mokchuan's palm resting upon her cheek. What are you hiding from? Tong Mokchuan's voice was tinged with a slight hoarseness now. Hua Nian Sheng couldn't escape his gaze. Hua Nian Sheng, he pressed, can you tell me something truthfully? Do you like me even just a tiny bit? After he asked that question, the rain outside suddenly erupted, accompanied by an abrupt flash of lightning, and after the thunder, the deluge grew even heavier. The sound of rain drowned out even their breaths in such close proximity. Hua Nian Sheng did not answer. Tong Mokchuan reached out to gently stroke her head, murmuring, Sheng Sheng, affection is about interaction, and it also holds a certain pull. Aren't you going to be honest with me? The same words, if uttered by anyone else, might have been dismissed as arrogant, but this was Tong Mokchuan, and he was truly discussing this with her. He could sense the affection but also the resistance. When Hua Nian Sheng remained silent, Tong Mokchuan said nothing further. He needed an answer. Even with a few more years of experience, he wasn't so clairvoyant as to see and understand everything perfectly. He needed an answer. Her coldness on the phone in those days had made him realize a truth: if he simply let things continue as they were, the steps they had so painstakingly taken would revert to how they were before. The rain was so heavy, so loud that they could hear no other sound. Hua Nian Sheng's emotions, enveloped by this atmosphere, grew even more sensitive. She couldn't evade this issue, just as she had evaded Tong Mokchuan, merely avoiding, yet still remembering him occasionally in her heart. In that moment of fragile emotion, Tong Mokchuan saw the corners of the woman's eyes before him slowly redden. Her tears fell swiftly, streaming down, and then, realizing how unsightly she looked crying, she raised a hand to cover her eyes. Tong Mokchuan silently watched this scene, observing her cry more and more intensely. He was incredibly patient, not interrupting, hearing only the faint, broken sobs beside his ear. A moment later, he still let out a silent, gentle sigh. He drew closer, extended his hand to draw her into his embrace, his hand gently stroking Hua Nian Sheng's back, as if consoling a child. The shirt on his body was dampened by her tears, the hot droplets soaking deep into the skin of his right shoulder. This surge of emotion from Hua Nian Sheng had perhaps been suppressed for too long. She had no outlet, only able to bury it deep within her heart. They just embraced like that for a very long time. The rain outside, initially torrential, gradually softened, though it had not yet ceased. Tong Mokchuan waited for a very long time, finally receiving this choked and aggrieved question: why, when you didn't like me, were there so many incompatibilities between us? But now that you do, those discordant truths are no longer an issue? That's truly unfair. Fairness. Tong Mokchuan recalled the words he had once spoken. That year, when he rejected the 18-year-old girl, he had said that the relationship between them was unfair to her. When he fell in love with the present Hua Nian Sheng, he then realized that, even if some distances could never be truly erased, he was willing to overlook and address every issue. This was indeed unfair to her. No matter what Tong Mokchuan might usually say at this moment, he could only remain silent. He realized the reason he had given when rejecting the young girl years ago was truly to elaborate all that talk of suitability and meaningless words about fairness to anyone, when he should have just said, I don't like you. I'm sorry, Tong Mokchuan murmured gently, yet the strength of his embrace around her didn't loosen in the slightest. Hua Nian Sheng chided him, you're a scoundrel. Yes, I am a scoundrel, Tong Mokchuan didn't refute. Hua Nian Sheng's tears had fallen so profusely that half of Tong Mokchuan's shirt shoulder was soaked, and her eyes were red-rimmed. Tong Mokchuan's heart ached for her, but he couldn't bring himself to tell her not to cry. The young woman had lost control of her emotions. She would stop once she had cried enough. If he were to offer more words of comfort, she might even cry more fiercely. Hua Nian Sheng finally stopped when she had cried enough. Her eyes felt dry and raw, likely a little swollen. She lifted her head from Tong Mokchuan's shoulder, wanting to escape his arms, but found herself unable to. Tong Mokchuan didn't release his hold. Hua Nian Sheng stiffened. "Let me go." Her words still carried the faint sound of sobs. Tong Mokchuan gazed at her face, which, even tear-streaked, was still exquisitely beautiful, like a pear blossom touched by rain. But when her voice emerged, his ears, perfectly fine, heard it, and it melted him to the bone. "Are you still going?" he asked. Before Hua Nian Sheng could reply, Tong Mokchuan suddenly scooped her up with force, carrying her away from that spot. The bag she had been holding in her hand had dropped to the ground at some unknown point, forcing her to wrap her arms around his neck to maintain her balance. Her legs distinctly felt the taut muscles of his waist. She was carried back to the room, placed on Tong Mokchuan's bed. Inside the room, the sound of rain outside seemed slightly muted, perhaps because all the windows had been tightly closed. The spot beside her sank a little. Tong Mokchuan sat down. Leaning over, he reached out a hand to wipe the tear stains on Hua Nian Sheng's face. Having wiped them, he saw new tears welling up again. Her tears were truly plentiful. "You've cried yourself into a kitten," he said. Hua Nian Sheng only thought he was talking nonsense. She had already removed her makeup. How ugly could she possibly cry to be? A moment later, Tong Mokchuan stood up and went into the bathroom very quickly. He came out holding a damp towel to wipe her face. The towel was still warm. His movements were also very gentle, but Hua Nian Sheng still instinctively felt uncomfortable. She wanted to dodge, reaching out a hand intending to wipe it herself, then touched Tong Mokchuan's hand, after which she recoiled as if shocked by electricity. She wasn't drunk now. Her consciousness was very clear. Just now, her emotions had surged so she couldn't control them, but now she had cried enough, and only then did she feel embarrassed, self-conscious. But having gone through what just happened, she had spoken the words in her heart, and the feeling was much better. Tong Mokchuan once again apologized to her. "Song, "I'm sorry for rejecting you before. My words were not right." His words before, in reality, were equivalent to pronouncing a death sentence for the first love of a girl who had just learned to love, right in front of the person she liked. He had previously tried to make her understand that she was young, and should find a young, vibrant man like herself to experience the beauty of love together. So that's why he said that the distance between him and her was too great, and if he were with her, he would be bullying her. The essence of his words was perhaps not wrong, but at that time he regarded Hua Nian Sheng as a younger sister needing care, perceiving her feelings for him with a benevolent attitude, without placing her in an equivalent position as an admirer. If Tong Mokchuan did not love her at this moment, then the words he spoke before would not reveal such a clear hypocritical facade. His words at that time were sincere, but indeed they had hurt the little girl's heart. Hua Nian Sheng did not want to say much. She was silent, also not accepting Tong Mokchuan's apology. Tong Mokchuan had perhaps gotten the answer from her recent reaction. Hua Nian Sheng did like him, but not the kind of liking to the extent of not being able to live without him. That was enough. "Sung, try dating me, okay?" Tong Mokchuan reached out a hand to brush aside the strands of hair falling onto Hua Nian Sheng's forehead, looking at her intently, his gaze sincere and passionate to the point of burning. Hua Nian Sheng met his gaze when she intended to avoid it. Tong Mokchuan gently lifted her face. The distance between the two of them became even closer. She didn't understand why. At this moment she felt a little short of breath. Just facing him, she also had the feeling of not being able to breathe. But the next second she realized it was because she was too nervous to remember to breathe. The light in the room was very soft. She didn't know when she had gripped the bedsheet tightly. The scent on Tong Mokchuan's body lingered in her nasal cavity. It was the fragrance of the perfume he usually wore. This made Hua Nian Sheng's head feel a little dizzy. Her lips parted, but still no sound came out. Tong Mokchuan continued to speak. He said, "Don't rush to answer, just think it over carefully. It's alright if you don't come up with anything." He didn't necessarily have to get an answer right tonight. But he didn't want her to keep avoiding him anymore. People in love easily become hesitant. The more hesitant they are, the more it proves he has a chance. After Tong Mokchuan finished speaking, Hua Nian Sheng lowered her eyes, but even with her eyes lowered, within her line of sight he was still there. He was leaning too close. She secretly shifted towards the inner part of the bed, stretching out the distance a little. Tong Mokshuyan naturally noticed her small action, but he said nothing. No matter how big this room was, they were still in the same space. Hua Nian Sheng's heart was very conflicted even though she had cried a great deal. Looking straight ahead, she could still see Tong Mokshuyan's right shoulder, drenched with her tears. Did she like him? Yes. She could never endure letting someone she had no feelings for kiss her. Tong Mokshuyan was young and highly talented, his appearance outstanding, and his character not bad either. All the virtues in his personality made Hua Nian Sheng feel inferior. Liking a man who was ambitious yet calm and cool like him was a very normal thing. It was just that the emotional struggles between adult men and women were much more complex than the novels and TV dramas she had ever watched. She was still afraid she would sink deeper. When she was not yet mature enough in her emotions, she had been rejected by Tong Mokshuyan once. During the period after that, when she forced herself to forget and give up on Tong Mokshuyan, she had been very distraught. Although she had forgotten that feeling, Hua Nian Sheng vaguely remembered that she had been very sad at that time. Now, was there any difference from repeating the mistake from before? The only difference was perhaps that in this relationship, the proactive one had become Tong Mokshuyan. Tong Mokshuyan. Hua Nian Sheng finally spoke. It was just that as soon as she called his name, Tong Mokshuyan, sitting by the edge of the bed, softly interrupted her song. I will also be sad if I'm rejected for too long. As he said this, he slightly lowered his eyes to look at her. His gaze could be considered gentle, his demeanor inexplicably pitiable. Hua Nian Sheng didn't know if all men acted this way. Clearly, Tong Mokshuyan was showing weakness to her. Can I answer you tomorrow? Hua Nian Sheng asked. The evening was not suitable for making decisions, especially impulsive decisions. After her words, Tong Mokshuyan, as if relieved of a burden, said, of course. So tonight you just sleep here. This sentence was no longer a question. Hua Nian Sheng looked at the gray bedsheet beneath her. Then what about you? This villa of Tong Mokshuyan looked very new. He also rarely stayed here, and even with regular cleaning staff, the other rooms might not necessarily have had enough blankets and pillows. Hearing this, he chuckled softly. Why? Are you still worried that I don't have a place to sleep? Tong Mokshuyan said he would sleep in the study. This villa truly hadn't been completely furnished yet, but the sofa in the study could also serve as a bed. Saying that wasn't wrong, but in the evening when he needed to bathe, he still had to use the bathroom in this bedroom. His clothes and everything else were also in the adjacent dressing room. Hua Nian Sheng sat on the bed. The sound of water echoing from the bathroom reached her ears. The sound was not at all faint even when she was holding her phone, scrolling through videos. That sound ceaselessly permeated her ears. What normal person could possibly play on their phone right now? Hua Nian Sheng had calmed down now, but following that was the ambiguity of her and Tong Mokshuyan being together. This was not her staying over at his house, as before their relationship after this period had already become unclear. Now it could no longer even be called unclear, or rather it didn't just stop there. The sounds in the bathroom did not last long. Tong Mokshuyan stepped out, his entire body emanating steam. He wore dark blue pajamas, 2 buttons on his chest unfastened, a hint of white ski, and peeking out, revealing that he managed his physique quite well. Before at his house it was winter, and everyone wore fully covered clothing. Hua Nian Sheng had not expected to see this scene now. Tong Mokshuyan had just finished bathing, water droplets still clung to his hair. The moment he stepped out, his gaze also fell upon Hua Nian Sheng, who was sitting on the bed. She seemed not to have changed her posture at all during this time, holding her phone, seemingly watching nothing. A moment ago while inside he could vaguely hear the sound of a video, but now he didn't hear it much anymore. Coming closer, he then discovered that the video on her phone had been paused. Tong Mokshuyan drew closer. The scent of the same kind of shower gel on his body also drifted into Hua Nian Sheng's nostrils. This feeling in itself was very ambiguous, as if the next second he would lie under the same blanket with her. What are you watching? Tong Mokshuyan asked her, as he sat down on the edge of the bed. Does your stomach still hurt much? He still remembered how pale her face had been from pain just a moment ago. Hua Nian Sheng slightly flusteredly exited the video, and only then looked up at him. After removing his suit, Tong Mokchuan clearly looked much gentler and warmer. If she had to use a phrase to describe him right now, she thought it was probably husband material. Who wouldn't know that these 4 words represented high praise for a man? And moreover, not everyone serve this description. Sleep early tonight, Tong Mokchuan told her. Hua Nian Sheng hummed an acknowledgement, and said nothing more. But Tong Mokchuan did not stop there. He slightly curved his eyes as he looked at her. So, can I have a good night kiss? And then, he was thrown out of his own bedroom by Hua Nian Sheng with a pillow. The little girl had bristled. Chapter 60 Girlfriend. After Tong Mokchuan closed the room door, he was still holding a pillow in his hand. He walked towards his long-unused study and opened the door. Inside the room there was no strange smell because there were cleaning staff regularly. The room even faintly carried the scent of essential oils. He pulled out the sofa in the study, transforming it into a bed. The moment he lay down, for some reason, he felt that his future destiny might be closely tied to this sofa bed. Tonight, it even felt somewhat like being chased out of the bedroom by his wife to sleep in the study. So he opened his phone and sent an inexplicable thank you to his married friend, who had once recommended he buy this chair. His friend? Seriously, is he sick? Tong Mokchuan didn't sleep that early. He sat before his desk, opened his computer, and handled some work for a while. As for Hua Nian Sheng in the room next door, she then simply performed her personal hygiene and climbed back onto the bed. The bed here was quite comfortable, but perhaps because this was Tong Mokchuan's territory, she felt that everything around her was permeated with his scent. At first, she even thought she wouldn't be able to sleep. After all, the issue Tong Mokchuan had thrown at her before sleeping was not at all simple. But perhaps because she was quite tired today, coupled with being on her period, she hadn't put down her phone for long before she drowsily fell asleep. Normally on weekend days she would not set an alarm, so she just slept straight through until she woke up naturally the next morning. The first thing when she woke up was to check if there was any leakage outside. Seeing there was none, Hua Nian Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the blanket on her body slipped down, and she saw the collar at her chest wide open. In the evening before sleeping, buttoning all the shirt buttons felt a bit hard to breathe, so Hua Nian Sheng unbuttoned 2 buttons. It was just that this shirt was truly too loose. She didn't know if she had slept well or not, but this shirt had been wrinkled all over by her. She looked at the time on her phone, only then realizing it was past 9, almost 10 o'clock already. This was someone else's house. How could she have overslept until this hour? Resigning herself to fate, she buttoned her shirt again. Hua Nian Sheng stood up to wash her face, and only after that did she feel fully awake again. Her movement of opening the bedroom door was very slight. She still cautiously poked her head out first, intending to observe discreetly, but instead saw Tong Mokchuan all read. Why awake and neatly dressed, sitting on the sofa sipping coffee. In his hand he held a tablet, seemingly reading some industry article. The moment the bedroom door opened, he had noticed, turned his head, meeting Hua Nian Sheng's gaze. Awake already? When Tong Mokchuan looked towards her, Hua Nian Sheng still felt a bit drowsy. She slowly stepped out, and he immediately put down all the work he was doing. Breakfast? Of course she had to eat. At this moment, Hua Nian Sheng only then noticed the various types of breakfast foods placed on the table. There was soy milk and youtiao, steamed buns, fried buns, and also dumplings. Porridge also seemed to have 2 portions, and sandwiches and coffee were also available. But the food was not just this. Hua Nian Sheng. She looked at Tong Mokchuan, and in a very indescribable tone asked him, are only the 2 of us having breakfast? Tong Mokchuan naturally knew that the food on the table was not a meal for 2 people. He said, you just choose what you like to eat. Hua Nian Sheng didn't know what he was thinking. She sat down, bringing a bowl of porridge to her front. In the bowl was seafood porridge, and she ate very slowly. Her morning appetite was truly not large. At most, she would only eat a little of each thing. Tong Mokchuan, on the other hand, seemed to eat with great appetite. He also brought another bowl of porridge to his front. Throughout breakfast, Hua Nian Sheng could notice Tong Mokchuan's gaze frequently resting on her face, not in a peeking way. On the contrary, he looked at her openly. When their eyes met by chance, she was the one who turned her face away first. The breakfast time did not last long. Hua Nian Sheng suddenly remembered the matter she had promised Tong Mokchuan last night. She had said she would answer him today. Last night before sleeping she even thought she would toss and turn until 2 or 3 in the morning, But the result was that her sleep quality was too good. Lying down, closing her eyes and opening her eyes again was already a new day. It was truly hard to judge. After breakfast, Hua Nian Sheng silently stood up to take a walk around the living room. After walking, she herself opened the door to the yard to take a walk. Last night it rained heavily, and today's weather was also gloomy. She walked around and only then discovered that Tong Maichuan's garden was not well maintained, but the lawn looked very flat. The yard was very wide, perhaps the amenities had not yet been fully completed. Hua Nian Sheng walked around and then turned her head to see Tong Maichuan standing at the door looking at her. Their 4 eyes met, and neither of them looked away. Her footsteps suddenly paused there, not knowing whether to walk back or not. Finally, he was the one who stepped towards her first. Today Tong Maichuan probably had no intention of dealing with any work. He was dressed very comfortably, in a pair of dark gray trousers combined with a white t-shirt. He did not look at all like the usual elite CEO Tong. On the contrary, he looked as if his second personality was emerging. Hua Nian Sheng heard him ask Sheng Sheng, "What flowers do you like?" Before she could open her mouth to answer, he had already said later, "A section can be planted here." Hua Nian Sheng, who was planning future matters with him, she parted her lips and a moment later still said, "You can plant whatever you like." Tong Maichuan burst out laughing. He had changed his way of dressing. He not only looked younger but also much more handsome. It was a pity that this face was still too outstanding, the kind of person who, if posted online, would be pursued by rich ladies. Hua Nian couldn't help but look at him twice more. Her personal preferences had no absolute definition, but Tong Maichuan, dressed like this, truly had to be called a rare and precious find. Roughly that. Hua Nian hadn't said anything yet when Tong Maichuan added on his own later, "I can often wear them for you to see." She immediately put on an emotionless expression, "You can wear whatever you like." Tong Maichuan, however, did not mind her attitude. This villa area was still quite new. There were residents, but not many. They stood in their own yard and outside there wasn't much noise either. Just then Tong Maichuan brought up the matter from last night. "What have you thought about since last night?" The weather was gloomy. It was very likely to rain again today. When he finished speaking that sentence, a light gust of wind blew past, making both their clothes flutter slightly. He extended his hand towards Hua Nian. "Let's go inside and talk." Hua Nian did not let him hold her hand. Tong Maichuan also had no reaction. He chuckled softly, withdrew his hand, and then followed her into the house. Inside the house, Hua Nian became even more silent. She frowned, clearly still thinking about a very serious problem, but her expression looked as if she was troubled by something. At this moment Tong Maichuan might lack many things, but he certainly did not lack patience. He even had the interest to pour her a cup of brown sugar water, which he didn't know when he had brewed, but it was still hot. Hua Nian, although she didn't dislike brown sugar water, she rarely drank it during her menstrual period before. Hua Nian held the cup of brown sugar water with both hands to think, while Tong Maichuan watched her from beside her. He was someone who often had to deal with social gatherings sometimes. The attitude of others when making decisions could give him some answers. Although he knew this small skill was unsuitable and shouldn't be used in matters of the heart, if she wanted to reject him, then such a troubled expression wouldn't appear on her face. It was just that a considerable amount of time had passed, and Hua Nian still hadn't spoken, and half of the brown sugar water had already been drunk. Finally Tong Maichuan laughed. "First, what exactly is it that makes you so hard to decide? Tell me, let me hear it." He also wanted to know what was the biggest worry in her heart. Hua Nian looked up. Tong Maichuan's peach blossom eyes were smiling as they looked at her. He seemed to have already guessed the answer. She still couldn't speak aloud. "Aren't you afraid he'll reject you?" Hua Nian asked back. "Of course I'm afraid," Tong Maichuan replied softly, "but I can continue to pursue you." Hua Nian, he's really persistent. She was silent again. After a long moment, she finally put down the cup of brown sugar water, leaned slightly towards Tong Maichuan, and softly negotiated with him. If we were together, could this matter not be told to my uncle? Tong Maichuan? He hadn't expected that what had troubled her all morning wasn't the question of whether she liked him or not, but rather Hua Nan. "You mean my status is about to change from a pursuer to a secret lover, isn't that right?" he asked softly. Hua Nian. Although she did not mean that, it sounded as if it was indeed true. Hua Nian Sheng heard Tong Mok Chuan laugh softly, his emotions unclear. Instead she heard him ask a question in your eyes. Dating me is something that cannot be let known by others like that? Sheng Sheng? As he spoke, he leaned closer and reached out his hand to tuck away the lock of hair falling on her forehead. His fingertips gently grazed Hua Nian Sheng's cheek, her face flushy. She retreated a little. But recalling that she had said nothing just now, nor agreed to anything at all, Hua Nian Sheng quickly regained her confidence. You can also choose not to date. Not to date. Tong Mok Chuan's gaze deepened a little, and he seemed to even curl his lip. Alright, a secret it is then, girlfriend. The last two words, uttered, fell into Hua Nian Sheng's ears. She still hadn't had time to react, as if she was half a beat too slow. She suddenly realized that in just the past few seconds, the relationship between her and Tong Mok Chuan had changed dizzyingly. When Hua Nian Sheng looked at Tong Mok Chuan, he was also looking at her. Their eyes met. She was still trying to adapt to their newly changed relationship. As a result, she choked up for a long time, only managing to utter one sentence. I have to go back to school now. Tong Mok Chuan. Excellent, this girlfriend whom he had so painstakingly pursued, yet was already eagerly rushing back to school. At this moment Tong Mok Chuan picked up a paper bag from the sofa and handed it to her, saying, change your clothes, I'll take you back. Sometimes, one cannot overly force something. This principle Tong Mok Chuan understood very well. This progress was already very satisfactory for him. Hua Nian Sheng looked into the bag. It was a new dress. Tong Mok Chuan said the size should fit you. She really did not know how early he had woken up this morning. He had not only prepared a table of breakfast but also bought her a new dress. As for thoughtfulness, he was beyond reproach. Just when clothes were mentioned, Hua Nian Sheng suddenly remembered something else. Where are the clothes I changed out of last night? She only remembered throwing them, along with her bag, near the door last night. After that, nothing. And just now she hadn't seen them behind the door either. Tong Mok Chuan said in a very natural tone, I have already washed them. Hua Nian Sheng? You washed them? What's wrong? Hua Nian Sheng reacted a bit strongly. She asked, washed by washing machine? That dress was stained with blood. It couldn't be directly put into the washing machine. I know, Tong Mok Chuan interrupted her, his expression still nonchalant. That's why I hand-washed them first, and only then put them into the washing machine. Hua Nian. When she confirmed her relationship with Tong Mok Chuan, she hadn't felt this embarrassed, yet now she felt like wanting to temporarily leave Earth. She didn't know if she should feel lucky that last night, being too lazy to wash, she had thrown away her underwear. Otherwise, now she would already want to disappear in front of Tong Mok Chuan. But you cannot just arbitrarily wash my clothes without saying anything. What's more, they were clothes stained when she was on her period. Tong Mok Chuan, what's the problem with me washing clothes for my girlfriend? Hua Nian Sheng was almost bristling this morning. Still. Not yet. Tong Mok Chuan was amused. By her reaction he reached out and ruffled her hair. Alright, just consider it getting acquainted a little beforehand. This caressing gesture and these sweet words had successfully made Hua Nian Sheng bristle even more. She felt embarrassed. Who, when dating, would skip the getting to know you process and directly help wash such sensitive stained clothes? Hua Nian Sheng felt their romantic relationship was too fragile. She even wanted to temporarily end it right now. Tong Mok Chuan, however, didn't bother with her endlessly arguing about the boundaries for him. It was just a matter of conveniently washing clothes. If she wanted to dwell on it, then she could go ahead, for that way they would also have more time together. However, Hua Nian Sheng quickly pushed him away, grabbed the bag of clothes and went straight into the room, leaving him behind, chuckling softly. Hua Nian Sheng leaned against the door of Tong Mok Chuan's bedroom, taking a few deep breaths. Then she looked at herself in the mirror, only then realizing that, unknowingly, her cheeks had already flushed pink. She dawdled in the bedroom for half a day before stepping out. Tong Mok Chuan was not in a hurry at all, with no intention of urging her. Moreover, he always seemed to have something to do. When Hua Nian Sheng stepped out, she saw him typing messages, replying to others on his phone. His mood seemed very good. But the moment she stepped out, he still turned to look at her immediately. The dress Tong Mok Chuan bought was a rather everyday black and white plaid pattern, with a cinched waist design, knee-length overall, It looked very suitable on Hua Nian Sheng. He looked at her for a moment, then said a single sentence, very beautiful. Hua Nian Sheng, of course, knew the dress was beautiful. Tong Mokshuyan's fashion taste had never been bad. It could even be said to be superior compared to most men his age. Even her uncle, before getting married, didn't dress as beautifully as he did now. It was all thanks to his wife's criticism and tutelage. Before his words of praise, she hesitated for a moment, then said thank you. Tong Mokshuyan chuckled. I'm praising you for being beautiful, not praising the beautiful dress. Is there any difference? Why did he have to emphasize it like that? Tong Mokshuyan extended his hand. Hua Nian Sheng was initially a little confused, until he said, I'm holding my girlfriend's hand. Do I need to ask for permission? Hua Nian Sheng, after hearing, remained silent without answering, but in the end, still extended her hand for him to hold. The moment her palm pressed into Tong Mokshuyan's palm, he very naturally threaded his fingers into hers, becoming fingers intertwined, holding very tightly. Hua Nian Sheng unconsciously lowered her head to look at their intertwined hands at this moment. She still felt it was a little unreal. So she and he were truly dating now. The confirmation of their relationship had only just taken place more than 10 minutes ago. She still hadn't completely adapted to this new status. However, Tong Mokshuyan clearly didn't think that way. He was so proactive that it made Hua Nian Sheng feel as though they had been dating for a very long time. In the car, Tong Mokshuyan had to drive, and Hua Nian Sheng's hand was freed. Even though their relationship had been confirmed, she still felt that the way they were together seemed to have no significant change at this moment. Until, while they were in the car, her phone rang. It was Hua Nian calling. She immediately looked at Tong Mokshuyan, instructing him as if fearing a thief. Later, don't open your mouth to speak, okay? Tong Mokshuyan. Someone clearly already had a status, but suddenly became a secret that couldn't be revealed publicly, which was even worse than not having any status at all. Hua Nian called to talk about Hua Nian Sheng's apartment. The new house has completed its decoration, and the furniture has also almost all been moved in. If you're free, come over to see if anything is still missing. Your uncle will have someone bring it over. To have an uncle willing to spend money like this, who wouldn't like it? Hua Nian Sheng's voice when talking to her uncle involuntarily became sweet, even finally filially advising him to rest more and not let himself get tired. Tong Mokshuyan by his side heard the entire process. How ridiculous! His newly acquainted girlfriend had never used this tone to talk to him. After Hanjin G up the phone, Hua Nian Sheng could not hide her joy. This little lady, who had just owned her first spacious apartment in her life, at this moment, how could she still remember other things? There was a red light ahead. Tong Mokshuyan stopped the car first, then turned his head to look at Hua Nian Sheng. Are you that happy about moving into a new home? Hua Nian Sheng, of course, what else? If I also gave you one apartment, could you use that tone just now to talk to me for a few sentences? His tone sounded like he was negotiating. Hua Nian Sheng let out an "oh" sound, realizing she had just been acting cute with her uncle. Are you sick? She frowned. Tong Mokshuyan was scolded but burst out laughing. Moreover, he laughed very heartily. Hua Nian Sheng truly did not understand what was so funny. Still wanting to say something, when the green light turned on, he continued to look at the road and drive. Thinking about the fact that her apartment would soon be ready to move into, and later on weekends, she could return to her own territory, Hua Nian Sheng's mood became extremely good. The fact that she had just gotten a boyfriend today seemed to have been temporarily forgotten by her. Until the car stopped in front of the school gate, Hua Nian Sheng did not let Tong Mokshuyan drive inside. According to regulations, unfamiliar cars were not allowed to enter the school. Even if Tong Mokshuyan could enter, she still did not want to create this exception. Just as she was about to get out of the car, she discovered the door could not be opened, so she looked towards the man in the driver's seat. Tong Mokshuyan's dressing style today truly exuded a youthful look. He smiled at Hua Nian Sheng. Are you just getting out of the car like that? Are you really treating me as a driver? Hua Nian Sheng. What do you mean? Even if you treat me as a driver, it's fine, at least pay some fare. Tong Mokshuyan removed his hand from the steering wheel, leaned closer to Hua Nian Sheng, his eyes full of hidden meaning. Initially Hua Nian Sheng might not have understood this implication, but his gaze was too unabashed, successfully reminding her of the incident at Ko Chuok's birthday party last time. His eyes at that time were a bit like now. Tong Mokshuyan's face exuded joy. The corners of his lips were slightly curved up. Hua Nian Sheng's heart also trembled with his gaze. Her memory returned to when they had kissed before. She paused. Her hand was on the car door. Her seatbelt was unbuckled, hesitating for a moment. She still leaned closer, facing Tong Mokchuan's gaze, gently placed a kiss on his cheek. Is this enough? Tong Mokchuan seemed unable to hold back a soft chuckle. Kiss me again. Hua Nian Sheng then leaned in again, but he suddenly turned his head when she was about to kiss his cheek, so she was caught off guard, kissing him right on the lips, a light kiss like a dragonfly touching the water. Tong Mokshuyan burst out laughing after achieving his goal. He opened the car door for her. Hua Nian Sheng hurriedly stepped out of the car without realizing her face had turned red like a ripe tomato. At this time, not many people were entering or leaving the school. As soon as she got out of the car, she rushed into the school as if something was chasing her from behind, her heart in her chest beating erratically and continuously. This reaction lasted all afternoon. Hua Nian Sheng had not yet fully adapted. Until she lay down for half an hour in the evening, she suddenly sat up on the bed again. She picked up her phone and made a call. A moment later the call connected. On the other end, she could still hear background music and the chatter of many people talking. Sin, you're not asleep yet? Hua Nian Sheng faced the other end of the line, muttering as if talking to herself. I dreamt that we were together. Is this dream real? After a moment of silence, a soft chuckle came from the other end. Then he seemed to have moved to a quieter place. It's real. Tong Mokshuyan's voice was particularly clear at this moment. We are together, girlfriend. It was I who shamelessly pursued you. Hua Nian Sheng. The impulsiveness she felt when she called earlier seemed to collapse completely at this moment. She stammered for a long time. So are you still socializing now? Tong Mokshuyan met with my cousin Tong Di. You met him at my birthday party last year, do you remember? Actually, Hua Nian Sheng didn't remember very clearly, but she did have some impression. Tong Mokshuyan's cousin at the birthday party seemed quite prominent at the time. It's just that as soon as she arrived, she found a small corner to hide, and then Tong Mokshuyan took her to eat alone. She really didn't remember what his cousin's face looked like. Remember, right? Tong Mokshuyan leaned against the corner of the wall and chuckled. It's okay. He's not important. It's fine if you don't remember. Hua Nian Sheng. Later I still have to travel. I'll text you when I get home. You go to sleep first. She drowsily said good night and hung up the phone. After that, Tong Mokshuyan returned to the private room. The room was full of bizarre scenes that made people's faces darken if one knew. It was wealthy young masters and ladies creating mischief. If one didn't, they would even think they were taking drugs. As soon as he returned to his seat, Tong Di brazenly approached. Brother, whose call were you on just now? Your voice was so gentle it no longer sounded like you. He had been drinking, speaking somewhat casually. Now you even know how to butter people up when you talk, huh? Tong Mokshuyan. He forcefully pushed away Tong Di-Khon's dog head that was leaning close. He immediately leaned in again. Brother, I'm serious. If you have feelings for someone, quickly bring them home. Grandpa is now going crazy to the point of wanting to drag me into a political marriage already. How old am I that I'm being made to marry? Tong Mokshuyan, who had a girlfriend even younger than Tong Di-Khon. One sentence hit home. He snorted. The gentleness he had just shown his girlfriend completely vanished. Grandpa introduced her to you. You should also reflect on whether you're worthy of her first, and yet you're complaining here? Tong Di-Khon? Don't you have even a little brotherly affection, brother? Are you being serious? Chapter 61. Aren't you too free? Early next morning, Hua Nian Sheng opened her phone and saw a message from Tong Mokshuyan reporting his return home at around 1 o'clock last night. On the very first day of their relationship, he had already reported his whereabouts. While she was still drowsily rubbing her eyes on the bed, her phone vibrated, and Tong Mokshuyan's message arrived right after. He sent a voice message, the content of which was very brief. Hua Nian Sheng opened it and heard a few words. Good morning. Hua Nian Sheng finally truly realized that she had escaped singledom, and her boyfriend was even very self-aware about reporting his whereabouts. She also replied with a good morning, then got up to wash her face. Her escaping singledom was no different from normal. Today was Monday, she had to go to class, and Tong Mokshuyan also had to go to work. Hua Nian Sheng suddenly realized what the difference was between school-age romance, and this kind of love. A relationship with someone from the same school only required no classes for them to meet. In the morning while going to CLA, as she was still thinking about this matter, Then she adjusted her mindset. Those who could become her fellow students were all experts among experts. Hua Nian Sheng, naturally, could not remain stagnant. In class, Chong Van Phi sat beside her. They shared the same supervising professor, so a close relationship was normal. Moreover, his personality was quite interesting. From the beginning to the end of the session, he continuously yawned after class ended. He even asked Hua Nian Sheng what she had done last weekend. Hua Nian Sheng, could she possibly tell him that she was busy going on a date? Didn't do anything, what's wrong? Chong Van Phi stared at her complexion for a long time, finally nodding in agreement. Indeed, one should not stay up late. Your complexion looks much better than mine. After saying that, he even described himself as a golden buffalo that had been plowing fields for 20 years in the countryside. It was just that last night he had been dancing at the bar for too long, that's all. In the afternoon, Hua Nian Sheng intended to go to the library to study by herself, but Chong Van Phi said he had to go back to catch up on sleep, otherwise his soul and spirit would fly away. To be honest, she quite admired this friend during this period of utter fatigue. He still firmly refused to neglect his main tasks. This Monday, Hua Nian Sheng was busy studying, and Tong Maxuan was also busy with a pile of work. Perhaps every company would be busiest on Monday, feeling as if they were spinning in circles like a top without rest. That situation, Hua Nian Sheng had also experienced during her internship at Hangshuyan. She felt that the first day of the week was perhaps the most miserable time for working people. In the group chat, when the essay was once again returned, Muk Haijia could no longer hold back and let out a wail of lament, sending piles of screaming, rolling stickers. Two second-year PhD senior brothers quietly sent symbols of empathy for that suffering. Even Hua Nian Sheng and Chong Van Phi put themselves in that situation, and after imagining it, they themselves suffered again. In the evening, while Hua Nian Sheng was sluggishly typing code, a phone call from Tong Maxuan came in. She paused for a few seconds, then finally pressed to answer. Sen. Hua Nian Sheng spoke up. Tong Maxuan, good evening. Her tone sounded quite tense and inexplicably awkward. Tong Maxuan also seemed to hear it, and his voice carried a hint of a smile. What are you doing? Hua Nian Sheng glanced at her computer, secretly sighed. Nothing at all. Hearing a hint of tiredness in his voice, she then asked, did you just get off work? Yes, I just got home. Tong Maxuan's schedule today could be said to be busy. Even Assistant Zhang's post on his circle of friends exuded the appearance of someone busy to the point of being half dead. If the boss is busy, which employee can truly be at leisure and free? Hua Nian Sheng felt that Tong Maxuan seemed to be extremely busy. In June, perhaps, just as her uncle had said, the Tong Corporation was intending to let this young crown prince take over. And now, even if he wanted to be free, he couldn't. Can you video call? Tong Maxuan suddenly asked. Hearing this question, Hua Nian Sheng instinctively looked back at herself in the mirror. She had finished bathing and was wearing a pink sleep dress printed with ice cream cones, looking a bit childish. Little Hua briefly pondered. It seemed she didn't have any other more mature sleepwear. Okay. Less than 2 seconds after hanging up, Tong Maxuan's video call came through. She had to spend a few seconds struggling internally before accepting. To be honest, it was a bit strange she and he weren't online friends meeting in real life, yet now a video call actually made her feel embarrassed. Tong Maxuan's face appeared on the phone screen. He had arrived home and probably washed his face briefly. On his face still lingered a bit of water, and he was wearing a black shirt with a band of gilded English letters on the collar. His tie was also chosen in a reddish-brown color. After arriving home, he had loosened his tie and conveniently unbuttoned the top button of his shirt. From this angle, one could even see his chest muscles, seemingly testifying to an entire process of diligent training. Her eyes knew very well how to automatically lock onto the target. Tong Maxuan had seen Hua Nian Sheng appear on the other end of the line. She let her long hair down to both sides, her face fair, looking very docile and gentle. How's studying for your master's degree going? He asked. As soon as she heard this, Hua Nian Sheng's face immediately became distressed. Although classes had only just started not long ago, no matter the major, everyone would eventually complain bitterly. Before Tong Maxuan asked, she had already complained to her heart's content with her university roommate. Generally speaking, the supervisor was good, and her classmates were also good, but the things that needed to be learned in this major were truly very deep. DM, who studied the same major as her but at a different university, also shared the same lament with her upon deciding to pursue postgraduate studies. Hua Nian Sheng chattered on to Tong Mokshuyan about some specialized problems. She truly had a headache. Tong Mokshuyan, as someone who had studied a major quite similar to hers during university, more or less also had some empathy with her. Academic issues had been discussed, so then came the issue of personal life. Are there any seniors or juniors who want to get to know you? Tong Mokshuyan suddenly asked. That junior boy who confessed to you during the graduation photo shoot, how is he doing now? Hua Nian, why did he keep remembering a passing character from several months ago? Speaking of that junior boy, Hua Nian Sheng later felt that his daily checking in messages were really not okay. Therefore, before classes started, she found an opportunity to talk frankly with him once, explaining clearly that she had no feelings for him at all. Since then, his messages sent to her were no longer replied to. After the first day of classes, there was one time they coincidentally ran into each other right at the foot of the laboratory building. That junior boy still happily greeted her as if nothing had ever happened. In that moment, Hua Nian Sheng suddenly had a feeling of guilt. To avoid things going further, she reiterated her viewpoint to him after the second meeting. Up until now, perhaps he also had already given up. Hua Nian Sheng replied, haven't contacted him for a long time. I also don't know what his situation is like. She had just briefly thought back on the day of the graduation photo shoot. What exactly had Tong Mokshuyan intended with her? The two of them talked for nearly half an hour. In the end, it was still Hua Nian Sheng who hung up first. She hadn't adapted quickly enough to this rhythm of dating. Her previous relationship, although it ended quickly, had also once involved phone calls for chatting. It was just that at that time she was still in a 4-person dormitory, so she didn't agree to the request for a video call with her ex-boyfriend. In a dormitory, making a video call very easily revealed the private information of the roommates in the room. Moreover, her feelings for her ex-boyfriend at that time also hadn't developed to the extent that she could 6-day call anytime, anywhere. But with Tong Mokshuyan, it was different. The two of them had known each other for several years, so she could easily accept his invitation for a video call. She also didn't know if this could be considered a double standard. After hanging up the phone, Tong Mokshuyan sat for a while longer, and then only stood up to take a shower. When he had laid down on the bed, he opened the auction list that had been sent not long ago. According to Gu Chuok, he now was like an iron tree blooming. Once it bloomed profusely with no place to stop. He sent a message to one of his assistants who was off duty, telling them to spare some time to go to the capital to bid on a set of jewelry for him. Currently, Tong Mokshuyan had more assistants and secretaries, each person responsible for a different area of work. Lately he was also busy, truly unable to arrange time to personally participate in the auction. Before the weekend, Hua Nian Sheng received a gift sent by Tong Mokshuyan via someone. The person who brought it was a woman with an elegant appearance. Wearing professional office attire, she smiled at Hua Nian Sheng, then handed the gift box in her hand to her. Hello, Miss Hua. This is the gift President Tong chose for you. Hua Nian. She hadn't expected this and also didn't know what Tong Mokshuyan was playing at. The person who brought the gift this time she had never met before, but the other party's demeanor clearly indicated someone who had been working for many years, with a professional bearing like those Tong Mokshuyan usually brought along with him. Looking at her, she wasn't like the female secretaries Hua Nian Sheng had known. She guessed it was very likely to be an employee of Tong's group headquarters. She hugged the gift box and went upstairs, turning her head back to see that woman was on the phone, apparently reporting progress to her boss. Arriving back at her dorm room, Hua Nian Sheng only then opened the gift box. Inside was again a set of purple jadeite jewelry. She remained silent for a long time, yet in the end, she still couldn't resist calling Tong Mokshuyan, who quickly picked up. She asked him, Tong Mokshuyan, what do you mean by gifting this jewelry set? Tong Mokshuyan, do you like it? Hua Nian Sheng. She truly didn't dare to imagine how hypocritical she would sound if she said, I don't like it. Why would you suddenly, out of the blue, give me this? Her voice softened slightly, vividly demonstrating what it meant to receive a gift softens the hand. Eat from others softens the mouth. Tong Mokshuyan chuckled. As long as you like it, that's enough. I've been quite busy lately, and might not have time to be with you, so I'll just give you a small gift. Normally, Hua Nian Sheng rarely saw any small gift worth tens of millions like this. She was also not a naive newcomer inexperienced in life after all. She had seen jewelry of this caliber in her aunt's safe several times. You don't have to be like this, Hua Nian Sheng recalled a week of dating. She felt she hadn't been very proactive herself, and now receiving a gift from Tong Mokshuyan, she felt even more that she had treated him too coldly. I'm also very busy. Do you have any plans for the weekend? Tong Mokshuyan naturally skipped that topic, beginning to ask about her weekend. This weekend she indeed already had plans. Next week would be the Mid-Autumn and National Day holidays, Hua Nian Sheng thought. She wanted to finish decorating her own small house before the holidays. I'm going to see my new house, she replied. She was full of anticipation for her new house. She hadn't seen actual photos yet, so she was eager to go there and open the blind box. If everything was satisfactory, she could move in any time later, and just thinking about it made her overjoyed, as she wouldn't need to go home and disturb her uncle and aunt's private space during holidays anymore. Hearing this, Tong Mokshuyan asked, going to see it tomorrow? Hua Nian Sheng hummed in affirmation. Right now, she had nothing to do. Even if she had to work overtime on the weekend, that would be her troublesome senior brother's concern. So, when do you plan to go? Hua Nian Sheng acutely perceived his underlying intention. She asked back, are you planning to go see it with me? He was silent for a moment before replying, tomorrow morning I'm still busy with something. I have to play golf with some elders. I probably won't be free until after din. Or would that be okay? Hua Nian Sheng's plan for tomorrow was originally to sleep until she woke up naturally, then wake up to order takeout, and only then slowly consider going out. Okay. Tong Mokshuyan continued, then tomorrow I'll pick you up for dinner, and afterward we'll go see the house. Hua Nian Sheng had no objections. It wasn't until she hung up the phone that a thought suddenly occurred to her. Tomorrow might be her and Tong Mokshuyan's first date after officially becoming a couple. In the evening, little Hua began thinking about what clothes to wear tomorrow. Hua Nian Sheng could barely think straight lately. She had been eating well and sleeping soundly. Her academic workload was heavy, making her easily sleepy, and just past midnight, her eyes couldn't stay open anymore. Looking at the unfinished draft on her computer, she quietly sighed, yet ultimately decisively closed her laptop. If she wanted to finish everything at once, she would definitely have to stay up late tonight, but now she really couldn't stay awake any longer. Thinking this, she decided to turn off the light, get into bed and go to sleep. Before sleeping, she still thought about tomorrow's date, but at this moment, her mind wanted to go on strike. Any thought unrelated to her studies couldn't last long. Hua Nian Sheng simply fell asleep. With nothing to do on the idle weekend, Hua Nian Sheng didn't set an alarm, simply sleeping straight through until she woke up naturally. After waking up, she too took the opportunity to check Song Maichuan's good morning message. Besides his message, there was also Lin Yiluo's message, lying isolated amidst a series of unread messages. Recently, she often stayed up until late, and several times, wandering online in the middle of the night, Hua Nian Sheng still saw the other party's username lit up. Lin Yiluo invited her to go drinking tonight. Hua Nian Sheng knew immediately that Lin Yiluo had something going on again. The last time it was like this, during Tet, Lin Yiluo had made her be caught by Song Maichuan and Guzhua at the bar. Now more than half a year had passed, and after graduating, Lin Yiluo was relatively successful in her family's business. She was also quite active on social media, so she must have been living quite well these days. But no matter what she had going on, adhering to the first come, first served principle, Hua Nian Sheng still couldn't stand Song Maichuan up, so she skillfully told Lin Yiluo that she already had plans for tonight. Hua Nian Sheng had originally thought that at this hour, Miss Lin Yiluo must still be sleeping soundly. Unexpectedly, moments after she sent the message, a phone call from Miss Lin came in. Hua Nian Sheng, tell me, what exactly are you busy with that you could bear to refuse me? Hua Nian. She was silent for a few seconds, but in the end still chose to tell the truth. I have a date with someone else. Who exactly is it? Which demon has stolen the place of this emperor? In your heart. Hua Nian Sheng, my boyfriend. The other end of the line seemed to suddenly fall silent. A moment later, Lin Yiluo's trembling voice rang out. When did you snag a man? Hua Nian. Not too long ago. We've been dating for a week now. Lin Yiluo seemed to immediately push her own matter aside. No way. Who is your boyfriend? A university classmate? Not really. Hua Nian Sheng didn't know how to tell her. Do you still remember the time you got drunk at the bar during Tet? I remember. Lin Yiluo at this moment seemed to be recalling those two male escorts were quite good too. Hua Nian. The whole long night, yet she couldn't remember anything, only the male escorts. So, do you remember who was sitting next to me at that time? Hua Nian Sheng asked. This question truly made Lini Luo have to recall carefully at that time. She was already drunk. I remember there were two handsome guys sitting next to you, but exactly how handsome I don't remember. Hua Nian Sheng felt that whether she remembered or not wasn't too important. As long as she had a slight impression, that was enough. My boyfriend is one of those two. Lini Luo. Silent for a long while, she suddenly said, you still have a better eye. Hua Nian Sheng, didn't you say you don't remember what their faces looked like? Speaking of this, Miss Lin was again very confident. I don't clearly remember what they looked like, but I still have some notion of handsome, you know? Hua Nian Sheng. That's fine then. Oh, by the way, what did you want to tell me? Lam Not Lak sighed, not anymore. Hua Nian San. It's about my ex-boyfriend. Lately, it seems he's heard about my family's estate, and he came to reconcile with me, even saying he could move here to develop his career. I'm not an idiot. Breaking up for half a year and then coming back to beg, isn't it because he stepped out into the world and realized that relying solely on his own abilities, he couldn't achieve anything significant in a short time, so he remembered me, right? Hua Nian San interrupted her. So you plan to find me to complain about your ex-boyfriend? Again, a moment of silence. She heard her best friend carefully say, after all, we dated for several years, and I still have some feelings. Before, I hesitated about whether to give him another chance. But her speaking speed quickly increased. But don't worry, I've changed my mind now. Your boyfriend is so successful. If I later brought a man inferior to your boyfriend to meet everyone, wouldn't I just make myself feel inferior to the point of melancholy, twisted and screaming crazily? Hua Nian San. It was good that she could think this through herself. Hua Nian San hung up the phone and returned to bed. It was strange, after talking with Lam Not Lak, she felt much more awake. After lying down for a few more minutes, Tong Mok Shuyan had already replied to her message, asking if she was awake yet, and if she had ordered takeout. In fact, she still hadn't figured out what to eat. Tong Mok Shuyan then said he would order takeout for her. Hua Nian San then put her phone down and began to get up and wash her face, waiting for the food to be delivered. Her boyfriend said he wanted to order takeout, and she naturally wouldn't refuse. Tong Mok Shuyan also seemed to have no intention of letting her refuse. One second she had just said she didn't know what to eat, and the next second he had already finished ordering the food. About half an hour later, Hua Nian San went downstairs to pick up the takeout her boyfriend had ordered for delivery. After receiving the order, she even took a picture and sent it to Tong Mok Shuyan. He also took a picture and sent it back to her. The background was a dining table, with a few people also captured in the shot, all elderly, both male and female, but two of them Hua Nian San found familiar at a glance, as if she had seen them on some occasion before. After much thought, she finally remembered she had seen them in a magazine at her home. Her family had subscribed to economic magazines for many years. Whether her uncle and aunt were free or not, they would always pick up a copy to read, and occasionally Hua Nian San would also take them out to look at. Although her mind wasn't interested in these things, sometimes when bored, she would flip through them, and there were some faces that appeared with quite high frequency, so she had an impression of them. Those, it seemed, were some economy. Sts Tong Mok Shuyan asked her if she wanted Chinese, Western, or other food for dinner. Hua Nian San looked at the takeout bag in her hand. The packaging was very beautiful, indicating it was Chinese food, so she sent a message telling him to just focus on eating first and not to look at his phone anymore. On the other side, at Tong Mok Shuyan's dining table, he was surrounded by people much older than him. Seeing him constantly bowing his head to look at his phone, his expression not looking like he was working, someone then jokingly opened with, Mok Shuyan, do you have a girlfriend these days? As soon as this remark was uttered, the eyes of the others all focused on Tong Mok Shuyan. Everyone present was an elder who had watched him grow up. Hearing this, he smiled faintly back. Van truly has sharp eyes. It was a tacit admission. Although everyone present had a certain influence in their respective fields, in human nature, they were quite similar. They enjoyed gossiping and matchmaking for their children and grandchildren. Mok Shuyan has a girlfriend? Whose daughter is she? Oh my, the other day I played chess with your grandfather, and the old man was still anxiously worried about your marriage, just telling me to introduce a girl to you. See, I told him he was worrying for nothing. Another person spoke up, I even wanted to introduce my student to you. That girl, in terms of family background, education and character, is all good. I kept thinking, how could someone like her not find a boyfriend? He looked very regretful. Tong Mok Shuyan was the only young person present, and at a rather sensitive age, his marriage became the focus of many people's attention. In this situation, his expression remained very calm. He simply smiled gently and replied composedly, "There will certainly be an opportunity to introduce her to everyone." Little did Hua Nian Sheng know that while she was eating, the news of Tong Mokshuyan finally finding a partner had already spread far and wide. As soon as Tong Mokshuyan left the meeting with the elders, someone immediately sent him a message. "Brother Tong, my dad said you have a girlfriend? You have a girlfriend? Do you really have a girlfriend? Oh brother, my own dear brother. You have a girlfriend? Why didn't you say it sooner? If you had said it sooner, I wouldn't have been home lately. Is there anyone in this world who, because of stepping left foot into the house, got scolded like me? Brother Tong, which family's young lady do you know? Does her family have any sisters? I want to be your brother-in-law." Not only were private messages bombarded, but even chat groups also exploded. It seemed that Tong Mokshuyan getting out of bachelorhood was an earth-shattering, unbelievable event. Among them, who Tong Mokshuyan's girlfriend was became the center of all discussions. Tong Mokshuyan. He probably did not expect those elders just now to spread news so fast. Just a moment ago and the story had already spread. Hat made Tong Mokshuyan most speechless was that group of gossipers who weren't afraid of big drama. He didn't know how idle they were. They weren't interested in the entertainment stories exploding online every day, but now each person wanted to be Sherlock Holmes. This matter seemed to have spread very far. In the afternoon, Hua Nian Sheng originally intended to put on makeup, but while putting on makeup, chat group messages on her phone kept popping up continuously, and there were also some messages from other people. She opened to look, and what hit her eyes was a message from someone asking if she knew who Tong Mokshuyan's girlfriend was. She scrolled up hundreds of messages in the group, and discovered that the original topic was someone in the group frantically spreading the news that Tong Mokshuyan had gotten out of bachelorhood. After that, all sorts of other stories arose, among which the clearest was who on earth had stolen their male god. Hua Nian Sheng was silent for a very long time. In her heart she really wanted to ask, are these people really so idle? Chapter 62 Date. Hua Nian Sheng had already put on makeup and dressed neatly when she received Tong Mokshuyan's call in the evening. Originally she wanted him to wait at the school gate, but when she picked up the phone he said he was downstairs. Hua Nian Sheng looked down. There was a white car parked downstairs. It looked very strange. Perhaps it was another car of Tong Mokshuyan. Before leaving the room she still hesitated among a few bottles of perfume, finally choosing a bottle of pink-colored sweet-scented perfume, spraying a few spritzes and then stepping outside. Tong Mokshuyan was waiting in the car. As soon as Hua Nian Sheng came out of the elevator, he almost immediately caught sight of her figure. Today she wore a white modern Cheongsam-style dress. Her long hair, usually loose, was now styled in an updo. On the dress were studded a few pearls, along with gold thread embroidered patterns. The style of this dress perfectly accentuated her figure. On her feet she wore a pair of white high heels. Hua Nian Sheng also had very beautiful makeup. The lipstick color was not too dark, and that red color looked very captivating. At this moment, Tong Mokshuyan secretly rejoiced for having driven the car inside. The distance from her dormitory to the school gate was not close at all, and if he let her walk such a long distance, her feet would be very tired. Hua Nian Sheng very naturally sat into the passenger seat. After sitting down, she turned around and only then discovered that Tong Mokshuyan today wore a wine-red colored shirt. Tong Mokshuyan usually wore black and white shirts, but occasionally also wore other colors, just very rarely. This was the first time she saw him wearing wine red. The top two shirt buttons were unbuttoned, and furthermore, today he also wore glasses. The last time she saw him wearing glasses was when they traveled. She fell asleep in the cinema room in his yacht, and when she came out, she saw him wearing gold-rimmed glasses working. At that time she was very surprised. But today he wore a wine-red shirt combined with glasses, which looked much more dashing. Tong Mokshuyan reached out and held Hua Nian Sheng's hand, lowering his head to look at the pearl and emerald bracelet on her hand, and gently smiled. Wearing the jewelry I gave you, huh? No need to ask. Not only the bracelet, but also the earrings and necklace on her neck were the entire set of jewelry that he had given her before. Since he had seen it, Hua Nian Sheng also didn't bother to pretend anymore. She extended her hand forward and asked him, "Is it beautiful?" "Beautiful." Tong Mokshuyan gently stroked the back of Hua Nian Sheng's hand with his thumb, lowered his head to look at her hand, Why aren't you wearing the ring? Hua Nian Sheng. She retracted her hand, too lazy to talk to him. In that set of jewelry there was an emerald ring. The design was very beautiful, and Hua Nian Sheng also liked it very much. The only regret was that the ring band was not adjustable. After trying it on each finger, she finally discovered that the ring finger was the most fitting, so she resolutely did not wear it. Tong Mokshuyan clearly knew very well about the items he had given Hua Nian Sheng. Finally realized that the gift he sent was probably truly chosen by his own hand. Perhaps because he thought of his girlfriend having specially worn the jewelry he gave. Tong Mokshuyan's mood was quit. Good. He took Hua Nian Sheng to a Western restaurant. This restaurant required reservations beforehand. He told the waiter his reservation information, after which they were led to an area behind a curtain. At this moment, Hua Nian Sheng then asked him about the matter that happened today. She asked, "Today I saw everyone discussing the story of you getting out of bachelorhood. What on earth happened?" In the afternoon when she was putting on makeup, seeing all sorts of messages in the group chat, she was momentarily speechless. The private messages on WeChat she still hadn't dared to reply to, fundamentally not knowing how to reply. Now, only after asking Tong Mokshuyan, did she know how to reply. Tong Mokshuyan was a very perceptive person. He raised his head and looked at her. "Someone asked about you?" Hua Nian Sheng nodded. "Your cousin has already called and asked me," he added. Hua Nian Sheng. Hua Kimgon called directly to ask, "Tong Mokshuyan, have you become a big star now?" Hua Kimgon clucked twice. "Why is it that when you date, a bunch of people come to me like paparazzi to dig for news? Am I your manager or assistant?" Tsiu. Before Tong Mokshuyan could say anything, he continued to ask, "So you've charmed the girl?" Ahmed as an answer. Hua Kimgon continued, "Since you've charmed her anyway, then whose daughter is she, after all?" He guessed this person had no intention of spreading the news outside, but this matter was of particular interest to him and his Ife. A big piece of gossip ripe for the taking. Why refuse it? However, regarding this matter, Tong Mokshuyan said, "I will introduce her to you later when there's an opportunity. It's not very convenient right now." Hua Kimgon. "Hey, who exactly did you find that's so mysterious?" Tong Mokshuyan naturally couldn't tell him, at least not yet. Hua Kimgon blurted out a few curses before hanging up. He even called Tong Mokshuyan a dog. The subsequent phone calls came almost one after another. No sooner had Hua Kimgon hung up than Ko Chuok's phone call came in the next second. Not many dared to call the principal directly to gossip like that, but these two were among them. "Tong Mokshuyan, you're something else, aren't you? Dating just once made my parents straight up kick me out of the house." Ko Chuok gnashed his teeth and accused him. "Last night, it was a rare occasion for me to want to go home and have a family dinner with the two elders. At that time, we were still laughing and talking harmoniously. Yet today, as soon as the news of you escaping singlehood reached my father's ears, he loudly scolded me, calling me a scoundrel." Tong Mokshuyan, did Uncle Ko say anything wrong? Ko Chuok. I'm just a bit of a charmer. I don't play the field, do I?" Tong Mokshuyan did not comment on his personal lifestyle. He even wanted to say, "One sentence serves you right. By the way, is it that young lady Sen Sen?" Ko Chuok asked. "Yes." As one of the few people who knew the Ko Chuok felt his mouth was so tight-lipped he could join the Secret Service. The only bad thing was that recently Hua Kimgon sought him out to talk about this topic. Ko Chuok also felt his conscience gnawed at him, and before he could say a few sentences, he hastily tried to change the subject. He dared not imagine what Hua Kimgon's expression would be like when he learned that Tong Mokshuyan harbored feelings for his niece. He really shouldn't have been so curious that day. Ko Chuok maintained his nonchalant tone. "All right. You already know how tight-lipped this brother is. If things come out later, you'll bear the consequences yourself. Don't you dare say I knew anything." Tong Mokshuyan. This was clearly a very meaningless call. The reason Tong Mokshuyan dating attracted so much attention was very simple. For years, he had been so solitary that others thought he disliked people, and his sudden escape from bachelorhood made everyone understand he was dating seriously. However, because the iron tree had finally bloomed, people would certainly remain curious for a while longer. Eventually, they would get used to it and find it normal. Hearing Tong Mokshuyan mention Hua Kimgon, Hua Nian Sheng sat perfectly still. He briefly told her about what happened today at the dinner table. It turned out it was all because the elders were a little overly concerned, and in reality, no one had guessed who Tong Mokshuyan's girlfriend was. Anyway, the two of them weren't glued to each other all day long. Don't worry, in a few days they'll stop being curious, he said. Hua Nian Sheng. She didn't overly concern herself with this. It was just the feeling of dating when the whole world knew. She wondered if people would even think she was dating some sort of star. Sitting in the private room, each person held a menu to order. Then the service staff also brought a bottle of red wine. Hua Nian Sheng. Tong Mokshuyan told her the driver will be driving later. This meal was indeed a little romantic. Hua Nian Sheng received a manta rose brought by the service staff. She looked around, only her table had flowers. So she looked at Tong Mokshuyan, asking him, did you send it? Tong Mokshuyan asked, do you like it? She smiled, only one flower as a gift? He raised an eyebrow, not answering. The service staff poured wine for both of them. Hua Nian Sheng didn't dislike drinking wine. It was just that her alcohol tolerance wasn't very good. The antics she made after getting drunk were also very embarrassing. But if someone accompanied her, drinking a little was still fine. She didn't usually drink red wine often. Hua Nian Sheng took a small sip, feeling it was still acceptable. It was just that before she had even taken a few sips, her cheeks already looked rosier than before. Tong Mokshuyan. He sighed, taking her glass. Why do you drink so poorly? Hua Nian Sheng, sorry. Her linguistic system seemed to have started getting messy. However, Hua Nian Sheng did not demand to drink more. She still focused on eating her meal. She did not know that Tong Mokshuyan's gaze had been on her face for a long while. Perhaps because her cheeks were slightly flushed, under the restaurant's lights, her demeanor became even gentler, truly making it hard for people to look away. But Hua Nian Sheng was not unaware. After a long moment, she raised her head to meet Tong Mokshuyan's gaze, then resolutely propped her chin with her left hand, facing him, and her blinking frequency also slowed down. Tong Mokshuyan asked her, not eating anymore? She shook her head in full. He hummed in acknowledgement, preparing to go pay the bill when Hua Nian Sheng suddenly spoke up. What is that? Where? She pointed inside his collar, right at his collarbone. Tong Mokshuyan lowered his head but still couldn't see it, until Hua Nian Sheng leaned close, squinted for a moment, and finally suddenly realized, you have a mole on your collarbone. He had a small black mole slightly inward on his left collarbone. She kept staring at it, several times hesitating to speak, but finally refrained. A mole in this position looked strangely sensual. But in reality, she wasn't drunk. Her consciousness was very clear. She knew what to say and what not to. Tong Mokshuyan called a staff member to pay, then intended to help Hua Nian Sheng. She had already stood up one step before him, and didn't forget to bring along the rose she had criticized. Only when the two arrived at the car, as Hua Nian Sheng opened at the back passenger door, she immediately saw a truly large bouquet of manta roses lying on the seat. Small lights were wrapped around that bouquet, and at this moment the entire bouquet was glowing. She was suddenly stunned. Tong Mokshuyan's voice, carrying a hint of a smile, sounded from behind. How is it? Is this bouquet big enough? Hua Nian Sheng. How could it not be enough? It was almost taking up an entire seat. Hua Nian Sheng tried to calm down and got into the car, unable to resist reaching out to touch the flowers. Compared to the bouquet, the single rose in her hand looked particularly tiny and cute. Tong Mokshuyan got into the car after her. Then he saw his girlfriend hugging the bouquet. She seemed to be fumbling, wanting to place it in the middle, while she herself sat to one side. Tong Mokshuyan? He reached out to stop Hua Nian Sheng's action. I didn't give you flowers for them to be a chaperone. Hua Nian Sheng. She silently withdrew her hand. After that, the driver drove. Hua Nian Sheng almost sat in the middle position, her legs closed and placed to one side, her hands also on her lap, while Tong Mokshuyan's hand very naturally reached over and took hers. It wasn't interlaced fingers, but he seemed to be interested in her hand, constantly holding it and playing with it throughout the journey, his thumb gently rubbing her palm. Hua Nian Sheng felt a bit ticklish, wanting to pull it back. Tong Mokshuyan noticed her action, suddenly gripping it. Even ti. Guider. Repeating this many times, Hua Nian Sheng felt that Tong Mokshuyan was like a mischievous hunter, initially intentionally letting down his guard, making her feel there was an opportunity to escape, but once she acted to escape, he would suddenly pounce and seize her. Eventually she gave up the idea, letting him play with her hand. Hua Nian Sheng's new apartment, she hadn't been to it many times either. Initially, she thought she would have to find her way when entering, but unexpectedly, Tong Mokshuyan's driver drove precisely to the base of her building. Hua Nian Sheng. Alright, other people's drivers were even more familiar with the roads than she was. Pressing the elevator to go upstairs, Hua Nian Sheng didn't carry the flowers down from the car. Tong Mokchuan stood beside her, still holding her hand. Some time ago when installing the door and lock, she had taken the opportunity to get her fingerprint scanned. Now, she directly unlocked it with her fingerprint. This apartment, after all, was decorated according to Hua Nian Sheng's aesthetic taste. Although she didn't pay too much attention to it, it had indeed caused the designer to scrap several designs before arriving at the final product. Therefore now, as soon as she stepped inside, Hua Nian Sheng immediately felt particularly excited. The overall apartment was arranged in a cozy style, from the bedroom, dressing room to the study, living room or kitchen, all shared a common style. All the furniture was chosen by Hua Jinyan, but whether he personally chose it or not was uncertain. After all, CEO Hua also had quite a few assistants and secretaries. It was just unknown who that unlucky person might have been. Hua Nian Sheng entered the house and wandered around for a bit, finally walking over to sit on the sofa in the living room, leaning completely back, comfortably resting against the backrest. She even very enthusiastically invited her boyfriend to freely tour her home. Tong Mokchuan, feel free to look around, don't be shy. Tong Mokchuan indeed went on a tour around the apartment. Several rooms were left open. Looking inside, he truly didn't know whether there was a princess residing in Hua Nian Sheng's heart or in her uncle's, because the bed in the bedroom clearly had strong princess-like characteristics. The bedsheets hadn't been laid out yet, and the bedding must not have been bought. The dressing room was very large. It would probably be difficult to fill it even after a long time. In the kitchen there was a refrigerator, an oven, and a microwave. Plates, bowls, pots, and pans were all sufficiently present. It was just whether Hua Nian Sheng would cook for herself later was another matter. Hua Nian Sheng had planned to move into her new home right from the National Day holiday. After all, this house had been decorated and ventilated for some time. But her uncle told her to wait a bit longer. According to her uncle, she wouldn't be staying in her apartment for long anyway, so waiting until the winter holiday would be fine. Tong Mokchuan finished his tour and returned to the living room, sitting down beside Hua Nian Sheng. His presence was by no means subtle initially. Hua Nian Sheng was still playing on her phone, but as soon as this person came and sat beside her, she gradually felt uncomfortable. Raising her head, she indeed met his gaze, which was fixed on her. Why are you looking at me? Doesn't he have a phone to play with? In fact, she still knew that his phone had been continuously receiving new messages tonight, but he seemed to have glanced at them, found nothing urgent, and then muted his phone. Not even allowed to look so stingy? Tong Mokxian said, not moving his eyes even half a li. He was already like that. Hua Nian Sheng was also determined not to yield. If he looked at her, she would also look at him. But looking at each other for so long, the atmosphere seemed a little off. Unfortunately, little Hua was a very stubborn person. She didn't move her eyes, but her body honestly shifted a little to the side. Tong Mokxian's eyes were like an abyss, capable of drawing one's soul in for a moment. Hua Nian Sheng unconsciously swallowed. This action was naturally very small, but they weren't sitting too close. Any change on their faces could be seen. Her gaze unconsciously shifted to his lips. The shape of his lips was very beautiful, their color not dark, looking very healthy. Tong Mokxian seemed determined to compete with her, not MOV, bent his gaze from beginning to end. The surroundings were very quiet, so quiet that the two could hear each other's breathing. Even Tong Mokxian's breathing sounded heavier than Hua Nian Sheng's. The more this breathing was heard, the more it felt a little off. In this competition, Hua Nian Sheng could only choose to surrender first. She mumbled, "I'll go see how far the restroom repairs are," then stood up, intending to run away. But the result was she couldn't run. Firstly, her feet were wearing high heels, needing a little time to stand up steadily. Secondly, Tong Mokxian was even faster than her. One hand already pulled her back. Hua Nian Sheng had only stood up halfway. Her heels hadn't even had time to apply force when she was pulled to sit down into his lap. This time the distance was even closer. Their faces were not just a little bit close. "Hua Nian Sheng, what are you going to do?" Tong Mokxian first lowered his head to look at her for a moment, then said, "Help me take off my glasses." This sentence seemed to carry a certain suggestive implication, conveyed into Hua Nian Sheng's ears in a way she could understand. Her ears grew hot, her gaze flickered for a moment, slowly not taking action. Tong Mokxian at this moment seemed especially patient. He quietly waited. Hua Nian Sheng couldn't help but turn her face away first, mumbling, "You're incredibly annoying." How could couples newly in love not help but laugh when looking at each other? In short, she couldn't help it. At this moment she was bent over laughing. Tong Xian curved the corners of his eyes, watching her laugh, but the distance between the two still did not widen. Having laughed almost enough, Hua Nian Sheng sat up straight, and as soon as she turned her head, she met Tong Xian's gaze again. He was particularly handsome when his eyes carried a hint of a smile. It was only a pity that he wore glasses on his face, slightly obstructing her from looking into his eyes. After a moment of silence, Hua Nian Sheng still slowly raised her hand. The moment she took off his glasses, her hands trembled slightly. The glasses were placed on the coffee table in front of them. However, she just placed them haphazardly. What time was it now? Who still remembered to carefully preserve anything anymore? Hua Nian Sheng had just parted her lips. Before she could say anything, Tong Xian no longer gave her a chance. He bent down and kissed her lips. First it was lips touching lips, very gentle. Then Hua Nian Sheng felt a dampness. The sensation of lips and tongue touching transmitted to her. She opened her eyes, seeing Tong Xian with his eyes closed, immersed. But very quickly, he seemed to realize something, opened his eyes to look at her, then raised his hand to cover her eyes. Her vision blocked, her eyelashes unconsciously trembled, brushing against his palm. Hua Nian Sheng closed her eyes, her eyelashes still trembling. Her two hands unconsciously pressed against Tong Yuan's chest. The contact of lips and tongue grew deeper and deeper. Hua Nian Sheng made sounds that made her feel embarrassed in her throat. Her hands unconsciously clenched. A wave of heat continuously surged, making her cheeks burn hot. Tong Xian's kiss gradually became more intense from its initial gentleness. Especially after receiving Hua Nian Sheng's response, his hand lowered, placed on her waist. The more Hua Nian Sheng kissed, the more her body felt soft. She couldn't help but lean back, afraid she would hit her head. Tong Xian even reached out to support her, then let go. Her nape rested perfectly on the armrest. Thus the situation changed from sitting and kissing to lying and kissing. Tong Xian knelt with one leg between Hua Nian Sheng's legs, her other leg still on the floor. This movement caused the dress on her body to be pulled up a little. Hua Nian Sheng kissed to the point of being slightly out of breath. She raised her hand to push Tong Xian away. Then their lips parted. She was panting, her chest heaving. Tong Xian's breathing was also heavy, but he looked down at Hua Nian Sheng from above, his peach blossom eyes filled with veiled desire. After a moment he lightly smiled. "Tonight, shall we learn how to catch our breath first?" Hua Nian Sheng was like a character in a game who had just used a skill and was on cooldown. She needed more time to slowly recover, while Tong Xian was like he had cheated, he had no cooldown time. His ND was still placed on her waist. One grasp seemed to fully embrace the beautiful woman's waist. Not long after, he again asked in a low voice, "Shall we practice a little more?" These words sounded like he was negotiating with her, but it was insignificant. Kissing was actually a very addictive activity. Hua Nian Sheng, though she could understand before, had never had such a profound experience. She completely couldn't remember how long she and Tong Xian had kissed in this new apartment, only remembering that afterwards her bun hairstyle was messy, her hair clip falling straight out. Her long hair fell loose. Tong Xian raised his hand to stroke her hair, his movements gentle yet urgent. In that moment, Hua Nian Sheng couldn't even distinguish where she was. That vague, chaotic feeling was truly too powerful. Tong Xian lifted her onto his lap and continued to kiss. The air was too quiet, so quiet that the sounds they could hear were all too faint. Rapid breathing by their ears, the very clear presence of the other. Finally, Hua Nian Sheng had also learned how to catch her breath. It was impossible to say who was more addicted than the other. They did stop midway, but in the midst of their breathless state, Hua Nian Sheng was captivated by Tong Xian's gaze, and couldn't help but lean down. Finally she sat on Tong Xian's lap to rest. A feeling of exhaustion suddenly rushed over her. Hua Nian Sheng wanted to turn to get her phone to check the time, but as soon as she stirred, she was immediately held back. She froze before she could say anything. Tong Xian leaned close to her ear and said, "Wait a moment, let me calm down." His voice was hoarser than usual, carrying a type of seductive, enchanting magic. Hua Nian Sheng took half a beat longer to understand his meaning. Her entire body felt as if someone had cooked her, sitting still, not daring to move anymore. Tong Xian wrapped his arms around her, lowered his head and buried it in Hua Nian Sheng's neck, chuckling hoarsely without a loud sound, but his breath continuously fanned across her skin. It was slightly ticklish. Chapter 63 Girlfriend is a university student. Time it was unknown how long had passed. Hua Nian Sheng stood up, adjusting the dress she wore. The dress she was wearing was made of a material that did not wrinkle easily after tidying it. She began to rummage through her handbag to reapply her makeup. Her lipstick had completely vanished. While busying herself with these tasks, she still glanced at Tong Xian. The shirt on him was considerably wrinkled, especially the fabric over his chest, which she had clutched tightly for quite a while just now, and smoothing it with his hand now seemed to have no effect. Hua Nian Sheng was momentarily silent, but when her gaze fell upon Tong Xian's face, she was startled, finally speaking up. "You go wash your face first." Tong Xian, huh? He was slightly puzzled but still obeyed her, going into the bathroom to wash his face. In the mirror on that face, not only were his lips stained with lipstick that did not originally belong to him, but even other areas on his face faintly showed clear lipstick marks. To whom these marks belonged, there was no need to say further. Besides, who stipulated that when kissing, one could only kiss on the lips? But because Hua Nian Sheng had makeup on, she did not allow random kisses, and only his face was available for kissing. The bathroom in this apartment had not yet been stocked with various personal hygiene items, so Tong Xian could only use clean water to try and wipe away the lipstick stains, but because of this, his skin was flushed red. As soon as he stepped out, Hua Nian Sheng glanced over, then couldn't help but look a few more times. His face was wet, his fringe hung loosely across his forehead, and combined with the red marks on his face, anyone who didn't know might think she had just done something to him. Hua Nian Sheng silently handed him a tissue. Now she dared not look at his lips anymore, for each time she did, the scene from moments ago reappeared in her mind. This was considered their first kiss after defining their relationship, different from the light touch of lips in the car last time. She looked at the clock on her phone and had to accept it. They had been kissing here for nearly an hour. It might not have been that long, but it was certainly more than half an hour. Like young couples newly in love, TUI just wanted to cling to each other everywhere all the time. But clearly, this relationship had only lasted 1 week. Hua Nian Sheng seriously questioned herself. She clearly remembered she was not such a person. Tong Xian dried his face, then looked back at his girlfriend. She had finished her makeup, and the new lipstick made her cheekbones look rosier. "Let's go," Hua Nian Sheng said. House viewing was almost finished. Tong Xian uttered an picked up his phone, and as he was about to exit, he suddenly cornered Hua Nian Sheng against the door, lowering his head to look at her. Hua Nian Sheng had no time to react, instinctively covering her mouth with her hand as he bent down. His voice emerged from beneath her palm. "No more kissing. It was hard enough for me to redo my makeup." Tong Xian chuckled softly, then reached out and pulled her hand down, half coaxing, half indulging. "I won't smudge your lipstick, just one kiss." In this intimate space, whatever intimate actions a man and woman took were normal. Hua Nian Sheng felt the contact on her lips. Indeed, just as Tong Xian said, he only touched gently, a little heavier than a fleeting brush of lips, but still within her acceptable limits. She instinctively closed her eyes, opening them only when their lips parted. Hua Nian Sheng felt that Tong Xian's gaze, when he looked at her, seemed to be deliberately charming her. He reached out and took her hand, saying softly, "Let's go, I'll take you back to us." "Cool." She said nothing, walking silently beside him. Just now they had kissed for so long that not only were her lips numb, but her mind was also in a daze, still overloaded even now. Tong Xian led her into the car, and casually asked how many parking spaces Hua Nian had bought for her when purchasing the house. Hua Nian Sheng still had some impression of it, replying 3 spots. Why? Hua Nian had bought her 3 consecutive parking spaces, not because he thought she would eventually own 3 cars, but in case her parking skills were too poor, then she could park horizontally or vertically as she pleased. At first, hearing this reason, Hua Nian Sheng had felt utterly humiliated, but reconsidering, she thought, what did a dependent person need self-respect for? Tong Xian replied, "Nothing," after which the car slowly began to move. Hua Nian Sheng continued her silence. From beginning to end, Her hand remained clasped tightly by Tong Mokchuan's. Perhaps he was slowly replying to incessant messages, his right hand typing, while his left hand did not want to let go. Hua Nian Sheng's thoughts were still immersed in the scene within her apartment. The feeling of her mind being blank while kissing at that moment. Her head was completely empty remembering it now. She found there seemed to be an indescribable sense of emptiness. She wasn't sure if other couples in love exchanged feelings after completing a very intimate act. Therefore Hua Nian Sheng turned her head to look at Tong Mokchuan several times, wanting to say something, but when she turned back she didn't know how to begin. After several such instances, no matter how slow Tong Mokchuan's reactions were, he should have perceived it. So the next time she turned to look, it was just as he turned off his phone screen, and he turned his head to look directly into her eyes. What is it? Hua Nian. There was actually nothing, merely that she now slightly wanted to talk to him. So she asked, what do you plan to do tomorrow? Tong Mokchuan seemed to ponder for a few seconds, then very quickly gave her his answer: overtime at the company. And then he received a look full of sympathy from his girlfriend. It was the weekend. Who would go work overtime? Tong Mokchuan. And you, what plans do you have for tomorrow? Actually, Hua Nian Sheng had no plans for tomorrow, but compared to her boyfriend having to work overtime, if she said she had nothing to do, it might seem a bit idle, wouldn't it? So she said, I'm going to the library to study. As for what time she would go, that would depend on how well she rested tonight. Upon hearing her answer, Tong Mokchuan burst into laughter, though she didn't know what he was thinking of. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Tong Mokchuan's voice was full of amusement. It's just that I didn't expect at this age my girlfriend is still studying. How wonderful, really? Hua Nian. He wasn't that old either. His appearance looked only in his 20s, and it seemed he would retain this face for many years to come. As for her, she had merely not yet stepped out of the campus, so it was hard to avoid carrying a hint of a student's aura, but she was not childish at all. The only somewhat awkward point was that at Tong Mokchuan's age, everyone advised him to marry and have children soon, whereas at Hua Nian Sheng's age, if she dared say she wanted to have children, her uncle would undoubtedly beat her into a cripple. This was perhaps an age problem that currently couldn't be reconciled. For some reason, Hua Nian Sheng suddenly saw a flicker of disappointment in Tong Mokchuan's eyes. Or perhaps it was an illusion. Then you should prepare yourself for the possibility that I might pursue a PhD. She shot him an unhappy glance. Just slowly experience the feeling of being in love with a student. It sounded rather humorous. Tong Mokchuan was amused by her. When he smiled, he was also very handsome. The road from Hua Nian Sheng's apartment to Du University was not far. Very quickly, the car arrived at the school gate. This time Hua Nian Sheng truly didn't want the car to drive in. She said, I'm wearing high heels, but that doesn't mean I can't walk, and anyway, you're not allowed to drive in. Tong Mokchuan had no other choice but to indulge her. He got out of the car and walked in with her. The inspection of outsiders at the gate of Du University was quite strict. Tong Mokchuan's attire clearly marked him as a working professional. He and Hua Nian Sheng stood together looking very well matched. Moreover, because she was holding a large bouquet of flowers, passing students couldn't help but look a few extra times. Once inside, the two walked hand in hand, slowly strolling through the campus. Initially, both were in perfect tacit understanding, neither speaking, until Hua Nian Sheng suddenly seemed to have an idea, and blurted out, Tong Mokchuan, did you ever hold a girlfriend's hand and walk around campus in the evening during university? Tong Mokchuan. He raised their tightly clasped hands, saying, my first love is right here. Hua Nian Sheng narrowed her eyes. Clearly, she had said that intentionally. Mainly, she didn't believe that Tong Mokchuan had truly never been in love with a girl during university. For example, she, from her university days, had been extremely busy, participating in one competition after another, attending countless lectures, completing group assignments, and writing numerous theses. Yet, even in that situation, she had still managed to find time to date for a few days. Although her ex-boyfriend was now somewhat like a blemish in her past, Hua Nian Sheng still believed that the possibility of being lonely in university existed. But for someone like Tong Mokchuan, it was impossible for no one to actively pursue him. Did you truly not date before? Hua Nian Sheng asked, feigning generosity. Just tell me the truth, I won't get angry. I'll talk. She was being a little dramatic. Her words were also true. No matter who Tong Mokchuan had dated or what he had done in the past, it was all ancient history now. Tong Mokchuan chuckled softly. If you're free, go ask your uncle, he knows what I was busy doing in university. Hua Nian, what would she ask her uncle for? Was she not already causing enough trouble? So Hua Nian Sheng said nothing more. At night on campus, the lighting in many areas wasn't very good. The streetlights were perhaps old, casting a faint, yellowish glow. Although the new semester had only recently begun, there were quite a few couples in the university. As they walked along the path, they would occasionally encounter couples walking together, or others whispering sweet nothings in secluded corners. Before this, when Hua Nian Sheng saw such scenes, she felt no particular emotion usually. She wouldn't be curious about what those couples were ultimately doing in those dimly lit places. But since she started dating, especially now walking past with her boyfriend, she felt it was unlike before. Very different. She didn't know if Tong Mokchuan noticed those young couples. His expression seemed unchanged. It wasn't until they reached the final stretch of road leading back to her dormitory area that Hua Nian Sheng softly said, "I've arrived." Tong Mokchuan should have let go of her hand, but she noticed he seemed to have no intention of releasing it. She lowered her head to look at their tightly last hands. Suddenly, Tong Mokchuan stepped closer, opening his arms and pulling her into an embrace. Hua Nian Sheng? Amidst broad daylight, even though downstairs at the graduate student dormitory in the evening there weren't many people passing by, it wasn't not without anyone. Hua Nian Sheng wasn't quite used to it. She raised her eyes to look at Song Maichuan. Song Maichuan spoke at this moment. Tomorrow, do you want to come to the company to work overtime with me? Bring your assignments along. How about studying in my office? Hua Nian Sheng instinctively wanted to refuse. I don't want to. Everyone knows me. Wouldn't that be? Not at Hang Chuan. Song Maichuan interrupted her. Come to the headquarters of the Song group. They don't know you. Hua Nian. She still felt it wasn't quite right. At this moment, Song Maichuan again launched a new move. Working overtime is already very hard. Doesn't my girlfriend want to come and keep me company? Hua Nian Sheng. Are you binding my morality? Song Maichuan chuckled softly. How could that be? Do you think of me like that? Hua Nian Sheng still wanted to say something. He then continued, next Tuesday I have to go on a business trip for a few days. Tomorrow, would you come and be by my side for a little while? Honestly speaking, those who are in love would not find such dialogues cheesy or anything at all. Hua Nian Sheng was both afraid of passers-by seeing her and Song Maichuan embracing here, and also wondered whether she should go or not. Originally she didn't intend to go, but if counting the few days he would be on a business trip, their next meeting would probably be next weekend. Then send me the address. Song Maichuan, tomorrow I will have the driver come over to pick you up. Hua Nian Sheng didn't say anything else. Song Maichuan released her, saying good night, sleep early. Okay, good night. Downstairs at the women's dormitory, Hua Nian Sheng waved her hand to her boyfriend, then turned her back and walked inside. To be fair, Song Maichuan's appearance, no matter where he was, always stood out along the way. Of course, there were also people glancing towards them. In the dark night, even though their faces couldn't be seen clearly, this couple walking on campus only made people exclaim how well matched they were. Song Maichuan was walking out alone when he received a phone call from his parents. He had already known this phone call would come sooner or later. Madame Zhao on the other end of the line probed, son, I heard recently you're in love with someone? Song Maichuan didn't deny it. Many people had already spread rumors loudly. Now for him to deny it would also be meaningless. As soon as she heard him personally admit it, Madame Zhao couldn't help but soften her voice. Whose daughter is she? When you're free, bring her home to eat. Song Maichuan chuckled softly. Mom, so rushed? Madame Zhao, thinking of this good news, could no longer be rushed. She laughed heartily. Isn't it that you want her to see our family's situation? You're also grown up already. Don't waste her youth. If it's time to marry, then just marry. Having children 2 years later is also fine. Your mom and dad can still wait. Almost all parents eagerly long for their children to marry soon and have offspring. Tong Mokchuan refused Madame Tru's offer. Let's talk later, Mom. There's no hurry right now. Madame Tru subtly reminded her son, in 2 more months, you'll be 29. Aren't you worried at all about your age? Mom, I'm not worried. Madame Tru, you're not worried, so is your girlfriend not worried either? Speaking of this matter, Tong Mokchuan's parents thought that the girl their son chose must have experience and a mindset equivalent to his. Therefore their age naturally should also be similar. Tong Mokchuan raised an eyebrow. She's not worried. What would his girlfriend be worried about? At this moment he had just walked near the stadium. next to which was a basketball court. Young male university students wearing basketball jerseys ran all over the court, looking very energetic and full of vitality. It's just that this stage of Tong Mokshuyan's life had long passed. Madame True on the other end seemed to have also heard the commotion on this side. She casually asked, "Where are you? Why is it so noisy?" Tong Mokshuyan am on campus, next to the basketball court. This answer seemed fine at first listen, but Madame True on the other end suddenly paused. "What are you doing at school? So late, do you still have a project to negotiate?" No, Tong Mokshuyan had walked out of the basketball court. Behind him there was still a burst of noise. He softly said, "I just dropped my girlfriend off at school." The other end of the line was silent for a long time. No sound could be heard, as if the phone had been hung up, until there rang out from the phone the furious voice of his biological father, Tong Mokshuyan. "You should remember, you are a human being, not an animal." Tong Mokshuyan. University students usually have an age difference of about 4 years. In other words, typically freshmen are around 18 years old, and graduating students are around 22 years old. If his girlfriend were a final year student, it would still be acceptable, but if she were a freshman, then Tong Mokshuyan deserved to be scolded. But the two parents had inadvertently overlooked another type of student, a postgraduate student. Tong Doncham had probably thought for a long time, yet still didn't understand why his son would like someone so much younger. Tong Mokshuyan felt that his parents also held deep prejudices about him. "Are you dating seriously?" His father's voice rang out again, but on second thought it didn't seem right, so he changed the way he asked, "Is she dating seriously?" Tong Mokshuyan. "Father, mother." Tong Mokshuyan had walked out of the school gate and was heading towards his car. He said, "You two don't need to worry about who I'm dating. If you really want to hold a grandchild, someday I'll raise a dog or a cat at home." "Is that what you call a grandchild?" This call ended with Madame True and her husband angrily hanging up. Perhaps after that night, the expectations of Tong Mokshuyan's parents regarding their son's wedding banquet were no longer high. He dared to date a university student. What more could they expect from a wedding? In any case, they couldn't become grandparents in the next few years. The two old people had also come to terms with it. That very evening, Tong Mokshuyan received a notification stating that the chairman and his wife had taken each other's hands and gone traveling around the world, and for the foreseeable future, he would have to shoulder the company by himself. At this moment, Tong Mokshuyan had just arrived home. Hua Nian Sheng returned to the dormitory and sequentially removed her makeup, washed her face and showered. After completing all these tasks, she also looked for materials for a while, read a few pages of lecture slides sent by the professor, and once sleepy, climbed into bed to sleep. Before sleeping, she still remembered to send a good night message to her boyfriend, completely unaware that her boyfriend on the other side, due to a phone call with his parents, had reaped several busier months in the future. When her good night message was sent, Tong Mokshuyan was taking a shower. By the time he read the message, she had turned off her phone and sank into a dr. Hua Nian Sheng's sleep quality tonight was quite good. As soon as she closed her eyes, she almost immediately fell asleep. She thought about going to Tong Corp tomorrow, still pondering what clothes to wear before sleeping, but before she finished thinking, she had drifted off to sleep. As a result, in her dream, the scene from the evening at the new house appeared many times. What made her feel most embarrassed was that, in that dream, she even automatically continued the plot. As for what the next part of the plot was, well, it cannot be told. Hua Nian Sheng woke up startled, just lying on the bed staring blankly at the ceiling, perhaps thinking about life. But no matter how much she thought, it didn't make sense, so she decided to fully wake up. After her personal hygiene routine, she thought for a moment, then took out a pair of jeans and put them on, pairing them with a short top. On her feet, she wore a pair of white sneakers. Saying that she was going to work with Tong Mokshuyan, in reality, it was transforming their date location into his office. Near noon, the driver came to pick up Hua Nian Sheng. When she was taken to Tong Corp headquarters, it was already nearly lunchtime. Feeling bored on the way, she immediately sent Tong Mokshuyan a delivery menu on her phone. At one moment she wanted to eat sweet and sour ribs, at another moment she wanted to eat Australian lobster, at yet another moment she wanted to eat fried skewers from the sidewalk, then she said she wanted to drink soda. Tong Mokshuyan was probably still busy, so he did not reply to her messages. Hua Nian Sheng also didn't mind, she just kept sending continuously. Anyway, all those things, no matter how one looked at it, Could not be eaten in one meal, it was just that she was too hungry. When people are hungry, everyone thinks they can eat an entire cow. Hua Nian Sheng was also like that. She even forwarded to Tong Mokchuan restaurants that she found delicious online but had never eaten at, just saying she wanted to try them. The location of Tong Corp headquarters was even more central than Hua Nian Sheng imagined. It was hard to describe the concept that an entire chain of several skyscrapers were all Tong Corp territory. In short, if she were to come by herself for the first time, she would definitely get lost. There were fewer people here on weekends, but almost every building had people entering and exiting. No large company existed without competition. When Hua Nian Sheng went to the reception desk first, hearing that she was looking for Tong Mokchuan, the receptionist stared at her for a few seconds, her eyes full of shock and surprise, as if she had just heard major news. Perhaps having been instructed beforehand, skipping the step of calling the general manager's office to inquire, the receptionist personally guided Hua Nian Sheng to the elevator. She led Hua Nian Sheng to the middle elevator, directly pressed the floor number for her, and used a gentle, sweet voice to tell her that after exiting the elevator, just turn left and go straight, and she would see the general manager's office. Finding the way wasn't too difficult for Hua Nian Sheng, it's just that as she went up, she thought that she should have worn a mask beforehand before coming here. It wasn't that she didn't know how immense human curiosity could be previously when she interned. Every day she would cling to the gossip group to get through work. The elevator slowly stopped. Hua Nian Sheng, carrying a nervous feeling, stepped out, then turned left. Contrary to her expectations, there were very few people here. Everywhere was quiet, so quiet that she even wondered if Tong Mokchuan was there. Going straight to the left, Hua Nian Sheng quickly saw the general manager's office. She knocked on the door, and a moment later, a familiar voice echoed out, "Please come in." Opening the door, Hua Nian Sheng saw her boyfriend sitting at his desk. The moment she opened the door, he also raised his head to look at her. "You've arrived?" Tong Mokchuan typed clack-clack on the keyboard for a while, pressed the enter key, then stood up from his chair. He very naturally took her backpack to help her. The backpack was quite heavy. Inside contained her computer and other miscellaneous items. "Let's go wash our hands and eat." At this moment, Hua Nian Sheng only then noticed a lunchbox on the table. This was her first time coming to Tong Corp headquarters. After washing her hands, she still hesitantly said to Tong Mokchuan, "Is it really okay for me to come here? Will your company's employees seeing me have any impact?" A young woman coming all the way to the company to find someone clearly had an unusual relationship with Tong Mokchuan. Hearing her ask that, Tong Mokchuan chuckled softly. "It's fine." Waiting for her to sit down, he scrolled on his phone looking at some news. Holding back a laugh, he said to Hua Nian Sheng, "They are now thinking I found a girlfriend who is a poor but beautiful and innocent student, and they're scolding me as a brute in human skin." "Hua Nian Sheng?" Tong Mokchuan handed his phone to her. Hua Nian Sheng realized it was another strange account. Most people in the chat group had not changed their display names. This chat group was clearly an after-hours gossip group. Among the incoming messages, someone said that Tong Mokchuan's little white flower girlfriend had come all the way here. The adjectives they used to describe Hua Nian Sheng were beautiful, pure, easily deceived, from an ordinary family background. Reading up to this point, Hua Nian Sheng lowered her gaze to look at the outfit worth tens of thousands of yuan on her, and fell silent. Have people's requirements for an ordinary family background already reached this level? Thank you for tuning into Eastern Romance Tales. Please like, share, and follow to support my work. It truly motivates me to bring you more stories.